you get a lot less warning.
Yeah. So obviously we're looking for those clear skies. It looks like we're going to have another hot, clear day. We just need to wait for these clouds to kind of move well, I guess. Be patient. And we thank you guys as well for being patient, for not being able to go live first thing this morning. We had a few technical glitches that we've had to work through. And we will try our best to keep everyone updated, and we will show the videos of those teams that went this morning. We did capture those as well.
Yes, we captured them. It's unclear if we're going to do a replay live or just post them later, but they will be up online as soon as we get a chance.
Yeah. We've got a few teams stood out next to us. It sounds like they got a full salvo ready this morning.
Yes, there was 6 rockets out there, and I was over at the tents this morning. We had at least 3 getting loaded up, and I saw a few more coming into the tent, and judges talking about another couple teams going, if you're ready to go on this salvo, hurry up or wait for the next one.
Yeah, so we've had 36 teams now launched, because we had 33 launches yesterday, another 3 already this morning.
Yes.
Out of 143 teams. Now the reason we had a bit of a slow start yesterday was because we had a bit of a weather incident earlier this week, which meant that we decided to delay a few launches and do things in what we were calling tranches or layers, trying to get people to have a safe system set up so that they were underneath cover. You know, we are out in the middle of nowhere, so making sure that they have access to shade and a good structure is really important to the volunteers.
Yes, and so yesterday we had 20 teams come out at 8, and then another 20 teams come out around noon. To keep people up to date, last night at 8 p.m. we sent out a Hero X post requesting the next 60 teams, but then we sent a correction to that post a couple hours later to let teams know that if they're not on that 60 teams and they have tent structure, or they can buy tent structure, you can come out here. We did clear 2 rows of the tents that were destroyed, so we have plenty of places for them to set up now. So if you do have your own tent and you didn't get the message yesterday, please safely pack up and head out.
Or if you have means to be able to go and get a tent.
Yes, and if you're a team that's sitting there with a tent and you already launched yesterday, I don't know how to communicate. Ezra can't help you communicate on that one. We're a little strapped, but be friendly, share, and help each other out.
So we were just saying we're having a hold at the moment. We've got a bit of cloud cover over the top. We don't like to launch into cloud because it means we lose the line of sight. And if anything happens after they've launched and they go off trajectory, we want to make sure that everyone around us is safe. We're able to watch that rocket. We encourage the students to step outside of the structures, watch it, point at the rocket on the takeoff and come back down again. Because, you know, these are amateur rockets. There are things that can go wrong. We saw a few of those happen yesterday, didn't we?
Yes, we had a few interesting moments yesterday, sadly for the teams. Look, listen, point, and above all is if something does happen, don't just immediately run. Watch it, wait for you to identify where it's going to land, and then move. If you turn into a running target, not only are you a bigger surface to hit, but you're going to trip and fall and hurt yourself and hurt others and trip over others. So never ever run. Watch where it's going to land and get out of the way.
And so far that system has worked very well.
Yes.
We've not had any injuries from anything coming back in, and we've made sure that everybody has stayed as safe as possible. That's really the number one priority for Ezra putting on this competition, and those that are volunteering to be here. None of us want to get injured either, so we want to make sure the students are doing everything correctly. We're all in a very safe environment. So we are holding at the moment, as we mentioned, because of cloud cover. We have had 3 launches this morning. Started with the University of Sao Paulo, Brazil. Then we had Iowa, and then we've just had the University of Texas, Dallas. We're expecting a few more, hopefully up to 30,000 feet this morning. That's what we've got in the salvo. So we're just waiting for that low cloud cover to clear so we can get that good line of sight. Thank you so much for joining us. And I hear yesterday there was a lot of great chat. People were very excited to see what was going on.
Let me check the chat now.
If you were watching last night, then I'm sure you saw that my team that I've been supporting for the last few years, the University of Strathclyde in Scotland, had a bit of an issue, but it sounds like there's a possibility that they could end up coming back and launching in the next couple of days. So if you're watching and you're as invested as I am in the British team, there is hope, and we're hopeful that they can get a new motor.
Having a team launch a second time, or having a team that had a faulty start get a second chance to launch has always been like one of those things where we really, really want to try to get it done. So obviously, teams that haven't launched get priority, but if there's an empty rail and they are able to salvage their rocket, we will gladly throw it on a rail.
So I'm super excited and hopeful for them because, you know, this is such a huge thing these students have been working on. You've done this yourself as a rocketeer.
Oh, yeah.
How long does it take to plan out to do an event like this?
To compete or to do the event?
Both.
Those are two totally different answers.
You're correct. Okay, so as a team to compete, you obviously start your application back in October.
Yes.
But have you started thinking about the design before
Oh,
then?
definitely. A lot of teams are probably thinking the year in advance.
Please turn off all telemetry in the pits. We are having
Listening to the PA
interference
system.
problem. No telemetry should be live anywhere except at the pads themselves. So please check your rockets, make sure there's no telemetry alive in the pit.
So if you heard the PA system, what's going on is in order to safely recover these rockets, every single one of them has a transmitter from Da Vinci. And we put those into the rockets, and that started a while back due to the difficulties of finding these rockets. We can at least point you in the right direction. For when I launched my rocket, we deployed our main in apogee, and we were 2.5 miles out range, and we did not have these transmitters. So it was we plotted it out on GPS. I think we walked 5 miles to figure out that it was 2.5 miles away, and that's what we want to avoid with the GPS transmitters. Now the problem is there's only so many frequencies before you start colliding with each other, and the PA system was identifying that apparently there's probably a rocket out there that's clashing, and so they're going to have to fix that clash before they can launch that particular rocket. We can launch the other rockets, but whichever one's clashing is a problem. And so what I found out late last night, I found out yesterday when we were on hold for this issue, it wasn't any of the teams doing anything wrong. A team had recovered a rocket that got damaged, and the flight computer was trapped inside, and they couldn't get it out. And so it was transmitting over in the FRR tent, and was jamming up the frequencies on the launch. And it took a little bit to figure out that that was the cause, get in there and disable it. There's
a lot going on. I mean, I had one of the parent volunteers asking me the other day, she said, well, what happens if they don't get to launch? You know, if they've come all this way, what happens if they're not ready? And I said, well, you know, it's one of those things. You're given a time period. We do absolutely our best as volunteers, as Ezra, to put this event on, give them as much opportunity as possible. But if it doesn't happen, or something goes wrong,
unfortunately,
that's not the fault of the teams that are putting this event on. It really is down to, that's real life, isn't it?
Yeah, and waivers are not easy to get. So if they don't fly during our waiver window, it closes.
Yeah.
And it's several weeks, months even, to expand waivers sometimes.
Yeah.
So it's easy, like when we had waivers going from like 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and we were in White Sands Missile Range, yeah, we could call White Sands and be like, can you give us an hour? And sometimes they say yes, sometimes they say, no, the F-16's on the runway. Tough.
Yeah. It sounds like we've got Princeton University lined up. They're going to be doing a live video challenge, so we'll go over to speak to them as soon as we've got the clear to speak to them. Well, we were talking about the investment of being involved in this competition and the few that had a few issues yesterday. We were talking about how you have to start your application in October, but the process to be able to come out and compete in a competition like this is a long investment. It's a lot of time.
It's a huge investment, especially for foreign teams flying in. I don't even pretend to know what it costs to come here. And it has been unique that Ezra's never had to like put a spending cap on it, because like with the American teams, you know, when you get rid of all the expenditures of travel, we've always seen the American teams, the ones with more money, often actually do the worst because you can buy your way out of your problems. Whereas the teams that with less money have to be a lot more frugal, have to know what they're doing, have to understand the processes and how everything works so that they can find ways to cut corners and save money. And they're custom building their own stuff a lot more. So they understand the platform a lot better. It's not like they can go out and just, oh, this computer can't work, let's just go buy a new one, or something like that. And so we often see, ironically, it's the ones with more money that buy their ways into problems. But yeah, it is a huge financial investment, and the saddest part, like running the event, was when you'd have kids where it's like, we're just coming up short. Like we can't get the money for the hotel rooms, and we're gonna have to withdraw. And it's like, I try to tell them, it's like, can you get to your parents or anybody, your family? Because when you come out here, we have sponsors, we have recruiters, we have all kinds of stuff here to help you in your career. And so it's always sad when you see them drop out when they're just shy by a little bit, and it's like, can you do what can you do to make it here so that this will help you in your career? So many people come out here and meet judges who work in the industry, who collect resumes, and so many people come out here and get a job off of just being here.
Yeah, which is so important. That's part of the reason why this competition is so unique in a lot of ways. I've met students that have competed here in past years that are now working for Blue Origin, SpaceX, Virgin Galactic, other really huge commercial space companies that are thriving and doing really, really well. And honestly, the experience of being able to work on a rocket, regardless of whether or not it's even successful sometimes, is actually really valuable when it comes to recruiters coming into the industry. And that's one of the things I said to the teams last night, is actually how you deal with failure sometimes actually is just as important as the successes.
Yes.
Because those recruiters see that.
Our theme has always been knowledge through experience, experience through failure. If you succeed at everything you do, naturally, you're probably not actually learning stuff. Either you already know it, or you're not learning because you're not having to overcome problems. And that's what I always try to tell companies when we're trying to get them to sponsor us, is when they come out here, you're not just getting to see the best of the best. It's not, oh, hey, I went and launched a rocket in a desert on a resume. It's, you see how they do it. You see how they solve problems. And oftentimes, like in industry, when you're working, like a lot of the bad people are the ones that don't know how to deal with problems.
Yeah.
The teams out here, if they do run problems, you get to see how they deal with it. Do they get angry? Do they shut down? Do they lash out at their teams? Or do they stay calm, fix the problem, take the facts in, pivot, move, and move forward?
Learn from it.
Yes,
and
learn from it. Yes.
Yeah. So if Strathclyde is watching, and I hope you are, let's hope you guys can get yourself a new motor, come back. I mean, what a great story that would be for
that would be fantastic.
Yeah,
That
we're
would
really
probably
hoping.
top one of the best stories in a couple of years, easily.
We're hoping. We are really hopeful. I mean, and there were a couple of others that didn't have things go to plan. Please come back. We want to encourage them. Don't feel completely disillusioned with the competition. Hopefully you've taken the opportunity to learn from what went wrong, and you can come back and correct it in another year.
And if you are a foreign team that gets here and can't launch, there are other launch sites here. I don't know what, every team's situation is a little different. There in the past, Rick Maschek is here. Yeah. He is one of the primary guys that runs Far Out over in California, and there's been several times where teams that can't launch have driven out to California and launched at their site.
Okay, so there are opportunities.
There are other opportunities outside of Ezra if you're here with a rocket and can afford to not go home right away.
But we are hoping that the 143 teams that have been here do get that opportunity. They are given 3.5 days to launch out here, and we're doing absolutely everything we can to make sure they do. I mean, we've got the cloud, as you can see behind us, is actually burning off, which is a really good sign. The sun's coming through.
And mad props to our volunteer team. I mean, our entire base camp was completely flattened Tuesday night, and we still launched 33 rockets yesterday. Yeah,
incredible. And I say this every single year. The team that put this event on aren't just here for the few days that they're putting it on. They're working on this year round and putting a lot of hours in, and they do an incredible job, and they do it all because they want to support the students and they want to see the future workforce thrive in the aerospace industry. So a massive thank you to Ezra and everybody that puts in the time to come and support this.
Yeah, we stayed open pretty late last night, so please excuse us if some of us look a little exhausted. We're going to try to keep to our normal range hours today and get the rockets off before 5 or 6.
That would be wonderful.
And not go till 9.
Maybe have a bit more sleep last night, because we're all getting to a certain age where we do need that rest. So we're waiting on a hold right now. I'm looking behind me. It looks like the cloud cover is starting to move and burn off, which is a definite good sign. We've got a few 30,000 feet attempts that are going to be going off this morning, as well as the few 10K. Is Rice University here yet?
I've seen them at the convention center. I haven't seen them out here yet.
So the reason I ask about Rice is because I hear that they're going to try and do a 75,000 foot
Yes,
launch.
That's correct. And they would have to do that before 1 o'clock on one of these days.
Yes.
So hopefully they're out here today already.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for as well.
I was told, I don't know the team numbers, because unfortunately,
I do.
Our computer system is down. A supercell of some sorts, I guess, hit Houston, Texas, and knocked out the data server that had all of our information on it. So we're struggling there. But I was told we had 6 rockets out at the pads. We've launched 3 of those 6. And he pointed off towards Hybrid second stage area and said we had 1 team over there. So maybe that team is, maybe that's them.
Might be. So I'm looking at it. Rice University is team number ID 800.
Okay.
It confuses me every time we add extra numbers onto these things, but they are one I'm particularly interested in watching because they're going for such a high altitude attempt. Like I was watching the Strathclyde University because they were actually going for the British student rocket altitude attempt. So hopefully they can come back and do that and redeem themselves.
I'd have to double check the numbers, but if they're successful, they might be the highest flying rocket at an IREC competition. In the first couple of years, we did have exhibition launches up to 100,000 feet. Multiple teams attempted that altitude. The only one I can remember off the top of my head is Oregon State University.
Yeah. And
unfortunately, they had a unfortunate event after launch, I believe, on the second stage, and so they didn't quite get a 100% successful flight. So if they're 100% successful, and my memory is correct, which is not great, they're probably going to take a record.
So we're hopeful for them. We really are, and we are all cheering on. And the wonderful thing about this competition, it's not like a sporting event where there is competition where we don't want other people to succeed.
Right.
Quite the opposite when it comes to this. I've seen teams working together. I've seen them lending each other equipment, cheering each other on, really invested in seeing that they're going to all succeed. It's not just a case of I want to win and I don't want you to win. They want everybody to win and they want to do well in this competition because they're going to be working together hopefully in the future is what the idea is. And it's really such a heartwarming thing to see. So yes, we are keeping an eye out to see if we get Team 800 from Rice University on that 75,000 foot attempt today, or if that'll be tomorrow, or even Saturday. They've only got, as you say, until 1 o'clock with the waiver to be able to get that high altitude off. So
now,
we are hopeful for it.
To get the chat going, I just got an idea.
Oh, cool.
So there is something on our table that looks really cool. We're going to wait till after the salvo's finished to talk about it.
It's true.
But if anybody has any ideas on what it might be, I'd love to see what chat thinks that this honeycomb looking structure thing
it looks like a beehive.
is on the table.
It's a metal beehive is what I'm going with. What you do with a metal beehive, I'm not sure. I am not a rocket scientist or an engineer. I'm a broadcaster. I'm not even that. I'm a producer. I do things behind the scenes. I volunteer for this every year because not other people will do it, and I'm quite happy to help out in any way I can. And we're here just to bring you the information about what's going on at the competition, because as much as we've got about 2,000 students here this week competing, there's probably at least double that number that are at home waiting to see if their rockets have been able to launch, plus family members and friends and faculty that are supporting the teams that are out here. So this is why we put on the live stream for you, so that you guys can see what's happening as best as we can. This was a request that started about 3 or 4 years ago now, and has been really, really great. So thank you so much for tuning in and waiting with us. And if you've got any questions for an actual rocket engineer, Dustin is here. If you'd like me to make stuff up, I'm quite happy to do that as well. Just throw it in the chat. We'll see what we can do and answer it the best that we can.
I do have a question out here.
Yes.
Millie wants to know what team SLU is.
SLU.
I'm hoping you know what that acronym is.
Yes, I'm going with St. Louis University, maybe. And that would be team number 311.
And then Baylor's team number, somebody? Shimu?
Baylor University. Team 106. So thankfully, my good friend Rick, who stood behind the cameras right now, we were presenting yesterday, and I said, do you know what I really need is a team list, because we see the numbers when you're looking at the live, as you can see when we're going out to the pads, and we don't always get to see the team names. So Rick has, bless him, given me a laminated list. Thank you, Rick. You have saved me, so that this time I'm not making it up as I go along. Plus, in case my accent doesn't give it away, I didn't grow up here in the US, and a lot of the team names I'm not very familiar with.
I'm an engineer, not a sportsman, so I don't know half the colleges either.
Well, I'm definitely not good at sports. I can just about make out rocketry. But yeah, there's a few team names that come up, and I'm sure I'm supposed to know, like SLU.
Did you say Baylor's?
I did. Baylor is team 106. So look out for Baylor University 106. I know where that is. That's Waco, Texas.
You have a better memory than me. Do you remember the 3 teams that launched this morning?
Yes, we had Sao Paulo University that launched first thing this morning. And then it was Iowa University, and then it was University of Texas, Dallas that launched this morning.
Awesome.
So we
And we are in a cloud hold, but we have 3 more rockets to go.
Yeah, we are waiting on that. Hopefully we can get that going quickly. It's University of Texas at Dallas is the full title. See, I'm terrible at butchering names. Please do correct me if I mispronounce things. You know, I'm British. It's not my fault.
And Godfrey Witherspoon Carmichael III is guessing that it's a transponder on the table.
Oh, you know what? It could be. Well, I haven't asked what's at the top yet. I'm assuming that's got to be something of computer-based hardware. We will find out. We will speak to JJ in a bit. He's from the University of California that was sat here with us a little while ago to explain to us what this is. We'll go through that once he's able to
Metal
come back.
Beehive super water bottle.
I like that. It's some kind of new, I mean, it could fit in a water bottle. It's about
From
the same
Schmo
size.
is the one that guessed that one.
In case anybody's wondering, you know, this is my very large water bottle. It's not branded, so we can put that next to it. But, you know, it's larger than my 32-ounce water bottle. So I'm leaving a nice dust mark.
To those of you asking about replays, as soon as we have that capability, we did record everything.
Yes, we did.
As soon as we have that capability, we will either replay them or post them online on like a Flickr or YouTube page, or maybe just on the website. We'll
you
figure that out
mentioned there
later.
was an issue with network. What was that we had issues with earlier with computer systems?
I am not sure what the network issue here was for live stream, but it was possibly because DaVinci was busy fixing their network issue for the database, which was Houston got hit with a cell is what they were calling it, which could be a tornado or could be just a really strong superstorm. And apparently wiped out. I don't know because nobody knows yet. I'd have to go look at internet, but supposedly their data center is just not working.
Okay. So, you know, we're doing our best. We are in the middle of nowhere right now.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, we're 2.5 hours from Midland, Texas, which is where we had the convention on day 1 and 2. It's where we're going to be doing the award ceremony on Saturday. We're about 40 minutes from Pecos. There isn't really anything around here in terms of infrastructure to support this event, so we are doing things on the fly and doing the best that we can to make sure that you guys are getting the information you need and that the teams are supported in the way. I mean, that's the priority. The priority is not our live stream, unfortunately. It is really making sure that the teams are supported, they know what's going on, and they're able to launch.
So DaVinci was busy fixing their database issue, and whatever our issue was, they
minor in comparison. So DaVinci, tell me about them, because they've been supporting this competition now for several years.
They have been supporting us ever since 2017, I believe. Actually, no, it was 2018. So 2018, we had a team just dart off into the desert after they launched. Didn't check in with anybody, didn't even check in with their faculty advisor. Hours later, their faculty advisor came to Ezra and said, "Have you seen my team? I haven't seen them since they launched." And so we started, running around base camp trying to find them. And all of a sudden, near one of the launch rails, this team just kind of emerges from the desert, and one of the girls on the team was just absolutely exhausted, just super heat stricken, and pretty much collapses. And we get her to the medical tent. We get IV going to her. She was so. It took like 3 IV bags, I think.
Oh gosh, I mean, people don't realize just how bad it is. We're in a very dry climate right now. Dehydration is real, so if you're watching this right now, check in on your team, folks. Make sure that they've had liquid IV or any kind of rehydration salts. Really important, because water alone isn't actually good for you. In fact, I was talking to one of the Scottish competitors yesterday, and I said, "How did you guys do last year?" And he said, "I ended up with medical issues." He said, "My issue was I drank too much water, which actually flushes a lot of the salts and sugars out of your body."
Yeah.
And I said that's why rehydration salts are so important. People don't realize what you're losing when you're out here in this high climate. So please, please, please make sure that you are starting your hydration early. There's some great brands out there that offer rehydration salts, and Gatorade and whatever else it is you're going to do. Sports drinks are always really helpful to make sure you stay hydrated. When you're working as hard as you are, and these students are working for hours, some of them aren't getting enough sleep because they're working on this project, your health, your personal health is probably more important than ever. So please make sure you check in with your team and look out for each other. And thank goodness we do have DaVinci support for that.
Yeah,
so
and
you
so
rectified that.
as a result, thanks for that reminder for water and electrolytes. But as a result from that, the next year we partnered with DaVinci, and they came out and we got some book bags. Oh, looks like we're doing some drone shots at base camp. We got the 2 rows of tents that we were able to fully assemble yesterday.
Yeah, but those structures are, if you saw the footage yesterday at all for the live stream, you saw 2 flattened tents. We've actually had to remove those structures. We were hit by what was called a haboob on Tuesday evening as everyone was setting up for all of this. The haboob, which is actually a big, nasty dust storm, completely wiped out 2 of those large structures, which meant there wasn't enough shade that the teams could work under. Because we hadn't obviously planned for the teams to be bringing their own structures out, we didn't want to put them in that situation. So yesterday we did tranches or layers. We invited 20 teams to arrive at 8 o'clock. Another 20 joined them at 12 o'clock. We managed to get 33 launches off yesterday. We've already had 3 launches this morning, which is very exciting. So you can see this is a huge operation, and this is all put on by volunteers with support from great organizations, not only the sponsors, but companies like DaVinci that have got experience as well. So you were saying that now they've given the teams a backpack for retrieval.
Yeah, they have a backpack which is hooked up with radio for audio, GPS to track. And we have this whole process where they come in, they check in, we give them the numbered book bag, they go out, they're constantly radioing it every 15 minutes. Oh yeah, there's DaVinci's tents right there. And so we got their equipment.
Oh, look at those tents that have gone down.
So
that was
the tents that were torn down. So they're trying to collect that information to clear out, or collect that debris. You
can see how bent those metal structures are. So when people say, oh, you were hit by a dust storm, it couldn't have been that bad. Look at those bent metal poles. I mean, it was nasty. We had a video that one of the team captured from the live stream trailer, which is about 20 feet from the tent where you and I are sat right now. And in the time he was recording this tent, you completely lost vision. You could not see the tent on camera. It was absolutely terrible. And you and I got caught in it on the way back from Midland. We were driving back out here and I gave Dustin a lift. And we walked into Walmart, came out and were caught up in this haboob that came out of nowhere, knew it was going to hit base camp, didn't understand quite how extreme it was going to be until it got here.
And there is a lot of, oh wait, no, that isn't DaVinci setup. That is a couple teams that have some trailers. Oh wait, no, that is the reverse osmosis system. Sorry, it's coming back to me. So we have a reverse osmosis system out here, and then it's hooked up to this the black tank there at the top of the screen.
We're still looking at this flat. There you go. That's the reverse osmosis.
So that is it looks like they took a Conex container and then chopped it up a little bit and built into it. And so there's a giant water tank and a reverse osmosis system to clean all that water. And then somewhere, I haven't even seen it yet, is a magical device that creates ice and cold water.
I heard about this.
I've heard this, and I've never actually seen it yet.
It's needed, let's be honest. We are, as I mentioned, quite far from infrastructure. There aren't any supermarkets nearby or convenience stores where you can go and stock up. So we've had to bring everything out here into the middle of the desert to make sure that we've got the support that the teams need. So we're just keeping an eye on what it is you're looking at to make sure you are kept aware of what's happening as well. Because that's what we're doing. We're making this up as we go along. For some reason, they let us do it, which works. So we are currently waiting right now for the next, what they call salvo. Why is it called a salvo?
Oh, that's a great question. I don't actually know that answer, but we group the rockets together in what we call salvos, and it's for efficiency reasons that we do this.
Yeah.
So we try to collect them at the front gate as they get ready, get as many of them on as we can, and then send them out at the time, because it takes a good, a well-efficient team that's really got their stuff together. It can take easily the minute or two just to drive out there, start unloading a rocket, then at least another 5 minutes to carefully load it onto a rail, then lift it, arm your computers, and then you get out of there. This is easily like 10-15 minutes for a really well-oiled machine.
Yeah.
And some of these teams haven't seen the rails before, so we do have to do we have to work on that. Yeah, sorry. Brain fart there for a bit.
There's a lot going on, is basically what we're learning. So what are we looking at there, Dustin? So the teams, these looks, what is that?
Oh, fantastic. I was waiting for a camera to point over here. This is like right outside of our tent, and that is some ginormous antenna.
It's an umbrella. Are they communicating with aliens with that one, Dustin?
Well, it's pointing in the right direction for that one.
It is. It is. So what would a structure like this be used for?
I think they built an antenna out of it, honestly. I would love to, grab one of those students and bring them over here and talk about that thing, because that is a great shot.
Somebody needs to go and find out what that is, because we're interested. We want to know what that is. So these are all the teams that are currently waiting for their rockets to launch. This is in the spectator area right next to where you and I are sat. So we can hear, in fact, if I wave, that's me, my hand right in the top there next to the Ezra sign. That's where we're stationed. These teams, some of them are going to be doing a live stream of their launches, which is why they're plugged into where we are right now. Some of them are carrying their own handheld antennas. Some of them have come up with some ingenious ideas. That's one of the things that I think I'm so impressed with, is finding these teams that come up with these new ideas that come in and do it. I think somebody has grabbed one of the team members who's going to tell me what that great big umbrella is. Come on in here. Come and sit yourself down. Here's a microphone.
A face to a voice.
Yes. So please forgive my ignorance. I called it an umbrella. Sit yourself down.
Yes,
That's not.
Here.
There we go.
Why don't you sit over here?
It looks a lot like an umbrella. I'm going to steal Dustin's microphone, and I'll ask you both to introduce yourself firstly.
Hi, I'm Nick. I just finished my freshman year at Worcester Polytechnic Institute, and
I was talking about you guys yesterday.
Oh, really?
Oh, wow.
Your ears must have been burning. So Worcester Polytechnic, I was talking about because that's where Robert Goddard's from, is Worcester,
Yes.
Massachusetts. It's a great legacy organisation. In fact, one of my colleagues who lives up in Worcester told me to keep an eye out for you guys. So welcome, welcome. You guys are the ones with that weird-looking umbrella. Before I get to what that umbrella is, introduce yourself for us as well.
Yeah, so I'm Arjun. I am going into my senior year of aerospace engineering at WPI. And I decided this year I would dabble in RF.
Excellent. So that umbrella,
Yes.
what is it and what does it do?
You want to talk about that?
Sure. So the umbrella part, as you call it, is a 2-meter diameter dish antenna that is tuned to 915 megahertz. We ended up with this design due to our link budget calculations for future 30,000-foot flights, which ended up requiring us to have 19.1 dBi of gain for the antenna. So this antenna here has a theoretical peak gain of 22 dBi at the center of the cone, and from the 19 decibel limit, it has a 13-degree cone where it's above 19.1 dBi.
Yep.
So the dish is made of a copper nickel fabric that we bought on Amazon. It's advertised to use to protect your children from the 5G.
Really?
Yeah,
Yes.
but I kind of figured that it would be useful. So we bought a little bit of it off Amazon. We wrapped a 2-meter transmitter in it, and once we got out of near field, it completely cut the signal. So we pretty much said, great. So it can block RF, so it can probably reflect RF.
Excellent. So what are you doing with the radio frequency, RF being radio frequency, by the way? What is it you're looking to track?
So the 915 megahertz is primarily for our live telemetry system, which we're currently getting about 20 hertz live updating of every single piece of information that our custom flight computers are recording and tracking. So that's raw readings from our sensors. That's the state transitions between the various states on both our rocket and our payload for air brake actuation or actuation of servos on our payload, as well as things like EKF data, which is extended common filter. It's a way of the rocket basically guessing where it is based off of all the data from the source, from the various sensors.
That's incredible. And you guys designed all of this, built all of this in-house?
Yes.
Yes.
That to me is a great example of the incredible ingenuity of these teams and what they're coming up with. What are you hoping to achieve with your rocket launch this year? What are you aiming for? 10,000, 30,000 feet?
We're doing 10K COTS this year. So right about 10,000 feet. I believe we put in, I'm actually not going to claim what we put in. I'm not the most up to date on that. But
10,006 feet is our estimate once our active air brake system deploys.
Yes.
Excellent. Apologies. 207 just been told to go and pick up their flight safety card. That's where we're competing at the moment with the PA system as well, and we're currently waiting to be back on the red flag. So we do have a traffic light system out here where we have red actually means go for launch. It's red mean do not approach the launch area. Yellow means that they're on standby, ready to go to launch, and green means that the launch pads are open. So we are waiting at the moment. We're on yellow, so we are waiting for it to go red again to be ready for launch. I'm not 100% sure of why we're on yellow. I think we just had a few vehicles come through, so I think they're waiting for the area to be cleared of debris from all the dust that they've been kicking up. So I'm here with Worcester Polytechnic University, who are going to be launching in this first salvo, and hopefully you'll get to spend the next few days recovering from all of this. What's it been like coming down from Massachusetts to middle of nowhere, Texas?
We had a pair of individuals who basically packed everything into a minivan and spent about 3 days, I believe it was about 10-hour shifts a day, driving down here.
Wow.
The rest of us, because school ended about a month ago, the rest of us were flying in from all over the country, a good chunk from Boston Airport, obviously, but like I came from Raleigh-Durham in North Carolina.
Yep.
You came from...
I flew in from Boston. I have an internship up in New Hampshire, so I drove back down to Boston Logan because we wanted to consolidate as many flights as possible.
Yep.
Wow, I mean, it's quite a distance.
Yes.
So I live about 5 hours from here, but my in-laws are up in New Hampshire, so I know that journey very, very well. Thank you so much for doing this. Why do you come all this way for the IREC? What's the appeal for you guys?
We really enjoy the competition aspect of it. It gives us a concrete goal, something to strive for. And of course, in real engineering, in the real world, you have technical challenges and limitations and guidelines that you have to adhere to for an actual project. So something like the competition where you have the DTAG, which kind of outlines the guidelines of what you're allowed and not allowed to do, gives us a great way to innovate within a restricted space.
Yep.
And I don't suppose you've got too many opportunities to launch in the Massachusetts or New Hampshire area. I mean, you've got, Mars as your local spaceport. I know Maine is developing one as the Mid-Atlantic, in case you're wondering. Mid-Atlantic Regional Spaceport, otherwise known as Mars.
I think Mars is a little far away,
right?
But
then you've got Maine that's apparently developing a spaceport, but there can't be too many locations in your area for you to be able to do launches like this.
Currently, there is a location in St. Albans, Vermont that we will drive to. It's about 4 hours one way. So we'll get up bright and early in the morning, trek ourselves all the way up almost, it's like 15, 20 minutes from the border of Canada even.
Yeah.
Launch our rocket, have a good time. Flight ceiling's a little bit lower there, so we go to about 5,000 feet rather than 10,000, just limitations of the waiver.
Yeah.
And then drive ourselves back down all in one day.
And we know that there's problems up there, which is why Robert Goddard, notoriously coming from your area, ended up all the way down here in New Mexico, launching back in Roswell, coming up 100 years ago now. He was the godfather of modern rocketry, for those that aren't as nerdy as I am. So I'm really excited for you guys. I'm really hoping that you're going to get this launch off soon. It looks like we're going to get some cloud cover moving out of the way. I wonder if that's also caused a bit of the delay. It certainly has this morning. We've had 36 launches so far, up to 143 that we're expecting over the next few days. Good luck, guys. I just want to make sure that you are prepared. You've had sunscreen, and have you drunk enough water?
Absolutely. I have 3 liters
on
on me.
and liquid IV / any kind of hydration salts, because this is a little bit different climate to what you guys are used to.
Yes.
So it's a little colder up there.
A little bit cooler, a little bit more humid, because this is also really, really dry. People don't always take that into account. So make sure you stay hydrated, look out for your team, and good luck. I'm going to let you guys go back to doing that. And thank you so much for explaining to me about your radio frequency antenna. I'm so impressed with that. I'm still going to call it the umbrella.
It really,
It does look like an umbrella.
I will say, if you play with the SolidWorks file too much, you can invert the assembly, and it does just look like an umbrella.
See, I'm not going completely crazy. I mean, my understanding of radio frequency is very, very minor, so I'm just going to go with the fact that it looks like an umbrella, and it's very impressive looking.
Umbrellas were the inspiration
and
for
I feel
how
like we
it
need
was.
to take lots and lots of photographs of it, and hopefully we'll get some more teams that come up with such incredible, great designs that you guys have come up with.
We've had plenty of people stopping by already, take photos, talk about it, see what's going on.
Have you done any presentations on it at all?
Not yet. This has been developed exclusively this year. So we unfortunately also didn't quite have enough space to put up in the convention center, but we definitely would be willing to put more resources out about this, and possibly podium presentation, something like that next year.
I've got a few RF engineers that I know that I'm going to have to take some photographs of that and send it to them and say, look what these guys came up with, what a great idea. So we'll see what we can do to get you guys some information. You're more than welcome to go back and join your team. Thank you so much for stopping by and chatting to me. Thank you. Thank you so much. We're just going to let them go back to their team right now. There's a lot going on here. They're obviously getting ready to go and launch. As I mentioned before, we're waiting for what we call the red flag. I'm looking behind me, and it looks like we see a yellow flag in that solids area, so we're waiting to see how that comes and gets sorted quickly. And while I was saying that, a little friend of mine's just joined me. Hello, Andy.
Greetings, how are you?
So for those who don't know, Andy Berger here is the Executive Director of the Experimental Sounding Rocket Association. Doesn't that give you a really fancy title?
Yeah, I'm the guy that just does all the stuff that most people don't want to do. So, no, I've got a long history with the event, love it to death. And so I know all the little things that I need to do to make sure, if it goes a little bit more smoothly, and then the firefighting, obviously,
yes.
A lot of that kind of stuff. But I enjoy it. It's a great opportunity for the kids, and it just keeps getting bigger and bigger every year, and it is hard sometimes to keep a lasso around it.
Yeah, so thank you so much. I was saying earlier that this whole event is put on by a team of volunteers that put on a lot of hours, not just during the week of the event, but throughout the year.
Oh, thousands and thousands of hours.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And we really appreciate that. And you obviously do it for a good reason. I know that you've got a son who works in the industry, that this is what inspired you to get involved in this in the first place. How have you found an event like this has prepared students for going on into the workforce?
Oh, well, the main goal is to give them the hands-on experience. I mean, you've been speaking about it throughout the morning and even yesterday significantly. It really is focused on getting them out of that classroom.
Yeah.
The classroom will give you the fundamentals. It'll get you the basics. It'll get you the formulas, the theories. This is putting it into action. And the neat thing with the new commercial aerospace market is speed. It's all about performance. It's not about the old days of, getting a 10-year-long project before you launch it. These guys want to go much, much faster. And even when it comes to hiring, the performance side of it is very important. What is the ROI on hiring a new engineer when it's going to take them 2+ years to gain that experience they need to actually start returning on that investment? And so if a student comes in that may have let's say a 3.9 GPA but no hands-on experience, that person may take 6 to 8, maybe 12 months to come up to speed in all the projects they're working on. When as you have someone else may have a slightly lower GPA, but they have been working on these type of rocketry projects and already are ready to go within a month.
Yes.
That is a significant ROI, and that's what a lot of the new space, the new commercial space arena sponsors and vendors and companies are looking for. They really are focusing these interviews in what have you done?
Yeah.
And this gives students a fantastic opportunity to do stuff.
Yeah, not just a little bit of stuff. I was just speaking to Worcester Polytechnic that came in before you. Mm-hmm. They just came up with their own design for an RF antenna. Did you see it over there?
I did not.
This is here over my shoulder. It looks like an upside down umbrella.
Look at that.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
So, I was trying to play as dumb as I could. I mean, I don't know much.
That's
I'm not going to lie when
impressive.
it comes to RF. But I was like, what is that? Please explain to me. Who came up with that design? Mm-hmm. Apparently the material it's made from is sold for people to protect their children from 5G.
Okay.
Who knew? And
Very
they turned
nice.
it around and created their own different antenna from it. It's incredible.
Like a satellite. I mean, it looks like they're trying to connect to satellites.
I know. I did ask if they were communicating with aliens with it, but apparently not.
Amazing.
It's purely for tracking their 10K COTS, which they're hoping to launch very, very soon. So we are waiting at the moment. Do we know what we're waiting for?
Well, we were initially waiting for the cloud cover to clear. And, we got a little bit of a slow start here this morning. And when I arrived, I'm noticing, hey, we got to keep going, guys. We have a lot of rockets ready to roll.
We do.
So looking at the queues, the lines that are set up over at Flight Safety Review and Final Safety Review, that's great. I love seeing that kind of activity. When I first pulled in, and that was probably about 15 minutes ago, we saw a whole nother batch of cars going out to the launch sites.
Right.
So obviously, if we were waiting on a hold for 3 or 4 or 5 rockets, that's one thing. But with teams going out and loading the pads, that takes a little while. We got to do that very safely.
Yes.
And if you got 10, 12 teams out there, so it's pretty exciting stuff.
Yeah, it sounds like we're over at the pads at the moment. That, I'm assuming, is the reason why we are on a hold. We're waiting to make sure that those students have got their rockets loaded. What is it we're looking at the moment? Do you know what area that is? It's quite difficult to sort of tell from this angle, isn't it? But we've got multiple areas. How many
Right.
launch rails and launch pad areas do we have?
Well, the primary one is, which covers about probably 85 to 90% of our rockets, is the commercial solids.
Right.
And it's also the SRAD solids, so we'll just call them the solids pads. I believe there are almost 20 launch rails available out there, so any at one point we could potentially get as many as 20 rockets out there. That's a lot, a lot of activity all at once. So getting them ready to do that takes a significant number of volunteers. You got to do it safely. There's a lot of energetics involved that, anything could go wrong. You flip a switch and if you're not ready for it, maybe something could go the wrong direction. So we got to clear the space when we do it, and it's got to follow a very, very regimented safety procedure, and it's not quick. The more teams that are out there, the slower it goes. But when you start launching, potentially you
Gets
can
it off
launch
nice
just
and quickly,
20
yeah.
of them at a time.
So we had a few network issues this morning. We weren't able to bring the first 3 launches that we had, but we will make sure that those are shared later on. That was the University of Sao Paulo, Iowa, and I believe we came back on air when it was time for the University of Texas, Dallas. So we've had 36 out of the 143 launches so far. That's not bad.
Yeah, we really need to roll. My fear, as always, as a leader of ESRA, is these students have invested so much effort, so much time, so much financial, so much. There's so many people, even outside of the site here, that are hoping and just fingers crossed they can get their launch and their launch is successful. So we worry about things like weather.
Yes.
Obviously, the wind is not a fun thing. In these heated climates, these heated environments that are here, quite often what we'll see is the mornings will be beautiful like this. This morning, there's virtually no wind. Temperatures are still relatively cool, but they're escalating, and they're going to get quite high this afternoon.
It's going to be over 100 degrees today, I believe.
Yes, ma'am. So, and when those winds start creeping up in these kind of flattened desert areas, we'll see afternoon winds really start cranking up. And when they get over a sustained certain number, we have to shut the range down, and we don't want to do that, but we have to for safety's sake. And that is a standardized rule. It's recognized throughout the world, and it's not something we can argue. And so what we try to do is just get as many teams going through the processes in the morning as possible. So we always target our high altitude flights first. They are the ones that need to go up. The hybrids, they need to go in the mornings as well. So, it is always a little bit of a challenge because they're typically more complex than your standard 10K COTS.
We were talking about the hybrids yesterday. In fact, I know the University of Sydney, where they went to countdown till 1 second, held yesterday, and then ended up having to take their fuel off. They were off gassing. So we're hopeful that we can see one of those hybrids take off today. I know the University of Sydney and Monash from Melbourne, Australia, are 2 of the teams that are hoping to do a hybrid launch, but it is a much, much more complicated process for the whole hybrid system. So we are waiting on those. I'm looking over at the hybrid area at the moment. I can't see any flag activity. We do a flag system here. Can you talk me through the flag system of what it is we're looking out for?
Sure, absolutely. And so what we have is each of the specific pad areas, and we have 3 different sets of those. We have our solids pads, and that's the most busy with the highest number of pads available. And then we also have, we have the hybrid area, which has a lot of infrastructure in place. And then finally, we have our multi-stage areas that with the high altitude launches and the special projects as well. Each of those are set up in a particular area, particular zone to ensure that any type of incident, any type of abnormal or off-nominal flight would safely stay away from the crowds. And so they're set up in those particular areas, and so each of those areas have a set of flags, and those flags will identify what stage of process that they are in, and they also identifies the safety requirements. So a green flag means everything is fine, everything's nominal. Teams can go and put their rockets on their pads. They can begin prepping for actual launch operations. Once those are set in good place, they switch to a yellow flag. The yellow flag means they're initiating electronics. They are turning on the flight computers. They're turning on GPS systems. They're turning on all of those things. That is a scenario it starts to crank up the risk factor a little bit. There's always a scenario where something could go wrong, and so when they do turn on those flight computers, it's a scenario where you don't have your whole team standing around the rocket looking at it. Everyone backs away, and you have to have a safe distance. There's one person that's dedicated that comes in, safety equipment on, PPE, etc. turns on that electronics, and then they prepare for ensuring that it works and it does what it's supposed to, gives the beeps, or the telemetry starts doing what it's supposed to do, and they get the green light saying everything looks like it's working great. When all of the teams are active in that stage, they will switch to what's known as a red flag. That means imminent launches are coming. The teams will insert the igniters into the motors, and at that point, and again, we push the crowds, we push the student teams even farther back from that area as those igniters go in. Once the igniters go in and those electrical cables are connected to our launch control system, that is essentially a live rocket. I mean, literally all it would take was LCO to hit a button and the circuit would send and that rocket would launch. So once all the teams have gotten a successful telemetry test, a successful continuity test, everyone departs that area in a rapid fashion.
So we're all waiting for that red flag is where we're going with it.
Correct, absolutely. And that's over at the solids right now. And again, it takes a little while on those solids when you've got 15 teams out there. So, we want to do it safely, and quite often what will happen is 1, 2, 3 teams will flip that little switch, and it's worked perfectly the 20 test times that they've had.
Yeah.
And yet they get out here, and with the heat and the temperature and the lack of humidity, whatever the case might be, they turn it on and something didn't go quite the way they wanted to. So the troubleshooting steps are put in place, and they resolve those. And if they can't fix them, then they turn their system off, and we move on to let the other teams launch.
So I've just had Matt Ryan, our incredible director, come and
absolutely.
sit next
Mr.
to
Matt.
me, who's been whispering in my ear as you're explaining all of that the
Miracle worker
teams
Matt.
from Turkey are very excited.
We're very excited. We can see a few of them on screen right now, showing their love. And
It's incredible. How many teams do we have internationally that are here this year? Do you know the number of teams?
We are just slightly over 60, I believe. So it usually runs about 50%, which would be about 70. So we're slightly below that, but nonetheless, it's amazing the number of international teams coming in. So one of the big drivers in that number maybe getting a little bit lower is the number of new international competitions.
Yeah.
When we started this in, even at the beginning of the Spaceport America Cup, there were very few international competitions. Latin America came up with the Latin America Space Challenge. Launch Canada was created. And so what we're seeing is, even that INMIS in Mexico is another new one. Australia has their national launch competition. We can go out to UROC with the European Rocketry Championship. That's a very impressive launch, and we love it. A lot of these competitions will mimic or utilize some of the standard documents that we have for safety, et cetera, and even improve upon them. And we love that. We have no issues, guys. If you guys want to match us, if you want to take our resources and utilize, perfect. I mean, we do appreciate. We want it safe.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking through the list in front of me. My good friend Rick gave me a laminated list this morning because yesterday I kept saying, I wish I knew all the different team names. I'm not the best, as you know. And we've got teams, obviously, we've mentioned the Australians this morning. We already had a team lift off from Brazil first thing this morning from the University of Sao Paulo. I've met the teams from Malaysia that were here yesterday. We've got teams from India. As I mentioned, Turkey are very active on the chat. We're really excited to see you guys. There's teams from Germany, the UK, my home country. It's always exciting to see all of these different universities come together, and wonderfully to see them work and collaborate together. I think we posted like a week ago on social media that the Australian team arrived at Dallas and bumped into a team from India, and instantly they were chatting and sharing photographs across social media saying, hey, how great it is, I've just bumped into a team from India. Paraguay, I'm looking at the chat going off here. I know there's Mexico. It's honestly so incredible to see these international teams that have come all this way over here to work on this and do well and work together and meet other Rocketeers from across the world. It's really exciting to see. My team from Scotland yesterday that I've been supporting for the last few years had a terrible time. Turns out we think it's a motor issue. They managed to recover their rocket and it looks like it is in good condition, so they might well see if they can launch again in the coming days.
Wow.
I know. Wouldn't that be a great story? You know, because they've come obviously all the way from Scotland to come here. As you mentioned, it's a big investment of time and money to get this far. And it's hopeful that they might be able to still do another launch.
If we can get through all the existing
Yes.
rocket teams that are ready
Priority
to go,
goes to the
they've
existing
got to,
rocket teams, yes,
you don't get a second shot until everybody else gets their first shot.
Absolutely not. But what a great story that would be if we managed to get to turn around. So we're hopeful for them. So Strathclyde, I'm still very much hoping you're going to go far. I'm looking at the chat here. It's incredible how it's blowing up, and you guys are all being very, very patient. We are waiting at the moment for launches. We're waiting for the flags to change and for everything to be ready to go, and we can get that launch with Turkey. I'm seeing other teams that are coming up on the chat right now. I'm doing my best to keep up with you all. There's lots of chatter going on. As you can see, there are teams working out at the pad, getting things ready, so that they can lift off very, very soon.
So whenever you see a Rocketeer up on a ladder, you're like, what in the heck are they doing on a ladder on a rocket?
Yeah.
Some of these rockets are upwards of 18 to 20 feet tall, and their electronics altimeter bays are about halfway up that rocket, and you just can't get to them from the ground. So they will set the ladder next to the rocket, climb up on that ladder, and turn on the switches to activate. So that's a good sign.
Yeah,
it's a good sign that they're turning on electronics.
I'm going to ruin the name of the team, so I'm not going to say it, but this is Team 142 that we're looking at right now from Turkey. I think it's, my Turkish isn't very good, but we're going to try it. We're going to go with Pamukkale University.
I gotcha. Yep.
Whether or not I've just ruined that name, I apologize, but it's great to see them up there, and it's great to see them looking ready to launch. And great to see all the chat and people waiting for this. Thank you, thank you, thank you for those that are joining and waiting on this live stream. We are going to do everything we can to get these launches up as quickly as possible. As you can see, there are people out at the ranges, which means we're not going to be launching anytime soon, anywhere near them. So I'm looking around. If they're working over at the solid pads, which is a possibility behind us, there's still a possibility that the hybrids could possibly get ready. Is that right?
That is true. When they start giving us a heads up, it's a much longer preparation time for the hybrids. But hopefully we're going to see some activity out there. Quite a few teams ready to go this year. I think we had 6 or 7 in the hybrids category this year, and so fingers crossed that we can get those up. It's another perfect day, so I'm excited about that. But you were mentioning Turkey before, and
Yes.
it's a fantastic story about Turkey. Early years, we had 3 or 4 teams showing up, and they're very active, extremely skilled, well prepared. They would show up and super excited about this. They have an event now, again, another perfect example of how they're like, why should we send all of our teams to America to launch when we have all the opportunity to do it here? And so they have created an event that is just absolutely amazing called TechnoFest. And it is, if you can imagine, a rocket competition literally the size of the IREC, and then add on to it every other collegiate and type of competition period, whether it's robotics, whether it's, just everything under the sun. Dozens and dozens of different competitions where rocketry is just one of them. TechnoFest is amazing. We were, luckily we had Steve Taylor, our president, and Stephanie, our event manager, got to attend TechnoFest. And they got, a grand world tour. Those guys are amazing. Their facility is amazing. We took some really good notes. You'll see some changes to the uniforms, I think, next year. I think our beloved blue shirts may have some Velcro on the sides with what country you're from.
I love that.
It'll be really neat.
So do I get both, the UK and US?
I think we can make that happen.
There you go. I have to have both, as I am both. I'm looking through the chat here, and I'm seeing lots of people saying good luck to their teams, and we are excited to see them. I've seen Monash on there. Again, you mentioned those Turkey teams, and lots of people that are on hoping to see them do really, really well. We are in a wait right now. We are hoping we can get some launches going off very, very soon. We are waiting for the flags to change behind us. And there is so many people on chat that I can't even keep up with how much is going on right now. So Matt, you're going to have to keep an eye on it for me. We have an incredible team, I have to say, that are behind the cameras that have made this happen every year. When Andy first came to me, must have been 2019,
2018, 2019,
and said, I want to do a live stream. I said, do you know how much work you're going to have to do this? And it really does take a massive village of people behind the scenes that pull this off every year. And they've done a great job.
We are so lucky to have Logan, Matt Ryan, those guys coming in. Okay. So nonetheless, they when I started this, I was thinking very simple: put a couple cameras on the rocket pad areas, and no commentary. I mean, just try to get the camera feeds out on the internet so that people could watch. Logan stepped in to sort of take the lead on it, and he has turned this into a world-class. I mean, there is no other live stream that matches this. There are some professional launches that can't match this as far as the commentary content, having the video feeds from everywhere. We have roaming live feed interviews where the teams are directly right onto it. So remember, this is at 3 different locations. So we had all sorts of live feeds coming in from our convention days, which is fabulous.
Sessions were all live,
right? The opening ceremony was live streamed, and then to turn around and come out here and do this remotely. I mean, we're in the middle of nowhere, and somehow we're up on the internet with all this technology, with the camera feeds, etc. And again, all volunteer. I would love to say that we have a big ABC network truck out here, but we don't.
No, but we do have really good support from NASA Spaceflight, and I'm sure we're going to get them to come and talk to us in a little bit later. It sounds like we've got an interview. One of the teams there was set up ready for a live, so I'm going to throw over to one of the teams and find out what they've got going on.
Good morning. Nikhil with UT Austin. How has your experience been so far?
It's been okay. We lost GPS signal a little bit earlier, so we've had to deal with that issue. We thought we were going to launch a little bit earlier, but our team's on it. We're making progress, and we're looking to launch pretty soon. So it's been fun. It's my first time here, so been enjoying it.
Got you. So what excites you most about this opportunity?
Honestly, just being able to see the work that this whole team has put in for the entire year come to fruition, seeing our rocket launch, successful launch and recovery, that's the main thing I'm excited about.
Great. So have you had to overcome any challenges to get to this point?
Oh, absolutely. We've had to remake parts dozens of times in our shop. We've had to deal with even our ejection test that we did earlier. We had to re-glue our bulkhead like the day before the launch. So, definitely some challenges, but we're here. We made it. Our rocket is looking fantastic, and we're really, really excited to launch.
Excellent. So you plan to be number 1?
Oh, yeah. I mean, come on, UT Austin, right? Yeah. Come on, y'all.
Absolutely. Hook 'em horns.
Hook 'em horns.
All right. Thank you so much, Nikhil.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
There's a lot of them sat next to us right now waiting for their launches. We're just waiting. It's a lot of that, actually, when it comes to the Space Institute. This is professionally and for the amateurs as well. I have been to multiple launches now across the world, and every single time there's never been one that's gone off without hitch and without any delays. In fact, I was in Florida last year for the Crew 9 launch. I got invited over and arrived to a hurricane and got stuck in my first ever hurricane I was waiting for a gator to go flying past my hotel window. So this is quite normal, that things don't go quite to plan, that we have to adapt, and that's part of what you're teaching these students by coming to a competition like this.
Absolutely, and so the flexibility, the frustrations can get bumped up, but the kids are excited to be here. Again, I highlighted in my opening address the chance of the fact that started out with 172 teams. The fact that 140 plus teams arrived means, yes, we did lose a couple. They ran into every challenge known, where there'd be, hey, half of our team got sick or whatever the case might be, and they ran out of financials, or their rocket crashed during one of the test flights. There's a myriad of challenges, but the teams that did make it have fought through all those battles and were able to successfully attend. So just being here means they win. It's an incredible achievement just to make it here. Once they get here, there's a whole new set of battles, just trying to get through final safeties, trying to get their rocket to do what it's supposed to after maybe bringing it from halfway around the world or a few states over. Still, there's anytime you move these delicate electronics in these systems, you can have new problems pop up. So I would love to say that all these rockets come rolling out here and they're absolutely perfect. You just take them out of the box and get them ready and send them up. But they do. They have to fight these battles, but that's what they're going to see in industry.
Yes.
And they're going to see pressure. They're going to see a lot of stress coming from the customers, from the supervisors, etc. And this prepares them for that.
Yeah, I'm loving the fact we've got this chat full of all the international team support that are watching. We've had UC Irvine just came on a shout out. We had a shout out to St. Louis here in the US, but we also had Argentina up there, Turkey, as we mentioned constantly. South Korea has been mentioned, Brazil.
Yes.
It's great to see all these flags and all these people supporting from around the world, watching and waiting for their teams to launch. As soon as we can go live with launches, I promise you we will be. We're on a wait. We're not 100% sure right now what's going on with that wait and the hold. I'm assuming it's because we are loading up all these pads, and there are a lot of them. So solids are red. So that's the pad behind me. I'm not sure what we're looking at right now. So this is solids. There's the red flags. That's saying to us that the solids pad is red. That means we're going to be going for launch very shortly. And we're going to wait to see when we can get those launches off. Right now, we're going to go back to Jamie, who's talking with some of the teams to find out what they're up to.
All right, and here we have Christopher with Laval University from Quebec. All right, so how are you liking this weather?
I'm not used to this hot of a weather. This is my first time in the desert, but I like it. You know, it's not as bad as I thought it would be. And since we arrived early in the morning, it was pretty chill coming up here.
Nice, so you have a little bit of time to kind of acclimate as the day goes on. Excellent. So have you enjoyed your experience here? What has that been like for you?
Yes, we have enjoyed our experience here, but since we were like 25 people, we have had a bit of trouble with hosting like 25 people. But the city is great. The city is great, place is cool, and we're having a lot of fun.
Excellent. So as far as your rocketry, have you had to overcome any challenges to be here for this?
Everything went pretty well up until now. We've had a few issues on the pad, but our team is fixing that up right now, so we should be good to launch soon. We were going to be ready yesterday, but the weather, the storms, they canceled they made it so we couldn't launch yesterday, so now we've had more time to prepare and we're ready.
Excellent, good to hear. So anything else that you would like to share just about your experience with rocketry generally, kind of what the makeup of your team is like?
I've only attended one competition like this before, Launch Canada, and it was a lot smaller, so it's a big difference coming up here with 145 teams and people from Australia, Thailand, Korea too. It's very interesting seeing all those different people from all those different places. Our team is pretty big, as I said, we're 25 people. Not all of us are here right now because our team is on the pad fixing up stuff. But it's great having to share the responsibilities, having enough people to distribute the tasks so that we aren't overwhelmed. And I recommend this experience to everyone.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Christopher. So
and we are coming back to us, and we're just going to get one of our colleagues from Midland, Texas, set up next to us. Apologies, I'm losing my voice. Andy, you have to jump in.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. So we'd like to welcome Stuart Doreen from the City of Midland, Office of Strategic Communications, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. Well, welcome. The City of Midland, as our president loves to say, has adopted us, truly adopted us. The resources, and even that, but I was part of the team that visited here first. We came out here, we saw the city, we got the grand tour, we talked to a lot of the officials in the city. The outpouring of support and excitement and interest in having Midland and the Midland area and Reeves County, et cetera, supporting us was impressive to say the least.
Well, we couldn't be happier to have you. This is just wonderful having this event, all these students here, all the competition people here. It is incredible for a community that wants to make a mark in aerospace. To have an event like this is just too good to be true.
Well, again, is this something that Midland is not typically known for aerospace? I mean, Midland and the West Texas area is known as the Permian Basin and the oil fields and the production side. This is something a little bit new, and I think speaking to some of the spectators, they're like, what? What are we doing launching rockets out in the middle of our little area here?
I think sometimes when people think about Bezos maybe shooting rockets
around the corner,
not too far from here.
That's right.
But for us, it is nice to see the rockets going up. We do have a spaceport over at the Midland International Air and Spaceport, but for a true I guess vertical rocket. It's a little different to see it, but it is really nice to be able to partner with groups, partner to bring events like this here. We hope it's the first of many. We really do hope you've enjoyed your stay here.
What's the community sort of been like in response to an event like this? Have they welcomed this? Are they starting to question what's going on? You know, I'm hoping that they're having a positive time, but I'd love to know what people in Midland have said to you about it.
Well, first of all, we love hosting all these people. It's obviously tremendous for the hotels in the region, for the restaurants in the region. But again, to kind of get a taste of what is becoming a booming industry, aerospace, rocket launching, it is something that we're kind of getting more interested in, and we kind of want, after this, I think we'll kind of want to see more of it. So anything that can get us a little more into the industry, especially with our spaceport, especially with great companies like AST, based in Midland, you know, we want to get an even greater reach into it and be a even greater participant.
Absolutely. AST Space Mobile is obviously a really great company to use as an example of someone that is based here already.
And let's not forget about Firehawk.
Yes,
Firehawk is a great,
absolutely,
with one of their facilities right around the corner from us here. So they were one of the first to have a launch from, you know, Spaceport Midland area, and so we were glad to come in here and add a few more dozen or even potentially over 100 more launches for this this area, and you know that hopefully will add a little bit more expertise and experience to folks like, hey, Spaceport Midland's had over 150 rocket launches.
Well, and again, to celebrate that, to celebrate all these people, hopefully you'll be able to say we've been good hosts here, and hopefully it's something where we can get you coming back as often as possible, whether it's for this or any other business that you're doing.
The feedback just from the convention, from the Horseshoe Pavilion, 3 times the size of what it's been what we've had experienced in New Mexico, and we needed that. We had 35 more teams, and so we were already getting pretty tight. And if we would have tried to do the same thing there, so having that much space and the staff there, phenomenal. No issues that were resolved within minutes. So I can tell you, ESRA is extremely happy with the support we got from the city and from the pavilion staff and team, and we're looking forward to doing that again. Absolutely. Hey.
Okay, so it sounds like we're going to be starting to get ready for some launches.
By the information tent, so come buy stuff now. Then they will be here today.
Yeah, we're looking at some cars leaving the pad right now. That's a good sign.
Vehicles are packing up and leaving the launch side, the solids. That is red flag at this point. So once those cars clear the area and LCO will take command of the site, we might actually start launching a lot more rockets.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm looking at our live chat right now, and it's still blowing up. Lots of Turkey support, Paraguay. Just had, is that right? We've got NYU Abu Dhabi here.
Correct, absolutely.
That's incredible.
And I would love, I'm so happy to say it's not their first time here. They've been coming here very regularly.
Amazing. I mean, what's that like for Midland to be able to welcome not just teams from across the US, but literally from around the world? We've got over 60 teams who are saying that are international that have come here. For some of them, this is their first experience ever of America.
Well, it's eye-opening. It kind of blows your mind in a way.
Yeah.
When you hear something like, oh, this is going to be neat, but then when you walk in, see Philippines, see all these other countries represented, it's like, no, this is a lot bigger deal than even some of us thought it was going to be. It's really a credit to this competition. It's a credit to the fact that y'all even took a chance on Midland to come out here, have an event like this. We're the ones that are benefiting in a major way, seeing that aerospace, seeing that events like this aren't just national, they're international. And that really tells you about the future and other things that we're getting into when the city of Midland, when the Midland Development Corporation gets into aerospace and the space industry in general.
Absolutely. And we're getting a lot of people requesting that we go and speak to those international teams. So hopefully one of our roaming guys can go and find them and speak to them, because we'd love to be able to speak to a lot of them. And we're excited to see that. I mean, thank you so much. I'm going to keep saying this to all those that are watching on the live stream, because it can be frustrating for them to be like, what's going on? Why are we waiting?
Yeah, getting close.
It's not weather related, as you can tell
It's
from
beautiful,
behind me. It's an
absolutely gorgeous.
absolutely gorgeous day. We couldn't have made it any better. It's going to get very, very hot, but as you can see, there are vehicles out there near the launch pad right now. We are a safety first organization. We have to make sure that everybody is in the right location before we start launching rockets. We don't want to cause any issues with damage to anybody or anything. So we are waiting for those vehicles to clear the launch pad area. Once they do, we get those red flags. We've got one on the solids behind us, I believe. I can't see it today. I think it's because I'm sat down. I need to stand up and then I can see it quite clearly. We're very lucky how nice and flat this area is for land to be able to watch the launches from where we are. So those vehicles, as you can see, are coming back to our base camp area. Once they're cleared, we'll start to see some launches. And the good thing is we've set up a lot of them to go off at once. So there could well be, potentially, 20 launches in a row, which would be quite amazing. Have you ever seen a rocket launch before?
I have not.
Wow.
We came in, we left Midland early this morning, and that's what we came to see, get a lot of video from it, really kind of be able to show Midlanders on our social media. Yeah, this is what it's all about, and I think you're going to get a lot of excited Midlanders. You're going to get a lot of excited young people who are finally getting this is what it means to have an event like this, to be involved in space industry, and really just, I think it's going to blow a lot of people's minds.
So we are currently about 2.5 hours from Midland, Texas. For a lot of people who don't realize, Texas is a massive, massive state. I actually live just outside of Texas in southern New Mexico. I could drive for 9 hours straight from El Paso and not hit another city until I get to San Antonio, which is quite crazy to think. So this whole area is vast, which makes it kind of perfect, really, for launching rockets.
Well, we do like to think that it is a perfect location for this being in the space industry, whether it's rocket launches, whether it's high-speed corridor testing, anything like that. We believe Midland does have an advantage when it comes to that. And again, it's just an event like this really we ordered up some perfect weather for you guys. Maybe after a couple rainstorms earlier in the week.
Yeah, the haboob was not really much needed, we can work through that.
I did warn them, having lived in this borderland for quite some time now, this has been the dustiest season we've ever had.
It's beautiful today.
We're quite grateful for the fact we are getting some relief in between. The haboob was a bit of a shock to the system to a lot of people that aren't used to that, but the haboob, which is a very severe dust storm, did flatten some of the structures, which is why we had a delay yesterday. It's why we're playing catch up today, but we will be catching up. We've got 143 launches to get through. We've done 36 so far.
Okay.
Which is not bad.
Not bad at all.
We're gonna get rolling here though with this.
We are
this next
really
batch.
hopeful we can get through at least 40 go through.
The kids are lined up, and it's going to be, hopefully a systemic process that just keeps feeding, and we're going to go faster and faster all day long. But
before we get into that, we're going to go over to Reeves County. I believe their EMTs are here on support. Well, thank you so much, guys, for supporting this.
Hey, so I'm here with Bobby Franco. He is with the Fire and EMS Department with Reeves County. Bobby, how are you feeling today?
Good. A little hot.
Yeah, for sure.
Good.
So explain a little bit about what your role is here.
Sure. So my role here at the launch is basically medical. So we have two different entities here. They kind of fall under the same roof. So we have Reeves County ESD 1 and 2. 1 is going to be in charge of our fire suppression side. They're the ones that are rolling around in the big old brush truck. And ESD 2, which is my side of the house, is in charge of medical. So we're the ones reminding everyone, hey, hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. Make sure you're not just relying on hydration gum, electrolyte gum. Make sure that you're also drinking plenty of water with electrolytes, whatever kind of electrolyte powder that we got. So.
Yeah, what are some of the challenges that you face, like coming out here and helping some people out here?
So the biggest challenges that we've faced thus far, and it's still early in the game, right? Because we've only had one full day. Today we're about not even at the halfway point. So some of the challenges that we've had has been resource management, right? Because all the local hospitals that we have here are a decent distance away. So like yesterday, for example, we had one transport that we had to take into the local hospital, and that basically put our ambulance out of play for a little over 4 hours. So trying to get resource management has been the biggest issue to overcome, but we do it. We make it happen. So.
What kind of fun are you having out here? Is it fun for you to experience the rocket launches?
So this is new to me. When it comes to rocket launches and whatnot, I'm used to more like fireworks, bottle rockets, things like that. Maybe when I was a kid, little model rockets, but this is a whole different ball game. So it's been really fun to see all the hard work from the different programs bring their year-long, I believe it's a year-long worth of work, to come in and seeing the success on their faces. You know, they light up. So that's been really fun. It's also been fun having to run out there when things kind of go boom and not up, or whenever they land in the parking lot, maybe. So yeah, it's been pretty fun. It's been eventful.
Yeah, we really appreciate all the work you're doing. Tell me a little bit about the fire side of things as well, if you can.
Sure. So as far as the fire side, what we've been having to do is make sure that we really pre-plan on things. So what are the different fuel sources that the programs are using, that the students are using for the rockets? How do we combat that in the event of a fire or an explosion, things like that. So those are things that we've been taking into consideration. Also, things like keeping people away whenever there is an event, right? The amount of distance to kind of shield people. Outside of that, here it's the individuals that organize everything did a really good job in making sure that they minimize exposures for fire spread. So that's been a really good thing. So
yeah. What are your feelings going into the week? It's gonna start getting hotter. Do you have any other additional tips for team members out here?
So we are expecting the weather to get a little bit warmer. Here in West Texas, you can see pretty much every season in a single day. And as I'm sure a lot of the attendees saw on the very first day, as far as our winds. So we have really impressive winds out here. So primary things as far as heat exposure, make sure that you're drinking plenty of water. You don't want to judge how you're feeling or how much you're hydrated based off of how much water you've taken in. It's more so how much you're putting out, right? So you want to continuously be going to the restroom throughout the day. If you haven't gone 3-4 times throughout the day, being in this heat, you haven't drank enough. So making sure that not just water, also electrolytes. So
right, so things like liquid IV, things like that are going to be really helpful.
Right. I don't want to sponsor or promote any particular brands, but yes,
right.
Those are some good
fair.
ones.
Just some examples. How else are you feeling about? Okay, it sounds like the first launch is going to go off soon.
Cool.
But any other tips you want to share?
No,
or
just
last words?
Everyone have fun. Make sure that you're hydrating plenty. Drink plenty of water, plenty of electrolyte replenishment, and keep on launching.
Awesome. Really appreciate it. Okay, we're going to head back to the launches right now.
Cool.
So thank you so much
Thank
for your
you for time.
Hello, we're just sorting a few things out here. I've got Steve Taylor who's just come and sat next to me. This is what happens when you come and sit down in the shade and think you can escape things.
I got to remember that.
We were just saying how great it was to have this access to this land here, and a big thank you to Landbridge who has organized that for us.
Yeah, it's not easy finding a new launch site. You got to have all the things right. And, one of it is a waiver, but the other thing, and probably the most important thing, is the land. Because it's very specific what your requirements are. You got to be really kind of in the middle of nowhere, and you have to have a landowner that's receptive, that wants us to support the mission of education of the students and building the next aerospace workforce. And we found a great partner in Landbridge that let us come do that. they supported the clearing of the land because we had to clear it. They supported caliche, which is a rock surface that they put down for us. So really, really fortunate to find a great landowner and partner that's dedicated to the same things we are.
It really takes a lot to put on an event like this. We were just saying that, between the volunteers that come out here and help judge, do everything from bringing water to people to help put another the tent structures to the live stream, all of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But a big thank you also to the sponsors and supporters of this competition. A big thank you to them. We are waiting, it sounds like, for a launch. We're looking over at A5. I can see team 213 out there, which I think is Princeton University. Now, I believe Princeton are going to be doing a live of their launch at some point from one of their payloads. And so I'm excited to see if they can get those going. Is that their live stream that we're seeing right now?
Yes, I believe that is.
So it's a bit grainy, but I'm hopeful that that's going to be a nice, beautiful stream once we get it going. So Princeton University Team 13, we're going to have them set up, and we're going to hopefully get them launching very, very, very soon.
That live stream, live video coming down from the rocket is not an easy task.
No, it really isn't.
And so it's one of the things that that our live stream team wanted to support, so that the students that are ready to do that sort of telemetry of the video, that we support it, and gosh, it looks cool.
I can see some Texans lost in the desert. Now, I like to think that they're actually out there for good reason. It looks like they've got antennas. They're probably looking to lock on their vehicle for trajectories to get all their data and information from it. Hopefully they're at a safe distance and they're not causing any delays, because I couldn't quite figure out where they were standing.
Yeah.
That's part of the things that would cause the delays. But it sounds like we're about to go, so we're going to stand outside of the tent
All right,
and watch
lunchtime.
these launches. So we encourage everybody to stand outside of the structures.
All right.
Oh, 5,500. That's a big motor.
That's how they're still in the safety zone. Outside the safety zone.
There we go. Beautiful.
All right.
Oh. Yeah, we definitely got some spin at the end.
I was going to say, it was a bit of a wobble up there.
Yeah, the wobble is typically one of
Here
the
we go,
fins
coming
getting a
back
little
down. We're
loose.
watching it. We're waiting for an event. An event, for people who aren't aware, is normally when we see some kind of release of the first stage. Are we seeing an event yet? No, it's not looking like we are. We're looking for the first parachute to come out. That normally slows things down. This one looks like it's coming in hot. That
She's
means
coming
it's
down
ballistic.
quick.
It's coming down without parachute, and it's looking like it's spinning as it's coming.
Yeah, no shoot yet. It's not a good sign.
We're sorry to see that come down. So we're all watching.
It's in a flat spin, it looks
it's
like.
in a safe area, so that's the most important part.
Absolutely. And it's down.
Yeah. No main chute at all. That's a shame.
So we're going to find out, I'm sure, I hate the word failure because it has such negative connotations, but when it comes to space, particularly rocketry, this is actually quite common that things don't always go to plan. I don't like to use that again, the word failure with negative connotations, but hopefully they'll learn from this.
We have
you think about how many times we've seen
Bravo
Elon
1,
Musk's rocket.
that's a Bravo 1. We have Team 217.
Team 217.
University of Texas at Austin, flying Olympus.
University of Texas
This is a
in
30K
Austin.
COT going to
The Longhorns.
29,900 feet.
The team that's been competing with us for many, many, many years.
And we have good skies. We have a green light. We are launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Nothing yet, guys.
Oh, we're seeing something.
Smoke and no joy.
Oh,
there
we go.
Bit of a wobble that came off as well.
Oh, we got another wobble.
That one seems to have had a spin as well, Andy, very similar to the last one.
Almost at the same altitude,
it looks
too.
like we're seeing parachute coming down.
Yeah, we do have a red parachute or something.
Is that the main?
It could be. It
or
looks
the
pretty
drogue?
big.
It looks rather large. So we're
You
waiting.
know, Steve, we talked about the invisible force field that every once in a while gets turned on up there.
Yeah.
So they may be trying to penetrate that invisible force field.
Oh, we're seeing that one come back down.
Yeah,
ballistic
looks like
as
they
well.
definitely had Had another anomaly.
217 is coming in hot, way out on the range.
Again, way out in the safe area of the range.
Back to back.
That's not a good good omen for today, but these rockets are pushing the limits. Sometimes they push a little too far. Sometimes they're right up the edge. But these are not simple, easy to do things. We're talking about speeds that can approach Mach and even go over the Mach. And I'll bet you both of these last two rockets went well above Mach. When you hit that, it's not an easy thing to survive. So building a very, very strong rocket is very critical. So
yeah, it looks like we've got the University of California in Irvine that's going to be coming up next. Yes. So we're waiting for that one to go. We're, as you can tell, getting through it quite quickly now. We've got to that point where we're hopefully going to keep back-to-back launches, so we're keeping an eye on that, and we'll go and see what's going to be up next, and I'll keep you informed as we know. It could well be jumping around on the pads, but there are, how many did you say, 20 of them for the solid rocket motors?
There's potentially as many as 20. I'm not sure the exact number that went out, but hopefully it's quite a few of them.
Excellent.
Interesting story with UC Irvine. I believe it was UC Irvine. The majority of their Rocketeers are getting ready to graduate on Saturday.
That's going to be Team 311, St. Louis University, flying Starlance. Starlance is a 10K cot.
St. Louis is next.
Altitude 9940 feet.
Oh, we know you guys on the chat are excited about St. Louis.
Alpha 2 for a moment. We will shift to Alpha 4 then, while we wait on 311 video. So we went Alpha 4. That is Team 120, Florida International University. It is the FIU SEDS. Another 10K cot going to 10,000 feet on an M1845 Blue Thunder Aerotech motor.
Quite a few of our volunteers have graduated from FIU.
And we have a green light on Alpha 4.
All right, good luck, FIU.
And we have clear skies. And we're going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have liftoff.
Nice
there we go. Here she goes. Beautiful liftoff.
Nice and
perfect
straight.
Motor burnout, and now it's coasting to apogee.
Can I just say how great our team is at being able to track these? It's actually a lot more difficult than it probably seems. So thank you so much to the people that are volunteering here to track.
So the team up at LCO have binoculars and all sorts of scoping telescopes, but there are quite a few that just have outstanding eyesight. I am not one of those.
I'm definitely not one of those either.
Near that,
yeah, and being very blue-eyed as I am, I can't look up at the sun very long. So you know, I take one look as it goes up, and I look, and that's about as far as it goes.
So I don't think we've recognized an event yet. They usually will call it out.
Yeah, I didn't hear an event. I didn't see an event. So we're looking at Trinity right
There's
now.
a beautiful
I'm not sure what university that is, if it's Trinity. Be great to see. 134. It is Liberty University, yes. I'm looking at those Longhorns over there, and you can see their faces when they're thinking, what went wrong? I was saying before, we hate to say the word failure because it's got such negative connotations. It's not a failure. It just didn't quite go to plan. Hopefully, they would take this opportunity to learn what went wrong and come back and rectify it next year. That's the whole point of this competition.
Absolutely. And there's a turnover of students, obviously, in the graduation. So new students will come in with new ideas. The existing students, seniors, et cetera, will train the younger students that are coming in. And so it's a constant process.
Back to St. Louis University, 10K cot.
That was an excited team.
10K cots with an M3134, and they're flying the 9940 feet.
Another 10K COTS team coming up.
We have clear skies. We are going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
There she goes. Oh, that's straight up.
Straight.
Perfect.
Oh, that was
outstanding liftoff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can watch it
Straight
still,
up.
straight up.
Right in the crystal blue sky.
I'm waiting for that event. And again, that event, we're looking for some kind of indicator that the drogue,
Correct.
which is the first smaller parachutes come out, which slows down that descent speed before they then release the main. And sometimes an event could also be
Yep.
a release of a payload, if they plan to do that.
Yep.
So we're waiting for
They
that
did announce
information.
that there was an event at
Oh,
Apogee,
excellent.
and so they've seen a drogue.
That's always a really good sign. Again, that drogue is the smaller of the parachutes, just to slow down that speed before they bring out the main. Because if you have a main deploy at apogee, that really slows it down, doesn't it?
Absolutely. When the speeds of descent are in the 10 feet per second scenario, very slow, and the winds that are pushing at that altitude will push it for miles potentially.
Yeah.
And they don't want to have to go recover that.
Yeah.
But if it's under a small drogue, it'll come down 10 times as fast. And it potentially would get damaged if it hit. So that's when, about 1,000 feet up typically, it will fire another ejection charge, and the main parachute will come down for a nice soft landing.
Nice.
This is University of Minnesota Twin Cities flying Cosmic Endeavor.
Ooh, the University of Minnesota Twin Cities.
30K SRAD to 31,500.
So this is a research motor. This means they mixed the propellant themselves and did all the testing requirements. And it's a 30K flight, so it's going to go very fast. It'll be a very impressive flight. It's a great school, great rocketry program there.
They've won
and,
before, haven't they?
High expectations.
All right,
Fingers
we have a green
crossed.
light. We're good on Delta 6. We are flying in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Smoke,
There we
ignition.
go. Go, baby, go. Beautiful. Wow, that was a very long burn time.
It was, wasn't it? Because
But
it's
it
going
was
to
so
30,000
majestic.
feet. And for those who are watching thinking, what is 30,000 feet? Because obviously the US still uses feet, not everywhere else in the world does. That's about the height of a passenger plane that they're
Correct.
going for.
Absolutely. And for the fears that are out there, we have a waiver. That waiver basically identifies any aircraft are pushed away from this launch site. So there would not be any scenarios where there could be a potential impact. We do have that waiver. There's a NOTAM that goes out to all the airline
That's
pilots.
a notice of...
Notice to airmen.
There you go.
Or air people.
That'll be more of a politically correct
Correct,
terminology.
yes.
Yes, NOTAM is very well known in the
So-
industry for that. So yes, you guys obviously arranged all of that well in advance. That's why we've only got the waivers to go above 30,000 feet until 1 o'clock.
In the mornings, yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So those teams that are aiming to go above 30,000 have to be
Teams
prepared early.
104 and teams 142. We need you at the viewing area with people who know if you're tracking or not. Please get to the viewing area.
I
We
think we're
cannot
looking at
launch you if we do not know you have tracking.
Turkey A team coming up possibly next. Team 142, and this is the team that I ruined the name of earlier. So I apologize again if I'm going to do it. But yeah, the Turkey A team, team 142, Pamukkale University. And that's my English for pronouncing a Turkey A name, so I apologize in advance.
Well, I guarantee you their English is better than my
Absolutely, their English is better than my Turkish. So.
The teams that come out here from the international, I mean, they get so concerned about oh, my English is not very good, and we just it's like gotta hug them.
Absolutely.
They're doing their best, and we'll make it work. The new technology, when you have the students come up with their phone, and it tells you what they're trying to ask. It's been phenomenal. It's been great.
I was speaking to a team from India that said to me, my English is not great, and then all of a sudden explained to me everything about their rocketry in perfect English. Yeah, so I very much said there is not even a word that I could respond in any of the dialects in India. So
you speak better English
yes,
than I do.
Definitely, they were definitely showing themselves up. So Turkey looks like it's next. And I know they got really excited on the chat earlier. I've just lost the screen, so I can't read the chat live. Unfortunately, maybe somebody in the launch area, the live stream control area can let me know what's going on, but I'm sure it's full of Turkish flags right now.
So in addition to the launches that are taking place, we have recovery teams from rockets that have already launched that are out searching for their rockets. And we always have concerns about them potentially getting into an area they shouldn't be in. That's why we have the Da Vinci system here. That
we were talking about that earlier, how
GPS
great they're
tracking systems. And it's like air traffic control. If they get into an area they're not supposed to be, the Da Vinci air traffic controllers, as we'll call them, contact them and move them out of those areas. And we will not launch if any of those students happen to
be somewhere where they're not
meander
supposed to be.
into a zone they're not supposed to be in.
We're going to say it multiple times today. It is really all about putting the student and volunteers' safety first. We are not going to do anything that's going to risk anybody's safety at any point. So, you know, that sometimes causes delays to things, and I'm sure that's frustrating when you're trying to watch a live stream and you're just hoping for a launch, but at the end of the day, we're not going to risk it for the sake of what we call rocket fever, just trying to get things up and launching as quickly as possible without real thought and due diligence and process.
Well, I think this event has created new technologies. There are no other rocket launches I'm aware of where we track the individual recovery teams. And, you know, we had some potential scenarios where, you know, we didn't like the way it was looking, and Da Vinci stepped up and created this technology for us, and they're staffing it, and we can't thank them enough for the fabulous work they're doing.
Absolutely.
And it's not easy. They've got a whole van load of people that are just manning these monitors, just like a normal air traffic controller will. It's constant communications with those teams, and it's worked very well.
Yeah, we cannot thank the people that have supported this event enough. We were talking about Landbridge earlier, that's giving us this land. Yes. I'm looking at Reeves County Fire and EMT that are here on standby supporting it. Midland, Texas City, County that have supported this event with the convention center. But then there's all the sponsors as well on top of that that have been able to financially help put on this event, because obviously everything here is important.
Absolutely. Let's talk a little bit about the landowner. And in rocketry terms, the landowner with the launch site is one of the most critical resources. Without a place to launch, you can't do anything. You can't even start planning. You can't request an FAA waiver. You can't get any of the infrastructure pieces in place. So one of the initial discussions when we came to Midland was, we want to fly to 100. That's one of our requirements. We want to fly to 100,000 feet potentially. And so it's not an easy thing to do. And so we need a large area that doesn't have any facilities that have people in them, a building, an office, whatever the case might be. And luckily, the Midland Development came forward and contacted Landbridge. We started the discussions with Landbridge, and we completed the agreement, and we are here, and it's a beautiful facility. The land is amazing. Yes, there are some oil wells here, but in essence, this is some of the flattest, best high-power rocketry area you can imagine. And so we're super excited. They even assisted in letting us do a lot of road repairs and upgrades, because with 2,000 people rolling out here, it was going to be a little rough. And again, we can't thank Landbridge enough, and we are really looking forward to talking to them after the event and seeing what the future is going to hold.
We're looking at now a drone shot over at the, I'm assuming, the solid rocket motor area, where a lot of our rails are up with rockets ready to go. We are waiting at the moment. We're not 100% sure what we're waiting on. It's still red flag out there in the range. But we are waiting to see an update on that, and we'll bring it to you as soon as we know what's going on. It could well be a few electronics going on at launch control area. It could well be that there is a team, like you were mentioning, that's on recovery, that's wandered into an area that they shouldn't be, and we're just waiting to see if they're clearing. We will get an update for that as soon as we can. We've got a lot of teams that are gathering next to us that are waiting and spectating, watching what's going on. I'm sure we're going to go and find someone over there that are able to talk to us about what's going on. Or it sounds like we've got a team in our interview booth. That's the perfect timing. We'll go speak to them.
Hey everyone, this is Andrew from Protospace MFG, and I'm here with Sage from the Duke University team. Start out here, Sage, what is it that you do for the team right now?
Yeah, I'm this year's president. I just graduated, so after this competition, I'll be transferring out, I suppose.
Yeah, for sure. That's great. And yeah, I want to go through some information, see what we can get some info from you. So what was the toughest thing that you had to go through this year, and what was like a kind of breakthrough moment that you had with your team?
Yeah, so I can think of one story. This year we scaled up our solid fuel motor from N class to O class, which was a diameter change as well. And we had been using the same fully graphite nozzle design that we had used in the prior year. We had a manufacturing issue somewhat last moment where we weren't able to manufacture this nozzle with the supplies that we had. And so we had a few people need to quickly research alternatives. And I think also we saw this as an opportunity to address previous concerns about the nozzle design, specifically the thermal gradients induced at this diameter within the graphite material. So the redesign was not only able to accommodate that issue, but then we were also able to make manufacturing easier. So in the end, it did work out.
Oh, that's good to hear, and
yeah,
it's good to make the manufacturing. Always makes it easier to kind of move through that. Right. So did you have, looking back, like at the year, was that a big learning moment, or was there other moments that was a big learning moment for you?
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak for the rest of my team, especially because I think what makes teams like this so exciting is that everybody has a different experience and they all take away different things. I think for me, I really learned to consider the weight of every decision, how we have to understand the time involved in every single design, manufacturing, assembly solution that we come up with, particularly because we relaunched a previous rocket in the fall semester, which ended up taking a lot more time than we were expecting.
Okay.
And I think we learned that we could have considered that project a bit more in depth before we dove into it the way we did.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, for sure. So I know, like with your rocket, there's a lot of different components that fit into it, and everything kind of has its place. Do you have a lot of different like sub teams or like groups within your rocket team that does?
Yeah, so we have 6 sub teams. We have aerodynamic simulations, avionics, solid propulsion, recovery, payload, structures. And was that 6? I think I named all of them.
I think that was it, yeah.
Yeah, so, and also last year we started a liquid propulsion program, so I guess technically 7.
Technically, okay.
So, yes, we do have a lot of subsystems.
Yes. So before doing, like becoming the president, were you part of one of these subsystems?
Solid propulsion.
Solid propulsion,
Hence
okay.
the story choice,
Yes,
I suppose.
exactly. That makes sense. Fits with the theme of the information there. So any other, like, how did you change your rocket from last year to this year? Like, what did you?
Yeah, a lot of different changes. It was an incredibly complex project, very time consuming. We had run air brakes in the past, but we added canards this year, which we gave a podium presentation on. We also modified our fin sight project, which is meant to sense vibration of the fins during flight. So we switched from strain gauges to accelerometers and manufactured them a little bit differently. We also have a completely different payload, which uses designed for computer vision, live video. We have a gimbal camera, guided recovery. So I would say those are the main changes, in addition to moving up competition categories. We're now in the 30K, where we used to be in the 10K. So, and solid propulsion is bigger as a result.
Yes,
so,
for sure.
Yeah.
All right. So I think we're going to go back to the commentators. So thank you for that, and good luck with your launch.
Yeah, thank you.
Just decided to put on our new hats. Andy, tell me about this wonderful merchandise that we've got going on. I know.
I'll try my best to do my Vanna White of merch. Okay,
I'll
maybe
Vanna
not.
White
Yeah, thank you. Our merchandise environment. Oh, Lord, of course. All right, cleared of obstructions. That was our goal. But we will be talking about merchandise. Absolutely.
10K caught shot. Airtech M1845.
Turkey.
Blue Thunder. And that's again Alpha 1.
Going on pad Alpha 1.
And the skies are clear. We are launching in 5, 4.
Team 134.
3, 2, 1.
There she goes. Up, straight up. Beautiful. Beautiful lift.
Nice. We're waiting for an event. It's coming down. I can see that curve at the top. We're waiting for that event. It looks like we just saw a puff of smoke. Let's see if that's the event they're looking for, the drogue they're looking for. Slowing it down. We're not sure 100% right now, or if that was a payload. We're waiting. I can see it quite clearly. It looks like I can see a drogue. Can you see the drogue?
I do not, and they haven't announced a drogue.
Apologies, apparently my microphone's a little bit far away from me. It looks like we've seen a drogue come out. It's kind of difficult to tell. The wonderful thing about these clear blue skies is that it's great for launching. It's not so great if you've got very pale blue eyes like I have, Andy, because I get to a point where my vision isn't much good anymore. And that's great English that I just used as well.
All right, next up is going to be Team Alpha 3.
Again, it's coming down in a cleared area with
we're going to go through this as quickly as we
no
can.
teams, no anybody
So
out
we're looking
there.
at Alpha 3.
The delay before was they had seen some folks out.
All right, here we go. Next on Alpha 3, Team 142. This is
Team 142 is up next.
Pamukkale University, flying from Turkey, flying
Pamukkale from Turkey.
Hazar rocket to 10,200 feet. It is 10K COTS at an M1850 Aerotech White. We have a green light, and the skies have cleared, and we are launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Nothing yet. No
that could
smoke.
be an igniter issue.
Yeah, that definitely could be an igniter. All right, they're going to recycle the launch control system real quick.
3, 2, 1.
Nope, still no joy.
So tell me a little bit about what that could be, because we're thinking that's possibly an igniter issue. We've seen that a few times.
All right, no joy.
Absolutely.
We
So
will move ahead.
what we use for these rockets are double-headed igniters, which means they have twice the number of normal ignition sources inside the rocket motor. What this has done is helped us avoid these type of misfire issues. We have very few of them. And so either a connector is come loose on the launch control system, but it could be quite a few different things.
Okay, we're going to go over to the next one, which is quite good. We're already lined up. Charlie 1 looks like we're going to be going to next. We have A, B, and C, and different rail numbers, so we're calling them, just in case people are wondering why I'm calling it Charlie 1, it's not the name of the rail, it's just to say C1 is going to be our next launch from, so we're just going to keep an eye on that until we know what it is. 187. Team 187, it looks like that's Utah State University. Perfect.
Oh,
Look
excellent.
at that.
Yeah, Utah State.
This is why Rick's list has saved me today. Thank you very much to Rick Wallace, who gave me the list of all the team numbers, because I can see the numbers. It's always nice to know the names. And I apologize to Turkey, because it sounds like I've been saying their name wrong all day today. But congratulations to them. Looks like they had a good launch. So we're just moving over and waiting at the moment for Utah State University to take. Let's hopefully take that soon. And it looks like, I'm looking over at the spectator area next to me, that radio frequency antenna that we were talking about earlier that's been designed by Worcester Polytechnic University has been angled in the right direction. That's always a sign that they're getting ready to launch as well.
I can't wait to see that work. That would be amazing.
It's incredible looking. As I mentioned earlier, I said I know a couple of RF engineers. I think will be very excited to see that you designed your own antenna here. I'm going to be taking lots of photographs of that and sending it to them and saying, what do you think? Impressive. Worcester Polytechnic University, as I mentioned earlier, is also the institution where Robert Goddard, the godfather of modern rocketry, is from. So it's nice to see that his legacy is living on in the students that are working there today.
The original home of the IREC was in Green Rivers, Utah. And while the site was out there, the city, we had many wonderful years out there. It was before my time, but I've gone through a lot of the videos and a lot of the prehistory with the early IREC when there was 4, 5, 6, as many as 10 teams, and it was a great start. And the legacy is what you see today. So it's pretty impressive. But Utah folks, that's where this all started.
Yeah, we're looking at the St. Louis University. Now they had an issue earlier where they were about to go and then had to pause, or take a breath. So we'll see what we're going to do with that at some point. And I'm looking at the other numbers we can see. 187 it looks like. Again, that's at Utah State University. We're waiting to see takeoff as well. So we'll see what we're going to do with that. I'm not sure why we're in a hold right now. I wish we had a radio here, Andy. We just have to make it up and guess what's going on with the hold. I would guess it's something to do with one of the recovery teams in an area that we want to make sure is kept clear. It's quite difficult to tell at this point. Yeah, looks like Utah State University is having a good chat with my friend Rick Willis behind the cameras. So maybe we'll get a bit more information about what's going on with them in a minute. Maybe even get them on to talk about their launch.
So we can talk about merch?
We can, why not? We might as well wait until somebody from Launch Control tells us otherwise. We're going to talk about our merchandise. Now, I keep saying this and I'm going to keep repeating it over and over again. This whole event is put on by volunteers. It's supported financially by people that donate things like land, which is great.
Absolutely.
But also we need the financial money support to be able to put an event like this. And we're getting cut off again.
We're going to Charlie 1.
Charlie 1.
Charlie 1.
Charlie 1, which is team 187, Utah State University.
Here we go.
Okay.
The Blue Burners. This is a 10K cot shot, 10K feet on an M2500 Aerotech Blue Thunder. So we're out on Charlie 1. We have a green light.
This should be a great, very quick launch.
Clear skies. Launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Come on, baby. There she is.
Oh, little bubble.
Oh, yeah.
You cannot beat the sound of a rocket, can you?
Nice launch. Very straight, full burn. Waiting for the apogee.
Next up will be Charlie 2.
Looking for an event. It could have happened. We've not seen one yet. These things are incredibly high in the air and very, very challenging to see with my eyesight.
Andy, I think we're seeing live video.
Oh, live video.
Look at that.
Okay, all right. Wow, that's beautiful.
Isn't that great?
So I can truthfully say it's under drogue. This is a normal, yeah, you can see the drogue. There it is.
Charlie 2.
That is amazing.
Charlie 2 is going to be the last of the solid.
Enjoy the ride, everybody at home.
This is team 104, Austin Community College. Space Cowboy, 10K cots to 10,000 feet on an M1850 White Lightning Aerotech motor. We are on Charlie 2.
Charlie 2 is coming up next.
Charlie 2.
Skies are clear. We are launching in
Austin Community College, one of our few community colleges launching.
1.
Go those Space Cowboys.
There she goes. Very nice lift.
Nice. What a great launch. So this is Austin Community College we've just seen launch.
We do have quite a few community colleges competing. I mean, it's
Isn't
not
that
just the
great to
big
see?
universities.
You know, I'm a big fan of Dr. Sion Proctor, who's a community college professor who went up on the Inspiration 4 launches with Jared Isaacman and SpaceX. And she said, you know, there are some incredible students that come out of community colleges around the country and they don't always get the opportunities that a lot of the universities does. So it's great to see them come and compete at the IREC like this.
Absolutely. Supporting the community colleges, you know, it's a significant challenge even when you're at a larger university to get the financial and all the other resources necessary to compete. When you see the community colleges, you know that they have really fought even harder to get through some of those resource challenges.
Yeah.
And so excited to see them there. We also have a Houston Community College, the Katy Rocketry Club here, and several other community schools. So great.
I'd love to know what footage we were just looking at, because that was another live stream. Yeah, it was the previous rocket. I did think so. So we were looking at the other rockets live cameras still as it was coming down, which is always great to see. I was wondering if the community college also had that on there, and I just wanted to make sure I was clarifying. No, this is the live view of it coming right down. It's gonna land any second. Look.
That is amazing.
Oh, there's that drogue.
And it's on the ground.
Oh, it's the main. Look, sorry, it's the main we're just seeing as it's
on
landing.
the ground.
Great timing, guys, to get that.
That was a nice soft landing too.
Yeah.
Now you'll see the fun part where the wind starts to drag the rocket around a little bit.
I'm waiting to see a rattlesnake come out.
Oh, yeah?
Or a scorpion or one of our other wonderful critters. Do you know what? I haven't seen one yet, which is a good sign.
That's a good sign.
But you do have to be careful. We are in their territory to make sure we're not going anywhere near them. I did see a bunny rabbit this morning. I was very excited to see little baby.
If you were looking at that clip just a second ago, you'll notice all the telemetry data that was included in the video.
That's amazing.
And if you have that skill set and you bring that to an interview for a job, and you say, here's some examples of what I did, that's not easy. You can't just go to Walmart and buy a computer system that'll do that. That's a lot of work.
It really is. What a
All
great,
right, we
great
have
accomplishment.
completed our solid salve. We are waiting on lock on the 2-stage. And while we're waiting on lock on the 2-stage, I have been asked to make a fourth adjustment to the merchandise. It is now over by the viewing area sponsors
merchandise
and live stream. So it'd be over where you spectators, everybody that's watching, it's going to be over there. That's the northeast corner.
We were saying earlier, merchandise is just a new method of us being able to raise money, funding to be able to support this event.
Well, and it's also providing the students let's make it pretty clear. There are a lot of family members. There are a lot of team members that couldn't make it here, those kind of functions. And so, from that standpoint, they want to participate in this even though they couldn't make it here. And so the students will come in and they'll gobble up the patches and the stickers and all that kind of stuff.
Who doesn't love a patch?
Oh my gosh. Or hats or
we're
whatever it
both
is.
wearing the live stream
That's right.
team hats. We're very proud of the fact that we're wearing our live stream hats. But there is lots of different merchandise options. In fact, there's even some that are aimed at the dads out there because it's Father's Day this Sunday, right?
Yes,
so I said if any of the students forgot that they've got to get their dad a Father's Day gift, go and thank your parents. Without them,
Always.
you wouldn't be here.
Always.
Go and buy them. And there's a sticker, I believe, that says, I may not be a rocket scientist, but I can spawn one.
That's right, created one.
So yes, go and check out that merchandise. And for those of you watching at home in the live stream are thinking, I want a really amazing Ezra live stream hat, or we've got some IREC different hats and t-shirts available. You can purchase those online and we will send them to you. There is a limited quantity of how much we've got available because this isn't our full-time job.
But we will make more.
But we will figure it out for
We
you.
will make
And we
more.
will, anything you can do to help support. We've always called out as well, the live, you can put some money into the chat if you want to, the live stream. Did you know
Correct.
that?
I did.
Super
Super chats.
Super chats. If you would like to see Bram wiggle his butt like he did yesterday, we're all for it.
Well,
I didn't say
maybe.
Andy, I did say Bram. I'm not volunteering to do that myself either, but we will happily get one of our younger team members to come on and laugh and joke with you as much as you want for whatever it is you can do. All that money, it's not going into our pockets. In fact, we all pay for ourselves to be here often, most years. That money goes to paying to this event every year, which is all about the students, getting them the opportunities that they wouldn't get, as you mentioned before.
Right, and keep in mind, a lot of these volunteers are professional engineers. They have industries, the jobs they are working. They're taking vacation time. They're burning. They a lot of companies will sponsor or cover those kind of costs. A lot of them won't, and so it's amazing the investment that these folks are here. Hey, I could be at home enjoying and relaxing. They're out here in the heat and they're working with the teams, but they do it because they love it.
Yes.
And it's a great thing to do. And my company offers volunteer time off, which is a kind of a new program. Isn't it nice?
Yeah.
So it gives me 3 days where if I'm doing something related to STEM for a nonprofit like this, I get 3 days that I can do every year, and it's fabulous.
Perfect. Yeah, I was going to say massive shout out to my company, N2K Networks. I produce the T-Minus Space podcast. They let me come out here today, so thank you for them. I did have to take vacation time, but I did have to pay for myself to be here.
Please pay attention, be listening. As soon as they are ready, we're going to call you out to watch.
We're just waiting for the PA announcements to see what's going on.
Yep.
Doesn't sound like we're going to get launched just yet, but we are waiting for the next announcements for the next launch. So yes, a big thank you to all those companies that help support this. Everybody from, as we've mentioned several times now, but the land company from Midland, Texas have been able to support this. The local hotels, they've been really great at accommodating us. Some of them are even last minute, making sure that those that are here to support the event have got rooms and are able to get in and out quite easily. I'm looking over at the Reeves County emergency team that are here on standby, who are supporting the teams, making sure that they've got everything
Oh, absolutely.
they need. You know, we do keep saying it, and we hope we don't give them any work, because we say to the teams, please, 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 please be prepared for this very extreme environment you're in. It's hot. It's dry.
They're here for the worst case scenario,
Yes.
and even the little things, the heat stress and
stress is definitely
those
one
functions,
thing to worry about.
you know, it's fantastic, and we got to be ready for all of that. So,
if you're
thank
watching
you,
this,
thank you.
go hydrate. I'm sitting here drinking my
Yep.
hydration salts right now. In fact, I was saying yesterday, I was talking to one of the Scottish team, and I said, what happened to you last year? He said, I ended up in hospital. I said, how did you do that? I told you to keep drinking. He said, I did. I drank too much water, and I lost all the salts and sugar in me. I said,
my
that's why
goodness. Yep.
hydration salts are so important in this environment. I don't think people realise just how dry we are. We're expecting over 100 degrees.
Oh yeah, and you can already feel, you know,
Oh,
the
yeah.
lips getting chapped,
yeah.
and I have a perfect example of when I start to get dehydrated, I get a splitting headache that comes out, and I rarely get headaches, but when I can feel it coming on, it's, you know, grab that water, you know, grab the Gatorade, grab whatever you need, and chug it, and I mean within 10 minutes that headache will be gone.
Cleared. So keep an eye on your teammates. Keep an eye out on them. If you're not out at site today because you're still working on your rocket and you're planning on coming out and launching tomorrow, start hydrating now. Start thinking about making sure you're prepared, and like I say, keeping an eye on your team is so key. Making sure that people around you, because some people are very lucky like you, Andy, and get that quite quick indicator that they're dehydrated. Some people don't, and it can take quite extreme measures until you realise just how bad it is. So please, please, please stay hydrated. Stay out of that direct sunlight. Put on sunscreen. I've seen quite a few of our volunteers walking around with some very red noses today.
I've noticed a couple, without a doubt.
It was a long day yesterday.
We do have a formal dress code, and so when we potentially see students, volunteers, whoever, even spectators, coming out in sandals, shorty shorts, and tank tops, no hat, and no sunglasses, you know, we need to address that quickly, or we're going to have a problem on our hands.
I know, people think it's strange, but the more sun exposure you've got, actually the more you want to be covered up.
Absolutely.
This is why
Absolutely.
Ezra's got these lovely long sleeve shirts that we have for the volunteers here to make sure that they're covered up.
We'll have no lobsters out here. We won't allow it. And when you look at these fabulous teams, they're not only dressed appropriately with long sleeves, hats, all of that, but they have similar uniforms. I mean, they're really showing team spirit. You know, I'm looking at several teams just off to our immediate left, and you know, they're absolutely sporting their school, supporting their team. They've got team spirit, and they're excited about being here.
I love
it just looks great.
Yeah, I can see the team from South Korea stood next to us right now, and they're wearing vests. And it looks like those vests have got fans in them. What a genius idea.
Wow, yeah.
To wear a vest that's literally cooling you off as you go. As you can see, look, it's a cooler inside that vest. There are some great little nifty ways of doing it. I mean, I've got a little miniature fan that I use when I'm not on air, which is very rare at the moment, to keep myself cool. We are very lucky that obviously the live stream team have access to an air-conditioned trailer, which is where all of our equipment is.
All the electronics.
We wouldn't be able to do this if we didn't have that access. It takes a lot of infrastructure to set up an event like this, and to take it all down again in a few days. So.
Yeah, setup is challenging, and teardown is also challenging. And you know, when the stuff gets here, you always got to test it, and sometimes some of the stuff doesn't work. Somehow this live stream team has magically been able to resolve all those issues. I think they had one of the video switching boards that last second they had to order a replacement and get it overnighted. And
that was Tuesday.
Yeah, that was very scary and exciting. And once again, the live stream team stood up and resolved the issues. And you're watching us now.
Matt and Logan and the others
and their
that have been
team,
here
absolutely.
They've worked tirelessly. They've worked very long hours, and they were out here during that haboob the other night that caused a lot of delays for not just for the live stream, but for the whole setup of this competition. I'm sure you've seen some of the drone footage from the last few days. If you haven't, or gone onto our social media and seen it, a massive haboob, which is a big, powerful dust storm, hit us on Tuesday evening, took out some of the infrastructure here to two of the large tent areas, which is what we'd set up to give the students plenty of shade so that they can work on their rockets outside of that direct sunlight, and they were flattened entirely. And the structures weren't just a little bit damaged, they were really bent, which is quite incredible to see. It also caused problems with some of our electrical setups. It meant that the NSF who had arrived Tuesday evening to set up some of their cameras couldn't do that either. So, you know, we were working on the fly yesterday, I should say, making sure everything was working as we could. It meant we had a few technical delays, a few glitches. Again, we're an all-volunteer team, and they've done an incredible job.
And this is our first year here. All of this is relatively new for this site. So, you know, there were some challenges, you know, from all of that, plus the challenges with that, the windstorm. So, again, kudos out to the team across the board. There are most of the team has got very little sleep. They are just, I mean, getting to bed at midnight, getting up at 4 a.m. or earlier, and getting out here. The students arrived this morning, 5 a.m. Gates were open at 5 a.m. They came rolling in. And I know the live stream was up early, getting all their gear ready to go. And even though the live stream may not have started until a little bit later on, these guys were working. They were testing all the cameras. There are a lot of these cameras that have to be taken down every night and put back up in the morning. So very, very, you know, a lot of work, significant amount of work.
Time-consuming, yeah, and a lot of work preparing for this, making sure that all the equipment's here. Some great drone operators that have come out here and volunteered for this event. And again, a massive thank you to NASA Spaceflight.com, who come out every year and support us with this as well. We'll hopefully get to see some of their amazing technology later. You know, they're training some operators in the United Kingdom with remote cameras during this event.
I heard that.
John Galloway Das, who's well-known presenter for NASA Spaceflight and owner, co-owner of the organisation, is here and has been here for multiple years. Started off in 2017 covering this event, and has come back and volunteered and been an incredible support to the team here. He was telling me that, you know, there isn't any other opportunities where you can train up camera operators to see this many launches. So this is a great opportunity for them to come and support it, not only knowing that they're going to support the teams that are going to go on and do well, but also to train their team before they go and do their coverage of SpaceX or Firefly Aerospace they do extensively, or any of the other great launches they see all across the US. So there is a nice little symbiotic relationship that's been built there.
100% there. And it was wonderful, especially in the early years. You were one of the first people to tell us we need to get NASA Spaceflight. And NASA Spaceflight is probably one of the premier providers, private. They're not part of any of the big space companies. They are a private provider of launch video services. And I watch, that is the channel that I go to for every SpaceX launch and all of those. And I know every year DOS is like, as long as there's not a big launch going on during the IREC, we'll be out here, and we just keep our fingers crossed. But with SpaceX launching so many, I mean, actually across the board.
Technically, they could be doing every other week with the Starship if they can actually figure out a lot of their mishap investigations in time, which is exciting to see. And of course, that's not only about 6 hours away from here, roughly, to get down to Star City as it is now.
Star City, official city name.
Yeah, it's incredible to see that. We've obviously got Blue Origin's Van Horn not too far away from here as well.
Right around the corner.
So we're basically just outside of Space Valley, which runs all the way from El Paso, Texas, up to Denver, which is a lot of new space areas that are building up. Starbase is what I'm being told.
Starbase, yeah, sorry.
That's Moscow. Yeah, we're showing our age there, aren't we?
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
There are all these people around here going, what? Yes, no, we remember that very
Star
well.
City, Russia.
Yeah, Starbase. It's a full city now in Texas. It's quite incredible. I mean, Texas is huge. I don't need to tell you that because you lived here for a very long time.
I have.
But, you know, for in relative sense, for Texas sense, we're just down the road from Midland, Texas. It's only a 2.5-hour drive. I was saying to Steve earlier, I said, some of the teams that I was chatting to, I said, please tell me you're staying closer. They're like, no. Couldn't find accommodation closer than Midland, Texas. We're doing a 5-hour round trip every day to come out to the launch site. Oh.
So having lived in Houston and during attending the Cup, it was the widest section. It was the widest, longest drive that you can do. I believe it's 839 miles from the east side of Texas to El Paso, which is the far west side. And it is a full 10.5-hour drive. The great thing is part of that drive is 80-85 miles an hour on the interstate, because there's just nothing out there in some of the western side. So you can actually make some pretty good time, but it is still a very, very long drive.
I'm vacationing in Corpus Christi in a couple of weeks.
That's where I grew up.
Yeah, great area. I'm really excited to be going over there. So from where I am in Las Cruces, New Mexico, it's about a 40 14-hour drive to get to, and I live just on the border of Texas. It's quite crazy to say that, but people are like, why are you doing that? I said, well, by the time we've flown across the state, grabbed vehicles and driven wherever I need to go to, trust me, it's easier to do it in my truck.
You do that same amount of driving in the Northeast and you'll cover 7 states.
I know, it's crazy to think that, and yet I'm still in the same state. It is quite amazing out here. So we're looking at some vehicles now. It looks like they are perhaps coming back from the pads. Yes, it looks like I can see a couple of them coming down now. So we've been on a hold. It's a frustrating time when we're sat here thinking we don't know what's going on, but we always have to assume it's because there's other things that are being set up. We've talked about possibility of a 2-stage going to be launched at some point today. We're still waiting for updates from the hybrid team. I know they've been working so hard. Hybrids are so difficult and so complex.
Correct. And the heat does not help.
No. Tell me about that system.
So in a hybrid environment, you essentially have 2 instead of 1 solid piece of propellant and igniting it. And that propellant has its oxidizer and fuel components all mixed into a solid grain structure. Those are fairly stable, fairly easy to light. And once they get lit, they're gone. You really can't throttle them. You can't turn them off. That was kind of one of the challenges with the solids, but they are you can store them very easily. That's why you see solids in a lot of the missiles in the military side. The storing is relatively safe. You can hold a propellant grain in your hand and be you're not going to have any type of toxic nightmare. Drop them on the ground. They're usually fairly safe, but you get them near a flame, and it's going to be an exciting time, and you don't ever want to do that. So, but nonetheless, the hybrids introduce a liquid component or a gaseous component, I would say. And so what we do here is any type of gaseous oxidizer, we focus on nitrous. Nitrous is the primary gaseous oxidizer here, easy to manage, easy to handle in relatively small quantities, very safe. And so they have a fuel component, and that fuel component is slightly different. Instead of the epoxy or anything that's used in a solid motor, it's usually some form of plastic or a wax-based structure. The heat can affect some of those wax structures. We've had some very dynamic teams come out here and create a 3D printed lattice structure and then use the paraffin or the wax to basically mold over that to hold it in place to make sure that they don't have disintegration or fluffing or whatever one of the terminologies is. And it's very high tech. It's very, very exciting. With that fuel that's in there, they have a tank of the nitrous above. And so when they get ready to ignite and launch.
Just going to interrupt you, Andy, for a second. It looks like we're looking at our Starlink connection there. A big thank you to Tim, who's come out from Starlink to help us set up with this.
I've not met him yet.
Yeah, have you not? He's been really great.
That's
He's
awesome.
also been our extra IT guy, camera operator, sometimes even presenter yesterday. He's really been thrown into the deep end of being part of Ezra. So big thank you to Starlink. That is how we've been able to do the live stream. To connect you all. So thank you very much, Space, for that connection.
Absolutely. Love Starlink. I've been an early adopter of Starlink. Esra owns a Starlink, and we rent several more of them for this. And fabulous technology, opening and connecting the entire world to the internet.
So apologies for that. I just saw it come up on screen. I thought we should really give them a bit of love. And SpaceX is obviously a sponsor this year as well, so it's really great to see.
It's been a while since they've been a sponsor, but they are back in action. We're excited to have them, and we're looking forward to, hopefully they had a very good time at the convention center, the pavilion.
I'd imagine so,
And so we're very excited about having them, and I just can't wait to start discussions for next year.
Yeah, so we were talking about the hybrids. I apologize, I interrupted you halfway through about, but we are waiting. So yesterday we saw, I think it was the University of Sydney, were setting up for their hybrid. They did the countdown, they got to 1 and they went into a hold, and it turned out they had to off gas. Have they still got a chance to launch?
Certainly. Off-gassing, if it does not ignite, then the fuel grain component should be safe. And from that standpoint, even if the igniter did burn, you can take that out and put a new one in. And from the nitrous side, they have the ability to load the tank, and you want to get it pressurized up so that you get a good flow of gas outside of or onto that fuel grain. So you need your gas for your oxidizer, and you need it on that fuel, and then you get a flame source for the igniter. And with all of those together, you create a high pressure exhaust. And when that goes out that focus nozzle, you have thrust. Thrust lifts the rocket up. And so you have the opportunities to do a lot of exciting things with a hybrid that you cannot do with a solid. Again, we talked about before. potentially you have the ability to control the thrust, slow it down, speed it up. You can turn it off even.
We see a lot of companies using hybrids now, don't we?
Correct.
For that reason.
Absolutely. So Virgin Galactic has been
Yeah,
an early
notoriously.
adopter, and very large, very, very large engine in that hybrid. And when you're doing that with humans, the testing levels take it way up 100-fold.
Yeah.
And so that motor has got to be just 100-fold safe, and testing. And so everyone's like, hey, where's Virgin Galactic? Why aren't they launching all the time? Well, they are building the next generation. They're going to make it even better. They're going to make it so that it can turn around faster. And the first generations always has some improvements that they want to jump on, and they are doing that now. I believe they're out at the Mojave focusing on those efforts, and then we'll be back to Spaceport America to do testing. And we cannot wait to see that thing going off every single week.
We can only hope, can't we? So we're still waiting on the hybrid teams. There are 2 from Australia. I know there's probably several more this year that are going to be hoping to launch in the next couple of days. They have been out here since the weekend, if my understanding is
Correct.
right.
We allow the hybrid teams to come in on Sunday to help set up their GSE, their ground support equipment. Again, with solids, all you need is the electrical lead that connects to your igniter. Hybrids, you have to have the ability to remotely, meaning 1,500 feet to 1,000 feet away, turn a switch and have it start filling. And then you have to have sensors and telemetry coming back saying the tank's full, the tank's not full, or if you have any issues. And then you have to have the ability to, flipping a switch, detank. You need to get all that nitrous out there, because once that's pressurized, even if you can't launch it, you cannot go near it. It is unsafe. It is potentially able to launch whenever it wants to accidentally. So unsafe. Got to detank it and got to be able to do all that remotely. Also, we have safety protocols in place now that if the batteries for all those telemetry systems were to fail, then all of the valves open up and just release all the gas out, so it automatically safes it. So a lot of different safety protocols that are required on that side that are not required on the solids. A lot of moving parts, but this is the iteration, we'll call it. We prefer to have students that are competing in the 10K cot side, as far as the challenge being slower, not slower, but slightly less. And then as the teams mature, they can start moving into the higher altitudes with higher speeds, more challenges in their engineering design, making sure their rocket is strong enough, and then proceed into potentially the hybrids. In the end, most of our high-end teams, especially the sponsors, are actually looking for that liquid experience. And it's a significant challenge. It's a multifold factor of complexity, moving from solids to hybrids and then eventually to liquids. ESRA is always espoused that we want liquids, we want liquid teams. Sponsors are making it very clear to us that liquids are absolute a priority for them. And but to get a college team to that level, you can't start with a liquid. You cannot. It would just be nearly impossible.
Well, we've had this conversation before. I've worked in at spaceports, and I've seen multiple professional companies with liquid rockets not do so well with them. So the idea of amateurs also scares me, although I do think there's probably more checks and balances at least when it comes to the way they design things and your support with mentorships as well.
We had a community college thinking that, hey, we had a successful 10K COTS. They wanted to jump straight into the liquids. Ooh. And so they're talking to me, and I'm like, okay, and I started to walk through some of the challenges they're going to run into. Yeah. And you just see their eyes getting a little bit bigger, and I was like, you understand some of those, just a simple valve, and you're going to need probably 15 or 20 of them, plus spares. Mm-hmm. Each of those could be, if they're cryogenic, they could be as much as $500 a piece, plus the tubing, plus the telemetry pieces. It is not something you start into lightly, to say the least.
And they're competing, obviously, at the moment with the heat.
Yes.
We are starting to get to that time of the day where
it's kind of starting to cook.
It's cooking, yes. Yeah. I feel rather toasty and warm. And that does make things a little bit more difficult for the hybrid team. So we are hopeful for them. I'm looking at a red flag right now. Is that on the solids area behind me? No, that's over at the 2-stage area, is it?
Yeah, 2-stage is still a red flag.
So 2-stage looks like it's still on a red flag. I'm looking out right now. And it looks like our hybrids area might even be on a red flag. I can see one here, and I can see one further out. Red flags. Talk to me about those flags. What do they mean, Andy?
So each of the launch areas have a set of flags. The green flag identifies that the launch area is safe, so that the launch personnel, the student teams, it is ready to be loaded with a rocket for the next launch. So very safe, very easy to access, and no significant high risks. As the rockets are loaded, which takes a significant amount of time at times, the rockets are loaded onto the launch rails. As they progress through that, the next step is to activate your electronics and telemetry and your altimeters, all of the systems that ensure that your recovery systems are going to operate the way they're supposed to. That also includes payloads. We have a lot of very advanced payload systems that are out here that include, internal GPS systems, their own telemetry, and the experiments themselves that are on site of it. So you would turn those on as well. Keeping in mind that sitting out there on the pads, these things start to cook. The batteries will get hot. These teams have to engineer that and get ready for that. So we are hearing word that hybrids potentially are up next.
Oh, I really want to hear from the hybrid teams and see what they're up to. So are we able to speak to the hybrid teams over that are fueling right now? Well, perfect. We've got a student team on standby. We're going to go and see what they're up to and find out a bit more from those that are actually competing, so we're not sort of speaking all the time.
Hey guys, I'm here with the University of Houston. How are you guys feeling today?
Feeling great. It is a little hot outside, but we're here.
Yeah, for sure. You're staying hydrated, all that good stuff.
And keeping the samples hydrated.
Awesome. So why don't you tell me a little bit about your payload and what's inside this box here?
Of course. So this year we are doing a biological payload, and usually we do a biological payload because we're from Houston, which is where Johnson Space Center is. And so this year the experiment aboard the rocket is to see how low hypergravity affects sea urchin sperm. So I'll be assessing, so I have a control sample that will be with me and a experimental sample that will be aboard the rocket of sea urchin sperm. And I will be doing a pre-flight and post-flight analysis on both of the samples and seeing if there's a difference in sperm health. So the parameters I'm using to see what to determine sperm health is sperm count, motility, which is how they move, and then morphology, which is how they're shaped. So that's how it.
That's so exciting and so unique. How did you come up with this idea for your payload?
Yes. So first of all, I want to just put this out there. Alfredo, he's our chief engineer, and he kind of gave me full freedom to design my own payload, which was incredible because not a lot of chief engineers do that. And I am a biology major on this team, and I'm I am one of the 2 biology majors on this team, and both of us are in payload. And I kind of just wanted to do something that I was interested in. I like rockets, and I like fertility, and I decided to merge the 2 and use my background to help do that.
Yeah, that's amazing. It's amazing combining both biology and engineering and just doing your own thing with it. So you're interested in fertility. Is that something that you want to get into after graduation, as a future career?
Yeah, so I just graduated from the University of Houston in May with a degree in biology. Awesome. And I'm headed to medical school at Baylor College of Medicine, which is also in Houston, in July. So I definitely I want to be a doctor. I love space medicine, which I think is an up-and-coming field, which a lot of people don't know about. Rockets are really cool, and I love rockets, but the humans that go aboard the rockets and everything related to that is just understudied. And I think we should put some emphasis on the humans that do so much for us and explore this frontier.
Yeah, that's awesome. I feel like that definitely is understudied, and it's awesome that you're focused on that. Tell me a little bit about how you guys are feeling today. Excited, nervous? What are some of the thoughts going around in your head?
Well, we're so excited to be here. As any team has faced, there has been a lot of obstacles to getting here, and I'm so proud of my entire team. There's a couple of them standing behind the camera that are just always supporting me, and I'm just so proud of us for being here. And we're working hard to keep the samples at the temperature they should be in this heat. It is extremely hot outside, and we're looking forward to a successful launch.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Do you
want to see them?
Yeah, that would be awesome if we could open that up.
I'm keeping this glove on so that I could show you.
Please feel free. And if you want to take the mic for her, that would be awesome.
Let me transfer.
Awesome. Okay, so we're about to see the samples here, which is so exciting.
I have two main samples that I will have. Well, I have 4 samples prepared, 2 aboard the rocket. One is the main one, and one is the redundancy, which I learned from my engineering friends on this team. And then I have 2 controls as well. So I have wrapped those up, so those are sealed because it is a snap lid.
Yeah.
So I will show you like the samples that I will not be using.
Yeah, that sounds great.
So this is, let me show you the one that has more sperm in it so you can see it.
Okay.
So this is one of them. I don't know if y'all can see it from over there, but it is fresh sperm. It is fresh sperm, so it is moving around a little. Okay? Yeah.
Yeah, that is amazing.
And we're keeping it at 0 degrees Celsius right now. It is functional from 0 to 4 degrees Celsius.
Wow, yeah. What are some of the other challenges you face besides just trying to keep these samples cool?
So for the challenges we faced was that we may have to deal with like how to keep it cooled down, and we just had to research like what are some ways we can construct a design where we could cool the sperm at low degrees Celsius, so around 0 degrees. So yeah, so how we counteracted with that is by using a thermal cup, which can basically hold down the temperature for a long time. Basically, it also has the anti-freeze security, which if it freezes to at like a very low temperature, it could prevent that from happening. So yeah, we could show you how the payload is.
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay. And expanding more on the thermo that we use, it's actually pretty cool because this is what people who require insulin use to keep their insulin cool.
Oh, wow.
So it's like, it's more biology,
Yeah,
which is always
that's
great.
amazing.
Yeah. So as Jen disassembles the coupler, I could tell you a little bit more about challenges other than the cooling.
That would be great.
I have a really funny story, actually.
Yeah, absolutely.
So initially, a lot of people ask where I get the sea urchin from. So I just ordered them online at a place called Carolina Labs.
Okay.
And initially, the samples weren't so great. The shipment had an issue, and I received 15 very, very not alive sea urchins, and I attempted to extract sperm. Very disappointing, no sperm. And Carolina Labs, I called them up, and they were so helpful, and they sent me another shipment of 15 urchins, and this time they gave me so much sperm. Like, I'm not even using all of it, like literally so much sperm. And yeah, we're just kind of sitting in Rocket Lab, like just extracting sperm. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's really awesome. Yeah, tell me a little bit about the payload itself.
Oh yeah, for sure. So the whole entire payload is that the airframe, the coupler, thank you, is made out of fiberglass, which has strong resistance against impacts, as well as high temperature resistance to make sure the inside doesn't heat up. Additionally, we also have the inside the payload bay, which is made out of a PETG filament, which also has high impact resistance as well as heat resistance. So what we will have right here is the thermostatus, which is covered in duct tape to make sure it has enough adhesion to make it stick inside so it doesn't like flip up and down while it's during the flight. So yeah, we will put the sperm inside using, first of all, we will be using biogel, sound foam, and a couple of Bluetooth thermal discs to make sure we can calculate the temperature inside before and after the pre-flight.
That's so exciting. Well, thank you guys so much for going through this. We're actually going to head back to Alice to watch more rocket launches, but thanks for sharing with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you so much.
I am joined right now by Isaac, who actually has the honor and badge of having spent the longest time to get here as a volunteer.
Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe some of the vols that drove here across the states might have taken a little bit longer.
Australia might be the furthest distance travelled to come out here and volunteer.
Certainly, probably the longest flight.
You were just giving me an update because I'm said, we sit here waiting and we don't always know what's going on. You've did a great job yesterday. Comms have been a bit problematic today to tell us what's going on. So what is going on? What were you holding for?
Yeah, so currently we've got Rice University down on the hybrids pad filling, and I'm just hearing. Just figuring it out as we get it.
Oh, look, it's like live information coming in.
Okay, so there's a little bit of a challenge with this new site, particularly depending on when the wind's going. We have exclusion zones from each of the different pads, the hybrids, the two-stage and the solid single stage, that sometimes mean that we can't access those pads when certain conditions at the other pads are being met. So currently we're kind of locked up in between a couple of different pads, waiting for a hybrid to fill. And we've had challenges out on the 2-stage with some telemetry lock. They've been struggling to get their GPS. It's really important that the GPS lock happens before we press that launch button, because these teams have worked for a long time on these rockets. They've spent a lot of time and effort getting them here, and they really want to get them back and get all those recovery points as well.
And you know probably better than anybody, because you've been a competitor at this competition before, how much effort it takes not only to work on your vehicle for as long as you do, but then to travel internationally with it is quite a commitment, isn't it?
It absolutely is. I don't have the stats off the top of my head, but it's more than 40 international teams, isn't it?
I think there's 60
something like 60
teams
international teams,
yeah.
which is amazing. And that's, if each team had only 10 people, that's a big number. That's 600 students that have come from across the world.
Amazing.
And that's just a kind of statistical guess. I don't have those
I think
real
it's probably
stats.
A good one.
And it's a massive effort, from organising flights, organising shipping of your vehicle, convincing the shipping authorities that it's kind of safe, and it is safe. You don't ship your propellant.
No, of course not.
But
Scottish team were telling me that they bought theirs on the plane. They put it in the hold.
Yep, and that's typically how we've flown it before when I was a student. If you watched live stream in 22, you might recall that we lost it for a time.
Yes, I remember that.
But yeah, generally that works out quite well for teams. It does freak out the TSA a little bit, but once you talk them through it, they come to understand.
And some of these teams that are doing the hybrids this year, which are far more difficult with all the equipment that needs to be sported from, are coming from Australia. Because we've got Monash and University of Sydney, I believe.
Yeah, and we also have RMIT, which is the Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology, flying off the hybrids pad with a commercially available hybrid as well.
Oh, wow. And how do they get all their equipment over here from Australia?
I can't speak to how USyd did it this year, although they've brought a whole launch rail, so I have to imagine it was shipped. I can't imagine that came on the plane.
No.
Certainly the Monash team put it in a crate. They were originally going to fly with it, but certain operational requirements meant that it had to be shipped. So not only do they have to have test flown their rocket in advance of coming out here, then they need to have it completely ready to go and prepped 2 or 3 weeks out from the competition, maybe even more, depending on their shipping process.
Incredible how much effort is going into. We're looking, it looks like a yellow flag right now. Can you tell me what a yellow flag means?
Yeah, absolutely. Yellow flag is at the condition where they've started arming the rockets, so it's limited personnel out at the pads, certainly no travel to the pads, and we start to see some of the less critical pad team members pulling back.
I'm trying to figure out which area
it is
is
probably
on the yellow
solids,
flag.
if I had to guess. Yeah, I can see a yellow out at solids.
Yeah.
Hybrids I know is at red,
Yeah.
and 2-stage are also at red,
Yeah.
because they can't get out there to change it.
Excellent. So yeah, we are still waiting on those updates. I'm sure Isaac will be bringing that information as soon as he's got it. There's a lot going on, a lot of moving parts. It's very difficult to keep up with it all, and I know the chat gets very frustrated sometimes, but we are doing our best to make sure we keep you updated. Keep an eye on your teams. Let us know who you're supporting, and we'll give them a shout out as well. It's looking like we're looking at a salvo that's ready to go out as well. And that's one of the things you've got to think about. If you're ready to go, do we wait till we've gotten all clear? Do we not? It's one of those really tough things. So we're going to make sure we figure it out. Oh, okay. So while we've got some downtown, it sounds a bit like we're going to talk about merchandise, which is always a big thing. You know, we keep saying it and we keep saying it and we keep saying it, but you know, here's the deal. This is put on by a group of volunteers and we have great support from companies that will give us space, like the land area here, or support us with fire EMT support, but it costs a lot of money to put an event on like this. And one of the ways we're trying to do that this year is through merchandise. And we've just been joined by our lead merch.
Hello everyone, my name is Amin. This year I'm merchandise lead. Like last year, I've been trying to spruce up our merchandise.
I'm hoping we can see some of this on camera. So we've bought some of the things out here. So we've got things available like hats.
We have hats, we have mugs. Some things are specific to us being here on site, you know, this year.
So this is the 2025 patch.
Mission patch.
So I've got every single patch since 2017 up on my wall. I love a good mission patch. I think they're really beautiful. And I'm very lucky that every single year I've been involved in the competition, I've had a patch, and they're really, really lovely. So they're available, and we can send them anywhere in the world, right?
Yes, we can send them anywhere in the world. We're working on getting that online right now. Currently for this competition, we do have an online merchandise store that's going to have like your IREC hat, your retro t-shirts. I don't have one with me, but you can go on there and check.
We'll have to grab Jessica in a bit because I know she's wandering around with them.
Yeah, and then we have specific flight tags that say IREC on them for this year.
Yeah.
So
let's say remove before
flight tags. Very popular.
Very.
You know, it's commemorative this year. A lot of the stuff I have this year is just going to be for this year. So.
An egg cup, we're going to call this, not
an
a
air
glass,
cup.
right?
A rocket fuel cup, actually.
A rocket fuel cup. I love that. Yeah. You know, people collect these things from all over the world. Why not?
Exactly. You know, just a little commemorative thing.
Can we have a look at those lovely stickers we've got?
Of course. So we have fridge magnets as well, and you know, Esra. You know, because we're Esra, we have to have our own patch.
Absolutely,
obviously.
Of course we do.
So you know, these are all iron-on. Come get them. And come hassle your students who are here on site to come get them.
I've been told there's even some merchandise available if you've forgotten your Father's Day that's coming up this Sunday.
Of course, yes. I have specific parent and Father's Day stickers stuff on the table.
The reason I ask that is it's actually Father's Day in the UK this Sunday, so I know sometimes we share holidays, sometimes not.
No, we have both different Father's and Mother's Day. But I know the reason I know this is because Father's Day and my birthday hit every 6 or 7 years.
Okay, so it's not in Australia, but it is Father's Day here in the US this Sunday. It's Father's Day in the UK this Sunday.
Yes.
If you've forgotten Rocketeers, it happens. You've had a lot going on. There are stickers available for great little things to give to your parents, including dad hats and things like that as well.
Dad hats.
Yeah, dad will love an egg cup.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Of course.
There's even a sticker that says, "I may not be a rocket scientist, but I know how to spawn one." That's one of my favorites. That's actually based on Dustin's dad, apparently.
Dustin's dad was inspiration for that one as well.
Yeah.
Former photographer, Esra volunteer, yeah.
Yes, so you know, it's always great to get your family involved because like when you want to support your children when they do sporting events, why wouldn't you want to support them if they're Rocketeers?
Of course.
Do your parents support you when you were a Rocketeer?
I've been a very independent Rocketeer, but shout out to my parents if you're watching. I doubt it. It's we must be hitting kind of confluential time zones actually.
Just about.
Yeah, it'd be mid-morning maybe over.
You should have messaged them and said, "Hey, Mum, I'm on TV."
Yeah. They might watch the replay.
That's all right. That's all right. You know.
You were a former Rocketeer as well, weren't you?
Of course, yes. I did a Spaceport America Cup for 3 years now, or IREC for 3 years.
Yeah.
And then came out here. Last year was merchandise lead and also general volunteer. This year I'm judging SRAD teams.
Wow.
And I'm also still doing merchandise. So I'm trying to make sure that, you know, it's very expensive to put on this competition. You know, we're just trying to get some alternative revenue streams besides sponsors, and you know, maybe you know, put some pressure on some people to donate some money to us. You know.
You can also do that in the live chat at any time.
We'll get that super chat.
Yes.
Super chat us. I've got a couple of people that are volunteering themselves to be asked questions of. So if you've got a good question to Isaac or please send it to us.
That'd be great.
Because I am not a rocket scientist or engineer, and so I can make stuff up. I'm pretty good at doing that, but I'm pretending. It's amazing as being a British.
Next year we got to bring you got to bring a rocket out here. We'll launch it, and then we'll commentate for you.
So tiny little, I've done some Estes rockets. Does that count?
That counts.
If you put an M in it, it
I
counts.
do. Yes. Okay, I'm not going to name, but you know, the little mini little engines in there. I have done that several hundred times. I used to do outreach for a spaceport, which is how I got involved in the IREC in the first place. And you know, so to say that I've been hooked on rocketry since coming to this competition, it would be a minor thing. But it sounds like we've got a couple of interviews set up with some of the teams. Can we go and find out what's going on inside in the air conditioning? I'm very jealous.
Hi there. My name is Ben. I'm with Protospace, and I'm here with Adam Nipper. Adam, so what is it that you do here? Could you give me a little bit of information?
Yeah, so I'm the two-stage pads lead out here for IREC. So I've been working hard this morning, helping the two-stage pads get out on the rails, and hopefully we'll get one off here soon.
Wow, that's a lot. I also heard that you helped design you designed the launch pads yourselves.
Yeah, so I worked alongside Jim Jarvis to design the two-stage pads rails. And it's a new innovative design that we're incorporating some trailer jacks, so that way we can have teams easily get those pads cranked up with minimal effort. So increases safety, makes it overall a better experience for our competitors.
Absolutely, especially when you're dealing with heavy rockets, it makes it way easier. How long did it take for you to design the rockets? Like, what was involved in the design and the manufacture stage? Like, how long did it take?
Yeah, so the design of the pads took about maybe a month and a half before we like really handed it off to y'all at Protospace, and then it was pretty quick after that. Y'all gave us some iteration ideas, and then we had that back within a week, and then after that we just signed right off, and we got those pads going, so that way we could have them here today for the launch.
Lovely. So is there a reason why you had to design new pads, or was it just for the ease of effort of loading the new rockets in?
Yeah, so last year we had a lot of safety concerns with the pads that we used, in which they were very difficult and cumbersome for our teams to use. So we wanted to make the investment for the competitors, so that way they would be able to get out to those pads and more easily get the rockets up quickly and safely.
Lovely, lovely. So I'm assuming you've got a busy day of launches today?
Yes, we got a very busy day of launches today. I've got 2 flyer of record teams that I'm the flyer of record for, and then we got some 2-stage teams lined up. So hopefully we can get back to it there and get them off here soon.
Sounds good. Thank you so much for your time, Adam.
Thank you, Ben.
Take care.
So about 5 minutes ago, we were told we're about 5 minutes away from hybrids, which it's tough to predict these things, isn't it, Isaac?
Yeah, there's so many different factors at play in the hybrids. I mean, without a significant and expensive array of sensors, knowing the exact state of the oxidizer in the tank as it's being filled is really hard to do. And in fact, the reason that shout out Team 703 Monash
your old team
had to scrub yesterday was because their fill sensor was playing up. Maybe in the heat, maybe due to transport loading, unexpected vibrations getting here, could be a little bit busted. I'm not sure. I haven't talked to them overnight about what their fix is. They're spooling up to go again. But we're actually waiting for Rice University at the moment. Team 800, shout out as well.
Yep. So we will get you an update when we know it. We've thankfully got a radio with us this time. Normally we were waiting on other things.
2, 3.
So I'm not really sure exactly what their challenge is here with the filling. They are filling currently. And we're just about to hear something over the radio.
We can't get the temperature or the pressure we need, so we're going to dump, and then we're going to put a different bottle on there, but that will be about an hour and a half situation. So you can
just getting some radio through.
And we'll go back down when our dump is.
Okay, so Rice haven't been able to get their oxidizer up to the pressure that they need. Possibly a challenge with the heat. In fact, they might be getting it down to the pressure they need rather than up. So the heat is pushing that nitrous up the saturation curve, and so they're dumping. They are dumping the hybrids because it has not been able to get the pressure.
They're dumping the fuel out.
The fuel, sorry, they are venting the oxidizer from the oxidizer tank on board Rice, and so it's going to be about an hour and a half before Rice can go again. They need to change the bottle out. Now they've put it all onto their rocket, and now they've had to release it all to the atmosphere. And
it's heartbreaking. We saw
like
University of Sydney doing that yesterday, and they literally got a countdown, got to 1 second, had to hold. I don't know what the issue was that caused the hold, but then they had to do the same. They had to off gas. So hopefully they can figure it out, and they've still got time to go again. So that does mean without the hybrids, we can possibly start seeing some more launches. Is that correct?
Yes, we can. I just need to answer the radio. Affirmative. So we will. In fact, now that the hybrids are not holding us up, solids are going to start their prepping. They're all down there, I believe, at the moment. They'll be inserting igniters.
We saw yellow flag.
Correct.
So it looks like they're at least were preparing not so long ago.
I can't see that. Yeah, it's still yellow from here. So they have a stack of teams down there. It was some live vision we're seeing now of them arming their rockets, and then they'll move through to installing the
And
igniters.
it looks like we've got a 2-stage red flag as well. Do we know what's going on?
Yeah,
over
we're
that
red
pad
flag.
here?
It's two-stage from about an hour ago, maybe a little bit longer. There's a 2-stage team out there flying to 30,000 feet. That's
Excellent.
team 501, I believe, or perhaps 502.
I'm looking at so that's either Toronto or University Laval.
I think it's Laval.
Okay.
I think it's 502.
Yeah.
And they were having some trouble with one of their tracking devices getting a lock. So, as we mentioned earlier, if you don't get that GPS lock, you really don't want to press the button because you don't want to spend 3 days searching through the desert and then not find anything.
Well, we
It's
don't
very
want the
hard.
students wandering around not knowing what direction they're going in either. That's why we work with Da Vinci to make sure that there are packs given to the students to track them where they are. You know, we are in a desert right now, in the middle of nowhere. There isn't much around here. It's quite difficult and can be kind of a little bit disorienting to be out here in this terrain and not know which direction you're looking in and going in. So we wouldn't want to put the students into that situation. Hi, team. We've got lots of vehicles going on behind us, which means that there are student teams that have left the pads. There are student teams that are possibly even going out to pads. So we're going to wait for some updates on what's going on. I've seen several teams gathering around the spectator area. So we're going to wait for an update on who's going to be up next and what's happening for those.
So with the hybrids now clear, that 2-stage team we were talking about, I think it's Laval, are going to head down and cycle their electronics to see if they can
that's who we saw
get
go
some
past us.
change on their lock for GPS.
Excellent.
So they could be up for launch fairly soon if they get that worked out. If they can't get it worked out, then of course they'll have to pull it off the rail, come back, pull it all open,
which is heartbreaking.
start
when it happens.
troubleshooting.
Yeah.
It's a big day, and it's another big day in many cases for teams.
Yeah, we've got 143 teams that have come out here to West Texas. I think so far we've had about 40 of them launch.
Yeah, I don't have the exact number, but we
No.
launched 33 yesterday.
Yeah, and we've had, I think, somewhere around
in the order of 10, 6 to 10 this morning.
So we've had around 40 teams launch so far. So we've still got 100 teams to go. That's a lot of teams. The good news is we do have time for that. And it sounds like our good friend on chat is getting ready to chat to us some more. Are we able to go over to Brum yet? No, we just decided to give him a bit of time on screen.
Well, while we wait for Brum, I can tell you a story this morning.
Oh, do. I love a good story.
This morning at 5 a.m. When my alarm went off, so sorry, it was 5:10, the incident. I will refer it to it as. There are a lot of students coming on site fairly rapidly, and we're figuring out the tent situation and the tables and where they're all going to go. And so a lot of my work this morning was answering students' questions, which is great. Please, if you see a blue shirt and you have a question, that's exactly the right thing to do. Come up and ask us, and we'll get you sorted out. More than once this morning at 5:10 a.m., a student came up to me and looked me in the eye and said, "I have a question for you, Isaac." Very serious, and so I was in serious mode and go, hit me, what do you need? Can you please tell Bram to shake it? If you ask a blue shirt that, please leave them alone. They have no power over Bram. The only power over Bram is the super chat. So if you super chat,
if you start giving us some super chat, and for those who don't know what that is, that's a little bit of money you can put our way, which goes again back into putting this event on. We will get Bram back on screen, giving a little wiggle.
he just does it so well.
He does. He's become quite the internet sensation, to say the least. I love it, by the way. We were reading through the chat yesterday and laughing hysterically, and I'm very excited about it. I'm sorry, I'm very distracted right now because I see my good friend from NASA Spaceflight up on the rooftop of our live stream trailer, prepping for, I think, another connection or another couple of connections. So anybody who wants to go and check out what Das is doing up on the roof of the live stream trailer right now, we have the co-owner of NASA Spaceflight, John Galloway, otherwise known as Das, great presenter himself, and I'm hoping to get him on camera a little bit more later, setting up some great cameras. I've been telling everybody, they're using this event this year to train some new operators, remote operators, and the operators are actually working out of the United Kingdom.
Wow.
Yes, we have actual international coverage of what's going on over here. It's quite amazing. Not just me with my random accent and you with your random accent, though it doesn't quite fit in this desert area.
It's quite the conglomerate. We have desert areas.
Yeah, well, same.
I don't know about the
Not in
UK
the UK
types, yeah.
But I live in New Mexico, so you know it's not too far from here. I'm an import, shall we say? We're looking still at those teams up on ladders. What are they doing up on ladders, Isaac?
So they're arming their rockets, basically. You can see there on the right, he's inserting a screwdriver. He'll have some kind of screw switch in there. That looks like they got a good arming action there. And that's what the ladders are for. The rocket's configuration means that the arming switch has to be a fair way up the rocket, and the rocket's already elevated a couple of feet off the ground on the launch rail. And so they need to get up to where their arming switch is located, be able to hear that it's armed. So most flight computers will give you a little beep, and then you'll know that you've got good continuity on your E-matches. And
Have we got any idea what the
everything will
largest
fly.
of those rockets are this year?
The biggest one,
There was a couple of them I saw in the convention centre that were pretty large.
yeah, I've seen some pretty large ones as well. I only really got to see the rockets that I was flight safety reviewing, and there are a couple of big ones. There definitely, I haven't seen. Oh, I might have seen an 8-inch one come through in diameter. That is, and that tends to be quite long. Probably, I'm trying to think in US numbers.
No, that works.
Maybe 4 meters.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is on the roof.
Yeah, we're looking at our good friend Das from NASA Spaceflight. I promise you, folks, he is a professional.
So you've got to turn another 30 degrees around to your left to give us a wave.
He is working diligently, as the whole team. We cannot thank them enough for all their support for the live stream that they give us every year, and we're really grateful that they get to come out and do this. And I think they have a bit of fun getting to play around with rocket launchers, capturing them and training up their team as well. So it looks like we're going to have another camera angle that we're going to be able to cut to at some point soon once he's got that fixed up there.
I'm not sure if it's a camera or an antenna.
Difficult to tell. I'd go with some kind of connection that they're going to. Again, we're looking at the teams. That's the 502 team that we're looking at right now, which is that University Laval that we talked about before at the 2 stage. So hopefully we can get them taken off soon. You were saying earlier they were having issues with connecting to their telemetry, their GPS, so hopefully they can get that set up soon and they can launch very, very soon. We are waiting on that right now. I know while that was going on, your radio was also beeping away at you. I'd guess that's the solids area, is it?
Yeah, we're looking at solids right now.
I can see 142, that's the team from Turkey that's been waiting to launch this morning. 163, that looks like, oh goodness me. Universidad Nacional de Asuncion. There you go, that's my really bad attempt to try to do.
Better than I could muster.
Yeah, a terrible accent. Let's have a look. What else can we see there? Teams, is that 309 that we're looking at? Purdue University. I think there might well be Purdue University we're seeing on screen as well. So they are currently out of the pads, which is why we're not able to launch. Once those teams are all set up and ready to go, we will be bringing you as many launches as we can in quick succession. We apologise. Unfortunately, when it comes to rocketry and we've got this many teams to organise, there's a lot of holds, there's a lot of waiting. But I have to say, having covered professional rocketry for the last decade, this is also quite normal to have holds. So how the teams deal with that, how they deal with the setbacks is just as important with how they deal with it, with the successes as well. And I'm sure that's what a lot of the recruiters are looking out for while they're here today. I'm listening into Isaac's radio as it's going off next to me, because you never know what kind of updates we could hear. We're also getting a bit of a wind situation here. We've had a few dust devils come through, and for those that aren't used to the southwest region in particular, we do get a lot of dust devils around here. That's like a little mini land tornado. I've watched a couple of the student teams get very excited about seeing dust devils, but they can cause a little bit of damage as they come through. So we're keeping an eye on those as well. As we get hotter during the day, and it is now, I don't even know what time of day it is. Let's have a quick look at my cell phone. It's 11:30 a.m., so we've not hit peak time of heat yet, which is quite crazy to think out loud. We are going to get even hotter and hotter still. Currently right now, The temperatures are climbing up. We're going to be getting up to about 100 and something degrees today. 103, I think, was what I saw was going to be the highs for today. So we'll see. We'll see what comes of this. There's nothing worse than finding an email come up on your system from Logan that says, Alice, here is the remix of your voice. Apparently, somebody has turned my voice into a remix. We'll see if we can end up getting that to you later. I'm sorry, is all I can say. Apparently, if you've got an English accent and you wear glasses, people assume you know what you're talking about, which is how I end up doing this for as long as I have. And somebody's just decided to lean onto that. So apparently some of the students are excited to hear my voice. It's because I've been around for so long. They were so used to me being the PIO at the old spaceport before I left there, and then Ezra convinced me to keep coming back and helping out. And I said to them, do you know what, I don't mind sitting in front of a camera if you want me to. And for some reason they keep inviting me back every year.
You do it so well, Alice.
Is that what it is? I do it so well. Who knows? Apparently I'm just very good at making stuff up as I go along and talking out loud, and that's a skill that apparently you need in rocketry. So we'll see what's going on. Again, looking over at the teams in the spectator area, I see some of them monitoring wind conditions. We need a couple of windsocks if we come back here next year. Something to observe.
We've got plenty of devices feeding us info to the launch control officer, but yeah,
visually just always makes it. Yeah, it's always nice to be able to see.
There's some flags I've seen over on the tent area.
Good
it's a bit of national pride from the various international teams, a bit of university pride from the local university. So they've actually been quite helpful to me standing on the LCO Connex.
Yeah, I bet. So I overheard you talking to Andy earlier. We've had to make the call on Tuesday evening, very, very late Tuesday evening, because we were hit by a haboob, a dust storm that came in, to have to invite the teams to come out in waves. And the reason for that is because we don't have enough structure for them to work under to keep them out of this really ridiculously hot sun right now. So we invited 20 to arrive yesterday morning at 8 a.m. Another 20 followed afterwards. We had 40 altogether yesterday. How have we approached it today? Do you know?
So this morning we invited, I think it was 50 or 60 additional teams for a 5 a.m. start. We had the flight readiness review queue open from 5 a.m. And there was a little bit of a queue driving in, which might have felt familiar to some from previous years, but I think it was handled fairly well. We had teams moving in fairly quickly. And then my discussion with Andy just before was to unleash the flood.
Yeah.
So really important. I'll just shout out Iowa State for a super chat. But really important to those teams coming in. And a shout out to the ones that have already done it. If you're able to get your hands on some kind of shade, tent, marquee, whatever, head down to Walmart, bring that. It'll be squishy in the tents. And we expect some teams to be out on recovery and have recovered, and that'll clear up some space in the tents. But if you can get your hands on a marquee before you come on down or on your way down, that will make life a lot better for you. And we really want you to stay out of the sun. We want people to hydrate. This is a shout out to every water bottle I can see over there in the student area right now.
Yeah, thank you to AIAA that were giving away water bottles at convention day.
I missed out on that.
I grabbed one of those very quickly. I was like, we all need a water bottle, refillable. I'm still seeing, we're looking at the moment at the RF antenna that the team from Worcester Polytechnic Institute actually built for their launch. I'm super excited to see that. I love seeing teams that come up with their own designs for things like that. They're obviously having a few little delays for when they're going to be launching, but we will bring you more on that. We did speak to them earlier, and we're hoping to see them launch today from Worcester Polytechnic up in Massachusetts. That's one of my local teams to my colleagues over at N2K, so very excited to see them launch today. Hopefully we'll get that off very, very, very soon. And I'm watching all the teams over there. They're very good at staying in the shade when they know it's not time to start launching. It is hot here, and this is your rocket mum, as my kids call me. Call out to remind everybody, go and drink lots of water, but also try and get rehydration salts into you.
Get yourself some Liquid IV.
Yes, Liquid IV is a really great brand. There's some other off brands as well that are nearly as good. I would recommend it because I was even saying to one of the Scottish teams yesterday, one of them ended up last year even, drank loads and loads and loads of water, actually ended up taking all the salts and sugars out of his system because he was drinking so much water. It's kind of crazy to think that to stay hydrated, you need all of them. You need the liquids, you need the salts, you need the sugars, which is why
absolutely
anything you can do with hydration salts are really, really important.
If you work for a liquid IV competitor and you're watching right now, we are open to sponsorships.
We are open to sponsorships.
We will take your sponsorship.
I won't tell you
kind.
what energy drink is also keeping us fueled here. But if you're an energy drink company and you're thinking, how can I get involved in this competition? Please reach out to the Experimental Sounding Rocket Association.
These students are pulling crazy hours and they're pulling cans out of the fridge.
Oh yeah, so anybody who wants to come on board, we will happily take you. Go to soundingrocket.org, soundingrocket.org. We will take your sponsorship and we will happily blast you all over these live streams.
And what we'll do is we're going to turn it into tents and equipment for the students to use.
Yes.
Opportunities for students to get their hands on and build rockets.
Absolutely. We say this all the time, but it makes sense, really. We are all volunteers that put on this organisation, that put on this event. A lot of us pay for ourselves to come here to support this. And we do it because we care about the future generations of those that are going to go into the aerospace industry. We want to see them succeed. We think STEM is important, and we will do anything we can to help support these student teams. So they need it at every level. We need it to be able to put on an event, pay for things like porta potties that people don't think about that you need when you're out here in the desert. And the teams need it to be able to pay for their very expensive hobby of rocketry. So anything you can do to support it, we would love to encourage you to think about what you can do in the future. And again, a massive thank you to Iowa, who gave us some super chat funding. I believe Iowa launched this morning. So
yeah, they launched not too long ago. It's a good flight.
I think they were the second flight this morning. I'm not even sure we were even live at that point. We had a few technical glitches first thing this morning with the live, but we will make sure that we did record it all. We will make sure that we share that with the Iowa team so they get their launch video by the end of the day.
Absolutely. I think even Iowa, if you're watching, we're recovering your camera from the pads as well as we speak.
You want to make sure they come away with their equipment. It's important. We don't want to leave anything behind, really. This is a vast area in the middle of the desert. We've been very lucky. The company that gave us Landbridge gave us this area. Really thankful to them for giving us this land to be able to use. We don't want to leave it in poor condition when we leave. So please make sure you take all your equipment away. And a big thank you to Landbridge for giving us this area to be able to use for this event. I'm seeing a few vehicles driving around outside. Do you know how vast this area is that we're working on?
Well, we're in Texas.
No, I didn't mean the state of Texas.
Vast.
Everything's vast. Everything's bigger in Texas. There is a reason that's the state slogan. But I meant this whole area that we're operating on. I'll have to grab Steve. I see Steve Taylor wandering around next to me.
It's dangerous to walk over.
If you walk nearby, Steve, I'm going to ask you a question.
He's just
Come
wandering
sit for a
into
second.
shot even.
Do you know the acreage of what we're operating on out here?
I can say that the roads here are 1 square mile.
Okay.
And right now we're using half of a square mile. I can't tell you what
that makes sense.
The acreage is.
I wanted to get people an idea of just how large the area is that we've been given, so we were really thankful.
Well, and it's fun because the folks that are allowing us to use this land, the Landbridge folks, were here. And got a chance to talk with all of them, and they couldn't be more excited.
Oh, good.
I mean, they are. The one guy came up from Houston. We had a couple that were that are local, and they couldn't be nicer people. It's just one of those things where, as I said during my opening ceremony statements, where I feel like Midland has adopted us, and this land is a component of that, even though it's out of Midland, but it's the same fabric of people and the same fabric of company. So
yeah, thank you so much to them, and thank you for clearing this area up as well so we can put the operations out here. We're listening for updates at the same time as being able to chat.
No, that's a porta potty service announcement. So.
You never know what it is they're about to announce. It's a reminder sometimes of staying hydrated. It might be telling people to switch off their telemetry if they're in the pits ready to go out, because that can cause interference. Sometimes it's to tell you you can go and buy merchandise, or sometimes it's even the misannouncement that they tell you the merchandise isn't here and available. So you never know what's going on.
You never know.
I'm listening with one ear, speaking and trying to be coherent with the other.
Have you been pushing merchandise here? I see.
We have. Can you see our wonderful merchandise?
Actually, there's some of these that I didn't even know about.
I know, isn't that gorgeous looking mug? Even comes with a lid on top, which is perfect. When you're driving on the rocky roads out here, you need a lid because your coffee's going to
I have never seen that. That's really nice.
Yeah, we've got some really good things.
Well, good.
And we've got some nice patches. Obviously, we've got the experimental sounding rocket patch. We've got this year's patch, which I just love the fact that it's got some oil rigs, just to showcase
Hey, listen, this is where we are.
Yeah. Something's solid's going red. How exciting! We love it when we hear red flag.
And there, I believe that's a full bank. If maybe, which means 20 rockets.
I was going to say, what does that mean?
So it might be 19. We did have a couple of incidents yesterday, so one of the stands is a little bit out of commission.
Oh, that's correct.
We did a couple. We had a Kato. We definitely had a swirly one, should we call it? I can't even call that a Kato.
Well,
Yeah, it was definitely a Kato.
It was a Kato.
There were two.
That's the classification,
It was definitely it was a catastrophe. I was with the team when that swirly one happened, should we call it?
That's two shout outs. That's two shout outs there. I think we can shout out Maryland for the thump you felt in your chest.
So I recorded that one because I worked for a company that's based in Maryland, and they were all cheering on the Maryland team because they won last year.
Yeah, they won the whole company.
They won the whole competition last year, so we were very excited to see Maryland do well. We were going, go on Terrapins. I filmed it all, and then that blew up. And then my team, because the UK, there are two UK teams. One of my UK teams was launching Strathclyde, and they had quite the catastrophe. But good news is they might.
This is crazy what you're about to hear.
Possibly be able to launch again because they figured out it was a motor issue, and the vehicle itself was not badly damaged, and they can fix it. So if they can get another motor, obviously they're down on the list of priorities. We can see if everybody else goes, but there could possibly be a chance that Strathclyde could come back. I mean, wouldn't that not be the comeback kid story of the year?
That would be great, but we give
Steve,
them one shot. We give them one bite of the cake, and
Steve, be positive.
I'm gonna. That's the positive thing is that they had the opportunity to try.
They did.
Yes,
they did. They were going for the student record from the United Kingdom yesterday, and yesterday was my birthday, so you've got to be extra nice to them, Steve.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but there's not a lot of what's the right word? Leniency in rocketry.
No, it's true. It's a very difficult thing.
It's unforgiving. It's unforgiving.
Well, like just any other engineering discipline, I mean, here's your specification, not a lot of leniency. So.
We'll see what happens in the next couple of days, but we're hoping to see. We think we've had about 40 rocket launches so far out of the 143 teams that are here. Obviously, you're telling me that there's possibly 19 that are set up to go again.
Yeah.
That's incredible. We could possibly have 60 then by
I'm thinking that we'll get, after this one, if we get two more, we're going to be doing
2 more salvos.
The weather is perfect.
It is. It's getting
Unless
hotter.
you're a hybrid team.
Yeah,
unless
the
you're a
hybrids
hybrid team.
Well,
shout out hybrids.
Yeah,
keep chugging on.
Keep the faith.
Yeah,
keep
the problem is
it going.
the nitrous is fickle, and you've got to keep it at a specific temperature.
Yeah.
And if it's not all sorts of bad, not bad things from a Cato standpoint, but bad things from being able to launch. So.
I know. We keep watching those hybrid teams. Yesterday we had the University of Sydney having to call it off at the scrub of 1 second to go. Today we had Rice ready to go, and they made the decision last minute to have to off gas as well. So we are hoping those hybrids are still working hard, and anything we can do to help support you, just come over and find a blue shirt. We'll do what we can within reason. Obviously we can't go extra help, but I mean, and I can't do anything about the weather. I wish I could. I really do.
Well, weather's beautiful. Right now, listen, we need this weather tomorrow, and we also need this weather on Saturday.
What time do you have the range until on Saturday?
Well, the range is going to be closed at noon.
At noon.
But in order to have the judges and the content to the judges, that piece, you can still launch after 10, but the cutoff to be back from recovery is 10 o'clock.
Oh, right. So
because they need the data so that they can do the scoring so that we can have an award ceremony on Saturday night. So again, and that one's, not a lot of leniency. And it's unfortunate, you have to make some tough decisions that are, you hate to do it because of the heart and soul that gets put into these projects. So
absolutely.
So at any rate, get your rockets in early, get your recovery in early, and this way you won't have any worries.
I believe we've got one of our key supporters of this event with Matt right now. Matt, you're going to be speaking to Lambridge, I believe.
That's right. Thanks, Alice. We are here in the interview booth with George Boyce from LandBridge. LandBridge is our key land partner. George, can you tell us what you do here and how LandBridge is involved in this competition?
Yeah, sure. My name's George Boyce. I'm the Ranch Compliance Manager for LandBridge, and we're just really happy to have something this cool out in this part of West Texas. It's not every day that you have this many people that are so excited and passionate about coming out here and shooting rockets. So we're excited to have y'all out here.
Yeah, super grateful to have you here and to be out here. You were mentioning earlier what's usually out on the ranch. Rockets aren't typically what we're usually seeing. Can you tell me what usually is out here on this ranch?
Yeah, sure. So kind of the goal of our company is just kind of the responsible management and utilization of land to kind of further, these strategic land management practices as well as growth of kind of the energy sector. But outside of that, we as being stewards of the land, it's not only taking care of that, but we've got grazing lessees, cattle operations, water, wildlife management, basically anything we can do to kind of further things out here we're into, and especially having something like y'all out here is great.
Yeah, I was going to ask, is having rockets out on the land strategic management, and I hope that fits in there somewhere.
I think it's strategic in the future of rockets.
Yeah.
There's how many teams?
We've got around 150 teams from all over the world coming out here today.
150 teams in Reeves County. We probably have more people from different countries and all over the world right now than probably there ever has been. So that's a first, which is very cool.
Yeah, well, we're super grateful to have you out here and to be partnered with you. There's not a lot of places in the country that you have thousands and thousands of acres that you can launch rockets. And so to be able to work with you guys is a great opportunity. And so we were talking earlier, so we recently made the move out here. And we moved from Las Cruces area where we're at the spaceport. How much land is LandBridge sort of operating on, and on this ranch in particular?
Sure. So kind of total encompassing, we've got about 273,000 acres in about 5 different counties, I believe, right now. This area we're on right now, we call the Black Hills.
Okay.
As you can see, the mountains to our south here. So we call it the Black Hills, and I think this is in the 20,000 or so on this ranch itself.
Gotcha.
But it's different landscapes, and to be honest, this is a good spot.
Yep. Yeah, well, maybe we might have to rename the area that we're out on, the Black Hills Launch Facility. I like the sound of that a lot better than whatever we were calling it before, that's for sure.
We're up. That sounds great.
Yeah. Well, George, thanks so much for coming out. We're really appreciative to have the support of LandBridge to help make this event possible. And so we'll check back in with Alice to see how the rockets are looking.
Thank you for that, Matt. We really appreciate hearing for companies that support this organisation and support this competition. And I'm being joined right now by Rick, because Isaac's needed to go and figure out what's going on.
Yes, Isaac runs the operation,
yes, he's
so
doing
he has to
an
go.
awful lot of work right now. We were just talking about the hybrids and the situation they're dealing with, and
Yes.
that's really your area of expertise.
Well, the hybrid, the big issue is nitrous oxide is very sensitive to temperature. So unless you can keep it very chilled, your nitrous oxide density is going to, your density is going to decrease. So when you go to load, if you have a hot nitrous oxide, you won't get a good load in. You'll get a lot of, I hate to use the word spongy, it's sort of a joke. A lot of people say it's a spongy fluid, which means it's not that dense. It's not as dense as a complete fluid. And if they don't do it properly, they'll get a lot of gas in there. They'll get a lot of pressurized gas, but no real liquid. And we have no real liquid. When it starts combusting, you won't go very far. So that's the thing. And sometimes you actually, I've seen it, if it's too hot, you won't be able to, literally won't be able to load.
Yeah.
So that's a problem we have here. So that means all your lines, or your tank has to be cooled. All the lines have to be insulated. And then when it goes into the vehicle, you want to weigh it to make certain that when you're loading it, you're actually loading liquid mass. You're not loading a gaseous mass. And I've seen that before. It happens. People have loaded gaseous masses, and they sort of don't know the difference, and they shoot and
Fall straight back down.
Yep. Yep.
So we're waiting. The good news is, Rick, we are waiting on a lot of launches. We are red
Yes,
everywhere.
we have a huge number of rockets already set up.
19 set
19,
up
that's
in the
great.
solid rocket
That's
motor
great.
area, which means we could potentially have 19 back-to-back liftoffs if everything goes to plan. We are also looking at red range over towards the two-stage area. I think there was a university there that was having connection issues with GPS, so we had to make sure that they're locked in for that, because that's really important that they can figure out what's going on with that. The hybrid area, I'm looking to see if we can see any flags up.
We see a red flag.
We
Seems to be a lot of people at the hybrid
I
area.
see a green flag.
It's
looks
green
like.
at the hybrid. Okay.
Yeah.
So that means
So
they're still
Tuesday-
working on it.
We're just waiting to find out what's going on with that one.
Okay,
range.
there's a solids pad. They're all under red, and the rockets already. The people look like, have they pulled back yet? I think, yeah, oh, right there, the people are pulling back. So it looks like the hybrids, or the solid pads could be launching very soon.
We're waiting. It sounds like we've got a student team on standby from Paraguay, which would be really great to be able to speak to them, because it's the first time Paraguay are actually launching at this competition. So it's always great to hear from the student teams that have come out for the first time, get their idea of what the experience is like for them. So once we've got that one ready, we'll go and pass over to the teams to speak to them. Okay, it sounds like Brahm's ready with them, so we're going to pass over to them.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. Good to be back on the stream. Been a long morning. I'm up here on the Connex box with our drone team. So I'm going to ask some little questions here and get some questions answered before we get some launches off. You might be seeing all these video footage from out at the pads. You might be wondering how we're getting these shots. So we brought out this year our own special drone team. Guys, who wants to be first up? Oh, nobody wants to talk? All right. Tell us your name, where you're from, why you're here, what it's like to be up here on this Connex box that we got to see this beautiful view.
My name is Dwayne McCarty. My son is actually on one of the teams. He's with Clemson. So we decided to volunteer. We were watching the launches that he's been doing. We just thought it was awesome, and we wanted to get more involved. And I fly drones, and that's the best thing for me to be able to do. So that's why I'm here. And then we got these awesome guys, this awesome team from
Get over here. Let's get
from DS Pro Drone Services and Training, and I let them all introduce themselves.
Come up first. Can we see this? Got it? Got this?
Hello, my name is Dan Shantz, and I am the owner of DS Pro Drones Training and Services. A lot of these guys that are coming up here are students of mine, so it's been fun to actually see them use their skills and be able to do all these different things and get into an environment where they can actually have some fun.
Brooke Adams out of Midland there. It was one of the pilots went through his system, and it's great to get out here and see everything.
Last but not least.
Hi, my name is Santini, and I am a senior in high school, and I'm really interested in aerospace. I want to go into the field, so I'm out here exploring to just make sure and double check what I want to do with my life.
That's great. I got to ask a question for all you guys. So you guys have probably never seen some rocket launches like these before. What's it been like so far? You guys saw all the launches yesterday. Well, you've seen some launches so far today. What are your thoughts?
I have to say this is like some really high sky action right now. I've seen some sonic booms before, but I think I've never seen them going vertically this way so fast.
Very impressive. No, I had no idea this was going on. Yeah, just completely blow you out of the water.
I know it gets overused, but it's awesome. Awesome is all I can say.
It's mesmerizing. I like the ones that go up and sometimes miss and explode.
We love the blown up ones. Everyone loves it in the chat. We got a lot of Maryland fans up here talking. Well, I think we're going red soon, but I will say it's great being back on the stream. I know we have a lot of teams here, and I know a lot of people in the chat are wondering when their team's about to go. And while we don't know the exact time, we will say this next salvo, we'll try to put the names up on the screen soon, and just stick around, donate to us. You know, we're trying to do this for the students. It's great to have volunteers out here, like the drone team here. But if you ever want to be a volunteer, come in and help us out. We're always looking. There's always next year. Support your teams, support your groups. And yeah, I'll send it back to the table.
All right, I am here with Paraguay. They're actually the first team from Paraguay, so I'm really excited to talk to you today. So tell me a little bit about who you are and what your role is on the team.
Okay, thank you so much for the space. I'm Sebastian. Well, my role is to design the structure, building, test the airframe, and make sure that the stresses can working well.
Yeah, that's really exciting. How did you get involved in IREC?
Well, the history began 3 years ago. Our team have applied 2 times. We didn't select. However, we applied, and finally we are here.
Awesome. It seems like a really quick process. What is one thing that you have learned through this experience?
Well, we have learned how it's important the precision, testing, and the aerospace structure, because this competition requiring a lot of many things to make sure your rocket is working well.
Yeah. So tell me a bit about your rocket that you're about to launch here.
Our rocket is designed to fly 10 feet using a solid motor. The structure is made using fiberglasses and carbon also.
Awesome. So how are you feeling and how's the team feeling today?
We really feel proud to stay here. We have been working for 1 year, well, more 1 year, and stay here and show our talents. Well, that it's many things that we threw on our mind, but we try to enjoy, as our recorders say. We're very happy to stay here.
Yeah. One last thing before we throw it back, because you're launching very soon. What are you most proud of with your rocket?
We're so proud to be the first team to stay here. And that thing, it's the most important for the team to stay here.
Great. Anything else you want to add?
Well, show you that the talent came from anywhere. And tell about all of the teams. Where is Paraguay? Because nobody knows. They know about how it's working. They're really interested in why we made our fuselage. Well, and that's it.
That's great. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much.
Good luck with everything today.
Thank you.
Always great to hear from the competitors as they're getting ready to go and do their launches. I'm looking over again at the spectator area, which is just off camera over here to my left, and it's getting busy. I can see the University of Arizona setting up right next to me. So they just said that they're going to be doing a live stream of their launch. I can see that there's teams ready from Paraguay that are going to be going up very soon. I can see the South Korean team that's also ready to be launching. I'm trying to look over there. Is that the Italians? Is that an Italian flag I see over there? Looks like it could possibly be. We've got 60 international teams this
That's
year.
a lot. And if you, interestingly enough, have you looked at all these different teams, their colors? I won't call them colors, but the custom shirts they're wearing.
Yeah.
Very colorful. There's a lot of them that I look at and sort of, they've taken some time. So they got somebody who knew had a good eye at graphics.
Actually, really important, and a good observation generally for the whole space industry, because people always think, well, space isn't for me. I'm not a rocket engineer, rocket scientist.
Right.
Why would I get involved in space? I'm definitely not a rocket engineer or a rocket scientist, and I work in the space industry. There are lots of different opportunities. So we encourage teams to think about things like marketing. So you've got to have someone who raises the fund, maybe someone in business major who thinks about how to manage the budget for it. You might have the team manager that might be a project manager, might not necessarily
and they might not be an engineer, they might be a business major in marketing.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
absolutely. I mean, having worked in space myself, I can tell you we have space lawyers.
Yes.
We have people that know how to do finance, administration.
There are specialists in finance and space in industry now too. Yeah.
So really you've got to think about this, so that there is an opportunity for everybody in the space industry, and we hope that the teams are starting to think about that. I've seen some of the payloads that come from very different science backgrounds that are thinking about getting involved in space. There really is a great little array of things. We are on a red range right now for the solid rocket motors. We're expecting some launches very, very, very soon. So I promise you we will get them to you as soon as we can. There's a bit of a breeze that's been blasting through here, sending some dust our way. I'm sure it's causing a
little dusty.
Yeah. So
And
that's
I
probably
think we
what's
got
causing a little bit of a hold up, and we can see some vehicles still that are coming off the range. Once they are off range, we'll be ready to start launching again, and we're waiting for that all clear to start going.
And we were told there are 19 teams that are racked up right now.
19 in the solid rocket
That's a pretty good rack of a pretty good size salvo.
We're probably not expecting any hybrid attempts for at least another hour.
No,
Rice
probably
was
not for a
ready
while.
and had to off gas, and they said it was going to be at least an hour and a half until they could turn that around even. We've got the team from Turkey that we've been talking about all morning. I know that they've got some great fans on the chat that are waiting to see them launch. I can see we've got teams from MIT in India. Not MIT in here in the US, that are watching and waiting and ready to go. I can see Worcester Polytechnic that's still waiting to go. As I mentioned, University of Arizona are right next to us right now. They're going to be launching soon. The Italians, I definitely see an Italian flag over there. I'm assuming that's the Italian team. So we will see. And it looks like we just got a super chat. BPS Space was a music major. Oh, I love to hear that. See?
All right. Well,
I was
we've
a
been looking
media
for,
major, so you know, and
we've been looking for a theme song, right?
Yes. Apparently, somebody has turned my voice into some kind of sound effect. Who knows?
Imitation is a sincere form of flattery, right?
Yeah, there's a whole extension to that quote. We'll get to it sometime. Yes. We're going to speak to another student team. So while we're waiting, we might as well hear from who's going to be launching soon. So we're going to go and find out who's in the interview booth right now.
Okay.
So we've got Gabriel here with University of Texas at Dallas. Gabriel, tell us a little bit about yourself, your role on the team, etc.
So yeah, I'm the chief engineer of my team. It's our second year competing. My role is more of like I help run the overall direction of the competition side of the team. So we do a lot of other projects, particularly with like smaller rockets. But we also have this big team where we build, a giant rocket to go to 10,000 feet. And so that's sort of my job, is to help manage that team.
Okay. So are there any like really cool features about your rocket this year?
We built a lot of the rocket ourselves. So there's very few elements that we bought. We built our own flight computer, our own tracker. We do SRAD propulsion. So we built our own propulsion system this year. We built like this all aluminum fin can that looks really cool to see, especially just in the rocket. And yeah, everything else, like pretty much every part of the rocket we made ourselves.
Gotcha. Super cool. So I heard that you know Steve Taylor.
Yeah, so Steve is local to our university, which is in Richardson, Texas. And so we got him to be our flyer of record this year, it's cool because he's the president of and runs the event. But it doesn't get us a whole lot of sympathy with the judges or the people reviewing because it's Steve doing it. But it's still fun.
Got you. So a name drop that doesn't really help.
Yeah, it hurts.
So do you expect any challenges, or is there anything that you're worried about this competition?
Well, so we flew already this morning, and our rocket, unfortunately, did not really survive the flight super well. We came back in pieces, and it did look really good going up, but it did not look good when we found it after it came back down. And that's just part of the challenge. It's not anything unusual or crazy. It's just, it happens, and you have to learn how to deal with it.
Got you. So, and how long have you been involved with rocketry?
I've been doing this for like 2.5 years now, I would say. So December or January of 2023, I would say, roughly. That's when I got started.
Got you. Well, so you're having a good time?
Yeah, this is always a blast.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for being with us, Gabriel.
Have a good...
And we're back.
Timing.
Two-stage. We're having a two-stage launch.
We're going to step outside the tent.
Yes, we'll step up.
So we encourage everybody to step outside of structures to listen in and see what's going on. So the two stages are just over here. We're looking at.
Two stages over there. The drones have been released.
Yeah, I was going to say, we just see the drones get going.
The drones just took off, so they're heading over there.
Laval.
It's Fredericton, Montreal, I believe, isn't it? Or I mean Quebec.
Quebec, yeah. So that's the team from Quebec, Laval. Go Canada.
That means they could set a record for the college teams in Quebec, altitude record. Clear blue, no clouds in the sky. Look at that.
Smoke. Here we go.
There it goes. It's up.
Beautiful straight launch.
Burnout first stage. Burnout second stage ignition. And you hear the applause of the crowd.
Hear that sound.
There you go, a supersonic sound wave.
Yeah, I was going to say, what is it we're seeing that's coming back down now? Is that the first stage that's coming back?
Yeah, it's the first stage coming down.
Looks like we see an event.
Yeah, that's the first stage event.
That means that they're coming back down under...
That's probably under a drogue.
I would hope a drogue at this point. It's coming down fast enough for a drogue. We're just waiting to see what's going on the top. It's very difficult to see 30,000 feet, as you can imagine, with a rocket. So we'll see what we can hear anything from the launch control area.
That drogue will probably stay down for another 2 minutes, 3 minutes for the first stage. Well, that's a successful first stage recovery, it looks like.
Yeah, it'll be solid. It'll be probably coming to next because I don't think we've got anything hybrid ready to go. 142, it sounds like we're going to be going to next, which will be the Turkey team.
That's the Tokyo team?
Turkey.
Turkey, oh, Turkey team. Go Turkey, all right.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of people in the chat that have been waiting. They're asking about whether or not Argentina's gone yet. We are waiting for them. We will promise you as soon as we know who's up, who's next, we will bring it to you. They keep changing between if it's going to be the A's, B's, C's or D's. You can see we've got a full rack ready to go up next while we're waiting for the team from Quebec.
And there's a picture of the first stage, I think, coming down.
I think so.
Laval's first stage.
All right, our first launch will be Alpha 3 from pad Alpha 3. This is team, back to Pamukkale from Turkey. That's flying Hazards, the 10K COT to 10,200 feet on an M1850 white. We have a green light, and we have a clear sky.
This was the team that had a
in 5,
countdown
4,
that didn't
3,
launch.
2, 1. Smoke.
Yes.
There it goes.
No igniter issues this time. Bit of a wobble as it came off the rail, but it looks like otherwise it was a pretty clean launch.
Nice
Watching
straight
it go
launch.
up, waiting for it to
Next
hit
up
the
will be
apogee.
Alpha 1. Next up is Alpha 1.
We can
And
see
then we
it
wait for an event.
peeking over.
Yep. Hit its height.
Nice contour. You can actually track it
Looks
pretty
like
easily.
it, yeah. Again, we're waiting for that event. It looks like it's coming in pretty hot right now. Oh, there was an event. It looks like it.
Okay.
Let's hope that's the
The
drone.
drogue, yep. Ooh, it is bright today.
It is. It's very difficult to track. Our teams are doing an incredible job tracking into the sun. Let's try and capture that for you. And it says we're going to go to Alpha 1 next. I'm not sure what vehicle that's going to be. Is that 108? Boise State University.
Boise State, Idaho. Boise is in Idaho, capital city. Boise State, team 108. 10K COTS.
Now to Alpha 1. Alpha 1 is team 108. This is Boise College Rocketry Club. This is a 10K COTS, flying to 10,200 feet on an Aerotech L1420 redline. This also has a payload that deploys on the ground. So it should deploy on the ground, but keep eyes open just in case it thinks the ground is a
Payload
little
deployed
higher
on the
than it
ground
is.
for this one.
All right, we are on Alpha 1. Green light, clear skies.
Should be Alpha 1, that's that one right there.
Hold, we have a hold.
Hold. We have a hold.
Well, I wonder if that's to do with, they said they've got a payload that's deployed on the ground. I wonder if they're trying to deploy that payload before launch and it's having a few issues. We'll see.
It could be.
We could come back to that one, you know.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens with that. 156, it sounds like it could be them next, which will be the University of Arizona, who we've got next to us in these great
Folks are right next door
AIAA
to us,
shirts.
And I think they're going to be having a live video broadcast. They have the right camera.
Yeah.
Live video broadcast. All right.
We will see if we can get that one set up as well. And of course, AIAA this year are not only a sponsor of this competition, that they're also supporting growth of the IREC as it moves forward, which is very exciting.
I'm very happy
to see.
that they're involved. It's the
Yeah.
Professional Organization for Aerospace Engineers. So
Yeah.
It's a very old organization. The original organization dates back to the 1940s, before they merged and became the
They
they've
said
grown,
that, yeah, very much so, and they're international as well, which
Yes,
is
they
so
are.
it fits
Mhm.
perfectly with exactly what we're doing here with this competition. So, and again, we are looking like we're going to go into the University of Arizona next, but we're waiting to see if the last one that didn't ignite is clear to do another launch.
Okay, we're getting found that they're getting locked on a GPS.
It's good. I mean, slightly static. Nothing too long. I'm sorry, nothing like up.
Look, Alpha, we're going to give Boise State University another go, I think. So they had to hold last second as we were doing the countdown because it sounds like they've got a payload that they're planning to deploy as they launch. So
And it didn't
wasn't quite ready.
pass all the right tests, and they shut down.
Yep.
That's not unusual. I mean, it happens.
It happens professionally all the time.
SpaceX. When
Yeah.
I saw it before. So if it's not right, they shut it down.
Yep, and it can go right the way down just before to make that.
Yeah,
last
good
one.
within seconds. I've seen
Yeah.
it shut down 3 seconds before ignition. So.
Yep. We're hearing all sorts of numbers being put. Oh, Purdue University, that's another one that's lined up, ready to
Purdue
go.
University, that's in West Lafayette, Indiana. It's a big, that's where Neil Armstrong attended college.
It is, yeah, very well known for that.
In fact, there was a building with his name on it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Neil Armstrong. It's the Aero building, and he was there when they dedicated it.
Don't they notoriously have the highest turnout of astronauts from Purdue University?
I think Purdue does have
Yeah.
sets the record, yeah. I think Ohio State's had one. So it's, although the Air Force and Technology, I went there, we have, like a dozen of them from there, but that's not surprising.
No.
But that's, it's surprising. Schools always have, astronauts, what astronaut came from their school. Purdue has one thing Purdue has Zucro Lab, which is a rocket lab that's right beside the airport. So every time I go over there, I think, they got a rocket lab right beside the airport. What can you do? It's great. It's a great place to study rocketry. They teach a couple classes in the subject. They've got people that have written the textbooks on
Nice.
rocketry, teach there. So I would say that's one of the better rocket schools you can go to.
Honestly, I think any school that's able to make it to the IREC at this point and have a successful
they're
launch,
doing pretty good.
Yeah. We're hearing the judges chatting to their teams, asking, are you still locked in? Is everything going well? Again, we're not 100% sure what the hold-up is right now. It sounds like the team from Boise State University is trying to do a payload deployment at ground level, and they need to make sure their checks are ready to go before we launch it. So we are waiting on that.
So we've got a whole rack of rockets that are ready to go.
There were 19. We've obviously seen
19,
two
yeah.
already launched, so we'll
We've got
hopefully wait to see
17
more.
left.
I've been asked on chat, can someone please tell me if the Monash team has already participated? Good question. They have not. We are waiting for the Monash team. They're working over on the hybrid. So do stay with us on the chat, on the live stream, and we'll make sure that when Monash are ready to go, we will get them on air. We just saw the team from Turkey take off. It's great to see them do very well.
Turkey has a wonderful Technofest. They have a equivalent event
I heard
just
this.
like that.
It's great.
And it's highly attended.
Yeah, what a great opportunity to
very
do multiple STEM events all in one.
Euroc, the Turkifest, Launch Canada.
Yep.
All sort of, I would say, they're children of IREC.
That's great. You know, we want to see competition.
Yep.
I still think like to hope IREC is still the pinnacle, the one
yes,
you want to
yes, that's
aim
one,
for.
Yeah.
But if you've got opportunities that are local that are easier for you to do, please go and participate. We encourage everyone to do it. Has the Wichita state team already gone off? I do not believe I've seen Wichita take off yet.
No.
Please keep asking questions. I will do my best to respond to them as much as I can. We've been doing our best. You know, I've been trying my best to track who's taking off, who hasn't. It's a really difficult one. I don't believe Pontifical Lateran University. I don't believe I've heard of them yet either. We will see.
Right now, right beside us, right beside our production tent, we see this huge throng of people who are all sitting there waiting anxiously for their rockets. These are all the teams that have rockets. We have 19 rockets, and the whole team would be here. So maybe there's 10 people. A team can have 200, 250 people here in this.
In the spectator
in the
area.
and then the spectator area too. You have another 100. So it's a pretty right here. It's a fairly dense pack of people. All rocket enthusiasts.
I haven't seen Rowan University take off yet. I haven't seen WSU.
Washington State.
No, I don't think I've seen Washington State take off today. Unless they're talking about Wichita State University. I've not seen them either. Did we just hear that we've got a super chat? Can you tell me who that was again? SLU. Great to hear the people supporting them. I've got another question on there. Is Georgia Tech flying today? Did Georgia Tech rack yesterday?
I don't think so. The name doesn't ring a bell.
No, we will find out for you and see what we can do in terms of that.
Cleared.
WPI, yeah, I'm still waiting for WPI as well.
And so we are going to go back to Alpha 1.
Going back to Alpha 1. I think that was the Boise State.
That is Boise College Rocketry Club.
Yeah.
Yeah, Boise State.
Predicted 10
Boise, the capital of Idaho.
10,200 feet. It's a 10K COTS on an Aerotech L1420 Redline. This is with the ground deployed payload.
I've got lots of questions coming in. MIT haven't launched yet, and I don't believe our MIT from Australia have launched either. So stay tuned, guys.
And the skies are clear. We have an aircraft clearing away, but we're at 10K, so we're good. And we are going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yes.
There it goes. Nice red flame.
Bit of a wobble. It is tumbling. That looks like it got into a bit of a spin. Okay, we're seeing it. It's reached apogee. It's now coming back down. We're waiting for an event.
Next up will be Alpha 2.
There it is.
It's coming in pretty hot. Oh, there's the event.
Event.
Hopefully that means that it's
And
released.
it seems to have slowed down,
Yes,
so
it
it's
does.
definitely under drogue. There you see the drogue right there. It's fully extended.
Excellent.
It's
Great
coming
to
down.
see. Yeah, I mean, well, look at that. We've captured that on camera.
Yeah, and
Isn't
you
that
can even see a
amazing?
smoke trail right behind it, so it's easy to track.
So well done to Boise State University. I think that was Maine as well. It's difficult to tell at this level, but it looks like.
Is that the main that came out?
Team 156 is coming up next. That's the University of Arizona from the sounds of things. in their Hawaiian shirts with AIAA on them, so hopefully
156
they do well.
from the University of Arizona. This is Desert Power in the 10K COTS category. Going to 10,000 and exactly 1 foot. Okay.
Yeah, University of Arizona have a live camera on there as well. We'll hopefully get some from them.
We have a green light. And we have a aircraft at high altitude, so I think we will give it one moment to just get a little pass.
It's definitely a 10K flight.
Yeah.
Alpha 2 is Alpha 2.
I love that Greg's put on there again. Greg Cesaroni yesterday said he's making a motor today. He did that yesterday while he was listening and watching us. And we kept saying to him, please make sure you're paying attention to your motor and only listening to us, not watching us. So, Greg, thank you so much for following us again.
5, 4, 3,
Here we go.
2, 1. Lift off.
Yes, nice straight takeoff.
Nice straight flight.
Oh, they lost the camera from University of Arizona there. We were hoping to get their live stream, but we lost that.
Don't see anything yet.
It's coming back down. I can see it coming back. There was an event. It's moving pretty quickly. It looks like they might have deployed a drone. Yeah, they've just confirmed. Great to hear. It's nice when we've got the team right next to us so we can get some updates from their telemetry.
So the
that
team
was, again, the University of Arizona.
Fully open?
Now going to Alpha 4.
We're going to A4 next.
Wichita State University.
Wichita State University is coming next. I know you've got a couple of followers on chat, so make sure you guys are paying attention.
Flying in Aerotech M2500 Blue Thunder.
And they have a camera as well on that one.
Green light and clear skies. Going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Here we go. Nice takeoff.
Alpha 5 is a scrub. Our next one up will be Bravo 5.
We're getting good feet, great feet.
Okay, we can see on the screen where the
right above us.
is it right above us? Okay, you can see on the screen right now that the Team 193's video feed.
Ah, so it's coming right down into us. Oh, looks like
fully open video confirmation. Great feet. Kind of fuzzy.
great to see that live video of it coming back down. Go Wichita State University. This is actually, I mean, you can see it's got a whole, where it's heading to, its altitude, its velocity.
The vertical speed.
To get all of that information on a video feed like that is a lot of work, isn't it?
Yep, and it's, you know, you think of all the equipment that has to keep up with this thing. So it's they've got a lat long, a heading.
We have verification of tracking on the others now. So we're going to go to Bravo 1. Bravo
B1's coming up next.
This is a 10K COTS flight on Team 180, University of New Mexico.
Team 180 is coming up next. So that's University of New Mexico.
Fast jack motor from
UNM.
Clear sky. Green light. We're launching in.
Let's go to my local team.
3, 2,
one of my locals. Okay. Oh,
there
look
it
at
goes.
the black smoke.
Black smoke. Look at that.
Okay, you have to explain to me, how do they get black smoke?
They put different chemicals in it. I don't know the specific chemicals, but each time you put a different chemical in it burns a different color. Get red, greens, black. It just depends on I don't know the chemistry well enough to tell you what chemicals, but that's what it is.
It looks pretty when it's different.
Yeah,
like
it does.
That,
Yeah.
Definitely
all kinds of ways to do it. Yeah.
Are we seeing it come back down now? It's coming back down.
Next up,
Right
Bravo
now, we're waiting
2.
for an event. Hopefully, we'll see that soon to see the drogue chute come out. Yep.
Good work.
Sounds like a lot of people are happy.
Yeah, it's slowing down, so I'd imagine the drogue has come out on the UNM. So congratulations to the team from Albuquerque, Nuevo Mexico. We will bring you who's coming up next as soon as we know. Sounds like hybrids.
They said hybrids are 45 minutes away.
45 minutes for those hybrids to be ready, so that'll be Monash University, hopefully.
This is a 10K S-Trad, though they expect 14,000 feet. It is an N3920 S-Trad motor. And this is out at pad B2. And we are clear sky. And we're green light, launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, Cato.
That was bad.
Used to be a Cato.
The engine exploded at lift ignition.
Yeah, Cato, which stands for a catastrophe after takeoff, which we've been using for a while here, before RUD was used by SpaceX. We'll see what happened with that. We're not 100% sure. It's quite difficult to see what happened with them. But that was George Washington University that experienced a Cato. So we're waiting to see what's going to happen next. They're probably going to check the area, make sure there isn't any damage to any of the other vehicles around it. As you can see, it's in
There's
two
the
parts.
rocket laying on its side. So the rocket looks, not bad all in all. What probably happened there was the rocket exploded, the engine ejected itself out. And then the rocket, and of course he has split, so it said, oh, I got a split. So the computer's still thinking about all this as it goes on.
Yeah. So
sometimes they'll actually shoot the drogue and main out, but it didn't go high enough. So.
Well, the good news is it doesn't look like it's caused any kind of fire. It looks like that's more of a damage from dust that we're seeing. We'll double check the area, make sure there isn't, again, any vehicle damage to any of the surrounding rockets, and then we'll get going again. I'm listening to the commentary going on between the live stream team, and it sounds like somebody needs some sunscreen, which is a good reminder to all these students. Stay out of the direct sunlight, get hydrated. Make sure.
Put sunscreen on every couple hours.
Yeah.
I guess
I think we're looking at George Washington again. That was again the one that just took off, George Washington University, that had a catastrophe after takeoff, a Cato. We're very sorry to see that. I know these students have worked on their rockets, their vehicles for some time.
Probably better part of a year.
Yeah, and it is heartbreaking for them when things don't go quite to plan. But don't see it as a failure, students. This is your opportunity to learn and develop and grow. So we're seeing at the moment 304, which is the George Washington University replay going on. Can I just say a big thank you to Franz, who just said that we're the best commentators. You and I just make it. Well,
hey,
you know what you're talking about. I've got no idea. I'm making this up as I go
Between
along.
as smooth as you are, my techie stuff, we're in.
There you go. I will be as dumb as I actually am, and then you can actually explain it all to me, Rick.
Okay.
They will be launching in 10, 9.
Oh, here we go. We're going for another launch.
7.
I think this is the hybrids.
5, 4, 3.
See if it goes.
1. Launch.
There it goes. It's a little slower off the pad, but it's going. Something happened.
That was some great noise. Do we know what team that was?
That was the combustion. That noise you heard was that was a combustion issue.
That was Monash. Oh, Monash.
Oh, that's too bad.
We are really sorry to see things not going quite to plan.
So we don't
We'll maybe speak to Isaac later when he's spoken to his team, because I know he's been supporting Monash. Monash is his university, yeah. We're sorry to see that, guys. It was a bit of a last minute. With hybrids, we often don't get too much of a warning when we're going to the hybrids, do we? When they're ready to go, they're ready to go.
Yeah, and that might have been a problem of not enough propellant in it.
Oh,
So-
you were telling about earlier about the gas.
Right.
Yeah.
They might not have had enough liquid in it, and it burned out quickly.
Ah.
So they got off the pad, they cleared it, but apparently nothing else came out.
You know, it is so difficult, particularly because they're dealing with the heat here to get
Yes.
that ratio right, isn't it?
Yeah, it's tough because you have to cool everything.
Yeah.
From the tank storage all the way through, and then you have to, you got to control all this stuff from a distance. So it's a challenge. It's a challenge.
Yeah. I mean, what a great achievement to get this far.
Yeah, they've
to the
gotten this
team in
far. They got
Monash.
off the pad. That's more than I'd say. So I'm very happy with that. They can.
Good.
That's a good indicator.
And again, I hate the word failure because it's got such
No.
negative connotations. So don't, teams, please, if things don't go to plan, don't see it as a negative thing. See it as an opportunity to learn.
That's right.
That's how we've managed to get this far with the space industries. We've learned from things not going quite to plan.
Well, my first
adapting
my
and
first
going
4
back.
liquid test shots were all. They weren't explosions, but they were certainly not successes. So,
Yeah.
and we learned the 5th and 6th and 7th one we got, they weren't perfect. We understand what we were doing. We worked it out. So yeah, it's sometimes you have to work this stuff out.
Yeah, absolutely. And congratulations again. They actually did take off. We think we possibly know what that could have caused that. We'll see
Yep.
what happens. So I think we're just waiting for those to establish themselves. Make sure the range is okay. I can see
Yeah,
a vehicle
yeah.
out not far from the solids right now. So
Yeah, they're
I
out there
imagine-
inspecting.
Yeah, the vehicle's gone out there to see what's going on.
And it wasn't bad enough that this time they did not send the fire department.
No,
So
well,
it
we
was,
could already see on
Yeah.
thankfully, that's why the drone
Yeah.
footage is
Mhm.
great to be able to see this, not just for the live stream, but for us to be able to see in real time what's going on. There wasn't a fire.
That's right. There wasn't a fire. You can
we just
see.
need to make sure that there isn't any damage to any of the other vehicles in the area.
And
that
there
it's
they
not-
are. Someone's inspecting all the equipment.
Yeah. We've got trained folks out there making sure everything's fine and that we can go ahead with the rest of the launches. We certainly wouldn't want to risk it for what we call rocket fever, taking off quickly without really doing all
That's
the
right.
due diligence and checks. So we will get to that as soon as we can.
Yeah, it's that human emotion. You want to do it. You want to do it. You want
Yeah.
to do it. And sometimes you guys got to say no. And that's, believe it or not, that's probably the toughest thing to do is to
It
say
is.
no. We're not going
Saying
to go.
no is always the most difficult thing.
That's
As a
right.
mother, I can tell you that. Oh, I've just had a question asked. What does SRAD stand for? You're the perfect person to ask.
What is
SRAD? So we
SRAD?
talk about COTS, don't we, which is
Oh, that's a
commercial off the
okay.
shelf.
That's
SRAD
Student
is-
Research and Design rocket.
Perfect, yeah. So some of the students, that means that they've designed part of the engine, correct?
Yes.
Not always all of it, though.
Well, it's for example, if they build their own solids, they have to have a formulation. They have to have a way to mix it. They have to have a way to pour it. We require, if you're going to have a student design and build engine, you have to static fire to prove us that your system works.
Which is the same as what
Right.
professional companies
That's right.
have to
That's
do
exactly
anyway.
what professional companies
Yep.
do. So at that point, once a student, they can prove to us, here's our test report of a successful test firing that worked the way we said it was going to do. We'll
Yep.
say you can come here with a similar built engine and fly here.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of people in Tripoli, the Tripoli Rock Association, who build their own solid motors. And a lot of people build their own hybrid motors too. So the SRAD is just one step below the commercial people.
It's amazing. I mean, a lot of the people that come and volunteer for the Experimental Sounding Rocket Association, or ESRA, which is the organisation that puts this on, we're all volunteers. I'm keep adding that out there. We all come and give up our time to come and do this because we care about it. A lot of you all are professionals in the industry.
Yes,
and you're
there are.
passing on a ton of
That's there are.
information to
You
these
start
students.
looking at all the people here. You have I've run into more than a few college professors. A lot of, in fact, the guys sitting here who are working on this are all professionals. One of them works for Blue Origin. A couple people I've seen worked for SpaceX. We have Starlink, a Starlink technician here. He's going to come.
Sounds like we're all good. They've cleared the area. That's great news.
He's the perfect guy. Did you get to announce the hybrid?
Oh yeah, I did.
That's awesome. He's the perfect guy to have to do that.
Oh, we know, Steve. Rick's been
Thank you,
brilliant at
Steve.
explaining to me in a manner that even us non-engineers can understand, which is perfect. Okay, this is where I'm going to really ruin this. Oh, goodness. Team 163, Universidad Nacional de la Asuncion. That's my really bad accent. I feel like I'm part of, yeah.
Now, where are they at? They're in South America somewhere?
Yes, I'd imagine so. Team
All right,
163.
time to go on Bravo 3, Team 163.
Okay. They're solid 10Ks.
All right.
Rocket.
Ah, they might be Mexican. I can see
Mexico,
a
yeah,
Mexico
they
flag,
could be Mexican.
flag out
Okay,
there.
yeah, they're Mexican. All right. There are surprising number of Mexican teams here.
I mean, there's a massive budding industry growing in Mexico.
There is.
It's
there
everywhere.
Is.
I think people forget
right.
that.
They're, Walter Ahearns is the level 3, and he's in Tijuana, I think.
UNA. This is Project Same Yagurretes. I apologize for that. But this is a 10K COTS going to 10,200 feet, flying on an M1350 white, and we're going on Bravo 3.
That's a 10K COTS?
With a clear sky, green light. We're launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There it goes. It's up. Nice straight flight. Beautiful flight. Yeah, that's nice.
It's always a good sign when you see a nice straight line coming off, doesn't it? I mean, wobbles can be caused by anything from, I'm assuming, the different winds.
A little wind, could be a little wind shear,
But
sure.
you can also see them spinning sometimes. Which
Sometimes,
we don't really want
yep.
to see, do we?
Well, it depends on how you design it. Typically, you don't, and when it's sometimes when you get a little instability because of everything's happening very quickly, you get a little wobble, and the rocket's correcting itself.
Okay.
So that's the thing. As you see the movement, that's the rocket moving back and forth to correct itself.
Am I correct in knowing that liquids require you to spin them?
No, you don't.
Oh, so liquids is that you don't want to.
No, they used to, but you don't do it anymore, mostly because it's a challenge to get
Yeah.
things to spin accurately.
Yeah.
And you don't need to. The idea of spinning it would be to keep the fluids outside.
Yeah.
Right now, if the big rockets like the SpaceXs and the Blues, they have what's called baffling inside of the tanks.
Wow.
And that baffling prevents what's called slush loads.
Yeah.
When it moves back and forth, the fluids swish, and you can take it in a glass and swish it, and those slushing loads will cause control issues. So the rocket's got to be able to control that. So if you put baffles in that stops that, make the slush load very tiny, the rocket has enough control authority to keep it straight.
Ah,
So
interesting.
those are slush loads.
There you
Yeah,
go. You're learning it from the
we
source.
learned slush loading the hard way. People didn't understand it for a while in the 50s. Oh, there's some slushing going on here, and particularly when it makes a big maneuver.
Yeah, I've just been asked, once you've learned all of this at college, do you ever stop learning? Once you've finished college, do you ever stop learning, or are you always going to
No, you never stop learning. Your education degree shows you can learn.
Yes.
You will learn the rest of your career.
I think that's key. Organisations like AIAA are great
Yes,
for that. To
that's
keep you up to
right.
date with
Their
the
job
latest
is to keep us informed, keep us teaching.
White formulation. They are on Bravo 4. Green light. And clear sky. We have an exiting aircraft.
Looks like Purdue.
10K SRAD. They built this engine themselves.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have ignition.
There it goes. Nice clean burn. Nice
and
straight
straight,
flight. Look at
yeah.
that. Burn out. Nice clean flight.
Yeah. Waiting for it to hit its apogee. Apogee obviously being the highest point of the flight.
Yeah.
At that point, it starts to arc, and we'll see it come back down. We're looking for an event.
Oh my
An event being hopefully when it releases. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, we've seen an event. That means that it's released at least the drogue parachute. That starts to slow down its descent, and then we'll see it release its main hopefully soon afterwards.
Now, if you notice that plume color,
yeah,
they didn't put any coloring chemicals in. That was a natural
Yeah.
plume color.
Yeah. So we're going to B5 next. Oh, I told you, everyone, we were going to get back to back launches as soon as we got ready. Oh, got to ask the question: is SRAD thrust vectoring allowed in the competition?
No, it's not. That's the only there is no vectoring allowed. It's and you have to have it's fixed. So the only way you keep stability is with fins. Your fins keep your center of pressure and center of mass separated appropriately. It's called your margin of stability is what technical word for it. But basically, just when the rocket moves, the fins will keep it going straight.
I am doing my best to keep up with the chat, but if anybody has any questions for us, please do keep throwing them our way, and I'll keep an eye on it. There we go. The Italians coming up next.
Sapienza, University of Rome.
University of Rome.
Italy.
Yeah. I knew I saw that Italian flag.
10K COTS.
10,000 feet. They're flying an M1830 CTI motor. Skies are clear. Light is green. We are launching in 5, 4,
go, Italy.
3, 2, 1.
There it goes.
Excellent. Nice takeoff.
Beautiful. There we go. Look at that.
Burn stop as it carries
You
on.
can see it.
Yep.
It's coming up.
Next up will be Charlie 2. Next up will be Charlie 2.
Peeking over. They're
Yeah,
just
looks
flipped
like
over.
it might be a little
Coming
bit
back down.
wobble at the top. Waiting for that event where the drogue will come out, hopefully. It's coming in pretty fast at the moment, so we're waiting for that.
All right, we have a rocket coming in hot.
Looks like it's
out on
coming
the
in
range.
ballistic.
It
Coming
is
in
out
hot.
on the range, but it is coming in hot.
I've lost the trail. It's quite
Yeah,
difficult
so
to
have
see.
I.
Oh, we've seen it's come down. It's down.
Okay.
Well, congratulations, Italy, for taking off. Let's hope we can get you recovered nice and easy and you can figure out what happened with your drogue and everything else. Are Hybrid or bi-liquid motors allowed at IREC?
They are allowed. We don't have any this year. Hybrid, in fact, most hybrids are SRAD. Liquids, bipropellant liquids are allowed. They just aren't any this year. We're hoping maybe some next year.
We just had a question about Monash being successful. Yes, they launched. We don't know what happened. It wasn't quite to plan. I'm not sure what you measure success at. Sounds like they almost reached 10,000 feet, even though things didn't go quite
Oh, really?
the way.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll see. We will know more afterwards.
All right. We have a clear sky. We have a green light.
Next team is 140 New York University, Abu Dhabi. 10K COTS. This is not their first year. They've been here before.
Great to see. There we go.
There it goes. Oh, nice plume. Look at that plume. Yeah. Yeah, there it is.
We're watching it.
Next up,
Peeking over.
Charlie 3 will be next.
Peeking
C3.
over. It's at apogee. It's coming down. Lost the trail.
I've been asked when the
I don't see
University
any
of
event.
Windsor is launching Team 318. We're not 100% sure yet, but we will keep you up to date. As soon as we know what's going on with who's next, we will give you that information. That beautiful replay, look at that.
Yep, nice. Oh, they had a good burn.
Yeah.
Beautiful burn.
All right, moving on to Charlie C.
C3. Who have we got at C3, guys? Do we
Next
know?
up is Charlie 3. This is Team 111.
111.
University.
Clarkson State.
One moment.
Clarkson University. All the ones.
All right, we have the rocket is Refolner, 10K COTS going 10,000 feet on an M2500 Blue Thunder. Charlie 3 going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There it goes.
Oh!
Blue flame.
That one really came off with a wobble.
It did, yeah. There was some wind there. I think it hit a gust.
Is that what we think it was?
Yeah. It hit a gust of the rocket right itself, and then it's at an angle.
All right, next up.
Feel the wind coming that well, it turned into wind.
Yeah.
Team 800, that's Rice.
It looks like Rice
You got a
University
drogue?
are going to
You
go
got some
with their
drogue?
hybrid. They were the ones that were filling up earlier and ended up off-gassing, so we hopefully will see them actually launch. Hybrids, as we said before,
All right, Rice University.
are really tough ones to deal with, so when they're ready to go, they're ready to go. Let's go Rice University.
10K. Here's an example of a university built it. So in fact, there aren't any. No one's flown a COTS hybrid yet in competition.
Here we go.
Here we go.
1, launch.
Oh, I see smoke. Here we go. What a great noise.
Wow, that screamed off that pad.
It did.
Woo! He's got a lot of fuel in that thing.
What great noises they
Wow.
make. I love the fact
That
that
jumped
hybrids
off
have
the
that.
pad. That was
Why do
impressive.
hybrids make that noise?
It's just the supersonic sound, the shockwave hitting us, and the combustion. That's you hear the combustion burning. That's a sound, combustion sound.
They're my favorite, I have to say. When you really feel it, you hear it.
Yeah, you hear it, feel it. Yep.
That's when you really get that full experience of a rocket launch. So congratulations. Again, that was Rice University.
Nice shot, Rice.
And their hybrid. It looked like a really good launch from where we're standing. We've got lots of on the chat talking about Paraguay. They're asking if frequency for telemetry is allowed.
That I don't know.
Yeah.
We're going to be moving to C3 now, Charlie.
Charlie 3.
Sorry, Charlie 4 now.
Charlie 4, sorry.
Team 201. Just waiting on report.
Sounds like Rice may had a main opening.
Just make it up if you don't know. That's me to a T, my friend. I'm loving the chat. Great COTS hybrid. Anyone know what engine they used?
No, I know they use nitrous as their propellant. I don't know what their fuel grain was made out
I
of.
don't think it was a COTS hybrid, was it? I thought it was an SRAD hybrid that we just
Oh yeah, it was an SRAD hybrid, yeah.
So, you know, that means it's student research and design for it, so it was great. If someone were bringing a 25,000 motor, would that be able to fly at IREC, just out of curiosity?
I'd have to check what the limit is. That's a pretty big motor.
Yeah, I was going to say, it sounds very powerful.
Yeah, 25,000. Oh, I don't know if they'd
Reach out to us offline and we'll see what we can do. Yeah, Franz just said it was an SRAD hybrid. We do think it was. We do know best. So it sounds like Brigham Young University is going to be coming up next with a 30,000 foot COTS.
30K COTS.
Brigham Young, BYU have done very, very well in the past. I think they won 2 years ago.
2 years ago, they won the whole thing.
They won the entire, yeah.
They won the cup.
So we'll see how they do this year. Sounds like they also have a video challenge on this one, so we'll see if we can get some video. So BYU will be coming up next. Oh, they won the video challenge last year, and they won the entire thing 2 years ago. So, you know. Great to see BYU.
Spectators, when a launch is occurring, you must exit your tent. You must exit your tent for safety purposes.
All right, we are now moving to
Somebody asked,
Charlie
25,000. That's
Charlie 4 is team 201 from Brigham Young University.
25,000, that's a huge engine.
It is a 30K
Oh, everyone wants to go bigger and better. We are in Texas after all. Everything is bigger in Texas. So why not go for it all the way? No, seriously, if you are interested in questions like that and we don't have the answers to them, please do reach out to soundingrocket.org. One of the team will get back to you probably after the competition to answer your questions if you're interested in coming and competing.
I think that'll also be in the IREC rules if you want to look at the rules, rules documents.
Here we go. Go BYU.
There you go.
Oh, bit of a wobble. Again, that had the wind situation.
That was a problem.
Okay, that seemed to change direction.
It did. I don't think that wasn't controlled.
No. Oh.
Although it's still working.
It's coming back down hot.
No, I think something's.
Yeah,
see that
spinning.
flittering? It's spinning. So it broke.
We have parts coming in hot out on the
There are
range.
parts.
I mean, this is why we do this. It's away from us. It's in a safe area. It is coming in hot.
Yep, it's coming in hot.
Anyone be able to clarify about Rice on the team? It says there were 30K SRAD hybrid, but the screen said 10K HOTS hybrid. It was a 10K SRAD, I believe, for Rice University. I will get that double checked though. Problem is, I've got the list of all the teams here. I haven't got what they are flying and how they're flying it. It's very difficult. It's a lot of information. It's 143 teams to track, isn't there, really?
Now moving to the final.
Oh, it was a 30K SRAD. Thank you so much. 30K SRAD hybrid. Thank you so much, team, for listening in. Somebody's paying attention if I'm not. We apologise for the graphics being wrong. Again, it's a lot to keep up with.
Illinois Tech Rocketry. Their 10K CODs going to 10.350.
Somebody's parachute came down right over there. See it fluttering in the wind. So that's pretty close.
I missed what team we've got coming up
We have
next.
clear skies and we have a green light. That means we are launching in 5, 4, 3, 2,
Illinois.
Illinois Institute of Technology. Yeah, there you go. See that was blue. There it goes.
So it's great to see the difference in the different types of propellants.
That's
and
right, the
fuel.
colors, yep.
Because obviously I'm assuming their burn was much shorter, but it gave them enough energy to keep it going.
Yes, it was. They burned a lot of thrust quickly instead of burning less thrust longer.
And
It's
that
a
continues
trade-off.
to give it the momentum to get
Right,
to it.
right.
We've had an event. It looks like we can see the drogue at least that's come out.
There it is.
Is that
yep.
main? Oh dear, it looks like we've got a main and a drogue that's come out at this point. So it's going to be a bit of a slow descent coming down, but great to see Illinois doing well. That was team 1, 2, 3, I believe. We just saw Illinois Institute of Technology. Again, guys, I apologize. We're jumping all over the range right now because we're just trying to get as many launches as possible. So we're doing our best to try and keep up with who's coming up next and listening to the pads. We don't have the pad numbers. They're assigned after the team lists go out. So we're doing our best. And do keep us in check on the chat. We appreciate it when people ask questions because we can't always keep up with it all. We're asking about Argentina. I don't think we've seen the Argentinian team go yet. Keep watching, guys. We will do our best to keep up with you. Same with the team from India, MIT. And I'm not sure we've seen Paraguay go yet either. So stay tuned, guys. We will bring them to you as soon as we know they're up next. We've definitely seen the University of Rome take off this morning. We've just seen Illinois University take off. George Washington BYU University had a bit of problem. BYU did fly. I loved UNM, and I'm not just saying that because I'm from New Mexico. They had a beautiful black smoke take off. It was great to see. And again, that comes down to the chemicals that they've put in there. We're not 100% sure what causes all the different colours. But if anybody knows, add it to the chat and we'll make sure we
You can also put things that make sparks out of it.
I've seen that.
So they call them sparky engines, yeah.
Pretty. Why not? I mean, if you're going to do it, you might as well have fun.
Because sometimes those sparks will come out and they could be a fire hazard. More than what a normal rocket plume would be.
Thank you, Carl, for giving me a bit of an English thanks on the chat. At least I'm assuming that was your little nod to saying you're doing okay. Thank you. Go University of Calgary. Oh yeah, we've seen quite a few Canadian teams. They've done very well in the past as well. We'll keep an eye on that. So where are we going to go next? We're looking over at the solids area. We had 19 racked up. I think we've gone through, at least 8 of them so far.
Yeah, we've gone through half of them.
Yeah. So we'll see. We will see. Who are we going to next? A3. Can't see the number of the team. I think that one's missing a team number on it. This is what happens when you take a bic out there and write a number on a big white piece of paper in the desert. We will figure it out as soon as we can what team it is we're probably going to be going to next. Or if
that's pad A5.
A5. Can we just zoom in on that? Pennsylvania, it looks like. Does that mean that's Penn State or University of Pennsylvania?
University of Pennsylvania.
There you go. We have to make sure we're not one and the same thing. University of Pennsylvania looks like we'll be coming up next.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, whoever decided to stick their name on their rocket,
it's a smart idea.
Yes, because then us folks, oh no, they're not going to be going next. There's somebody fiddling around with things.
Somebody's fiddling around with
That's never a good sign.
Okay.
Okay, let's hope. Bryce, get away from the rocket, Bryce. I'm kidding. He's obviously been given the okay to go out there. It sounds, often they've set everything up. They've got their GPS. They've come out here and they haven't got a lock, and so they've had to go back out and see if they can establish that. Oh no, their signal keeps. Wind is causing a few little issues out there.
Looks like there are a lot of people out there now, so I guess they're going to.
They're reloading. I can see another.
So they're going out there with another rack.
Salvo heading out.
Yep.
You going to take over? It looks like Matt's going to take over for me.
Matt's going to take over? Okay.
So no more British. Yay!
All
Alice,
right.
It's great to get back out here. Rick, it's good to be out here with you.
Good to be with you, Matt.
Yeah, how have things been going out here so far?
Well, they've been pretty.
We just had a good salvo that went through.
Yeah, we had
it's
a great
good
salvo.
to see.
A lot of questions come up. That's good.
Yeah, a lot of love from the Brazilians, the Argentinians. I still haven't seen any super chats come through. Maybe that'll change once we start talking.
What's a super chat? I'm going to educate me a little bit.
Yeah, no problem. Maybe some of our audience needs to be educated on what a super chat is as well. A super chat is when we have fans who appreciate what we're doing so much that they're willing to pay us.
Wonderful. I love that.
Getting paid is always good, isn't that right?
That's wonderful.
So,
give me about 30 seconds. Right back.
Yeah, no worries. All right. So I guess it's just me out here and holding things down, doing the job of three. We just had a great salvo. Rick is back after. It's hot out here. You know, normally I'm inside in the media trailer, but definitely need water out here.
You definitely do. Yeah, I want to make sure everyone keeps drinking water. It's hot out here. It's probably in the middle 90s, upper 90s.
Totally. Yeah, I think that's about right. I heard the UV index is as high as it gets out here.
Yeah, you can walk out in the sun. You actually feel how strong that sunlight is.
Totally.
So
that's why we stay fully covered as much as we can. Sunscreen on.
Sunscreen on.
That's a necessity, absolutely. Yeah. So it sounds like we're gonna check in with a group. Actually, one of our exclusive media partners, Lafayette Space, they presented at the Horseshoe to students teaching about safety-centered control systems. So let's check in with the team at Lafayette Space in the interview booth.
I have Nick with Lafayette Systems here with us today. Nick, tell us a little bit about what your company does.
Yeah, so I run a small YouTube channel called Lafayette Systems, mostly do rockets with guidance and control systems on them. Started out a couple years back with canard control. That's where you have fins on the front of the vehicle that steer to maneuver the vehicle, and kind of stepped up and done some more sophisticated things since then.
Got you. So what brings you to IREC this year? How long have you been involved with IREC?
This is my first year. I'm having a great time. Figured I would volunteer as a judge. Logan reached out to me and asked if I was interested in doing it. It was really great to read the technical reports from some of the teams, get to see the vehicles they built. And now we're out at the launch site. I spent yesterday working the front gate. And now I'm here doing some interviews and walking around watching the rockets.
Very good. So how long have you been involved with rocketry generally?
Oh gosh, it's been a while. I used to build Estes rockets with my dad back in the day. I did the Team American Rocketry Challenge back in high school. It's under a different name now, but then in college, I remember I saw this video of a guy who was steering rockets around with little servos in the nose, and I figured that'd be a fun summer project, and that was like 6 years ago. Turns out it's a lot more difficult than that, but I'm having a great time.
Excellent. Is there anything else that you want to share with us here?
I would just say if you're in college and you have a university team that's doing IREC, then I would really recommend doing it. It's something that I didn't have the opportunity to do, and the teams out here are putting together really fantastic vehicles. And if your university doesn't have an IREC team, look to start one. This is a ton of fun.
Thank you so much, Nick.
Thank you.
And the crew in there, really interesting to hear. What opportunities might be available. Even if you want to continue your hobby after IREC or get involved early. It looks like we're seeing a lot of love in the chat from Australia, Argentina. I think I met with some of the crew when they came out to set up. So big flags in the chat right now. There's a bunch of Indian flags in the chat, I think, right? Krishanu Day, yeah. Let's see, it's the love for your country. That's good to see. Has Monash launched yet? Milan asked. Oh no, I brought the wrong one in. Let's see. Can we bring this one in? Oh, there we go. Yes, Monash has launched. That's right. We saw them. I think we saw maybe an off nominal flight there.
It was off nominal. Yeah. Hold on for a second. I get some of them.
Oh yeah.
This hat has actual brain dust on it.
Yeah. It makes sure it's authentic, not just a showcase.
That's right.
Let me.
We should autograph that.
That's
funny. The commentary crew to
Rick,
you.
It looks like we're looking at something. Can you explain to me what folks who haven't seen this?
Okay, what this is we got here from this thing. It's a little historical thing. Used to be teams would drive their own rockets out. Or some teams in the old days, they carried them out.
Yeah.
So we decided to build this rack. So the idea is once the rocket is approved, it's ready to go. The team's loaded on here, and then we drive it out there, and then your team will drive out there with it. That's where you see this huge convoy of cars going out. They get out there, then they take their rocket off the rack, Then they take it to the pad they're assigned to and load on, prepare the rocket, and then they leave.
Yeah, if I saw that in town, I think I might be a little bit worried. But I think out here on the range, it has a lot of utility. You know, these rockets are 10 to 15 feet tall, a lot of the cases. And
they can weigh 20, 30, 40, 50 pounds. So
that's right. So it's heavy, it's large, and it's potentially dangerous. And that might not fit in your Prius if that's all you got.
No, that wouldn't fit in your Prius. No, I guarantee. And that's a problem we had. We had people that try to fit they'd have a little rack. So I saw one group had a rack on a car, and they put the rocket on top of the car, and they just literally strapped it down on top of the car and drove out. So after seeing that a couple times, we thought we can do better than this. So the carrier trailer came into existence.
Dang,
it's worked fairly successfully. Gets us out there. It's orderly. That's the thing. It's safe. So
I think we just got a super chat from Giorgio. You know, much love to the Argentinians. I met some of your team. I think that maybe there's only one Argentinian team out, but I know there's other folks coming from South America. But to that rocket trailer, it's definitely a great way to move them safely and effectively out to the pads.
Yeah, you can see they're starting to carry. They're carrying about the pads. They picked up the rocket and carried it out.
I think I know which Aaron this is. If this is Aaron Chan.
$2. Well, thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for the love, Aaron. That's I don't know anybody who knows my last. Well, maybe I guess it's on my shirt, but
it's on your shirt. The world knows who you are. So
It's not anonymous out here, but thank you for that super chat. There.
Now you see right there. There's an example of them putting a rocket on a rail. They mount the rail buttons onto the slot, and then just gently slide it on.
So this rail we've got here is a pretty standard configuration.
That is a standard rail. I forgive me for not knowing what that rail's called. I think it's a 2080, but basically the standard width and it's a standard depth.
Yep.
And that's what the little buttons we make that go into it.
Slide right in. Yeah, I think the company that makes these aluminum extrusions is called 8020.
8020, yes.
And it's a 1515 rail.
Right,
if I've got that
1515
right.
rail. Yep.
And
those are standard throughout the high power rocket community. Those rail numbers. So yeah, it's
Gotcha. And I think we just got another super chat. 1 second. Let me see if I can find it here. I wrote some code to make this automation happen out here, but it's kind of buggy. We got $2 from Tim. Tell us about Hoppy's Hotel. Tim is actually one of a volunteer and also part of the sponsorship crew from SpaceX.
Okay.
This feed is brought to you thanks to the Starlinks that are on top of the trailer.
Thank you,
here.
Starlink.
Yeah,
that's great. And it's fast. I've used Starlink before in the middle of a desert. I was surprised how I could actually do live video on it.
Totally.
It was shocking. I've never seen that before.
If folks haven't seen our configuration, all of that data, there's no fiber out here in the middle of the oil field, but we do have Starlink, and it's a pretty impressive constellation they're operating. And Tim is one of the folks that makes that happen. I think we just got another. We got another super chat from Milan asking, when you have the chance, can you interview SOAR? Milan, I think you should send out the SOAR team to the commentator booth. That's probably or inside to the media trailer. That's the best way to get connected with our team. But we appreciate the super chat. So we've got another super chat here. I don't know which currency this is, but it's 10 units of currency from Samuel Nacimiento de Melo
I think
Santos.
that's a Mexican team, isn't
it?
So
that's certainly not.
I forget what the Mexican currency is. Pesos.
Right. Maybe the R is not pesos, but let's see what else to folks. Chad, if you have any other questions, let me know. We've got an industry expert, Rick Wills, here.
I hope I can stand up to that compliment.
Rick, is it correct you had an early part of your career in the Air Force or in the military, and then you moved over to work at Air Force Research Lab? Is that right?
Yeah, I did. First, I was in acquisition. I bought aircraft. I helped buy the I was on the C-17, and these development teams are hundreds of people.
Totally.
So I was on the C-17 development team. I was on the Air Force One, the current Air Force One development team. I was the interior engineer for that. I worked on a lot of special operations aircraft, the Air Force version of the tilt rotor aircraft, the B-22, and a bunch of C-130 variants that I used. So
quite the fleet of aircraft that you supported. That is a big part of our your current Air Force in the U.S.
Yes.
Have you seen any of the changes that are happening to the acquisition, military acquisition in America?
Well, the biggest thing I think that's changing is drone technology.
Yes.
Suddenly, and I think the war in Europe is showing that everyone here uses drones constantly, right?
Yep.
They've been
actually, we've had quite a few of our camera angles are
right. So drones, I think, are the big thing. Drones are tiny. You can buy, the idea is buy thousands of them.
Yeah, drone swarms.
So drone swarms. And we have this tech. We have the software that control a drone swarm. You see them in people will do, instead of fireworks shows, they'll have drone shows.
Drone shows, yeah.
So when you have that kind of technology with that kind of control, you can use it for other purposes.
Yeah. I think
I think that's a great change. Suddenly buying that isn't like buying a F-35, which I forget how much, a couple
billions. Yeah.
A piece. You can buy these things are, when you make 1,000 of them, they're probably costing, a couple $100 a piece.
Right.
That's the big change.
That certainly is a different, I think the acquisitions officers call it an exquisite solution or piece of work versus the low-cost attritable.
Attritable, attritable is the word they use now in the parlance. That means you're going to if you send 1,000 drones, you're going to lose 100, and that's expected. So
I think we've got a close-up of somebody out at that pads. That person, many of our online viewers might recognize as DOS from NSF, NASA Spaceflight. Putting a camera this close to the pads means, one, it's going to get dusty because it's the rockets are launching, but also it's picking up, the wind's picking up a little bit here, and it starts to get dusty. So we're grateful to have the team from NASA Spaceflight to help
thanks
support.
a lot to them. I mean, those videos here with the NASA Spaceflight equipment are just outstanding.
Hey, there he goes.
There you go. Thanks. Good job.
I think he's talking back to his crew, but it's always awesome to have DOS out. And in addition to the support from NASA Spaceflight, we also have a great partner that's been with us since the beginning of the competition, which is SDL, Space Dynamics Laboratory.
Yep.
And we've recently had some support from their media team. Emily joined the Ezra media team, and she has been wonderful. Actually, earlier today, you probably saw her in front of the camera for some of the interviews, but the SDL has been around for a while, and
they've been through IREC all the entire time.
Yeah, so since you were
at least I've been here since 2014.
Yeah, so. In Green River there.
The wind's picking up a little bit, so that may I don't know what the wind speed is, but that could affect launches.
Yeah, let's see if there's any questions from.
In fact, the wind's starting to get in our eyes.
It is picking up a little bit. It sounds like we're going. Maybe I can stall a little bit longer to get confirmation on it, but it sounds like we're gonna check in with some folks from SDL.
Okay.
And we're gonna check in with them right now, actually, in the interview room.
Hey everyone, we're here with Chris Jackson from Space Dynamics Lab, who handle our payload competition. Welcome, Chris.
Thanks.
So first of all, impressions on the comp so far?
Oh, it's amazing. It's always a good time out here. This is my 4th time here. SDL's been with the challenge since way back in the Green River days. But I'm enjoying what we're seeing. We've had some wonderful launches today and yesterday, and we're super excited about the payload results.
Yeah, awesome, and we're grateful to have you here. Tell us a little bit about some of the payloads you've seen. Are there any standouts?
Sure, there's always some standouts. I don't want to divulge too much of our inside jockeying, but we've seen everything from flight dynamics, right? There's payloads that are doing extra measurements of flight dynamics or special ways like gyroscopes to measure the way that the rocket is performing on top of what the avionics might be doing. There's robotics payloads that are landing and launching rovers into the desert to do various tasks. There are 3D printers being launched. Some of these we've seen years before, and they've done several improvements to make them better and do different things with them. So very exciting payloads.
Yeah, amazing. And are there any rule changes for those who have been here for maybe 4 years or more?
We changed a little bit on the weight, right? I think we cut the weight in half, this year. the mass.
Yeah, and has that driven a change in the kinds of payloads you're seeing?
I don't think it's driven much of a change in the kinds. They're still struggling sometimes to meet weight, so I see some flying some ballast or trying to add some or do what they can to get there. It's easier though. They're definitely able to get to the weight they need to do and still have a functional payload that does exciting things.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of hot out there. How are you surviving in the heat?
It's very warm. We got wonderful tents, so we're doing okay over there. The breeze would be nice in the tent. We talked about maybe a swamp cooler next year. Steve was by talking to us. It's beautiful in here. I could stay in here and interview with you all day. It'd be great.
Yeah. And so have you seen every payload in the competition so far?
We have seen most every payload. There's probably about 15 maybe or so that have not checked in with us. There's less than that, maybe 10 or so that are part of registered for the payload challenge, but we've not seen. So I'm hoping if you guys are out there listening, make sure you come in and check with us if you have not been in to check on us.
Absolutely. We want to get you those payload points, and we also want to get you that chance to show off the work that you've done in that payload competition, because there's some amazing stuff that you're doing out there. And so we've seen about 50 or 60 flights so far in the competition, and I guess we're seeing a range of payloads coming in through those flights. Is there anything particular about the conditions in these rocket flights that makes the payload challenge a challenge?
It definitely makes it a challenge. A lot of these payloads have to survive intense forces, and they have to function after they've landed, right? So we're asking these guys to bring these payloads back to us and show us what happened and how they worked. And sometimes they come back mangled, sometimes they're a box of parts. So that's very challenging for them to build something small enough and compact enough to fit in that CubeSat format that is also strong enough and structurally able to withstand the G-forces of rocket launch and then impact sometimes of hitting the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. And something that's been challenging us in launch operations is these deployable payloads. We're seeing more and more of those. How many deployables do you think we've seen this year?
There's probably about 20%. 20% are actual deployable payloads. Do they cause issues in launch operations?
Well, I mean, they challenge me a little bit.
Something else to track.
Yeah, exactly. We need to have eyes there and eyes there and eyes there. And it's challenging for the teams as well, because if they're deploying them at apogee, our requirements this year mean that they need to have not only a main parachute, but we want them to have a full dual deployment system.
Sure.
So that's yet another set of redundant systems that they need to have.
So some of these deployables are really cool. They're made to deploy and then track the rocket descent. So they fly around the rocket with a camera trying to track the rocket descent to the ground.
Okay, how do they achieve orbiting the rocket like that?
So the rocket and the payload communicate with each other, their position, and then they do some calculations, and then they can control a parachute and fly around the rocket on descent. So that's a pretty cool thing. The team that was doing that, one of the teams that was doing that, their payload ejected a little bit low, so it was difficult for them. They wanted the payload higher than the rocket, so it couldn't keep up in that descent. But nominal flight, good deployment.
And it still controlled the payload and had a controlled flight.
It controlled the payload, had a good controlled flight, just ejected a little bit low. We have yet to see the video. I haven't checked my email, so if you guys sent me video, I haven't checked my email yet.
Make sure that video comes to us too in the live stream.
Yeah, we'll send it to you for sure.
Absolutely. I think we're going to cross now to Brigham, who's got another one of our supporters with Blue Origin. Brigham, to you.
Hi everyone. Glad to be back here on the stream, and with special guest
Raleigh Salazar from Blue Origin.
Yeah, my employer. It's actually kind of amazing to be out here since I was a Rocketeer at one point. Seeing you guys, you've been a long-time sponsor.
Absolutely. We love the IREC competition. We love supporting the students out here actually launching rockets. So.
Yeah, it's great to see, and I imagine it's great for you guys to talk with students. They get to see you guys out here, know what their future's about, or possible futures is about. What have you loved so far about being out here, beyond just seeing lots of cool rockets going up?
Yeah, I love seeing the enthusiasm and the passion for rocketry, for engineering, for ingenuity from the students. It really brings me back to when I was in college studying engineering, and then seeing it still progressing to current generations and students that love rocketry, love engineering, and love just building things and setting them on fire and seeing how far they go.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, so for maybe some of our viewers who, while might know a lot about our event, and I know what I know about Blue Origin, could you tell us a little bit more about Blue and why even come out here?
Yeah.
What's so special about this for Blue?
Yeah, absolutely. So we focus on building, developing, designing, and then ultimately operating our own spaceflight vehicles, right? So here locally in Texas, just down the road, I'm actually headed to our launch site one a little later today. We launch and operate New Shepard, so a suborbital vehicle capable of carrying people and payloads to the Kármán line. Fully reusable, fully autonomous, really changing who space is for. And then at the earlier part of this year, back in January, we launched our orbital vehicle, New Glenn. It's basically like lifting a 31-story building into space. We affectionately call it our space truck because anything and everything to space. Right?
It was an amazing launch. I got to be down there. I'm down in OLS and got to work on the engines for New Glenn, the BE4 engines, and I know my buddy who's been on the stream also, Matt Ryan, loved the launch. There was a lot of people out there on the beach getting to see that beautiful night launch, getting to see those beautiful 7 BE4 engines light up the night sky down in Cape Canaveral. But I imagine for a lot of the students here, that's kind of their dream, to go and work on at Blue or companies like that, to go work on larger and faster rockets that go higher and faster. How do you feel about the enthusiasm about students coming out here to you guys?
This is definitely one of my favorite competitions to come to. This is my 4th or maybe 5th year in a row coming out to, a combination of Las Cruces and then also here in, where are we? Pecos? Sarasota?
Saragossa.
Yeah. But out in the desert launching rockets, right? And so that's one of my favorite things to do is to just be around the students, right? I come from an engineering background and I moved into university recruiting about 5 years ago. And the driver behind that was to, really connect from a technical perspective and then also help drive future growth and career opportunities for young students to come to Blue. Specifically to Blue. That's why I do the recruiting at Blue, right?
Of course, yeah. And I know, as a student competitor at one point, coming to this competition was so much for me. It was not only just coming out here to launch a big rocket, but also just to meet with my peers, meet with recruiters, talk with others to what's next for me was really important for me to continue out my career, and I'm glad that I'm now at Blue. It's been a lot of fun, and I know a lot of the student teams here, they're looking forward to, when they graduate, they come out, get to work on some even more crazy projects. But I'm wondering, a lot of the student teams here are international, and they're working on also just different projects. Yeah. How do you view the teams that, might not be able to in the U.S. or might not be working exactly on rockets? How do you talk with them?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's a common question that we get specifically in this industry, right, is we're regulated by ITAR. And so in order to work on our projects, you have to be identified as a U.S. person, right? And that's typically misconstrued as a U.S. citizen only, and I'm here to debunk that, right? So it's U.S. citizen, current green card holder, so legal permanent resident, and those that have that documentation supporting legal asylum or refugee status, right? And at Blue, we actually have a large number of internationally born individuals that work there at Blue. And generally, they've gone and gotten sponsored by a different industry, different company, and gained some really good hands-on engineering experience and brought that to Blue. There's plenty of things that you can learn from different industries like automotive that you can bring into private space, right? Private space, we build one fabulous vehicle maybe a year, right? Whereas automotive, they put 100 cars off of a line in a day, right? And so bringing that practice into our industry only benefits us, right?
Yep, and I know definitely, as you know, we're trying to hit rate, and so that industry experience is amazing.
Yeah. And so my message to international individuals is don't let that be an end all be all, right? It's just an extra obstacle, extra hurdle that you got to overcome. And if this is really the industry you want to be in, it's possible. It just takes a little extra work.
That's great. So talking more about Blue, I know beyond rockets, beyond engines, we do a lot of some pretty impressive science behind it. I'm wondering if you talk a little bit more about the science that especially since we have a payload challenge where a lot of teams are working on some pretty amazing payloads if you've gotten the chance to see them.
Yep, absolutely.
If you could talk more about some of the Blue's science endeavors that we're doing.
Yeah, so one of the main things that I always like to highlight is additive manufacturing. So we not only focus on progressing additive manufacturing for our needs, but from an industry perspective as well. We have some great one-of-one machines that you only find at Blue Origin that's printing our stuff. I can't get too in-depth to it. I might get in a little bit of trouble from our legal and IP department, right? But outside of that, you think about materials, right? Doing a lot of material studies for advancements for materials we can use in space. We talk about Blue Alchemist, right? So this is taking lunar regolith and actually 3D printing solar cells out of it. So taking something that's not of our planet, granted we're surrounded by all this earth dust right now, but looking at moon dust, right, and figuring out how can we make that progressive and productive for us as humans, right? Then you think about different propulsion techniques, right? Different fuels that we can utilize, right? So focusing on hydrolocks for our 3 main engines, and then doing an LNG liquid oxygen for the E4. We need a little bit more thrust, right? And then focus on, chemical, electric propulsion that we'll have on Blue Ring. You think of changing space from a engineering perspective for humans that actually exist in space permanently. Right? What do we need? Yeah. So that leads to innovation, that leads to study and research, that leads to different payloads. And then, case in point, we have the Blue Ring Pathfinder orbiting us right now. So
yeah, we have something in space right now, which is pretty cool. That's pretty amazing that we got that on the first try.
Absolutely.
I know a lot of the teams here will be pretty envious of coming out here their first time and being really successful just like that.
Yeah. So I'm going to flip it to you, Brigham. So what kind of skills did you get from this competition that have made you wholly and totally successful at Blue?
Well, I think like our Chief Executive Officer, Steve, said, this is really to give us hands-on experience. Our president, to give us hands-on experience here. And, coming out here, you go to school, you learn a lot how to problem solve, but it isn't until you apply it that you can figure out, what the skills you need, if it's machining, it's manufacturing, or it's computer programming, or just taking a real-world problem and going at it a different way.
Gotcha.
And out-of-the-box thinking was really critical for me coming out of this to this competition, because there's no textbook that you could just look at and say,
know how to build a rocket.
Yeah. Here's the rocket you need to build. It's going to win you this competition with the tools you have available.
Yep.
That's everyone's different scenario. And so coming out here to learn how to do that was really terrific for me because I learned a ton of skills that got me to working at Blue, learning how to work on engine systems, learning how to manufacture parts, what different manufacturing things are out there, how to lead with a team, how to work with other people. That's a big thing a lot of engineers.
How to work with other people successfully, right?
Yeah. That's one of those things. It's one of those things that you don't think about till you're end of college and you're looking at a job and you start talking with people. You're like, I've only worked by myself on my homework and these little projects. I don't really know how to talk to other people. And then you're like, uh-oh.
Yep, exactly.
So
you gain some great skills, right?
You gain some great hard skills, soft skills, and it was really terrific. And so this event, that's what it gives you. And I know it's just a great pathway for people who want to join in aerospace in a lot of different fields, not just like building engines or aerostructures. There's so many science fields out here, and I'm sure everyone at Blue would say we have so many different people at Blue working on so many different things. They'd agree that you get a lot of experiences by being out here. So it sounds like we're getting ready either for the next launch or I'm not exactly sure, but I'm going to pass it back to the guys in the studio. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
All right, we're now checking in with some teams at the pads. It looks like solid salvo has been sent out and teams are on ladders arming their rockets. We were talking about that process of getting up close and personal with the rocket. I did hear some news from a team, and I'm hoping they return to the area. as you cut back to me. So student teams are back out at the pads. That means we're going to be seeing more rockets flying. But I'm going to be joined by another group of one of my personal favorites. I'm not a judge, so I can say that. They are wonderful to work with, and they've come out year after year. And they're going to get set up down here because you guys can take a seat. So this is Monash, some representatives from Monash University. You guys can grab a mic. So earlier, so looking at the stream and watching the one of the hybrids launches today, some folks on stream thought they heard a boom during your launch, and they said the rocket KO'd. Is that right?
On the live stream, yes. That's not what happened in real life, though.
That is what viewers at home back in Melbourne, that's what they heard. But tell us what actually did happen.
Yeah, well, so we had the ignition countdown. We went for ignition. We sort of have a slow actuation to open our main valve. And so maybe the ignition smoke got mixed up for some off-nominal case. But no, we had a perfect ignition, and our initial apogee from our sort of live telemetry shows we got pretty close. So we're super wrapped, just really proud of everyone.
That's super exciting. I'm sure your families and friends back home are quite relieved to hear that the rocket didn't in fact KO, and
we
it was
a lot of panicked messages after the live stream. But we did tell them that everything went well. So
well, that's exciting news to be able to hopefully you didn't tell them already. This is a breaking news for them. But if it's not, just wanted to. There we go. Team 703, Monash University, with a successful flight, not a KO. I like to see some action as the live stream director, but not from one of my favorite teams, because I know how it feels to blow up a rocket, and I'm glad you guys aren't on the other side of that. Well, thanks for coming out and updating. Do you guys have anything else to share? Like, what are you guys up to for the rest of the week after a successful? Just chat. If anyone's confused, Monash University had a successful launch. After a successful launch, what are the plans?
I think we're going to plan on come back, support the rest of the Australian teams, the rest of the hybrid teams. We were the first hybrid to launch, so obviously there's a lot more to come. We want everyone to get up. Fingers crossed for everyone there.
Awesome. That is definitely the spirit that you guys have always brought to the competition. Always out here to support. And whether it's tear down or just showing up for your other Australian teams. It's a wonderful team spirit you guys have. So we look forward to seeing you guys back out here at the launch site. Any other things you guys are looking forward to? Maybe,
I'm just super proud of the team first and foremost. Just an amazing achievement to be the first Australian team to fly hybrid at a competition level. And then really keen to see a few more get up this weekend. But I think we're all keen to go to Texas Roadhouse and get some ribs. We're really embracing the American spirit.
Yeah. That's actually what I was wondering about. Like, I know Macker's is what you guys call it back in Australia. It's pretty American, but Texas Roadhouse is really leaning in. Where is there a Texas Roadhouse in Midland? Or
we'll find it.
I didn't actually know they had Texas Roadhouses in Texas. But
maybe there's not. We haven't actually looked into it.
It's just like the Texas spirit. Oklahoma. Well, that's awesome. I'm sure there are plenty, iconic Texas things you can spend the rest of your week doing and not worrying about. Whether or not the tank is going to press or whatnot.
It'll be a good sleep tonight.
I'm getting word from my producer. There's in case you're looking for the local Texas Roadhouse, there is one in Odessa.
Oh,
so
that's where we're staying.
They chose it. They actually chose to stay in Odessa and not Midland or Pecos because of the Texas Roadhouse. Isn't that right? I think the Blooming Onion. The Blooming Onion's a big hit there.
It's the driving decision.
So let's see some love in the chat for Monash University and their successful flight. Thank you guys for clarifying, setting the record straight, and we're really sorry that we scared your mom and dad and friends back home. And hopefully we can get some of that the footage you guys have of your flight on the stream to give you guys the credit where it's due. All right. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
All right.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, of course. Let's check in with some footage at the pads to see what's going on out there. All right.
Thank you.
It looks like we've got teams loading their rocket onto rails. Yeah. And we've got team 133, and they will be launching in the next salvo. And let's see, who else do we have out there? We've got team 212 getting ready to launch. And you see a bunch of folks who are wearing blue. Those are Ezra volunteers who are supporting our pad operations. They're not just your ordinary blue shirt like myself. If you zoom in really close to my shirt, well, it says L1. Yeah, there we go. L1 TRA NR NER. That's the Tripoli Rocket Association, National Association of Rocketry, the certification organizations that help support this event. Some schmuck like myself wouldn't be operating down there because of my meager certification. So the folks out at the pads have a lot of experience getting high power rockets, and they support all of the launch activities. They are wonderful. Actually, earlier today you saw Isaac, as they say, Isaac Sims, who is the director of launch operations, helping to make sure that everything moves slowly. Alumni of the team that we just had up here, Monash University, and he is helping make sure that launching is going smoothly. And out at the solids bank, I don't think I can ID this individual, but Erica is the solids pad lead, and she has been doing a great job. I just saw that the guest mics weren't working. That is tragic, but I'm gonna use all three so that my audio engineer in the studio can test and make sure that they're connected. So maybe I don't know who's behind the switcher right now, because Logan Herrera, the director of media, just stepped out. And I did see a camera change, so it means somebody's in there. And let's see, Logan, let's get you a proper mic. It's gonna be all bamboozled now because I just
here we
switched
go.
them around.
I'm ready.
Let's see. All right, and we're back to the commentator booth shot, and I'm joined by Logan Herrera, as I just mentioned, but now you get to see his face. Logan is the director of media, PR, live stream, and I'm hearing there's a lot of love for the world-renowned rocket commentators, myself
exactly.
and Logan.
The dynamic duo is back. We had a great run last year, and we're here again to give the people what they want on the live stream.
So, Chad, if we can see some dubs for the live stream team, that would be greatly appreciated. Also, some dubs for Team Monash and L for our prior performance at not properly capturing their performance. So Ethan L, thanks for letting us know that whoever else was they were lying about the audio. It's always good to see some feedback about our live stream, and the chat keeps us honest. Let's check in with the pads. What's going on out there? Maybe we can get a camera of some action, so we can see what's going on. Okay, so Logan, want to explain to me what that pole with that white block is on the left side of the screen there?
That pole, I believe that is the launch control system antenna. The launch control system is wireless. Livestream is the only group crazy enough to run kilometer-long cables out to the launch pad. The launch control team uses a wireless system to ignite all of the rockets.
The Glenner, thank you for the love. We work hard to make this happen.
All year round.
And
this is
like
culmination of a lot of effort.
Yeah, like Logan was saying, we are pretty crazy, doing a lot of things that most would think are just not quite worth it. Lost Lobo. Hey, Lost Lobo. I see you in the chat. Come on, let's see the launch pad. Less commentary booth. Well, hopefully the combination of your charismatic commentators and a pad angle view will satisfy
help you find yourself.
Yeah. And so this individual on team 133 has got a nice flathead
screwdriver he's inserting. Logan, talk to me about what he's doing here.
I think he is arming his avionics. So the avionics have to be turned on. First, that's always an important step, is turning on your electronics. They don't work very well when they're powered off. So when the rocket is horizontal on the ground, people around it, it's inhibited, so its ejection charges will not energetically separate the rocket. In the air, you want that energetic separation. On the ground, not so much. So this is that critical moment when the electronics are being armed. They are up on the ladder. Teams love to put these, well, there's some very practical reasons why it's convenient to put these at a high altitude for humans off the ground, and a ladder helps them get there.
Definitely, definitely. It would be pretty hard to reach, or you'd have to have a really tall screwdriver to reach up there. And, oh, no, wait. I'm trying to pull up a chat here. Thomas, oh, no. The chat is just popping off. I can't even click the button. Thomas, thank you for this feedback. It would be cool to have a drone circulate around the solid so we can see which of the teams are out there. You might have seen me just move my headset down. It would be awesome if we could get a drone out there. I think the chat would love that. I'm now talking to our drone operators here.
Yep, this is a hint, drone operators.
Awesome, awesome. And so, yeah, we'll get you that footage, Thomas, from UBC Madison. Thank you for the feedback. We are just doing our best to fill in the gap here. I know what everybody really shows up for is Logan and I, and then the Rockets are secondary.
That's true. The Logan and Matt show, it has great ratings.
Yeah. Maybe the chat can see. We've got. Oh, let's see. Oh no, it's way too overexposed. But we've got all your chats here that helps bring them on screen. Okay, there. Where's it shooting from? There we go. I set it up. And you're not gonna be able to hear my voice as I scroll up, but there's this custom piece of software that's been built to help make this live. Oh, there we go. Thanks, Logan. Make our engagement with the chat even better. And if we can, yeah, there we go. And up on the top, you might see some numbers there. That is our current super chat performance. Ezra is a massive multi-international corporation, and we have many metrics to make sure that our volunteer employees are performing to the standards which don't actually exist. But right now I think we're really underperforming. Actually, no, wait, we just got a super chat, let's see. Yeah, I wouldn't want my manager to be disappointed by my.
Yeah, Matt's job is currently at risk right now.
my $0 super chat performance. Oh man, there's so many chats. Argentina and Thrust MIT, do you mind not spamming the chat? My software's not really built for you. They're supposed. Okay, cuando despega volta oh man, planets orange, purple. Yeah, this.
Your emojis aren't rendering that.
This is how you know my software wasn't built for this. Thanks, ChatGPT. But yeah, I don't know. Matt's cute. Show him more. That's quite nice. They do know. Oh, Thrust MIT for the win. My mom's name is not Serena, but this is definitely something she would say. Sailors. That's kind of Sailor Serena. Maybe you want to super chat us, and you'll see more of me. That's a. Oh wait, we just got. Oh, gosh. All right, tonight, Cursor and I are gonna have a little session. Thank you, James. James D. FPV. Go UCSC. That's UC Santa Cruz Rocket Team. Banana Slugs, in case you didn't know, is their team mascot. Logan and I are Bay Area residents at this time.
That's right.
And I think we have several teams from the Bay Area. I think San Jose University maybe is out here last year. Elena Dunn, yeah, where are you, Elena? Begging for super chat cash. Elena, I noticed you didn't super chat us. I'm feeling a little offended. But let's see, Barani. Oh no, come on. Let's see. There we go. Thrust MIT. Let's see, we got you here. Barani Alongo, thank you for the super chat of 40 ruble. I'm not sure. In Thrust We Trust. Let's go Thrust MIT. There's a lot of Thrust MIT love out there. And we are very excited that you are excited. All right. Yeah, let's... Thomas from UBC something asked for some drone shots, and now we've got it. Logan, who do we have out there? Can you tell?
Now, this is really testing my vision. Here, this team is. Chat, can you read this?
Yeah, chat, let us know what team is out there. If that's your buddy,
tell them they need to paint their numbers on there in bigger, higher contrast numbers.
Okay, yeah, let's.
Oh, the signs are great.
One thing that's nice about drones is they're very mobile, and I'm seeing in the chat that, oh man, gosh, this is a terrible UI. I wonder who built it. The Rocket Pie team, thank you for that.
133.
Oh. And that is... What's the team number there? Team University.
Is that Lenoir-Rhyne?
That looks
maybe?
like Lenoir-Rhyne. Team 133 is out there on pad A2.
Love them. They are the closest team to my hometown. Got to support Lenoir-Rhyne.
Logan, tell me about your hometown. Is there much aerospace industry there?
Well, there actually are a lot of wind tunnels.
Okay.
There, but it's all for NASCAR.
Go NASCAR or something. That's the problem. We just had a super chat from Nestor Fabian Alejandro. I can't see where. Oh, there it is. Orioles presentes vamos pionero ETBA. I think I met some of your team out here. They're wonderful people. They were very helpful. So vamos pionero. And man, I am getting word that. Oh, chat. I gotta just move over to this interface. Oh no, I was over here already. Goes James DFPV. Thanks again. If I get a super Sailor Serena, I don't know who you are, but if I super chat, will I get a date with Matt? Well. Yeah, Logan. What do you think's the right price for a super chat with, or a date with Matt's super chat price?
I think this is an auction.
Yeah, highest bidder gets a date with me. Right now it's James DFPV. I don't know if I don't think James DFPV was looking for a date with me. So, Sailor Serena. Yeah. I'm hearing from our other wonderful commentator, Alice.
Do you have any special talents the world should know about?
You know, I have a lot of special talents, but $20 is not going to get you the deets on them. I think we're going to need at least a triple figure for that. And we've got some nice. All right, we're getting back to the Rockets here. That's what the folks want. We've got a team getting their igniter wired up. It looks like this salvo is about to close up once these igniters get connected. There's a box there, that Home Depot bucket runs to something. Logan, what do you think that runs to there, and what do they use that for?
I think we're all looking back at that launch control equipment again. The Home Depot buckets, maybe they're just holding it down. They're certainly very heavy when they're full of sand. I know from experience.
James DFPV did say he'd go on a date with me, so he is currently the highest winner in case anybody was worried. So the Home Depot bucket's full of sand.
There's a rocket heading back. I wonder if two teams decided that they would not be able to launch and decided they need to return. That's my guess for why there's still rockets on the rocket trailer. So they did do a good job labeling their rockets and naming their sponsors.
Yes, and they are, OnShape is one of our sponsors as well, PTC, a cloud-based CAD solution that is very easy to use. I wish I had a different microphone out here, which had, if you've seen and enjoyed the rocket fins on the microphone, that was designed in Onshape, one of our sponsors that a lot of student teams use for its easy collaborative environment.
Yeah, give Matt a super chat and he'll make the files public.
Yeah. If you super chat, you too can get a SM58 specialized rocket fin can microphone. Oh, chat. Okay. We've got some vehicles that are heading back to the pads. It looks like some teams just finished up out at the solids pad, and their team is heading back, getting ready. This is great coverage of the competition, but I think my dating life is really keeping chat captivated. So Sailor, Serena, I just don't believe you here. You're gonna have to try harder. Good things are worth fighting for. That's what they say. But this road, Logan, talk to me about this road.
Oh, this is a beautiful road. You can get going pretty shockingly fast on that road too.
I don't. So we've got some. It looks like maybe the
It
pad
looks
manager
really
is
fresh and new.
fresh and new. Yeah, thanks to our land partner here, Landbridge, who's graciously allowing us to operate on this piece of land. We were able to cut and put down this whole new pad was recently cleared, and that road there was much brush out here, but now we can safely drive a rocket trailer with some people in the back. So the left and right side of the road is sort of what the site looked like. And if anybody has been out here in the desert walking through the mesquite, it's not super favorable on your tires. Our president and RSO took a big L on their cars about 2 weeks ago. They popped them some tires, and let me tell you, it is you don't want to be out here in Saragossa needing to replace 2 tires. So that's why we make sure our recovery teams go out together, just to make sure that you're safe and you have a buddy, because if your tires blow out, you need a buddy to go back to Fort Stockton. And that is indeed what happened before we had this pad cleared. Nice shot here.
And who made the road, Matt?
We partnered with a local earthworks provider to make that happen on a really short notice. And so we're grateful to have them as a sort of a vendor and to work with us. We're not, you might realize from this beautiful shot, well actually this shot is a beautiful one of the Davis Mountains here in the background. And the Davis Mountains are sort of the end of the Delaware Basin, which is an active oil and gas field, which you don't see in this shot a whole lot of. Well, maybe there in the top left corner you see some oil and gas equipment, but a rocket competition is not the normal activity, not the normal customer for an earthworks contractor. So they were very flexible to work with us, which was certainly appreciated. We just had a super chat from Isabella Maria Mendez Lopez asking, could you please replay Team 316's launch? Isabella Maria Mendez Lopez, I will see if our control room replay operator could get that for you, but it's a bit of a hit or miss.
I think that was one of the first 2 launches of the day.
That's right. And chat and families back home, whether you're in Argentina or wherever you are in the world, we do our best to get the stream out as early as possible and get as complete coverage, but there's some rough edges in the morning, and this morning we had some networking problems. Logan, you want to talk about how the networking situation works out here in the desert?
Sure. So we spent, the way the networking situation ended up working is we used 2 different Starlinks and bond them together in order to get sufficient uplink performance to get this stream to YouTube and then all around the world to you. When that works, it works very well. When our bonder or other networking equipment has problems, it's kind of complex, a little difficult to troubleshoot, and that's definitely something we're taking away from this year to try to refine in the future.
Yeah, so that refining process, it's kind of like launching a rocket. You're not doing it super often, and so having a good plan in place really helps make sure that you are ready to operate. And we might be putting a plan together on how to configure our network next year with Starlinks, but so far I think the stream has been pretty steady. Previously we had a microwave backhaul to get you this footage to fiber, but now we're just doing all over Starlink so that we can see these awesome drone shots with the teams who, it looks like we no longer have any students out at their rocket, so all the rockets are armed and vertical. The pad managers are driving away in their trucks. The trucks are the standard issued equipment out here in the oil field, so we just are trying to blend in with our launch operations, and so it looks like we've got a full.
Other vehicles are capable of getting down a lease road. On my very first visit out here, checking out the site, back when we were doing site selection and figuring out where we would go, I drove a Prius.
I think, Logan, you might have been the only Prius driver in the past month to have been out here on some of these roads.
It was a very economical rental car choice, and I did get to my destination. But it was certainly not a vehicle optimized for this terrain.
We just got a super chat from the Rocket Club at UAB. Thank you for that. Cheering for our friends, the LRU Aero Bears, Team 133. Thank you for that, Rocket Club at UAB. We love to see when folks are out there supporting their teams and
supporting each other.
That's a big part of what we think makes IREC special. I know that's what, for me, when I was a competitor, the nature of the competition is very supportive and collaborative. That teams really come together and try to work through any problems and also learn from each other. That's what we hope to accomplish with the technical sessions, the poster sessions, that is, as an opportunity to learn from each other. Folks are coming in from solids, is that right, Logan?
That's what I'm seeing on the screen here. We're seeing the Caravan. I think our drone operators are now well qualified to make some automotive advertisements. Comes with the territory. We've got a lot of interesting vehicles out here.
Yes, that's right. The more time I spend out here in the Permian Basin, the more I learn about the industry and what it takes to accomplish the feats of drilling pipelines 6 miles into the ground. And there's certainly specialized equipment, no doubt. I think some of our pieces of specialized equipment are pretty solid, like the rocket hauling tractor, or the trailer.
The trailer.
Yes. And I don't see the rocket trailer out there right now.
The launch pads that Protocase helped us with.
Right. That is, yeah. That they thanks to our sponsor Protocase for making the 2-stage pads, as Steve likes to call them, the best.
The next generation high-powered rocketry pad.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was trying to.
Thank you, Steve.
All right, get in here, Steve. We'll make space. If you're just tuning in now, this is Steve Taylor. Steve is the president of the Experimental Sounding Rocket Association, who we all.
Easy.
I don't know what you thought I was going to say, Steve, but we're glad to have you out here now.
Well, it's funny. As you were talking about the land and the what's going on out here in terms of the oil. There's two people that have been instrumental in this.
Certainly.
And Landbridge as a company saw this as an opportunity to give back, saw an opportunity to help build this industry, the aerospace industry, here in the Permian Basin, which you don't think of the Permian Basin as a hotbed of aerospace, but it actually is. It's actually becoming that. So that's a real big driver for this area right now. And Landbridge, I can't thank them enough. The other folks that were here was Norman from Dirtworks.
Yep. Yeah. So Gerald and Norman.
Norman. Anyway.
Gerald Unruh. Yeah, from the Mountain View Dirtworks, a local earthworks contractor.
In fact, so local, his home is near
actually,
here, right?
So he was saying that he could actually hear the rockets from his house.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, I said, could you see him? He goes, no, I couldn't see him, but I could hear him, you know. And he's here with his family.
Oh, no way.
So he's brought his wife, his daughter, and the grandchildren.
Oh, that's awesome.
And, you know, this is, you know, he couldn't be more happy, you know. And he also made a big contribution, honestly, in getting this work done, fast, and, you know, helping to support this by, you know, doing it in a scope that we can manage. So
yeah, totally.
I mean, the community has embraced us. I know we're talking rockets, we're ready to go, but you brought up the Permian Basin, and I just had to mention those two things.
Absolutely.
He actually even mentioned the farmer that rancher that used to own the ranch before.
Oh yeah.
And they was talking about that. So it was an interesting discussion, but let's get back to rockets.
Yeah. Well, I think you know, none of us are oil and gas folks, so having partners that are flexible to work with us, whether, you know, we don't really know how business is done out here, so that flexibility and understanding really goes a long way as we become part of the local ecosystem, hopefully for years to come, you know.
Well, I feel it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel it. I mean, you know, I honestly believe that they've adopted us, and you know, and it's up to us to make sure that we help them with their mission, and that you know, as they're looking to give back to the community, we're here to help the community and give back to that infrastructure, that community. So
definitely, I would love to see a permanent installation of Hoppy's Hotel out here.
Yeah, well,
maybe it could be an Airbnb, a year-round Airbnb or something.
Yeah, well, you'd really have to be motivated to come out here if you wanted to, but.
That's right.
Well, there's rockets going. Yeah, it's been great.
All right, yeah, let's check back in with some shots from the pad if that's possible. I think we've got maybe drones or a nice PTZ zoom. So I think we've got a whole salvo of rockets ready to go. I think we're going to start hearing some radio chatter from the LCO pretty soon as teams clear out of the area. Steve, how are we looking as far as it goes as launch cadence? I know you were the former launch control officer.
Well, you know, each year it gets better and better.
Yeah.
This year, you know, and so you fix one problem and another one pops up, right? You know,
Tell me about it. Yeah.
So here we fixed a lot of the mechanics around the launch queue, and now because we're efficient with that, we're seeing that there's so efficient that we have so many rockets that are getting ready to launch that we're having frequency issues where they're stepping on each other's frequencies. So that's the next bug to fix, and then, you know, we'll fix the next one after that.
Yeah. Every year we learn something new, and then every year we introduce something new as well.
well, this year was
18 lessons so far.
Yeah.
Oh, you're documenting?
Well, I think it's more than 18. But I just want to shout out some super chats we have who, you know, the local support is wonderful, but it's also great to get super chat support from our viewers back home
and around the world.
Lots of love from our international teams out there.
I've really enjoyed seeing all the currencies too.
I think I'm gonna have to go to YouTube here. Man, Elena Dunn, here's the money I owe Matt. Thank you. Fly high WPI, take home another trophy this year. Thanks, Elena Dunn, for the super chat. And we've got another super chat. My graphics software is Sailor Serena, you're a menace in the chat. I feel like I know you, but I don't know you, and you're just trolling me. Matthew, yeah, give me a chance. Okay, well, I still think by 1 penny, David D FPV beat you on my auction, so he's still the highest bidder for our date. Steve, you missed it earlier, but
oh my gosh, I better, you know. So when they were soliciting, you know, super chats, and, you know, specifically for me, I mean I had to get out of here because I was afraid of what was going to happen. So
yeah, I think I already go for your ego enough, Steve. I don't know if we need the chat to go after you. As long as he's laughing, that's a good thing.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, so it's great to have the support. Let's see who else. But I think the more important thing is checking in with the Rockets out at the solids pads for the upcoming salvo. But maybe chat. Maybe we can see some love for Steve. It's been a tough week out here with the haboob.
It's been an interesting week. Yeah.
But I do want to call out that Steve is not available for a date. I don't think.
No. My wife is the event manager here, so we both have been. Don't ask her. I'm not sure what the response would be.
How much would she pay for a date? Maybe, I don't know, Steve. Maybe she'd pay for a week.
Somebody just to take me away, Here.
All right, let's check out what we've got. Let's check out what we've got on the pads before we say anything too crazy. So we see all the pads are looking ready to go. We're hearing David Abmeyer, the Dr. David Abmeyer, who is our launch control officer. Calling out. I'm probably talking over him, so the chat will let me know if the audio is bad. But if we could get the upcoming launch order, that would be super helpful to understand who we're looking at. Look at that. That's a beautiful shot, isn't it? A fresh new pad, cleared.
A grid of rockets.
A grid of rockets, operated by the wonderful Erica Bowie. I think that's how you pronounce her last name.
Actually, it's Bowie.
Bowie, yeah.
Yeah, it's spelled differently, but it's pronounced Bowie, and she has been fantastic.
Yeah.
Managing this is not an easy thing to do. They've got 20 pads out there.
No, not at all.
And you're dealing with universities, and it's
that's what I was going to say. The pads are the easy part, but we're looking at A1 here with Team 150.
And I see
Seoul.
A Korean flag.
Yep.
Seoul National University, I believe.
All right.
Okay, so let's see some Korean flags in the chat for Team 150. Flying all the way from Seoul. That's quite a trip to fly. I hope their rocket goes off without a hitch. I'm sure coming to Texas with a rocket is certainly, there's a lot of build up to make that happen, and
a big logistical challenge.
Certainly.
Yeah, actually, so that's one of the things that I'd love the countries to do, is share their experiences, so that the next team that comes from Korea knows and doesn't make some of the same logistical mistakes or challenges, or supports their country in having.
I'd like some of that for myself, Steve.
We're here.
for here, our first time out here.
Yeah, well, we'll certainly learn our lessons. Only one though, because we learn one lesson a year.
No, we only give it one lesson window.
That's we could be doing this all year round, but we wouldn't want to learn too much in a year. So first up, we will be having Alpha 1. It's Team 150. Logan, can you tell me who Team 150 is? So that's very good. Then we're going to go to Alpha 4 with Team 214.
On clearing this to
214
Texas Solids. The last salvo tonight will depart solids at about 5 p.m. That will be the final salvo departing from Q. So 5 p.m. from Q. That's the last one tonight.
The mic's still on. Don't.
No, I know. This is a shout out to the volunteers. I mean, the teams want to get it at the pad bank as fast as possible. Our gates open at 5 a.m., which means a lot of people need to be here well before that. And it's a dedicated, hardworking team.
Totally, yeah. It certainly wouldn't help. This event wouldn't happen without the volunteers, and there are too many hardworking volunteers to name. But I hope they do know that their efforts are appreciated, and even if we run long and we start early to make this happen, the agony is all worth it. So if you are watching from the local area, if you're a team who's maybe back home in Midland celebrating or planning to come out tomorrow, I certainly know our volunteers appreciate when they feel appreciated, and that might look like Konya Sarmasis from the Turkish teams, or I think I'm going to have to step away briefly, but I have some of the best, most competent rocket commentators here. Steve's gonna get off and be like, Matt, you've never been so flattering to me.
Yeah, I know. This is like, what's going on here?
All right.
I'm gonna have a microphone to carry it around with me.
Yeah. It might turn into I might get demonetized. So
Yeah.
chat. Thanks for the super chats for keeping us well paid while we work on our demonetization.
Thank you, Matt. He's running back inside to make the graphics happen.
Oh,
and
yeah.
we've got a new commentator who's going to join us now. Here they come. Around the corner.
Yep.
Fabulous. Welcome to the hot seat.
Thank you. It's nice to be back. I've missed you guys since last year.
It's so funny. Now this is called the hot seat, or is that just new for Hannah? I don't know.
Just for me?
Just for you.
All right.
So catch me up. What have you guys been talking about so far? What have you been informing the nice viewers about?
Well, shout outs to both the Land Bridge and the Dirt Works, who the land was graciously allowed us to, the Land Bridge graciously allowed us to use their land for just this sort of an activity, which is the STEM activity which they're trying to foster. And then the Dirt Works were the folks that cleared all this land, because it used to look just like that out there, here. That, and a big shout out to the volunteers and how well that's been going, and how dedicated the team is, and how tired the team is, and
you mean me specifically, right,
No,
Steve?
is it? Well,
me specifically.
Yeah. So why don't you tell everybody what you were doing for this competition, and the fact that you're a former competitor?
Sure. Yeah. So like Steve said, I am a former competitor. I was a student for Virginia Polytechnic Institute. They launched yesterday, so they've already gotten off the pad. Did really well this year. I'm very proud of them.
Oh, that's good. I was going to ask you. So
yeah.
I knew if they did well, you would say it first. So
of course. And might I say that it's the first completely successfully launched and recovered and quickly recovered rocket that Virginia Tech has had since 2017. So I'm very, very proud of them.
That's awesome.
But yeah, Virginia Tech has competed since 2017. I started on the rocketry team in 2020 when we had that COVID year. So that was a little unfortunate,
yeah.
but. Anyway, for this competition specifically, or this year, I'm wearing a couple hats like I usually do. This year, I was in charge of trying to manage some of the rocketry vendors coming on site, like Wildman and Aerotech Rocketry. Because it's always good to have some extra vendors on site, especially when students need an emergency altimeter or a switch that has mysteriously disappeared.
And it's a pretty eclectic group you were trying to get in here, So,
oh yeah.
I mean, that was a challenge, and we really appreciate the work that you put into it, and. It's a different breed of animal dealing with our rocketry vendors and sponsors.
Well, I just appreciate the vendors coming out here. They've got an impressive array of rocket, like motor casings and other rocket supplies out there. So even if you're not a team, that actively needs supplies to get your poor rocket ready for flight, if you just have a burning desire to go buy any rocket components
so
that
can
are
I
available.
build my rocket from scratch on site with all the parts the vendors have?
I would expect you to, Logan.
And I think
some of your
several
expertise?
university teams have done that in the past. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, and of course we're hoping to get more rocketry vendors out here in upcoming years. If there are any rocketry vendors that happen to be watching this live stream right now, please visit the Ezra website and contact me. We'd love to have you out here. And then also, I'd be remiss not to mention the merchandise team, because that's also the other big thing I've been helping out with. Amin and Jorge have been out here this year doing a lot of hard work getting the awesome merch that we've bought this year out to the students. So if you haven't gotten the new flight tag this year or the mission patch, go get them now, because they're selling out really fast. We've already sold out of coins and of red flight tags, so get them while they're hot. They might not stick around until the end of the event.
Yeah, and also we have the online merch store.
We do have the
Ships
online
anywhere
merch
in
store.
the world.
You helped get that running, right, Logan?
I did. In fact, I still get an email every time anyone places an order. So for the next order that goes through the online merch store, I will let the world know what you ordered.
You can't talk to our viewers.
Yeah.
I didn't say their name or address. I'll say what they ordered.
And the last thing, just to
you
really
you had one more hat, didn't you?
Yes, yes. I was judging this year. I wanted to give Anita a shout out too. Anita is our. Would lead judge be the best title for her?
Competition operations, she goes by. Yeah.
Yes, Anita is
Director of
fantastic. She makes it super easy in order to help judge this competition, and we really need more judges to come out here, because each year we are continuously having more and more students attend that need judging. So also, if there's anybody watching who's interested in coming out and being a judge, there are no minimum requirements, like no previous high-powered rocketry experience required in order to be a judge.
Yep. It's funny. I was just talking to a volunteer from Midland, and as we were as Logan, you've got her involved with live stream. She was also a judge.
Yes, well, and judging is how I got my start with Ezra volunteering.
Oh, is that right?
It is. There is a remote judging option
Yeah.
where, getting close to the event, the teams submit their final technical report, which is responsible for about half of their total score, and that report has to be evaluated against the judging rubric, and that can happen anywhere in the world. So there is a whole group of judges that operates entirely remotely, focusing only on that submission. So that is the lowest scope, no travel possible entry point for you to become an Ezra volunteer.
Did you guys know that Matt was the first judge I ever interacted with at competition? He judged my Virginia Tech team my junior year. Yeah.
What'd you think of him at the time?
He scared me a little bit because he seemed very knowledgeable, and so I was a little bit intimidated. He was very nice.
That's funny. Well, we've gotten several. You know what? The fun thing to see now is that the pull through from the judge. So it's the Sierra who has pulled through her entire family into this. We actually have a current competitor, whose his parents have gotten involved and contribute on a weekly basis, and I've dragged my wife into this, and we dragged our son into this, and so we've got family as well as former competitors, and then there's actually just sort of this groundswell of, wow, this is really cool, I just want to come do it. So. And Anita manages that very well. And the other piece of this is that we actually have a large number of international judges this year. We have teams from Turkey, we have folks from Canada and Mexico, and so it's the I has been changed from intercollegiate to international, just to recognize the world's contribution to this event. So. Yeah, it's all fun, judging and merch and rocketry vendors. And last year you were part of the registration team, so you seem to be making a full cycle around the Ezra volunteer stack.
I'm doing my best. I love every aspect of this competition. Hopefully, if that's at least a little bit obvious so far.
Yeah.
Maybe one day, if I get lucky enough, you'll let me out on the pads.
Oh yeah.
That helps with some of the rockets there.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure Erica. Now, if she hears this, you're already booked. I'm just telling you right now. So.
Maybe I should get my L3 first before I do that.
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
What level of cert do you have, Logan?
I have a level 2.
Hey, Team L2.
Team L3. No.
In due course. In due course.
Yeah.
Someday, Steve.
Yeah.
Where did you fly your L3?
Actually, out of Balls. Yeah. So.
Nice.
2014. I had. It's one of those. I just found out after having done this as a kid and doing it with my kids that, hey, there's real rocketry available now, and so I went on a few-year course of starting with smallest mid-power, going through my L1, then going to my L2 and doing it. The trick I did was you had to do enough of that particular level to be able to say I'm accomplished enough to move to the next level. And so I did a lot of that stuff. And then when it got time to do my level 3, we were sending a contingent from North Texas out to the Black Rock Desert, and I did mine out at Balls. So it was
Yeah,
It was fun.
so Steve, was this entire launch site move a conspiracy to get you closer to the North Texas site?
I'd
Be
like
honest
to
with
say
us,
no.
Steve.
I'd like to say no, but no. Honestly, we we put out an RFP to multiple sites, and we were, you hear one of our vendors, Perlospace, talk about the velocity of change and the velocity of being able to do things. Well, this was the only place that we were able to move this event in a compressed time frame, and we're able to meet a lot of the challenges with a lot of support from the community. So I talk a lot on this thing.
I'm trying to look to see what kind of rockets we got on the pad right now. We just had a salvo that went out, right?
I think they're red. They pulled back. I assume we're going fairly soon.
Nice.
We have your cameras in the information and registration tab.
Sounds like someone lost a camera.
Well, they now
I
know where
lost
to
the
go
phone.
pick it up.
I'm trying to find my phone.
And this is coming from our rocket tracking cam. Those operators have been doing a great job giving the audience tracking throughout the entire flight. In many cases, we've been able to go throughout the entire flight and see apogee and all of the events on the way back down. That's a perennial challenge for us and something we're improving year on year to try and give the best
This
views
looks
of
like
the
the
rocket
10K
flights.
COTS pad?
Well,
Yes.
it's the solid, so they could be 10 or 30K flights here. But Logan, you mentioned the different camera types and the different, you made a significant change this year in the infrastructure. Why don't you give us a little update on that?
Sure. So live stream has a couple different camera types and also operates with some partners that really come together to give you the full production. We have a rocket tracking cam that you're seeing track the rockets throughout the sky. We've got some drones that are flying overhead. That's been in partnership with Dan Shantz and his drone team in the Midland area. They have a strong educational component. They're a nonprofit and have their leaders are out here, but then also the students they work with are out here doing some real drone flying. This is a real mission with a real challenge that they're learning on with their drones. Then we have our interview cameras and our commentator booth cameras that are bringing you the interviews from a couple different angles. Let's see if the control room can demonstrate a couple different angles for you of this. And then we've got some remote cameras out at the pads that NASA Spaceflight has been putting together for us. They are using this as a training opportunity. They are being controlled by operators around the world. One as far away as England, I gather.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow.
And this is the only launch with quite so many large rockets moving so fast with so much infrastructure on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a great opportunity for them to train their camera operators. You've also been seeing some slow motion shots of the launches. That's coming from NASA Spaceflight. And it takes a whole crew to run all this. That's why we have live stream team managing all these different camera angles, managing the replay, making sure our interviewees are in the right place at the right time, making sure our commentators are in the right place and the right time, and fed and watered, and being given information through their earpieces as best we can. So it is a whole operation here. I'm really proud of the team and the work they've been doing to prepare for this event and to make this the best production possible during the event.
But, so every year it's innovation, and every year the complexity increases, but also the quality of the output increases. And one thing that you've done that you started last year that's starting to, bear fruit right now is the live video challenge that you do and the ingest of the video from the rockets. Why don't you talk about that for a second?
Sure, absolutely. So this is a challenge we created because we have always wanted to see what's going on in the air, but have never been able to. And this is just a tough technical challenge to get video out of a rocket while it's flying. And there's not really a good solution that everyone has converged on. So seeing that opportunity, we created the Live Rocket Video Challenge. Teams have to downlink video from their rocket or present telemetry data from their rocket. They can do either approach. That telemetry data is targeted at hybrid teams because of their complex fill process, and we'd really like to be able to explain that to you, the viewers, in better detail. But it could be anything. It could be that's what was in mind when it was created, but it could be for any purpose. There's the telemetry and the video. And so we've got teams here right beside us plugged into our equipment. They are downlinking video and connecting it into the live stream. And we bring it to you live just as often as we can. And then they submit by midnight on Friday a 30-second clip of their downlinked video. And between seeing it come in live and looking at the clip after the fact, we judge that and come up with the best live rocket video challenge. And we have seen a huge improvement, a huge increase in sophistication this year compared to last year. Last year we had a very small number of valid entries that actually complied with the rules. And of those entries, the best one was analog video on the ground at the pad only. And that was Texas A&M, and I am so glad that they took up the challenge and delivered something quickly in the first year, and I commend them for that. And I think teams saw that and decided that they wanted to go further and to do better and move beyond and raise the bar. And that's exactly what our challenges are for. And you've seen some great onboard video at various times throughout the week, and it's going to be it's going to be tough to figure out who the best team is for the purposes of this award.
Have you seen any particularly good shots so far that are your favorites?
I've seen a couple strong ones. I'm not in the control room looking at them all the time, so that's why we have the submission, because we can't quite study it live with every single person reviewing. So that's why we have the submission after the fact to enable robust judging. But I've seen some strong stuff that I'm excited about for this year.
I see how you have cleverly danced around naming any teams in particular.
Well, exactly. I judge the award.
You can't be shown any favoritism so far.
But part of you're telling a story, and you're providing that infrastructure to tell the story. And
exactly.
If there's 2,000 students here, but there's another 5,000 students that's around the world that need to hear the story, that need to see the fruit of their labor. That really you give them an opportunity to feel like they're here and supporting their team sort of electronically, but you're providing that opportunity, and that's exciting to me. It's storytelling. It's making sure that they can share in their team success, and so I commend you for the work, and every year it gets better and better, bigger and bigger, and soon we're going to have the full movie crew in here, I'm sure, at some point. So that.
Oh yes. We always make those decisions about what the right scope is for the event, but that is really how we think about it. We do storytelling on media team.
Do you guys see that big dust devil that was on the screen?
I see that.
Yep. We're in a dusty area, and there's a little bit of wind right now. So, yeah.
I was about to say, it reminds me of New Mexico.
Well, the environments are very similar.
And I'm glad those teams have been putting robust rail buttons on their rockets.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We've gotten our fair share of wind over at the merch table, too. I think I've gotten my steps in today just from chasing around stickers that have been started flying around the launch area.
We have seen rockets break before on the pad from a dust devil hitting them.
Really?
We have. We've seen them fall off the pad before.
We actually had 1 year a dust devil hit a hybrid rocket that actually took down the whole tower.
Oh no!
Yeah.
What year was that, Steve?
I think that was 19-ish, maybe.
Okay. So slightly before my
yeah,
slightly before
I think
my
it was
time.
19-ish. Yeah. But
well, and I think that's something that the mentors try to remind the teams is that oftentimes transporting the rocket or being on the pad and being hit by wind is a much larger load, much more force than anything the rockets will encounter in flight. And having a successful rocket means thinking holistically about everything that will happen to it, not just the flying part.
Yes, that reminds me of originally when my team first started coming out here, when I was involved, we had a few issues of systems we had put out there that weren't externally armed, and so we had problems of integrating the rocket. The battery's already plugged in, and then by the time we get out into the pad, they're dead, especially in the heat.
Yeah.
And so I feel like it's always a very important lesson for teams to learn out here that this environment is hot. You might be in line for a while, your rocket might be up there for a while, and so it's important to test those systems beforehand so that you understand how long they can actually last before getting them out onto the pad.
Absolutely, and I think one of the themes I'm seeing from the Live Rocket Video Challenge is a lot of teams seem to have thermal limitations on the system.
Really?
Where one of the hardest parts about it is making sure that your complex bit of electronics does not overheat in the desert sun.
It is hot out here. Reminder, drink water.
And actually drink water and have electrolytes, because something that I've just learned that I did not know is you could overhydrate. And
you can overhydrate.
Yeah, which I didn't know.
Have we
that
ever
possible.
had an overhydration at the event?
Twice.
Really?
Yes. The same individual.
Oh.
so
wow.
You know, you have to work in electrolytes, you know, a Gatorade, or you know, there's 1,000 different versions of it, but you know, it's a not necessarily a 1-to-1, but you got to work you know, an electrolyte drink in when you're out here. I didn't know it either. So yeah, we've had 2.
Wow. You know what? I'll be honest, I wasn't really thinking about that this year.
Well, it works both ways, and we also had our EMS partners on the stream earlier, and they were telling us about that too.
Yeah?
Oh, really?
You need to drink your water, or you're going to have to see Bobby, and it's not going to be at your best.
Bobby. Did they also say to make sure to drink Gatorade? Don't overhydrate?
Well, they declined to name a specific brand, which I understand.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, you know, mine was.
But there are a lot of good options, and to quote earlier, we are open for sponsorship from beverage and electrolyte brands.
Any electrolyte brands that are interested, please.
Well, listen, and you know, it's funny. You don't have to. You know, we have sponsors that are not rocket related. We have, and I love those not the best. I love those equally as because they're here just to support the STEM environment and the engineering competition, and you know, building a aerospace workforce. So I have to come back to that just because it's kind of our theme. It's kind of that's our mantra. This is what we're here to do. So
my Virginia Tech rocketry team tried to get sponsored by a coffee company one time.
Oh, because of the amount of hours you put in?
Yeah.
Did you succeed?
I think they turned us down, but said good luck with our rocket. So if any coffee companies are interested either, we'll have you too.
I guess that's kind of what I was saying. Yeah, you don't have to be an aerospace company to. Well, we had Sam's Club come out and you know, sponsor a cookie and water thing out, you know, out in Midland.
All right.
So
we have been waiting
a lot of different types of
we've
sponsors.
had some vehicles in our exclusion zones. We have finally cleared them out of the zones. We have one more thing to get people out that are on foot, but that should be no more than 2 minutes. And so we are about to proceed to launching at the solids, starting with Alpha 1. So
I'm going to ask this
everybody
question because I don't know the answer
back
to
out from under the tent,
it. Is
get
what
your
the
eyes in
LCO
the air,
saying being
your eyes on
broadcasted
the
for
pad.
the live stream?
We are imminent for launch.
Oh, so when we stop,
are
it
imminent
kind of
for
looks a little
launch.
funny as we're listening?
Yes, well, it comes into some microphones.
Okay. They were just saying that there's some people out on recovery that are in our safety zone, and they have to get out before we're able to launch. And so we're forever looking at that to try to get people out. So don't leave me. Don't leave me. Oh, gosh.
We're being left by Logan.
He left us, man. He just flat left us.
Didn't even say goodbye.
But so at any rate, this is the first time I'm actually doing this during a launch part.
Really?
Yeah, I backed out of it last time because I felt like
All right, we're making a slight change.
we had two
We're going to go with the 30K first. Oh.
almost saying the same thing, you know. And I said, well, and the fact that I don't have my my phone with me means I can't get distracted and pulled away. So.
Well, let's look at what we have out there right now, because I think that they're about to start launching, and I see students kind of nervously running up to the spectator area, which usually means that they're about to start getting some rockets
Yeah,
off.
which is actually awesome. All right, Rick.
Nice.
Thank you, Rick. Yep. And that means I can do a Logan goodbye.
You can do a goodbye.
Yeah.
So what's the first shot up, 150 or 145?
Well, I think they've been, Alpha 1 is 150.
Okay, 150 is the Seoul National University. They're from Seoul, Korea.
Yep. Yep.
Lovely city.
The teams are taking pictures of their inspector area.
Okay, we have everything sorted. I apologize for the confusion. We are going to Alpha 1. Alpha 1.
Here, let's stand up and have a look at it.
This is a 10K.
We're launching off of Alpha 1 right now, 10K COTS.
Alpha 1's going out there.
Seoul National University.
And the project is phenomenal.
This will actually be the first one I've seen on
Expected
that
to
stream.
fly to 33,043 meters, and it's an M3400 White Thunder. We have a green light.
I like that motor.
White Thunder.
Yeah, I like the White Thunder motors, yeah.
We'll have to look at the color of the plume.
5, 4,
Should be
3,
white.
2, 1.
All right, there she goes.
Nice.
Okay, it's burnout was good.
Good for an event.
It's not apogee yet.
Next up,
It's arcing
Alpha
over.
5. Next up, Alpha 5.
Coming down.
Soul's coming
I
down.
think we had was that an event? No, I don't think so. I think we've had the drogue come out because it seems
You see
to
an
have
event on that?
slowed.
All right, it looks like we
Slow
potentially got a drogue event on Team 150 that just went
Moving
out.
on to Alpha 5. Alpha 5 is
Alpha
Team
5 is San
147.
Jose State University.
This is San Jose State University on Strata Spartan 2. 10K COTS, going to 9,740 feet, using an M2400 Blue Thunder. Then Alpha 5, clear sky, green light, going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff.
Oh, up it goes.
Blue.
Nice. That was a nice straight flight.
Nice straight flight. I lost
Still
it.
going up. You see it right?
Up next is Bravo 1. Bravo 1.
Here we go. What's going
Oh,
on?
I see it. Oh, I think I see an event.
You see an event? Okay. Is it slowed down? Okay.
All right, I think I saw a drogue out on that one. Next rocket we have coming up is on the B pad.
We're on team 174. So next, is that C2 we're going? Or
Well, I think we're
B2?
launching B2 next.
B2, and that's.
I can't read that name.
Neither can I.
It's scheduled to go Bravo 1. I am not showing it. I'm showing a red light, no continuity on Bravo 1. We will give it a try, but it probably will be a no fire. The Bravo 1 is team 145.
Lenoir-Rhyne University.
What is
it? Rowan Rocket.
Lenoir-Rhyne University
10,000
is on B2.
K COTS, going on an M2500 Blue Thunder.
Another Blue Thunder.
The Bravo 1, they are showing, it's a red light on the controller, but I'm hoping that's just an incorrect reading. We'll see what we get. Going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No, Joy, I think that's a busted igniter.
Okay. Didn't go.
Moving to Bravo 2. Bravo.
Oh, they were just trying to launch Bravo 1. Now we're going to Lenoir-Rhyne University on Bravo
Okay.
2.
Bravo 2. Is that a Canadian team, Lenoir-Rhyne?
All right, it appears I have no reading on Bravo pads.
Oh, wow. The whole Bravo
Come to me,
pad.
come to me, come to me, come to me.
That's a whole rack.
All right, we're out here with the team that just launched. We're at the pads. They were just the pads. How are you guys feeling?
A little nervous now.
Yeah.
Thank God it's not just us, it's the whole Bravo pad, but hopefully they fix it soon.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get some information whether the whole pad bank went down. Or are you guys feeling optimistic once you get word, or a little nervous?
A little nervous, but we're confident.
Where are you guys coming from?
New Jersey.
New Jersey. Whereabouts in New Jersey? Glassboro.
It's
Where
in
is that?
South Jersey.
All right, it appears that we have a problem with the Bravo bank. We're going to switch up and go straight to the Charlie bank. So Charlie 2 is next. Charlie 2.
Anything you guys want to say to your family and friends back home?
Sorry for the wait.
The rocket's Charlie 2 is team 174, University of Kentucky. This is
University of Kentucky.
University of Kentucky in Lexington.
I was one of their judges.
Oh, you were? Okay. UK Lexington.
Also, I just saw another rocket just come down on a main.
Wildcats, as I recall.
All right, the skies are clear. We do have a green light
University of
on
Kentucky
Charlie.
up next.
So we are launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift
There it
off.
goes.
Nice.
UK's rocket is off. Burnout. Very stable flight.
Charlie 3 will be next. Charlie 3 will
And
be
we
next.
still see it.
We're watching for an event as they're prepping for Charlie 3.
UK rocket made a nice takeoff off the pad. Nice and straight flight. Burned out.
I don't see an
Now
event.
it's coasting. We don't see an event, drogue event yet. Doesn't mean it doesn't happen. We can't see it.
Oh, I think I just saw an event.
Okay, a drogue event. That should slow it down.
I'm having trouble seeing if a chute is out or not, but I definitely saw something indicative of an event.
We have a sea of people right beside us. That's a typical. All the teams are out there rooting for their work. Their year probably year and a half of labor.
Charlie 3 now. Charlie 3.
All right, moving off to C3.
You don't see anything.
Charlie 3 is team 210.
Charlie 3 is team 210, New Mexico Institute of Mining and Technology is up next.
This is a 30K COTS.
30K COTS.
35,000 feet.
30K COTS. They'll be
5,500.
He said it was a blue 500.
We appear to have fully clear skies, and we have a green light. We are launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, that had a burn through. The upper, yes. What happened was the rocket burnt right through, and the upper containment thing went.
Yes, we saw potentially nose cone on a chute. I see 2 chutes, drogue and main chute, that potentially have now come out of the rocket.
That was interesting. That was an interesting failure.
We have fire and EMS that's going out there real quick, just for safety.
Yeah, the Keyes County Fire is going to go out and check it out, make certain there wasn't anything happen. So it'll be a hold.
Yeah. So we're going to be holding on this for a little while.
Yeah. And that was a, look at that. It's burned, yep. Oh, you had looks like a burn through.
Yes, so anyone who's watching the live stream right now, we're likely going to have a hold potentially for a second because we have fire going out there just for safety purposes to make sure everything is good out on the pads.
That's one of the more interesting ways to shoot an engine. I come with their avionics. Oh, okay, there you see a video of the drone of the Kern County fire going out to check the check out.
For a little bit while we check out, make sure we've got nothing.
So we'll be down probably 5, 10, 15 minutes, something like that.
And we'll take the opportunity to reset the Paulo pads as well.
And we've got the lead truck is the fire EMS, and then behind it you got the ones that would be the tanker truck that have the water if they needed it. Probably the lead guy is whoever the supervisor of the set of those guys. He'll be the first one to get there, and he'll make a decision about if they need to do anything.
Yeah, so it looked like they had like that whole motor burn.
Yeah. That means there's not going to be a lot of other propellant char laying around. So it's and it didn't really all the energy went straight up. So I wouldn't think this.
We're here with the New Mexico Tech team, mock miners. You guys just saw some unfortunate launch activity. Can you guys just describe what you saw out there?
Very unfortunate, yeah. So it looked like the motor got stuck on the rail. So we're theorizing already, maybe the rail pins, we were simulated to go 164 feet feet per second right off the rail. That's pretty fast. And so we knew that maybe, hey, it might melt the rail buttons. So that's what we're theorizing kind of right now. Very unfortunate scenes, but you know, the team worked really hard. We're spending all night last night to get out here and get ready. And so really proud of our team and still represent NMT. But yeah, very unfortunate.
Yeah, it's definitely something to be proud of, just making it out here. I know you guys were a bit closer the last time, so it's a bit longer of a haul to come out to here to Midland and Saragossa area. But you know, part of the trials and tribulations is not always having success. Talk to me about your rocket. It was a 30K COTS, is that right?
It was. So we did have a 5500 motor. Not theorizing anything about that, but I guess only one of those motors have been successful so far out of maybe 4 or 5 is what we've heard. So very unfortunate. So we might go back to the drawing board for next year and select a different motor. But we had all carbon fiber except in the nose tip because our payload was actually, and our avionics was actually in the nose cone. So we're very excited. Wish it went up, but anything else you guys could think of?
I think last night we had a lot of issues with the nose tip. We were able to screw that in this morning. So I think that was successful. I think what held us back was the rear retention because we did have a forward closure that a lot of us were nervous for. But we put in that back closure. We're hoping for the best, but I'm thinking it's also my theory that might be it.
Of the retention.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, maybe we can check out some of the camera footage we got. I think it sounded like we had some slow motion footage of the rocket off the rail, so you'll be able to take a look at that. You know, sorry to hear about your launch, but it happens, and you know, like you were saying, really, it's the effort that you put in, and getting out here is a big part of having success and having a good year. So thank you guys so much for coming out to this new launch site and making the haul out a little bit further than Las Cruces. But back to you guys in the booth. Thank you.
They'll call it. They'll go 3, 2, 1. The way it works is you pull it down.
Yeah. So we just interviewed one of the student teams around. Right now, we're looking at a shot of the fire truck that has gone out onto the pad. We haven't been able to see a shot of the rocket in a second, but it looks like, you know, we have our fire and EMS folks out there doing what they need to do to make sure that everything is safe after we just had that motor burn through.
There are some of the Ezra people out expecting what happened.
Yeah, so sort of interestingly enough, what just happened, I feel like, is what most people think of when they think of a high-powered rocketry like incident or failure of some kind.
The fire went vertical, went up through the top of the rocket. That's what blew everything off. And it really burned everything off. I'd say it blew everything off. It burned all. Are we still live?
No, I think they're interviewing the team now. Sorry, they keep switching back and forth.
That's fine. As long as let me know.
Do you not also have one?
No, I don't have one.
Why not?
There's only a limited amount.
Do you want this one?
If you hear it, well, you probably better than I do. You just gotta listen for what they call. I trust you.
Can you take this? I'm doing a back job. I can't do that.
There's the engine. That's an impressive
I wonder what could have happened.
Is there people walking away from the pad?
They look like
right, good news. We have no damage at the solid pads from the Cato. We also have corrected the problem with the Bravo box. Turns out that Dirt
The
Devil
other rockets look safe.
antenna, but we restored it.
So we'll see what it is. Yeah, we're back live. You've been watching video of the drone that's looking at what the fire truck went out and the Ezra folks went out and checked. Make certain no damage of the rockets. Apparently we're safe and we can continue operations.
We are less than 2 minutes
We're
from
here.
launching.
Okay, we're here.
In a dust storm.
Getting a little dust storm here.
Here will be Bravo 1, Team 145. Bravo 1.
You can see the you can see the wind coming through.
I think they've got a team out on 145.
145.
Bravo 1, Rowan University.
They're the trucks that are the Kern County fire truck. That's a tanker truck. It's leaving. And oh, that dust is pretty strong. And okay, and we're going to over to interview then. We're darn it.
All right, I'm here with the team from the Manipal Institute of Technology, Thrust MIT, right? It's in Thrust we trust.
Yes, that's right.
All right, we've seen a lot of love for Thrust MIT in the chat, so I wanted to get out here with the team. You guys are about to launch. How are you guys feeling?
We're feeling excited.
Yeah. Tell me about your rockets.
So our rocket's name is Vayu Vega. We are going in the 30K COTS category. We are on the C4 launch pad, and we are very excited, and I can hardly speak.
Well, that was pretty well said for someone who can hardly speak. How long does it take to get out to here to the site, all the way from your university?
It takes 2 hours from our hotel in Midland.
From my university?
But from traveling from your university, yeah.
That's a good 5 flights and 36 hours of journey. So that's a lot of time.
Well, 5 flights and 36 hours of traveling, that is quite the effort just to get out to here. Are you guys excited, nervous? How are you feeling?
Excited, nervous, all of it all together.
No. So you might have seen the team earlier from New Mexico Tech. I imagine they're feeling pretty upset. Hopefully you guys don't have the same thing. Tell me a little bit more about that journey of coming out here to Texas. Is it anyone's first time in the U.S.? Oh, everyone's. Oh, yeah. Tell me about that. What do you think of Texas so far?
Well, it's very hot. It's really hot, dusty out here. And I mean, we're finding it great. A lot of good food. We're having a lot of fun. And late nights with the rocket. I guess, yeah, we could take that.
Awesome. All right, we're going to get back to the rockets at Bravo pads. Thank you much. And in Thrust we trust.
Thank you guys.
After interviewing the Indian team, we're supposed to go on now, so we're expecting a few launches right behind us. You see the Kern County people coming back, and we're getting a little bit of a windstorm right here, right now. There's a rocket just took off.
That's Bravo 1 that just went
Bravo
up.
1 just took off.
145 Rowan University.
Okay.
Next up, Bravo 2. Bravo 2.
Bravo 2. We're going at a pretty quick cadence here. Okay, the cadence of who's on Bravo 2 is team. Oh, that's that.
Lenoir-Rhyne University.
Okay.
On Bravo 2.
Okay, we have one more team. I think they're a 10K COTS. Or are they a 30K?
Doesn't say on here, but it looks kind of like a 10K.
All right, which where are they, on this side or this side?
All right, we are moving on. Bravo 2.
Okay, we're trying to figure out what they are.
Bravo
Here.
2.
Okay, I think they're a 10K COTS.
Lenoir-Rhyne's 10K COTS team.
Is Lenoir-Rhyne University.
So we're trying to see.
All right, we have
we're in the queue. They're ready to go.
We check where this thing goes.
All right, we're looking at some of the feeds here.
All right, we have been cleared.
And I think we had some Indian folks rooting for the Indian team.
Team 133, Lenoir-Rhyne University, 10K COTS to 10,100 feet on an Airtech M1845
Yeah, that's still Lenoir-Rhyne University.
Thunder motor.
Okay, Lenoir-Rhyne University is up next.
We have a green light.
And are on the pad.
Bravo 2.
They're number 2.
Green light.
Bravo 2 pad.
We have
And here we go.
Launching in 5,
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Buttons pressed. There they go. Nice liftoff. Nice straight flight. Beautiful flight. Beautiful flight.
Oh, I see it. I see it.
We see them. Ah, you can see them all the way up. Yep. There. Looks like they're just disappeared. Oh, there's a little stream. We can see them arcing over. They're going into. They're starting their descent. They've just hit apogee. They're coming down. We're waiting for a drone deployment. There's a drone. Yep. We just saw a drone deployment. Yep. Okay. Looks like they're going a little slower now. So the drone should be out, and they're descending in a controlled manner in probably something 100, 150 feet a second range. And then they'll get down to some lower altitude, and they'll deploy the main. The main will come out, and they'll go down to like anywhere from 15 to 25 feet a second.
Okay.
Another one on the rail.
The next one we're going to is Bravo 3. I haven't gotten eyes on what team that is yet.
Okay. So we're waiting. So we're ready to do another one, I think. Going a fairly quick cadence.
Next up, we have.
We're ready to go here.
Bravo 3 at 169, University of California.
Team 169.
University of California.
University of California, Merced. UC Merced.
10K cot.
10K
Merced,
cot.
California on the west coast.
To 11,357 feet.
Call for 11,000 feet as their target altitude.
1420 red line motor.
And they're going
Bravo 3.
On pad Bravo 3. Beautiful day. The wind's not that bad right
we
now.
We have clear skies. We have a green light.
And
we are launching in 5,
okay,
4,
3, 2, 1. There it goes. See that red
flame?
red
line
there
motor.
you go. Nice red flame. Looks nice. Looks nice.
Yeah, still have eyes on it.
Coming up, we got it. It's we just lost it a little bit. It's about apogee right about now.
Yeah, it looks like it's
Coming
slowly
over.
arcing over a little bit. Yep.
Handy, can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
Next up will be Bravo 5. We are skipping Bravo 4 for the moment. It will be the last launch of this queue.
Okay, we're waiting for an event.
Bravo 5
I think I just saw a
is
drone
the next
event.
rocket.
We got an event? Okay, we have an event. Should be the drone coming out. Drogue coming out. Not the drone, the drogue. So we're waiting to see, next we'll be waiting for the main chute to come out. It'll descend probably to somewhere in between 1 to 2,000 feet before they deploy the main.
We have Bravo 5.
Next flight. This is a fairly quick cadence. Team 116.
Instituto Tecnologico de Buenos Aires. The ITBA rocketry
Edmonds
team.
College, 116.
We're looking at 126.
Oh, 137, I'm sorry.
It is on an M2500 Aerotech Blue Thunder.
And we're trying to figure out
Skies are still nice and clear. We have a green light. So we are launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There it goes.
Right turn.
All right, good straight
Quick
flight.
off the rail.
Good straight flight. We can see it. Took a little windage when it lifted off.
We will be going
You can see it up there.
Charlie
It's
4.
peeking out.
Charlie 4.
We're peeking out.
A little.
Bram, can you see it?
I can't see it. It went a little less straight than other rockets. Not sure if that was by choice or a little issue with their rocket.
We've had some pretty high wind gusts.
We have, and I
Yeah, wind gusts hit your eyes, you lift off. That's why you get that windage when you turn into the wind.
Yep.
Yeah. Could have been a little overstable, of course. A little weathercocking going into the wind.
And we're waiting for some things to come down.
I do not see them. Oh, there we go. We see them. Hey, oh my God.
Argentina's kind of excited about something. I think Argentina's bouncing all around
some
here.
cameras?
The Argentine
We
team
got
is
some
very
amazing-
happy.
Yeah. And look at this team. They are so happy. You know,
They're
can we get an
looking-
interview
they're
with
like
them?
they had
I
a
think
good
that'd be
time.
great.
Somebody ever get? They dropped their badge.
Charlie 4. Charlie 4 is team 207.
Number 4.
The Manipal Institute
What's the
of
next one, Hannah?
Technology. This is
207 it looks like.
207?
Manipal Institute of Technology. The last one's on the screen at least.
Okay, hold on. We're doing an interview.
So it's been an exciting motor today.
So we're feeling very normal now. A lot of school spirit. All right, we got a rocket going. 207. We got another. We're launching.
Okay, that was an excited Argentine team.
I know in the chat, we have a lot of love in the chat for the Argentinian team. You guys did a great job. Oh, so happy.
Congratulations, guys.
Congratulations, guys. I'll get an interview with you guys later when you're. All right.
You speak Spanish? A little bit. How do you say congratulations in Spanish?
All right.
Let's team up.
207. I see that's an Indian flag.
207. Who's that?
Am I wrong?
Manipal Institute.
Oh, Manipal. That's the Indian team.
That is.
Technology.
Indian team, right there. MIT.
Thrust MIT.
Manipal, they're from India.
Yes, they are.
So we'll see how they go. They're a 10K COTS, I believe, aren't they? Or are they a 30K?
I believe they're 30K.
30K.
30K. I believe
Yeah,
it's 200.
200 range.
All right, the aircraft have transited the area. We are finished with C4, Team 207.
Teams are 10K COTS.
Now the sky's clear. We have a green light.
Okay, we're here ready for another rocket set up.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There we go, another one.
We'll come for it.
They just press the button.
I actually.
Not getting anything.
Lenoir University. I'm not pronouncing.
I don't
Lenoir
think that
University.
was a misfire.
Lenoir.
Let's give it a moment.
Lenoir. Okay. We just want to confirm Lenoir University is not in Canada. I guess some commentators were saying that earlier.
3, 2, 1.
Again, they try.
All right. Thank you, guys.
No additional smoke. Looks like no joy
Not
on
working.
Charlie 4. We're also showing loss of continuity, so we popped the igniter. But
They have a continuity problem. It means it's the igniter circuit is not complete.
C5, 137.
207.
137.
Oh, 137.
Michigan Technology
All right,
University.
here we go.
Michigan Tech.
Team Charlie 5 is up next. Charlie 5 is up next.
They're a 10K COTS, I believe, aren't they?
10K COTS.
Team 137.
Great out there on the pad.
This is Michigan Tech.
Michigan Tech.
Lenoir-Rhyne rocket range team. And it's a 10K COTS going to 9970 feet.
And they're getting ready to go.
1420R Aerotech red line. On Charlie 5. Clear skies. Green light.
Okay.
We're going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And nothing so far.
I wonder if we caught anything on the cameras.
Okay.
Might try to recycle.
Another one didn't go.
No joy on that. Let's give it a moment and try a
Okay, that
recycle.
one didn't go. Michigan Tech did not go.
Now, a big thing with a lot of these rockets, especially bigger motors, they need some pretty significant
All right, we
igniters.
did a recycle on Charlie. Let's give it one more
Wondering
try.
if their igniter system
3, 2,
needs to be a little stronger for
That
this
was Michigan Tech 137, and that didn't go. Nothing appears to have moved on that from the video of that. Looks, somebody probably have to go out there and check it out. So we had about
All right,
3
we're going to then go back to the Bravo banks for our last rocket of this salvo. So we're going to Bravo 4. We're going to Bravo 4.
Bravo 4, Team 116.
All right, another team.
On Bravo 4,
116.
Edmonds College.
Eastern Washington University. Ah, yes.
Community College. Their rocket is Dynamo. This is a 10K COTS going to 10,000.
That's from where my wife's from, Eastern Washington. She went to Central, that's Eastern.
L2200 green.
That's not too far from Washington State.
Let's see this one go. Green on
10K COTS.
the bank.
So we're going to There they are on the rail. The blue big, call it the Dream Big, Fly High. There you go. That's a great motto.
Oh,
there it goes. Oop, that was pretty quick.
Oh, wow. All right. Arching over. Arching over. Still see it.
Do you see it? I don't see it.
Yes, I can. Arching over. Go, it's over. Let's hopeful.
Okay, we're looking for it.
We're looking
for an event.
There's an event.
Okay, the drogue event has happened.
Ah, there we go. I think either the drogue or
slowed down a little
out.
bit. So it's slowing down?
It's slowing down pretty significantly.
Good.
That's pretty good. I wonder if our
All
tracking
right.
camera can get that. Pretty high up in the sky right now. A lot of smoke up there. Ooh, looks.
We say it's a blue sky. There's not
blue
not
sky,
at least
yeah.
You can see this. See
Not
little
much you
clouds
can
to the
see.
south, and that is it.
I think we have a main.
We have a main event.
Main event.
All
I
right.
think that's what we're drifting. They're drifting pretty high up there.
Yeah.
That team might have to go for a little bit of a walk today.
Yep. So
But I think we got up tech team 214.
That's a 30K, I think, isn't it?
Yep.
214 is Texas A&M, the Aggies.
Texas A&M. I
are
just
up.
interviewed them.
Did you? Okay. Aggies are up. 30K cots.
Oh, sorry. That's not the
Oh,
Aggies.
14. Yeah, 214 is Texas A&M.
The Atomic Aggies.
Oh, the Atomic Aggies.
Yeah, or the from Las
Okay.
Cruces. Don't make the mistake I did
Oh,
yesterday.
okay. I'm sorry. Forgive me.
Uh-oh.
The Atomic Aggies from Las Cruces.
But that team is on the rail, Texas A&M.
Okay.
This is Harry
It should-
Spears's.
Should be 30K cots, right?
30K cots. Yep.
Okay.
All right. Let's see.
Well, we're waiting to see what's going to go on. It could be a lot hotter. I believe the temperature's in the middle 90s right now. The wind is variable, probably up to 10 to 12, maybe 15 knots. So we're in the wind window. The wind does feel a little cool, except for when you have a dust storm.
Yeah, the dust gets kind of all over you, and then
The dust is a difficult part.
a little bit. Makes you sweat a little more.
Yeah, you do sweat a little more. You got to keep drinking the water. Remember to drink the water.
Yeah, that goes out to all our teams out here. Please keep on drinking water. It's hotter today.
That's right.
Cool day yesterday.
It was unusually cool yesterday. We're paying for it today. And I guess it'll be about this hot tomorrow, maybe a little hotter.
Most likely. And I want to remind our teams who are out here, we have cooling trailers that they can go sit in.
Yes.
We have free water. There's a medical
That's right.
tent if needed. Please, please, please stay safe. Stay
That's
cool.
right. We want you to stay safe. If you feel bad, we got a medical tent.
Yeah.
Go over and ask them to have a look at you if you feel bad.
Don't worry about anything. Just try to stay safe. And if you start feeling like you have a headache, drink some water.
So
Good
there's a
chance for
drone
getting
shot
dehydrated.
of what the ones that are left. I think we have to go into there and
Yeah, we only have a couple left. And I
we have
believe
to
two
go
of
in
those already
and
had a
check
hang
those
fire.
out. They what?
Wait, two of those already had a hang fire, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So we're just left with the 214 Texas A&M. Hoping to get off the
And
rail.
The other one is
pretty
207
soon.
is sitting there. 207 was MIT from India.
These are some great drone shots. We really want to thank our drone team who came out here.
Oh, okay.
All from Texas. They've been spectacular with getting drones out to the pads as we've been flying,
Yep.
getting these beautiful shots that we're seeing.
Beautiful, yeah. I like it. I kind of wonder why no one's ever had a truck and mount a camera on a truck and drive around. That'd be I've seen places that do that.
You know, I think
Yeah.
the issue would be the person in the truck. Now, maybe we can get a Tesla out here with.
Yeah, get a Tesla with an
autonomous.
autonomous Tesla that drives around. That'd be nice.
That'd be cool.
Maybe get Tesla to sponsor us. Yeah.
But beyond our drone team, we also have some great shots, just like this one from NASA
Yep.
Spaceflight, who came out. We're so thankful that they come out every year. Really great getting these amazing shots. And the teams love it because they get to see their rocket go off the rail in this spectacular fashion. We love it because it just adds all this extra value to us.
Are they going to try again, or are they holding for it?
That's a good question.
I think they're going to hold.
I think we might.
Yep, I think we're on a hold right now.
I think we might be in a hold also. You know, looking on the pad, it looks like one of the teams.
Winds is picking up again. There's a
Oh.
little 20 knot gust.
Yeah, it's gusting a little bit. It's been gusting a little bit more today.
Yep.
Hopefully we don't get the same wind dust storm that we had the day before we were about to launch on Tuesday.
Yep.
Really hurt us.
Tuesday night was a pretty bad one.
Yeah, I was out here.
You were out here?
I was out here. I was driving back from Midland.
I drove through it when it was on the I-20. I was coming down. It was so bad that I saw some truckers pulling off the road. I think, whoa, I better slow down. These Texas truckers are pulling off the road. You know, that's certainly a sign that it's severe.
Yeah, no kidding.
So there we got three people walking out to check out the
pads.
rockets.
So the one right there is our solid pad lead, Erica. She's done a great job in getting these pads ready.
Yes, she has.
And Tony. Looks like we have another igniter.
Who's the other guy on the left? Jimmy, you on?
No.
No, it's not Jimmy.
It's Tony. I believe that's Tony, one of our volunteers. I'm not sure who's on the right putting in a new igniter. This might be a student.
Oh, okay. I think that's one of the teammates of that that team.
Well, let's take a look. Looks like they're replacing the igniter on team 137.
Put a new igniter in it.
Now, I remember as a Rocketeer, one of the big problems with some of the bigger motors is you really need a beefy igniter to get some of these motors started.
Takes a lot of power.
Takes a lot of energy.
Yep.
And I know that some of our Aerotech Rocketry, they've been down here. They probably have a lot of extra igniters, but some teams choose to make their own. We were.
I still like. I've used Aerotech a lot, and I always trust Aerotech. They're quick. They're a lot of energy. They're hard to come by. The big ones.
They are. You almost need a little rocket motor to start some of these.
Yeah, you do. So, shout out to Aerotech. Hey, come on, please increase your production of your igniters.
Well, I think Gary Rosenfield is in. I thought he was down here.
Yeah, I think he was for a while. I don't know if he's still around here or not, but
I'd love to have him down here. But yeah, here we go. So what we're seeing is the
Michigan
igniter.
Tech is trying to fit their new igniter in.
And so what's going on exactly is the igniter actually at the end, there's a bit of pyrotechnic material that is on a stick. And so what they're trying to do is get that pyrotechnic material all the way at the top end of the motor and have the wires go all the way down to the ignition system.
So the guy on the left is Ezra L3 from, and the guy on the right looks to be a member of the team that's their rocket. So
That is a great shot. This is pretty amazing that we're able to see this. These are really clear. Clear
This is a beautiful shot. I mean, it's like almost like being there. It's impressive. And they're trying to get prepared. What they're doing is they're getting the ends of the rocket or ends of the igniter set up to connect into the power system that fires it. They've got it taped on. And I didn't realize those rockets are right beside each other.
Yeah, it looks like.
Huh.
And what's that rocket all the way on the left? Did that one? I might have missed it because I was running late a little bit to the commentary.
Oh, I think the one on the left is the one that burned up.
Burnt up. Okay.
Yeah, that's that one.
That's a little unfortunate, but it looks like it's still most of it's there. So maybe they'll be able to.
Well, the interior is pretty well destroyed. I guarantee you that flame hits that interior and it's charred pretty bad.
Well, that's a little unfortunate, but at least the team got out here. I think from most students who come out here, this is a culmination of years.
Yes, it is.
And even if they come away with maybe not an award or anything like that, they've hopefully learned a lot.
They learned a lot. This is what happens in the real profession of engineering. You'll do this, and something like that'll happen, and you'll say, "Oh God,"
yeah.
and you'll figure out what'd you do. And look how many times that the Blue is trying, or SpaceX has tried to fly Starship.
Yeah.
You know, so they get the first stage back. Second stage is a bit of a challenge. So that's what they're, that's part of the business. If it was easy, everyone would do it.
It ain't called rocket science for nothing. All right, let's see there.
What they're doing is they're taping it all together to keep it together. It sticks up. And that's tutorial on how you put igniter into a large size high power rocket motor. That nozzle is probably made of graphite, and there's an interior liner to it, and then the fuel grains sit inside the interior liner, and it has an end cap on, and the end cap is also sealed so it doesn't, it can take the heat, about 4 seconds of heat.
All right.
So it looks like they're pulling back, and oh, that's a nice shot.
That's a great shot.
That's a great shot. Oh, there's a dust devil. Yep. Welcome to West Texas. Right through the tent. There you go. There you go. I've been standing somewhere and the dust devil comes right over you, and it's like, oh wow.
They have been out here.
Yep.
I've seen a couple tents get flipped over so far.
What happens? The big ones can do that. They can flip things. And you saw that little sign right there on the left, in the center there. That got knocked over.
Yeah. Hopefully we don't get another big one that came in like we did.
Well, the reason that is the vorticity of the, that's really a vortex. So the vorticity spins around. So the very center of it,
So it's like a little hurricane.
Yeah, it's a little hurricane. So that's
wow.
That's what's happening. A little pressure is different, and if it's if you swing it and hit something that's loose, it'll just go flying.
Yeah, that is it's pretty cool to see.
That's something we don't see out east in Ohio. I've never seen dust devil in Ohio.
I have not seen a dust devil. I'm from Maryland, but there's one right behind them. Can you follow that one? That'd be funny. It's right behind them. Yeah, pads.
Oh, was there one? Oh, was there a rocket down right behind them?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right.
How convenient. Just drive out and pick it up.
Going right through our pads. Uh-oh. It's going to hit the car.
Dust Devil's going to hit the car now.
So
there you go.
For students who are watching this at home, this is something you can be on the lookout for next year. Maybe something to add into your technical report for the judges. Oh, it's getting pretty big. It's
that one's gonna hit.
I hope it doesn't.
Look at that! Like it's going after it.
All right,
there you go.
Be careful, team. People, yeah.
And you look at actually how much wind, how much air is in that thing. Probably goes up 40, 50 feet. So that whole thing is rotating. Yeah. If wind moves it, just keeps it moving around a little bit. Oh, look at that one.
Oh my God!
Lord,
that's
a couple hundred feet tall. That's a big one.
Next year as a judge, I'm going to start asking, so have you thought about the dust devils out here? What's going to happen when that hits your rocket?
Well, I know one thing. If there's any kind of optical sensor look on the outside, it's going to be covered with dust. I mean, we see that people are here with laptops, or even it gets in your eyes. So that's a challenge.
It gets everywhere. We are getting, Chat is,
the only saving grace is you lift off. Hopefully the wind, as you lift off your rocket, you're getting a lot of laminar flow, so it's right along the surface. Help blow it off.
That's probably good. I hope that a lot of these avionics don't pick up on those changing pressures too much and cause a.
Yeah, that would be a challenge. That would be an interesting problem.
I'm not sure how exactly.
I think we're pulling back. They're
okay. Our team has left the pad. They've reinstalled an igniter.
And the igniters, they're ready to go. So there goes the. And as soon as they get back, we hopefully will launch. And we're gonna see anyone on us on our.
We got a lot of love for the Brazilians in the chat. UFABC. I just talked with them. They're a great team. I know they're getting ready to launch soon. I think they're in the queue.
Well, they have 10K or 30K?
All right, we have replaced our 2 igniters. We are imminent for relaunching of teams 207 and 137 on Charlie 4 and Charlie 5. Everybody
let's see what we're going to do.
Tents and get ready to watch. Step out of the tents and get ready to watch. We're clear of the pads. The pads are now clear. So we are going to launch the 2 rockets starting on Bravo. Charlie 4.
Charlie 4.
Charlie 4. Who we got?
Going to Charlie 4.
That's team 207.
207 is MIT from India. 207.
Manipal Institute of Technology.
Manipal Institute of Technology. So they're, in fact, the Manipal team is right in front of us.
All right, they
arm in arm.
Arm in arm, ready to launch.
They're ready to go.
This is a 30K caught shot on that 5500.
Indian friends in the chat.
Getting a lot of love for the Indians.
Ain't that right?
All right, green light.
Here we go, green light.
We are launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Buttons pressed.
There we go.
There
It's
it
going.
goes. There it goes. Beautiful flight.
Beautiful.
Beautiful flight.
Straight up.
Beautiful flight. Nice and straight. The Indians look excited.
Onto the sky. So this is a
Yes,
30K
the team right in front of us jumping up and down. They seem like they're having they felt vindicated. So they're looking for, first they're looking for is to hit apogee, then it's going to begin to drop and try to find a drogue come out. Once the drogue's out, then they'll be able to slow down to somewhere roughly 100 feet a second. And then they'll fall a few thousand feet and then they'll open the main.
One of their guys went running.
So here we are. The Indians are big smile on their faces.
I think they're probably going to their, maybe their, let's see.
Well, they're going to go to the car and get somebody
Telemetry,
ready to go
yeah,
pick it up. Yeah.
Maybe it's their telemetry guy.
So it should be that should be a fairly close flight.
All right, they're moving to Charlie 5.
All right.
Okay, next flight.
Team 137.
137.
This is Michigan Tech with the.
And that is Michigan Tech.
Michigan Tech's trying round 2. Michigan Tech.
Going to 9,970 feet. To L1420.
The 10K cots.
Red line air by Aerotech.
Believe so. Aerotech. Yep.
On Charlie 5. Skies are clear. Green light launching.
Everything's green.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There it goes.
Ooh, there
nice
it goes.
Red plume. Look at that.
Up.
Burn out. Going up.
Going up.
We
Still
can see it. A little dusty here, but we can still see it.
Arching over, I think, slowing down.
You see it peeking over?
I see it peeking over. See the smoke trail.
Okay.
Slowing down. Yep, definitely peeking over now. We're waiting for an event. Hopefully we get a drogue out.
The event's coming.
I think I saw a puff of smoke.
Puff of smoke. So that means
and something's out. I think that's a drogue.
Drogue's out.
Looks like a drogue.
Good. The drogue is out.
Drogue is
coming down.
Coming down.
Good. Well, that's a pretty.
I can switch.
Rack.
That's pretty great launch right there. Glad those two teams were able
It's
to
215.
recycle.
They probably, hopefully, can get 2 more racks out of it on the day. That would be a great thing to have.
So I think
we can get like 50 shots today. That would be a great day.
That'd be great.
Well, that was exciting. We have a bunch of teams, mostly 10K cots, a few 30K cots, made it. 2 misfires, both misfires after they went out. They worked. We had one that wasn't so fortunate. It sort of had a burn through. So that was pretty good. That was pretty good.
amazing.
I'm glad to see it. And the wind is just
Wind is
picks
catching
up
up a little bit.
Had a few dust devils that were running through everything. That was exciting. So we're here at in West Texas. And what are we doing now?
Oh, we might have one more rocket.
Oh, we have one more.
One more, 214.
214.
We spoke too soon.
Texas A&M. We're sorry. 214 is up.
Well, we have some cars going out.
Oh, wait. Maybe they can't fly that one.
See, we got
Maybe,
some cars.
okay.
And
Cars
we
are
have
going
a
out.
car. You know, I see a truck up on that hill over there.
Huh.
I wonder if that's a recovery team.
Could be. So it appears that A&M is going to shoot this round. So they're going to, a bunch of trucks have gone out to the range.
Looks like we're getting our next salvo.
Okay.
We got a lot of cars now.
The next salvo is headed out.
And we got a truck on the hill driving down. I wonder if that's just a recovery team. Most likely.
Yeah, it could
Although
be.
we are
That's
not alone
on a road, sort of a road. I don't know. Is that a road over there? I think that is a road over there. Yeah.
I think he's. They might be.
I don't have
just
a map
finding.
with me, so I
Yeah.
can't really tell. But yeah, that could be a road.
And I think I heard our team, our production team, is we got some student interviews coming up.
Oh, we have interviews. Okay.
No. Okay,
got
maybe
some-
we're wrong. I
Okay.
misheard. Sorry about that. All right.
Now we have Team 214. That's the
Texas
Texas A&M
A&M.
team, and they're apparently not going.
Not going.
They're going to relock it. And they're the teams that are coming out to set up the new ones.
All right, and we have a lot of love for Team 207. That's the Indian team that just launched in the chat, which is great to see. They had a successful launch, and I think
they should be coming down pretty soon.
Based on the guys behind us, they are looking to go recover soon. I think they're looking up. So maybe if I stand up,
They may be
I can
looking.
see it.
Go over and ask them if they what they've done.
Yeah.
Can you go that far?
They're pointing at
I don't
something.
think we can.
I think I see it.
Get that team manager there. Let's go grab the team manager. Okay, go grab her, ask her what's going on. So we're going to out and ask the team manager, at least the person who has the team manager shirt on, what the status of their rocket is. And they seem pretty excited, so it looks like it's positive news. What is it?
Oh, yeah.
Huh?
Hey, Carl. All right.
Huh? Bill, you commentator? Or who's it? Carl?
Okay. You changing me out, Logan?
Are you chasing him out? Or you?
Okay.
Who's up next? Me? You? I can take it. You
All right. I'll talk with Carl. We got some glasses. Thank you so much, Rick.
Sure. You go, Carl?
All right, Carl. All right. Take a moment as we switch out some commentators. Give our Rick, you've done a great job. Give a little break here.
How's it going?
All right. You can sit down, Carl. How you been?
I've been good. It's been a good day. Yeah.
Lots
of flying.
Lots of flying today. We had a lot of teams so far have launched.
Yeah.
And what have you been doing out here?
I've been running the queue. I've been getting people into their flight readiness review, making sure that their rail buttons are on, fins aren't wiggly, and getting them out on the pads.
I like your sunglasses. They're pretty cool.
Thank you. Yours too. I like the flames.
Thank you.
Do they make you run faster?
They make not really run faster, but they do give a little boost when you're firing rocket engines.
A little bit of impulse.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
They're called combustion. So that's why I wear them out here when we're firing rockets. A little good luck for the rocket motors out here.
Of course. Well, they need it.
They need it. So, Carl, can you tell us a little bit what's going on with this next salvo? What are we looking for? What teams are coming out next? Do you have any information on that?
Brigham, I have no idea. So, I absolutely no idea what we're looking at here. I'm more on the front end, not the back end, if you know what I'm saying. So.
He's a front end guy. All right.
Yeah.
love the title.
Yeah.
So what teams have you seen that what teams have you seen that are really speaking to you, really saying these are some pretty impressive teams?
Some pretty impressive teams. Well, the hybrids today, hybrids have been good today.
Hybrids been great. I love seeing we had 2 hybrids launch today. I hope chat was able to hear them as well as see them. They're pretty unique, right?
Yeah.
They're not the same as what we've been seeing. Oh, look at that. We got a rocket in the field, one of our drones, which means this is probably done by one of our drone operators. So it's pretty close by. I wonder if we can zoom in and figure out which team this is. 147, I believe. What's am I right? 147?
San Jose State
University. That means they got a pretty close walk to go pick that up, which is great for them. A lot of the teams out here, especially who are going a lot higher, 30K. We have teams going to 45K, and there's one team is going to 75K. We haven't launched that one yet. Most likely tomorrow. Sometimes as the main opens up, they have to go for quite a long walk.
What a
out
pain!
here. What a pain!
What a pain!
It is a pain.
Yeah. Well, we all know that.
We all know that.
A little bit of a long hike.
You were a competitor once, right? Here.
I was long time ago, last year.
Last year.
Yeah.
He's a new volunteer.
I am.
He's a new volunteer. What'd you launch to? If you don't mind
I was
me
in
asking.
30K.
30K.
All my years.
All your years. Did you have to walk pretty far to pick up your rockets?
Nah. No, we had short walks. We had good flights, good recoveries,
Good
all
flights,
the way
good
down.
recoveries. That's what you want to have. All right, it sounds like we are going to check in with the team, which I know the chat loves to see. I'm passing on to our teams.
Good afternoon. So excited to have Wichita State University here. We've got Caleb and some of his friends that have flown and recovered. So tell us a bit about your rocket and your live stream. I understand you did, so give it to us.
Yeah, so we went 10,000 COTS, second year in the competition. New place, but we had some fun, went through the difficulties, went through the whole waiting process of how that went. But yeah, our rocket performed well. Lucas over here helped with the live stream electronics.
Yeah, we were able to get video footage all the way up on ascent and most of the way down. I think our footage cut out around our deployment of our main, but we were able to get really clear footage the whole way. One of our guys who's not here right now, Hunter Robertson, he helped put together a UI, and so we had some telemetry on there. It was a little iffy and something to be worked on these next couple years with Natalie and Cody here. They'll move the club forward. So,
fantastic. So, Natalie, do you have anything to add as far as any other challenges that you all encountered before getting here?
Yeah, so the drive here, a little long, and then just obviously dealing with the weather. We didn't have too many other problems. A little bit with adapting our payload and stuff. Missed a little rules on that, so we pivoted and it turned out great.
Excellent.
Yeah, we brought a 3D printer with us, so we actually remade our entire payload because it was a size of a 1U CubeSat. It was just ballast but needed to be 3U. Well, we had an extra coupler laying around, and so we 3D printed a whole 3U base with sand in it. It weighed exactly what it needed to weigh, and we got the 50 extra bonus points. So we got the job done. Yeah.
Absolutely. So tell me about your time on the team, I guess, Cody.
This is actually my first year being part of the Rocket Club, and it has been an amazing experience. I've learned so much from my senior members and our other executives. They've really got me into rocketry and made me appreciate it on a whole new level.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah, we went 10,500 feet, had a great time. I'd like to thank our WCU Aerospace Engineering Department. They fund basically the entire project. And then we also had Crash Champion's Collision Repair in Wichita paint our rocket, and we had a lot of compliments on the paint scheme this year, so that was really great.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Wichita State.
Thank you. Go Sharks.
Mom, hi.
Awesome. Oh, we're back here on the range, and just getting a little toasty in the afternoon. How's the chat doing? Got a super chat from Lucas. Lots of people from Brazil. Let's go UFABC rocket design. Let's go Brazil. And I have Bram joining me back.
Sorry, I had to take a little bit of call. There's duty calls. So, Carl, we talked a little bit about what you do here. What I'm going to talk a little about what I do here.
That'd be lovely.
You want? So, as a volunteer with Astro, there's a couple things you can do. You can be a judge. You can just volunteer, be a hand. You can get a little more in depth. Join our live stream team, which I know our producer Matt and Logan would always love an extra hand. If you're an AV nerd, they'll love you. So come on down. But you can do some other weird stuff. And one of the things that I got involved with this year was being the FAA liaison.
I see, it's right on your shirt there.
It is on my shirt. I got this brand new shirt this year, which is pretty cool. It's keeping me actually pretty cool. I thought it'd be kind of hot wearing this, but I'm actually pretty comfortable.
It's nice.
Even though I'm out in the sun, but it's a nice thing.
It's breathable.
It's
they
breathable.
Gave you a big vent.
Yeah, there's a very big vent.
Yeah.
In the back. And so this year, because we came out here to Midland, Texas, one of the big things we wanted to do was have a higher waiver. So for people, chat, who isn't as well aware, what we do here is for the competition, we have different categories that really revolve around the different altitudes teams can go to. And so, Ethan L, thank you for the love. Lots of love. I could see that. Lots of love from Ethan L for the live stream. Thank you coming all the way from Sydney. We'll try to get you some views of the hybrid pad. I know the teams are arming. They're always a little unsure about it. Yeah. Well, this computer's about to die. We definitely need to charge it up to keep on seeing these super chats because we want more super chats. But anyway,
of course
this
we want
competition.
super chats.
Yeah, we want
really?
super chats.
Is that surprising, chat? That Brom wants super chats?
I want the super chats. we will respond. We're going to the hybrid patch, so if you pay for things, we'll try to do what you're asking for. I know Matt's love life was in question just a couple hours ago.
Really? Was there a resolution to the
there was
tension?
a resolution to that. Oh, he might cut our feed. Oh, anyway. I don't know if we're still live, but if we are, I'll talk a little bit more about the FAA, trying to get back on track.
Of course, that's what the people want. Talk about the FAA.
The people want to hear about the FAA, of course. So as part of this competition, we are always trying to push it to higher altitudes for teams to go launch to. The categories, been 10K and 30K, have been locked in for quite some time now. And so
how long have they been doing to 30K?
You know, Dustin would know that better than I would. As I understand it, there was at one point, we actually had a pretty high waiver, but that got dropped back down just to 30K and 40K. Oh, first 2 years were 100,000 foot.
100,000 foot for 2 years.
2 years, 2 years. And so this year, this is the first time we're going back to that. Okay, that mic seems to have some problems. So this year we're back to 100,000 K, and so my job this year was to secure that and to get a higher altitude, a higher waiver, so that teams here could really push themselves, go a little higher, go a little faster, challenge themselves for teams who have been here before, who've gone to 10K, gone to 30K, messed around with different propulsion systems, and want to see, you know what, it gets, how high can I go? What's the next challenge? And the altitude and speed definitely is a challenge.
And can you tell us a little bit about the teams that are utilizing that 100,000 foot waiver?
So we have a couple teams going to our new category right now, which is the 45K altitude category. We've got about 4 teams competing in that, if I'm correct on that. They have been these 2-stage teams that went yesterday. There's a Munich team, and correct me if I'm wrong, production, but I believe that was an Indian team. Maybe I'm wrong, but that was pretty good. And right now, oh, look at that. We've got one of the hybrid teams out here on the pad. We got 2 hybrid teams. I'm trying to see. Let's see if I can
University of Sydney?
University of Sydney. Oh, another one of our Australian teams.
Those Australian hybrids, they're really coming out in force.
Yeah, they all seem to be doing the same. It's strange. I think year after year they all get together. I feel like
they conspire.
They conspire.
To all do hybrids.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
I think so they don't just dominate every category because they are out here in force.
Well, you know, University of Sydney is returning champions from 2022.
That is true. They're probably challenging themselves this year.
Yeah.
As chat might know or not know, the hybrid rocket engine is a lot more technically challenging than a lot of the other rockets, and it looks like we're seeing some of the ground support equipment. The nitrous tanks down here, they're probably being used as their oxidizer. We see, what I could see from our drone feed, we have the team's rocket, Team 704, some tanks.
Yeah, I'm seeing a pop-up tent and big launch pad. There's a rocket. Yeah, there's a lot of fittings, some valves. There's something sticking out of the side of the rocket. That's probably their fill line.
Yep, that definitely looks like it. I wonder how they're disconnecting it.
I wonder.
I wonder if we can catch this if they launch the disconnection of the.
That would be really cool. Seeing the so as they're filling, we're gonna see a puff out there of nitrous, hopefully if we're lucky, and then it's gonna disconnect, and then they're gonna go off the rail.
All right, it sounds like we're ready to toss to one of our teams out here. 14. Can I confirm with production?
We're getting a lot of Brazil in the chat.
Oh yeah, it looks. Do you feel confident with it?
Well, I do,
They
absolutely.
came back without the rocket, so
I guess
I
it's a
think
good sign. It's a good sign.
Okay, that's pretty good.
We're still waiting for better wind conditions. It's not really the best right now.
Yeah, it's not that good. Did you happen to catch the Maryland team yesterday?
Maryland team?
The one that they had at 10. I think it was 10K, but it was definitely SRAD. Did you see the one that?
No, I don't think I did.
Oh, it blew up. It was all over the pad. So
Okay, not gonna happen to us.
Not gonna happen to you. Not gonna happen to you.
Hopefully.
It's not gonna happen. I'm Danny. I'm also from the UFBC rocket design team. I'm on propulsion. So is
both
he?
of us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Both of you guys propulsion?
Yeah.
So you guys make the motor? You guys made the motor yourself. What'd you
Yeah.
make it out of?
Well, so our motor is made out of KNSB. It's a mixture of potassium nitrate and sorbitol.
Oh, sugar motor, baby.
Yeah, exactly. It works great. We have fire tested it a lot, like 4 times. Everything worked great. Very confident on it.
Can you eat a sugar motor? I think our chat would love to know that.
You shouldn't.
Okay, you shouldn't. But I think it's possible.
You think it's possible?
I never tried.
You said sorbitol and potassium nitrate. Potassium's bananas, so it's. I imagine it tastes a little bit like sugary bananas.
Okay.
Have you tasted it?
I've tasted sorbitol.
Yeah.
It's very sweet.
Not potassium nitrate. I don't recommend that. Like, yeah, it's sweet, but it's also laxative. Like, it's not good for your guts.
Not good for Did you guys have to mix a motor here, or were you able to bring it across the border?
Yeah, we made it here.
Ooh, okay. That's
Are we
always
allowed
that
to
was.
say that?
Yeah. I mean, it would be a lot worse if you brought it home. Yeah, we'll cut that. Sure.
No,
Definitely.
you can edit.
Yeah. We can edit live video, right? Right? Yeah. No, I'm being told no. All right, I'm in trouble. All right. Is there anything about the rocket that beyond that you guys made your own motor that's really impressive? You guys want to share about?
So there's this technology to manufacture the nose cone. I think our structure.
Okay, yeah, we got another person. Let's get him in. Tell us your name, where you're from.
My name
the
is
whole
Isabella,
thing.
and I'm from Brazil.
All right, you can hold the cube if you want.
Okay.
It doesn't really matter. All right, so tell us about the aerostructure. They were telling me it's something special.
Yeah, so for
What's
this
it made out of?
project, it was the first time we ever made a nose cone out of vacuum lamination. Our nose cone is entirely made out of fiberglass, and we don't have a metal tip, so that's the biggest improvement we made. And yeah, I think that's the most impressive part we have.
That's the most impressive part. Okay, the aerostructure. Do you think it's more impressive than the motor? Yes, of course.
Definitely.
Yeah. All right, very good.
Training competition.
Yeah, we got go a little.
My boyfriend is the propulsion coordinator.
Oh, so why aren't you on the aerostructures? Sorry? Why aren't you on the aerostructures? Girlfriend, yeah.
Motor is a lot cooler, sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll see how long they're together. Okay. All right. Beyond your rocket, how's it been out here in Midland, in the Texas desert?
Wow, the weather is brutal here. Like, we didn't come yesterday, but like, it's really hot in here. Like, but it's great. It's nice seeing all these rockets launch, beautiful launches, and well, just a great day.
It's been so fun.
Then it's not too hot, right? It's pretty uncomfortable, man. I'm wearing long sleeves. There's a shirt under here. I'm just dying,
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys stay being hydrated. No one's passed out
all the
yet.
time, all the time.
Okay, no one's okay.
No one has passed out yet.
That's good. That's good. We got cooling. We got cooling chairs. You guys are being safe. That's what we like to hear. Anything for your friends and family back home?
Well, big shout out to everyone in Brazil supporting us. Let's go, guys. gonna do a great job here and represent.
Happy Valentine's Day to my boyfriend. I love you.
There we go. Yeah.
It's Valentine's Day in Brazil. It's important.
I did not know that. That's actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
Why is it
girl's
different?
over there.
Yeah. Oh, we got a lot of couples on this team. That's pretty unheard of. Yeah. Yeah. Do you have to be a couple to be on this team? Oh, there we go. That's great. This is great. Well, you guys have a great team. You seem very enthusiastic to be here, and you guys are about to launch. You ready for it?
Yeah.
All right. That's awesome.
Very anxious.
Very anxious. Don't worry. If it blows up, it will also look great on our live stream. We want the content. That's great for us. We'll make a little cash on that, I think.
A lot of super chat, I guess.
Yeah, a lot of super chats. But I'm sure everyone in the chat will love you guys. And I know we have a lot of support from Brazil. So, all right. Thank you guys so much. It's been great.
Thank you.
I hope to see you guys back here again next year. And hope you guys do well. All right. Pass it on to you, Brom.
Thank you, Brom. We're going to check in with
thank you, Brom. That was a
team,
great interview.
well,
All right,
with
we're
the
here
team
with
from
Atomic Aggies.
AIAA and
Just wanna
Steve in
get
the
your
booth.
name.
I'm Wayne Sika.
AIAA and IREC, the social media team, and we're here today with Steve. Tell us a little more with the folks back home what IREC is and what Ezra is.
Well, yeah, the reason we call it IREC and Ezra is because it's really a mouthful. Ezra is the Experimental Sounding Rocket Association, and our main event is the IREC, which is the International Rocket Engineering Competition. So what that is well, let's talk a little bit about Ezra first, because in order to understand why we do IREC, you need to understand our mission. And we're really dedicated to providing the engineering students that have been in their books the opportunity to do those fabrication skills and to create a rocket from concept through design, through fabrication, through launch. And it's to give them that hands-on experience, I guess both from an engineering sense, but and I guess our evil plan behind all of this is to develop a aerospace workforce that's ready to support the aerospace industry, which is what we're passionate about. So it's how we achieve the final goal, which is getting them employed into the aerospace industry.
Well, at AIAA, we're all about breaking barriers, and we have over 33,000 members worldwide. And, you know, there's just some things that you can't just learn out of a textbook. And events like this truly give students that experience of the real life and everything else, too.
Sure.
What does this experience mean for the students that are attending right now?
Well, you know, we approach this as a real-world project. So it's not an engineer sitting by himself, you know, who could do good things by themselves, but it's really a team, because it often involves multiple different disciplines. So it's from the, you know, you have the aerospace engineer, but then you have the mechanical engineer and the electrical engineer and the computer engineer, and you tie that together with maybe a systems engineer. And then I guess for the group to be really successful, they apply business, the business school. And then, you know, that can help them with the financials and the fundraising and some of the program management. And then on the other side, and what we're seeing more of now is that this live stream component or the social media component and the telling of the story from their experiences here and their experiences in the engineering world. That's what it's all about.
So speaking of experiences, we understand that sometimes things don't go as planned, and that can be challenging for a lot of teams and students. Yeah. But tell us why failure is important.
Well, you know, actually, so our motto for Ezra is learn by doing, cognita per experientum. And it's one of those things that we believe that, you know, you learn as much, if not more, from your failures as you do from your successes. And, you know, the fun thing about the students and their project is that they're happy no matter what. You know, it's the culmination of a years-long project. You know, they put their heart and soul into this thing. And, you know, oftentimes it's the glory of the thing going up, and it'll go up straight. Maybe the parachute won't come out. Then you'll see the other side of the emotion. But they live this project as a team. They experience it as a team. And, you know, honestly, it's the past success or not.
they learn by that teamwork, by that real world experience of being a part of that team, and by the failures. And the aerospace has a great model for that, right? We've got we watch Elon Musk blow up rockets all the time, and it's because you learn, and oftentimes that's the purpose of this stuff. So yeah.
Well, yesterday, speaking of learning, we met with the Auburn University student team here. Go Auburn University! Well, speaking of
no bias here.
No bias here at all. I personally represent VCU here.
Oh, okay.
But we were speaking to the Auburn University team, and they were saying they built their rocket within 2 months as a team, and this is one of the first times they have come to an event like this in a very long time. And just seeing the team building that they were accomplishing, the collaboration, the teamwork, it was just amazing to see in person.
Yeah, and that's actually a fairly compressed time frame.
Absolutely.
It's one of those things that we usually it'll take a full year of that life cycle of that project to come to a product. So that's amazing that they actually accomplished that in 2 months. I'm amazed. So there's rapid development. As the industry is going towards more of a rapid development, that might not have been a bad thing. Have they launched yet?
Well, speaking of development, professional development speaking, we understand that both Ezra and AAA just recently signed a partnership on Monday. Tell us a little more about that.
Well, experience is, again, as we talk about, learn by doing. This is an experience that in order for, I think, an organization to understand what this is really about, you have to experience this. And so we've got our first memorandum of understanding that we signed, and the first one is just to experience each other and to participate in each other's events. And so the MOU enables us to do that, with the scope being a much larger agreement after we get to know each other.
Absolutely.
And we're getting a
Well, Steve, thank you so much for your time. And for folks watching out there, continue to break barriers, push the boundaries, and rise. Thank you so much.
All right.
Hi, everyone. Hi, chat. We're back here again, out here in the commentator booth. And we got a new person on the table. We got some great looks out here. So my man here on the far end, Isaac, you wanna introduce yourself here?
Look, I've been on stream a few times today already, but if you're just tuning in, my name's Isaac, the director of launch operations this year at the competition. You can hear my radio popping off there. Previously of the Monash Uni team, who flew a bit earlier from Melbourne, Australia. I'm really excited to be here this year.
And I was just introduced.
Yeah, you were already here.
But
Carl was already been on the chat live stream before just a minute ago. But you can introduce yourself again.
Carl.
Yeah. So I've been in the back end, kind of helping teams get through their flight readiness review. Previously, I was on the University of Minnesota team the past couple of years, and they flew earlier today. Had a very good flight, so I'm proud of them. Yeah.
That's good. You guys have great sunglasses, by the way. I love both of them.
Your sunglasses are beautiful.
I think, Brigham, you might be the winner.
I think, of course, hands down.
We're having a lot of fun out here today. Who's got the best facial? My beard is getting destroyed out here. I think Isaac. I love the mustache.
Isaac question.
I'm thinking about shaving it down because it is just
I'd
the
recommend
dust
that.
It was really nice and clean on Thursday, but now it's gone. Mike Cesaroni says hi to you, Isaac. I think you got some friends in the chat. What time is it down in Australia?
It's coming into the morning hours, maybe 5 a.m. I don't know. I'm not looking at my clock, but
it must have been a little hard.
Actually, yeah, 5 a.m.
How are you feeling? You got a little jet lag coming out all the way out here?
I actually, yes.
Yes.
My hours of sleep since landing have been minimal anyway, so I've got rocket lag regardless.
Rocket lag. That's a good way to put it. Rocket lag. I like that. I like that term. It looked like we had some students going out to the pad. Our solids pad right now is yellow, so it looks like we're gonna have some students loading up their rockets onto the solids pad, and I think we have a hybrid out there, right, Isaac?
Absolutely. Hybrids are a red flag, and I think we have the University of Sydney, Team 704, filling currently. It's taken a bit of a time, and they'll have a little while to equilibrate once they're full as well. But I don't know if we can get a drone down there and have a look. But they're
that'd be cool. Oh, look at that. We got a team out there on the pad. That was Team 160. All right. Well, we'll go to the drone review. So, University of Queensland. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's down in Australia, also.
Yep, they're our northern cousins.
Northern cousins
over the border.
Over the border.
There's a little rivalry. Melbourne, Sydney.
Oh.
You know which city is the most livable. Which city is the most drivable? It's not Sydney, that's for sure. Which city is the most taxed? Well, there's questions there, but no, we get along well with all of our Australian colleagues.
Oh yeah, once you guys are all down here, right? You guys are all a big group, right?
Absolutely.
You're not doing any infighting down here. No, you guys are always been a force out down here. When was the last time you were down here as a competitor?
As a competitor, it was 2023. That was my second competition. I kind of took the free ride with the team that year. It was really nice after my 2022 competition experience, which was more hectic, to have a chiller IREC. And I really recommend it, actually, if you've been a competitor once and it was hard yards, if you can make your way down with less responsibilities and get to enjoy the rockets.
Okay. And it looks like we have a rocket on the pad. That's
Cornell.
Cornell.
Not actually RMIT. I believe it's Cornell.
That's Cornell. Another hybrid.
But I believe it's USyd that will be filling.
Okay. University of Queensland, 704.
University of
Sydney.
University of Sydney. Sorry, we've been talking about
Queensland didn't make it down this year.
Yeah.
Sorry.
They're same
Sydney.
general location.
Oh, sounds like maybe not exactly, but according to this man over here. But what are we seeing, Isaac?
What are we looking at here?
What are we looking at besides a tent, a rocket?
What is
rail?
this? What is this sticking out of the side, and then this piece of?
Well, let's have a look through it. So it looks like we've got a couple of disconnects. Obviously, we need to get the nitrous on board the rocket. So one of them will be getting the nitrous, which is filling the rocket. They may also have some other additional pressurant, I'm not sure. And then typically you want to keep some communication with the rocket as well. A hard link communication helps with redundancy before you actually launch. And so they'll be talking to the rocket, getting status on the fill, getting some information about the rocket as it's filling. And that'll break away from the rocket just prior to launch, I would say.
Yeah.
Now, when you say a hard link, is that power, data? That's the liquids themselves?
Yeah, all of the above. So you've got power for the computer, but then you're getting data back. You may be sending some data forwards as well. Instructions about when to launch. Instructions about maybe you have an active venting system that's helping to manage the pressure and the fill status of the rocket.
So what you're telling me is the rocket tells you when to launch it?
Absolutely, yeah. If you can get it into that state, it can be a bit of a fight. You're really fighting the atmosphere out here.
Sure.
You're fighting the temperature chiefly because the nitrous oxide has very different physical properties at over a very small range of temperature. So from 15 degrees Celsius through to what we're, the 40s out here maybe, or high 30s, the density goes from maybe 1,000 kilograms per meter cubed down to like 200 or 300, I think, off the top of my head. I'm not looking at a graph. It's been a little while since I was handling this stuff. And the pressure is the opposite. So as it's colder, you have a really high density and a low pressure. And then as it warms up, you get a much lower density, so you can put less impulse effectively in your rocket. And then the pressure goes up, so you get more thrust, more initial thrust, more force.
And how does that affect how high your hybrid rocket goes?
It's not quite a zero-sum game, but it also ties in with the dynamics of your combustion chamber. But you can say that reducing the density, so higher temperature, reduces the total mass on board, so reduces maybe the total deliverable impulse. But perhaps if it's at a higher pressure, it has a better combustion efficiency, so then you get some of that impulse back from the high pressure, the more efficient operation of the engine. Now, that's not a hard rule, and I think as it gets hotter, you probably lose maybe 20-30% of your target, depending on how you've designed your engine. Yeah, it really is a lot.
Oh, wow. And how long? So we're waiting here. Do we have a rough idea of how long they're going to take before they're completely filled, or will we see any signs that they're getting close? Is there gas going to be escaping from the rocket? Something going off? Anything like that?
In a traditional hybrid, you would expect to see a vent near the top of the engine in a kind of simple, commercially available hybrid. And sometimes they route that vent to a different location. And all that's doing is saying, hey, I now have liquid nitrous coming out, which means the liquid nitrous is all the way to the top of the tank. It's not actually liquid nitrous that you're seeing when it's coming out. It's just the expansion of that liquid nitrous eats so much more heat that it condenses the moisture in the atmosphere. So in this desert environment, you're actually less likely to see a good clear vent if it were a simply vented rocket. I suspect, and I didn't get the opportunity to check out this rocket fully at the convention center, and I hope a lot of people did because it's beautiful. They probably have some kind of active venting system on the top. So when they're detected that they're close to full, they might close off the vent, or they might dump it at a higher rate than they're filling, so we don't actually see any liquid coming out in order to cool down the tank and drive that higher mass into the engine. So they might do that for a little bit, and then maybe they shut the vent and let it build pressure back up in the sun with the extra mass that they got from the extra filling that they did when it was cool.
But now, if it's sealed and you're just increasing the pressure there, that sounds like that can become a problem real quick.
Potentially, and hopefully you've done the maths, and you don't end up with a supercritical nitrous blend in your thin-walled pressure vessel, and it lets go. I think that's unlikely. I reckon these guys have done a thorough amount of testing. In fact, if they're following the DTEG, they will have done testing to 1.5 times the maximum expected operating pressure. They've probably done some cycle tests if they're clever like that to avoid any fatigue-related issues. They may even have done a burst test if they were feeling really rigorous. And I'd love to catch up with one of them actually maybe later and ask them if they did burst a tank. We've done a burst test at my old school unintentionally in the past, but the less said about that, the better.
Unintentional, yeah.
So what all is involved in a burst test? You just seal it and then you just go until it pops?
It depends. In almost all cases, you want to be doing these tests hydrostatically, so you're not using nitrous oxide or some gas which is compressed and possibly even compressible.
Oh, we just saw a disconnect go off. I just saw that.
We've just seen a disconnect go on.
Can we zoom in on that? Can you zoom in on that? That'd be great. Our drones.
Okay, so we've seen the quick disconnect, which was providing the nitrous and maybe the brains, the communication to this rocket. And we're just getting the call from hybrids to RSO saying they're ready to launch, I would say.
So if you see on that cable right there, a little down.
It's just hanging there.
It's just hanging. So that was just on the rocket, and it got, I guess, I'm not sure what the system is exactly, pneumatically.
I've seen it. It's a mechanical thing. I can't remember if it was a pneumatic or a electromechanically driven arm that pulls a lever that pops like a quick connect that you might see in some kind of plumbing fitting. You can see it. It's just kind of middle right there on our screen.
Okay. And how long? So now that we've disconnected, I guess they're done filling. They're ready to launch, right?
There's no opportunity past this point to abort, I would suspect, in most hybrid systems. So I'd say they're pretty committed.
So do we have an expectation of how long it's going to be until this is off the rails?
I'm unsure if they need some time to equilibrate or whether they're fully ready to go. And we're not hearing anything over the flight channel just now, so I would expect
have a red flag.
I would expect to receive that confirmation. But
well, when you say equilibrate, what do you mean by that?
Well, it's not necessarily equilibrating. Well, it is. It's temperature equilibration. So we're letting the temperature increase. So as it's filling, when it comes through the fill line, it has some degree of expansion into the tank,
Sure.
which if you know about thermodynamics, you'll understand that an expansion for most gases results in cooling
of course,
of the external environment, or you put heat in to expand. And so...
Like boiling water.
Yeah, exactly like that. But that's a very backwards way for
Yeah,
maybe the stream to
I don't
understand
know.
it.
Yeah, I would be.
It cools the tank down, is what I'm saying, and the bulk temperature of the nitrous is much lower than the surrounding atmosphere. So that means that its pressure is low, but you have a high density. Then you shut the valve, maybe you disconnect. Now you allow the liquid nitrous that you have on board with the low temperature to equilibrate its temperature with the surrounding environment, increasing the pressure.
Ah, okay. So. All right.
And we're going to try and go really quickly on that drone.
1 minute.
We've got 1 minute here.
1 minute. I think I might stand up.
We've got 1 minute here to the hybrid flight.
All right.
All right, ready for countdown. It's less than 1 minute.
All right, we got hybrid flying.
We are very shortly going out here.
All right.
Let's get on it.
Okay,
I'm going to drop the mic.
Okay.
Team 704, University of Sydney will go in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fire.
All right, it's going.
We've just seen a gorgeous flight from the University of Sydney off the hybrid pads.
They've gone straight up. I haven't seen them mark over yet.
We're looking for an event anytime now. I've seen
There
one.
we go. We have an event.
And that's the backup charge, and I'm seeing a drogue. Shout out University of Sydney.
There we go.
Really well done.
University of Sydney.
I think we're about to go on solid soon anyway. We're going to get decent results.
Well, we're looking for a main here for University of Sydney.
Yeah, it looks to be coming down. They're coming through about 3,000 feet by my eye. I would expect the main at 1,500 on most of these rockets. So we've probably got about 8 more seconds till it deploys that. Knowing the quality of USID, it'll be flawless on the main deploy. I really hope I haven't put my foot in it there. But I'd expect the main maybe now.
Reminder to hydrate.
Oh, you never can pick it.
And keeping track of your teammates.
There we go. We've got 1 charge, 2 charge. Let's get an inflation. And it's beautifully inflated. There we go.
Yeah, there it is.
Congratulations, USID. That's a beautiful nominal flight. Shout outs in the chat to USID. Let's get some Aussie flags going. Let's get a super chat for a beautiful main deploy.
That's beautiful. I hope the team has some support in the chat. I hope their friends and family were staying up and watching this. I know this is probably a pretty momentous occasion for them, coming all the way out here. Wow, that is a journey. It must be quite challenging to get out not just a normal, high power rocket that we do out most of these launches, but a hybrid rocket, that sounds pretty it's technically challenging, but also logistically challenging. Do you have any information on, how you get through here, how you bring it out here? What's the challenges students might face?
Well, these guys, I believe, brought their own launch rail out. So they've brought a big chunk of aluminium.
How do you fit that in checked luggage?
It doesn't go in checked luggage, I think. I think they've had to be, like, super organized, right? They need to have their rocket and all of their systems, everything, absolutely perfect, months and months before the competition so that they can put it in a box and then pray that maybe it arrives in Midland, Texas. Which is the place to be, by the way, if you're a box of rockets or if you're a bag of flesh. So,
and there's no challenge. What's a big challenge that students face coming out here with, especially from international teams? I know we've had a lot of teams who have to come out here, make their own motors for who are doing SRAD, maybe get stopped by, customs questioning what they're doing.
Yeah, well, it freaks customs out often. Most of the things they see coming through. But you also have, look, I don't even think it's the bits about the rocket that make this so tough. The nature of the environment that you have to go to launch a rocket is the first part of it. But then you're just in another country, driving on the wrong side of the road. You're finding out about how to pay for gas. Like you're learning all these things.
A little culture shock down here.
It's super culture shock. It's something. It's like it's so close to normal. But so far away at the same time.
Yeah, how are the Australian teams feeling about being in Texas? This is a little bit of a culture
shock within a culture shock, one might say. I had a little bit of culture shock.
It's a little bit like going to Western Australia. Shout out University of Western Australia in the chat. I don't know. But it's quite fun. It's everything's bigger. Yes, we call all your trucks utes. I probably confused 1 billion people today alone talking about utes.
Utes?
A ute means a utility vehicle.
Okay.
So any of those pickups, we would call a ute. A U-Butte ute even.
Yeah, we got there's some really big trucks out here.
Yeah, they're massive. Every truck you see is bigger than the average car in Australia. They're sneaking in. We're starting to see those Ford Raptors and F-150s, and they're slowly expanding. But it's mostly the domain of tradies at the moment.
Sorry about that.
There's a lot of love for what, Brazil and Colombia in the chat right now.
Brazil and Colombia. Let's get some super
where
chats
are the Australian
for Brazil
flags,
and Colombia.
guys? We just saw USID absolutely kick it out of the park. Brazil's going to win this. We got no hope.
I just saw and talked with the only Colombian team that came out here. They were in the queue with Harry Spears, Rocket Yoda. I'm wondering if we can pull to that a little bit later, but they got through it. They're really excited to be here.
And look, they've been with us since Saturday on the range as well, helping to set up. They came out on Saturday. They came out on Sunday. It was awesome, and we really appreciate all of the teams that come down to the range on the weekend before to help us pack up.
Yeah, that is
so much of a difference. So shout out Colombia. There were Brazilian teams out here as well on the Saturday and Sunday. So
yeah, and Australians.
And Australians.
It goes without saying.
Where are these American teams? They just say it.
Well,
you know.
I'm not going to say it. That would be a faux pas.
I don't know, man.
Well, actually, I have a lot of empathy.
My team, RIT, came out here. Thank you very much for
I have
the
a
boys
lot of
coming out
empathy
here.
for the Americans, actually, because some of you all are driving from crazy distances. You're putting in the hours behind the wheel. I get on the plane and then I just crack into my Qantas supplied nighttime dinner, and then I pull the blanket over and I try and get some Z's, and that's it. 15 hours later, I wake up in Dallas.
For some of the
you guys
teams,
you need to stay awake. You need someone like monitoring the driver, and that's quite hard. I have a lot of empathy for that.
Yeah.
It's taken 25 hours to drive out from the East Coast, Maryland, West Virginia. Shout outs in the chat.
Shout outs Maryland. 25 hours for one big boom.
One big boom.
One big boom. Yep. They've been doing really great. We've had a lot of teams coming out from all across the world, but also the U.S. I know it's a lot of traveling for everyone out here, and probably not only just a lot of traveling, but it's quite rough out here on the roads coming out here. We're in the middle of the desert in West Texas.
The middle of nowhere.
Middle of
truly.
nowhere, truly. But that's what you need for rocket launches.
It is. It
That's
is. For that 100K waiver.
For a 100K waiver, we needed that. We needed a lot of space to go up high, and we're taking full advantage of that.
Hey, let's get some German flags in the chat. Talking of the rough roads out here, I was down out towards hybrids earlier, and the War rocketry team who launched from Technical Uni Munich, I believe. They launched, it might have been the first flight yesterday, the second flight.
Yeah. They were the first flight.
They've been out looking for bits of their rocket. It's a two-stage, you're allowed to have 2 bits, but I think there might be a few more.
No more than that.
Can we get some Fs for War, actually? Or a German flag? I'll take either.
Yes. Yeah. Take anything.
I will. I found them out down towards the hybrid. All right, Columbia, we get it. We get it. I found them out down towards hybrids, and they were changing the tire on their ute, so I gave them a hand with that, and they needed a little bit of
with their what?
assistance. Sorry, their ute, their truck, their pickup, their I won't say the brand name unless Chevy want to give us a little sponsorship. Chevy Silverado powering Ezra to get these rockets in the air.
Yes, they are.
Team.
I take that back unless we get a sponsorship deal. So.
Come on,
Chevy, ball's in your court.
Ball is in your court.
We got a super
chat. All right,
chat.
Eric, super chat.
Well,
shout
what does
out.
it say? If you want to take a look
let's
at
get it open. Is
take
that
a
what
look.
I have to do?
Yeah, just click on it. There we
There
go.
you go.
Go Cosmos, Brazil. The dream is alive. Vamos.
Yeah.
Cosmos.
We
in
have
the 10K SRAD category.
I believe so. We've had a lot of Brazilian teams out here this year. They've been doing great.
A lot of sugar motors.
A lot of sugar motors.
A lot
This is
of
really
sugar motors out of
impressive.
Brazil.
Yeah. Do you have any time spending making your own motors down in Australia?
I do hybrids.
You do hybrids. You're a hybrids man.
Yeah.
Well, he's a little more sophisticated.
It's more a legislative thing. So I can't leave it there. But yeah, we do hybrids. That's the way to fly. So.
There's some conflict with your mustache in the chat, as I understand it.
We got a hater.
We got a hater in the chat.
You won't be my first hater.
Uh-oh.
You won't be my first hater.
Oh, we got a buddy from Australia, from down under. No, other one. There we go.
There we go.
We love you, Ethan.
All right.
You got to read them out.
Thank you, live stream team. It's a shout out for us.
Yes.
Thanks for the amazing coverage. And then a few billion Aussie flags, which we love to see. And then there's some hearts in the kind of color scheme of the UCID rocket, which is called Pardalote, I believe. So I reckon Ethan might be from UCID. Well done again.
Well done. You guys did a great job.
Shout out.
Beautiful flight.
Shout out. So War Rocketry, we're down there. I'm not going to let this slide, right?
Of course, of course.
And they were changing the front right on their redacted
on their ute
pickup truck.
On their ute.
I'm going to start using
Picking up the lingo.
And we sorted that out from the need to get the jack up a bit higher. We got there, we got the tire changed. Half an hour later, I took my buggy and I drove around the front of their car. I took my side-by-side UTV vehicle.
Sponsored by?
Sponsored by Polaris. You could be a sponsor. That's the only time I'm going to say the name unless they start shelling out. So
we want to see you in the super chat.
Took the side-by-side. And I drove around the front of their vehicle, and the rear left tire was also flat.
Oh, geez, two flats.
Let's please get some German flags. Come on, two
Fs
flats.
Two Fs in the chat.
Double F. Wow.
2 Fs. 3 Fs even for War Rocketry. That's the third one this weekend or this week.
They're not going to come back next year.
Yeah.
No,
but
I think
they do. They will. They keep coming back.
They keep coming back, and they're doing higher and faster.
Mate, and the sustainer lit, and that is such a hard thing to do with these two stages.
That's the
That's so
part.
impressive, man.
And yeah, they had a very impressive booster. It was something I got to see yesterday that they found. Of course, that was part of it. It was pretty amazing to see the engineering that went behind it, and hopefully they find the rest of their rocket in little bits and pieces. But it was great launch to watch, one way or the other.
Maybe they can get the super glue and come back next year.
I hope they do. I hope they come back. I really want them to come back.
Shout out to our friend behind us in the live stream. I didn't get a team number. You want to come back?
Want to come back?
He's done.
Oh, I see a set.
He's done. He's cupped out. He's
cooked.
Chat. He's cooked. All right.
Clip that.
Oh, we got another super chat. Let's get it.
+1 for the stash.
+1 for, yeah, can we get
We
can
sure
we get a
are
poll
loud.
going?
Yeah,
Production,
Colombia,
who's
vamos.
got yes for the stash, no for the stash? You know, I think this might be crazy, but I think, you know, there's some clippers in my bag.
Oh.
We're not shaving my beard. I don't know. Not
What
for
about
nothing.
No one's touching the mustache.
It's got to be a lot. No one's touching the mustache.
But
for
it's got to
Isaac.
be. There's got to be a
I
price.
want to see a poll for that.
There's
though.
no price. Actually, I could take $2 million in the super chat for Ezra.
All right, $2 million.
starting at
That's
$2
the
million.
number. That's the
Australia
number,
or
everyone.
United
$2 million
States?
super.
This
sorry.
has now become a charity.
$2 million United
charity
States
stream.
dollars.
$2 million United States dollars. So our production team will monitor that through the rest of the
don't
live
do it through
stream.
super chat. Talk to our people and we'll do it direct. Apparently, there's a little.
There's a little. Okay, there's some issues with the YouTube, but
$2 million through the super chat would cause tax issues.
That would be
Is
so.
that
Yeah.
one lump sum or cumulative? Is that one super?
No,
this is
one
cumulative.
singular lump sum transfer.
All right, so
direct to
the
Ezra.
chat, you need to work together.
We need some Haboob-proof
Start
tents.
talking to each
We
other.
need some.
Get in the Discords.
We need
Get
the-
in, get in the email chains.
Somebody get the GoFundMe up.
Yep.
And
get
then
in the-
We need 5 more drones.
The super chat goal is now live. We will get there. I'm sure of it. By Saturday,
A couple of years, maybe.
we're gonna get a lot of launches. We have a lot more launches to go today.
I mean,
and
Colombia alone could fund it.
Yeah.
could fund these there.
Colombia, there's some pretty impressive teams who've got some pretty good deep pockets. So I think we're good with getting this goal here. What else we got going on in the chat today? We have a lot of teams, a lot of love for a lot of teams out here. That's great to see. We're still waiting on some solids. We've gone red, it looks like, in the back. Hopefully we'll get some launches up here in a minute. I think we have maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right, the Colombian team, another Brazilian team who are in the queue.
Sounds like they might be in the queue.
I think they might be in the
Maybe
queue.
they're in the queue.
Their
I'm
support
not
is in the
quite sure.
chat, at least.
And their
which-
love is in our hearts.
Yep, we love you guys. We love you.
My love isn't free. It's not free.
Yeah, Isaac's love is not free, so you guys have to give him. You
better
can
have
be
those
bought.
Colombian flags
It's
from the
cheaper
chat.
it's cheaper than shaving my mustache.
It's cheaper than shaving your
I don't have a
mustache.
dollar value.
All right. Well, I'm wondering if when we're gonna get launches going in the next minute, but well, there we go. We got Rocket out on the pad, number 203. I'm wondering if we can figure out whose team that is.
Well, they're going to be in the 30K COTS category, of course.
30K COTS category. Oh, wow, look at that. Oh, that's a great shot. Shout out in the chat to NASA Spaceflight. I also know that their moderators, I believe, are helping us out. It's great to see. It's kind of strange being on the other side of it. As a viewer of NASA Spaceflight streams, it's always cool. It's kind of weird to be on the opposite side, but it's great to see them being
Okay,
here.
there we
every
go.
year
There's a
after year.
Turkish flag in the chat.
Oh, we got a Turkish flag.
Turkish
yeah.
And-
We have a lot of Turkish teams this year. We have the creators of Technofest, the Turkish IREC in Europe. It's got a lot of competitors out there. Which team is this? This is Team 400. What team is that?
Yeah,
I
it
believe
looks
so.
like
That's
most
Duke
teams
University.
Most teams are pulling back, and we just saw a Duke shout out in the chat actually.
Go Duke.
Oh,
I had
there's
the
an
pleasure
American
of judging
flag.
them last year. They had a really impressive payload. Let's see if we get that again. We got a super chat. Lucas, you want to? We got to read that out. Team number 302.
Team number 302.
Let's go, team number 302.
Shout out
Let's
the
go,
super
Brazil.
chats. Vamos.
Vamos. Yeah. Okay. What else do we got going on? So we have. The chat is just.
They are.
Go Brazil. Go you. You don't want to read that one out? Come on. Come on.
That's all
guys.
Isaac.
Okay, so this is out here on the field is Duke University. So for Team 400, I guess that's got to be SRAD. 30K SRAD?
Which team?
Duke.
Duke,
Team 400.
Yes, Duke. First time, I believe, in the 30K SRAD category. Previously, they were 10K SRAD last year, so jumping up a couple 10,000.
Yeah, they were. I didn't get a chance to see them out in the pavilion this year, but last year I was their judge, and they had one of the most incredible payloads I've seen at this competition so far. I'm not a science guy. I'm a mechanical engineer. and they had this little rover that would land, come out from the rocket and drop little payloads that would create a cellular mesh network.
Wow.
That's so cool.
It was really cool. It looked like a little tank, like an RC tank that you might buy as a kid.
Wow.
Unfortunately,
I didn't buy any RC tanks as a kid.
maybe
that might not cross the cultural boundary.
Okay,
there we go. We're in Texas now.
Thing. Well, that's definitely a Texas thing.
Little Brigham, here's your RC tank.
Yeah, here's your RC tank. And unfortunately, I think they would have won the payload competition if it didn't fall out of the Sabo at Apogee and came down in a million little pieces. It was very impressive.
Very sad. We got a shout out in the chat to Brody from RMIT. He's a good mate of mine. Flies at the Victorian Rocketry Association.
Very good.
So doing a good job, buddy.
Good job.
Shout out Brody.
Shout out Brody.
Shout out Brody.
Shout out to the rest of the team.
Shout out Brazil. Look at this.
We got
Shout
a
out
little dust
Colombia.
coming
Actually,
in.
I've just seen the biggest Colombian flag on the smallest Colombian person over in the spectator area.
Oh, we got a lot of Colombian love. So it looks like we got the solids teams clearing out, which means we're getting ready to go here in a minute.
But we've got hybrids are still green flags, so I don't know if
hybrids are still green flag.
Down there, so definitely solids are going to be
solids
where we're heading to.
Yep,
and it looks like they're driving back in.
Driving back in. We got a red flag.
If I even put my scope on it.
That's team. We got a team 302. Federal University of ABC.
Can we get some shout outs in the chat for Federal University of ABC?
Shout out to the Jack to the food truck. Hoppy's Construction.
All right,
Hoppy's
that was
Hotel.
what we needed.
There we
That
go.
was what we
There we go.
needed.
That's what you need. That they have been awesome. Not necessarily hosts, but they have been helping out here, getting the basic necessities, porta potties.
Okay, we got a super
some
chat. That's a
housing.
big one.
They're great. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's a lot of money. Oh, wow, there we go. We're making our way towards that 2 million with that one.
One chip at a time.
One chip at a time.
Hype
we
'em
got
up.
a Colombian team.
All right, yeah, they shouted out, man. Let's go CWRU. Thanks so much.
Helios.
Go
They
Helios.
rocket Helios this year.
Helios.
Oh.
Okay, all right, but we could get a bigger super chat.
I think we can get a bigger
the
one.
food truck.
I think that's the biggest right now. So we have a little competition needed going on here.
Don't all super chat at once, but
Yeah, let's get them. Let's get them going.
I would proportionally trim off the ratio of the super chat
Okay,
to $2 million for the highest super chat.
Okay.
Okay. So everyone, we just need. Oh, we just lost power here.
That's all right.
Do we still have?
We got the sun. That's all we need.
All right. We'll still keep on going. We lost a little bit of something here.
I can see
all right.
There's a bit
got
of
the porta potty coming out.
action
They've
going
cleaned
on.
it up.
There's that Colombian flag
plugging
again.
some stuff over here.
Spectator area.
Hopefully we're still on air. We got the Colombian team out here. We got another team.
Okay, we got the poo
so
truck
over
coming
on our
in,
left,
so
although
that-
you cannot see it.
That
we
red
have
pickup
teams
is the
setting up for
last
our
of the
live
volunteers.
stream.
And the poo truck's clearing the solids pads.
Yeah,
We'll
that's
see Bravo
safe.
here soon.
Oh, a redacted messages. Okay, we someone gave us some money. Jessica Lopez,
Message
thank you for the
retracted.
money.
Shout out
I
Jessica
wish we knew
Lopez.
what you said.
I don't know how to translate that funding. It could be a lot, or it could be a little.
That could be a lot of money. You know what? That's 1.9. That's almost 2 million. So I think you have to shave it.
It says
We didn't.
1900 something. I think it's Colombian, if I had to
think
guess.
that's Colombia. Thank
Yeah,
you.
Shout out Colombia.
Hopefully the auto moderators didn't just restrict it.
Oh, we got some Indian flags in the chat.
Indian flag. Shout out India.
I mean, yeah.
Case
we got some American
Western.
flags.
Western.
Yes, Case Western. I wonder what team number they are. Oh, there we go.
We got
Back
lights
with some
again. I
light.
don't know what changed. Ooh, let's
Got to put it on some sunglasses. Join the sunglasses crew out
back
here.
in. I'm coming back in.
Coming back in with the sunglasses. We got some great aviators over there. We got some pit vipers. Some combustion glasses.
And we got
All right,
whatever
we got
the hell
another one.
those
All
are.
right. Brain candy.
Brain Candy, the
I
super
can't-
chat.
I
Let's
can't
go.
reach that
I can
far.
almost reach,
Okay,
but my
let's go,
finger
Isaac.
using the wrong hand. There we go.
Let's get it.
CWR again. Case Western. Let's go.
Case Western. There
Case
we
Western.
go.
Shout out. Super chat.
We're about to launch all these rockets. And we're getting, it's been a long day. We're getting close to the end of the day, close to the end of the rockets for today. We have another salvo going out after this. Hopefully we get maybe another one. I'm not sure how many we've gone through today, but that is a hoppy strike.
Super chaps to the hop strike.
I wish we could get them in here in the commentator booth.
If we work hard.
If we work hard, we can get them back.
Brigham, you got to work your magic.
We got to work my magic.
I
might have to get out of here and go chase them down. I got to shake it to get them back over here. Oh boy,
we're
we got
losing
another
lists here.
dust devil coming out of here.
Teams.
Taking us down. I hope they don't take us down. Okay.
Right,
we got another super chat
here.
Thank you.
Selma again. Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you. Columbia with the super chats. They're coming in.
We love it. We love it. This is great. All right. We got our teams to the left of us setting up. A lot of these teams are trying to do live telemetry or live video challenges.
They are.
They're working really hard. And very impressively, they're trying to get live telemetry from the rockets, getting downlink and getting lock. Oh, look at there. There we go. We got it.
Isaac, you want to tell us what we're looking at here?
Okay, well, we're looking out the side of a rocket, and it's the Ascent ground station.
Oh, yeah. You want to do an interview?
And another Colombian super chat coming through. That's massive in Colombian currency.
Okay, all right. We
kind of
just slid to
scaring me
something
about
else.
what the conversion's going to be when it comes to reckoning time.
Okay, I think we have in a minute. We have a team here that wants to just chat with you guys. I might stand up for a minute. I think it's one of the teams they're about to launch.
Maybe both of us.
Yeah, we got two guys. Isaac, I'm going to let you take.
We're going to let you.
We're going to let you. Chat loves you, Isaac. I'm losing my magic here. Here, come on in, guys.
Come on in.
Boy.
I think these are your people, right, Isaac?
Wow.
Oh, yeah. We got thank you. Right here.
All right, well, sit down. We don't want to have to make our lovely camera operators work here.
Yep.
Welcome. So we got Koi and
Sahaj. Nice to meet you.
We haven't
Nice to
actually
meet you.
met, despite living in a country with a population that is less than Texas.
Yeah, very true.
We're in a small field though, so. Yeah. First of all, what an amazing flight. Are you happy with the outcome?
Could not be happier. We've had quite a few ups and downs throughout our journey with Project Paulo. It's been a very long project, and the innovation kept on coming throughout our time, but so did the problems, even when we came out here.
I think I saw one earlier this afternoon even. Do you want to, can you talk us through that, or is it classified?
No, that's fine. As usual, as an engineering team, we had an issue actually yesterday with our quick disconnect mechanism.
Oh, we were talking about that earlier.
Yep.
So that takes away the nitrous fill line from the tank, right?
Yep.
Is there anything else connected to that mechanism that disconnects, or just the nitrous?
This one's just the nitrous. So in terms of connecting to our onboard electronics and any of our onboard valves, we have removable USB-C connectors that fall off during flight.
Okay, and they fall away. Okay, so take us back to the quick disconnect. It wasn't working yesterday. What happened?
Yeah, well, it actually came down to a few things. I think one major thing that came up in the beginning was we've practiced for quite a while launching and operating at a 90-degree angle, and that changed a little bit when we got here.
Okay, so your launch angle directly into the sky, like straight up and down.
Yep.
And here at IREC, in order to get the rockets to go where we want them to go, which is not over us in the pits, we have to give them a bit of back angle between 2 and 6 degrees typically. So what was your launch angle?
We ended up launching at a 6 degrees, so 84.
Yeah, so much further over than normal. Okay, and how did that affect your quick disconnect?
Yep, so what we ended up seeing was that our quick disconnect just wasn't falling off.
Okay, and so you were yesterday, you were in the count, you were down to 1 second, and then had to dump the
we basically were about to, just ready to go, count it down, went through all of our checklist items, and then pressed the button to disconnect, and it just wouldn't go, and it was a bit of a shock, but I think the big thing was we were to recoup ourselves pretty quickly and identify the issue, and then went into the night, sort of like trouble fixing, and then going into the day. Spent a lot of time today debugging, fixing our issues, and ultimately, that went really well.
Okay. Well done. we might come back to the quick disconnect, but for now, I think we've got some rockets about to launch on solids.
Righto.
So we've got Team 203, I think. It looks like we might be looking at. All right, so we're just waiting to hear which rocket exactly is going to go first. It's probably whichever one's on Alpha 1.
Telemetry. We're going to start at Bravo 3.
Oh, he's making a liar of me.
Start at Bravo 3. That is Team 203.
Team 203, we were just looking at their rocket earlier. So that's Case Western Reserve University. We've had some shout outs to them in the super chats, and we just got a super chat from Duke Aero, but you're going to have to wait, Duke. It's Case Western first. So let's go Case Western. Normally, part of my job up with the launch control officer is helping Livestream know which rocket's coming next. So I'm going to apologize in advance because I'm not there. So we may struggle a little with the graphics here.
Case Western Reserve University. This is the Case rocket team. It is a 30K COTS flying an O5500 Aerotech single use.
Go again with your name.
And we have no aircraft in the sky. We have a green light on the pad. We are launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Smoke.
And we lift off.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Straight up.
All right, it looks like we've got a shred there. I've got the drogue still halfway down the track.
Yeah, it looks like a parachute.
So we're going to keep our heads up here for the top bit.
Yep.
So as the rockets come through that transonic region, it's got a wiggle on, and then maybe it's it could have blown a coupler. Hard to say.
Yeah. I think we got a turnover.
It's arcing over now.
Yep.
Arcing over.
Events.
Now I've seen the drogue on the way up, so we're going to have a ballistic coming in ballistic here, but the main may yet choose to deploy itself at some comedically timed altitude.
Sorry, coming down fast out on the range. Fast out on the range.
Getting close.
All right, now we cleared out all the people on the range for exactly this reason. And as it comes into the horizon, you really lose it in the kind of white haze. But based on
next up, based on
I think it's down.
So we've got Bravo 5.
Okay, we're moving to the Bravo 5 pad.
Okay. So we are down from the ballistic return. So we're now going to Bravo 5. Bravo 5. This is Team 162. This is Universidad and Antioquia Volta Rocketry Team. This is a 10K COTS going to 10,340.
Okay, we got the Colombian team 162. Let's get some love for Colombia in the chat. You're about to launch.
We have a clear sky. We have a green light. We are launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Nothing quite yet.
Recycle, try one more time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Smoke,
there we go.
and it's away. Some serious coning under boost, wow. But it still looks like it's in one piece. And hopefully as it comes over to apogee, we'll see it break into 2.
Yep. Alright, we got turnover.
Alright, we're arcing. And there we go. Looks like I've got multiple pieces. Shout out Colombia. Let's see those flags in the chat. So that looks like it's coming down pretty clear of the range, so we can expect the next rocket to be launched fairly soon, I would say.
Teams 189 and 160, please report into the viewing area. We do not have you in there. We do not record your telemetry. We can't get you off if you do not report in the team
Okay, so
area.
it sounds like we're just chasing down some teams to make sure they've got telemetry locked.
All righty then. Next up, on Charlie 1 is Team 302.
All right, Team 302.
Federal University of ABC, which is the ARIS VFA-8C rocket design team. It's a 10K SRAD. This is going to 10,750 feet. It's on an N3611.
All right, shout out Brazil.
And so we are looking for.
I'm seeing them already.
these
There's
guys.
many.
And a green light on Charlie.
Ready to launch ABC. Let's go. Looks like we've got the main for the Colombian team.
Bunch of hype at the.
Here we go.
And they're happy.
5, 4, 3, 2.
A lot of energy
one.
coming from
Let's go, Brazil. Smoke.
Oh, there we go.
Whoa. Beautiful flight.
Oh, looks beautiful. Lost a bit of sight of it, but seems to still be in one piece. It's quite hard to see in this light.
All right, I've lost it as it's gone into the sun there.
But by now we should be hopefully seeing a bit of it arcing over at an event very, very soon.
I've got an event, and it looks like maybe a main parachute at our apogee there.
Oh, okay.
Sounds like the Brazilians are pretty happy too. So let's get some flags in the chat. Colombia and Brazil.
That was amazing.
Mains are deployed on both rockets. It's a safe boost, and you'll have a secure landing. You might have to enjoy a nice stroll through the Midland Desert, but
It'll be a very fun drive.
Especially in this weather.
Yeah. The water
weather is weather.
Okie doke, we have Alpha 2 is up next. Next is Alpha 2. This is Team 194. Team
all right, we're going to Team 194.
Worcester Polytechnic Institute.
That's WPI. I've seen some shout outs for WPI in the chat. Shout out whoever got them the DC barrel jack adapter that they loaned earlier that they needed.
Fast check Aerotech motor.
Oh, Polytechnic.
We have
lots of
clear
Brazilian
skies
flags
and
and
a green
Colombian flags
light.
in the chat at the moment.
We are
Seems
going.
like quite a lot of backing for these teams.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Here we go. Smoke, and it's up.
Whoa. Little wobbly.
Oh, and we've lost the nose cone. We've lost a lot of bits on the way up, and we're going to keep a track.
It's still going though?
Yep.
Still going up. The
quite above
booster
us.
is still underway.
Bit of a heads
but I'm
up
seeing
moment?
a
Yes, might be.
parachute on the bit that fell off. So unfortunately, the booster.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not.
All right.
We're not looking. Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good.
Heads up, we got a ballistic coming in near the hybrids. We got ballistic coming in near the hybrids. Heads up, heads up, heads up. Heads up, heads up, heads up. Heads up, heads up, heads
That was a
up.
core sample.
And that's come down just about as quick as it went up.
We've seen quite a bit of those in these past couple of days.
And we got the main deploy.
At least they got deployment.
The parachute works, hey?
That's good.
Okay, it looks like we've got 3 more rockets left on the pad. I'm not sure if all of them are going to fly. We might have some telemetry issues. I haven't heard yet, but if your rocket is still out on the pad in the chat, let's see some flags. Let's see some shout outs. Let's see some super chats.
This is Team 220. This is University of British Columbia, the UBC rocket. It is a 30K cot shot. Expected altitude 25,000.
All right, we got UBC. Where are the Canadian flags at?
5500 Aerotech Propellant X. Another 055.
There we go.
All right, we have a green light. Let's check the
So
sky.
we can see this one. Skies are nice and clear.
Skies are clear.
Yeah.
We are launching Alpha 5 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We got smoke.
Lift off.
And it's up.
Oh, perfect.
Oh, and a beautiful straight boost. Straight up.
Once again, a beautiful
Straight
ascent.
up. We want to see it arcing over very shortly.
Yep.
There we go, arcing away from us.
Lovely.
Beautiful. Okay, we should expect an event anytime now. There we go, one event. And it looks like they got a drogue out.
That is amazing.
That is what you would like to see.
Yes.
Sure.
It really is a charm seeing a rocket so stable and actually get a full recovery at this stage.
Next up will be Charlie 2 when we verify we're able to go. Next up will be Charlie 2.
The winds aren't too high as well, so let's hope it's not as high up there. Still coming down. Seem to have
here we
lost
go,
it
we
at
got
the moment.
SEDS. From
Arizona State.
Yep, Arizona State.
101.
Can we get some bears in the chat? Is the bear?
Lovely looking rocket for this next one.
Yeah, keen to see how this one flies.
And I love to see a rocket where the avionics section is painted white in this heat.
That is a very smart thing to do.
Yes. So now we're going to Charlie 2, Team 101.
In our own avionics, we've got a reading of 46 degrees, and it was painted yellow, so.
Yeah, he is
Charlie
a trouble for every single category here, not just the hybrid.
Arizona State
Yeah, it's a massive challenge of coming out here.
10K cot to 9,640 feet. An M3400 White Thunder motor.
Okay.
It's an M3400 White Thunder. I've
Clear
flown a
skies.
few of those. That's a nice motor.
Yes, it is.
Yep, that's an outbound plane behind us. And we have a green light.
We're just about ready to go here.
5,
ASU.
4, 3, 2, 1.
It's ignition.
So,
that's a great flight.
what a
Short
spin.
on.
You see it spinning. That roll rate's crazy. It's kept it nice and straight.
Right.
Very, very long coasting phase.
Yes, it is.
There
Oh,
we
you
go.
can
We
see
see
the
it coning
you can see the
around a little
spinning,
bit as
yeah.
it gets towards its apogee.
You can see it arcing.
It's arcing over
That
now.
coning might be there we go, we're going to vent.
And looks
it
like a
looks
drogue.
parachute to me.
That looks amazing.
Nice orange
There
drogue.
we go.
Textbook
Colour choice as
recovery.
well.
Yeah.
These guys really have their rocketry colors down. White for the airframe, bright orange for the parachute. And we've got the live telemetry and the live video on board. Wow.
Oh, that looks amazing.
I was too busy watching live with my eyeballs.
Next one up is Delta 1.
What a beautiful
So we have
view
Delta
of
1. This is
Saragossa, Texas.
Okay, about 20 meters per second descent.
Chulalongkorn
That's pretty
University.
nominal.
Shout out
Team
Lambridge.
name is
Oh, and we can see the
Kumar.
booster
It is
there
a
behind
30K
it.
shot
It's actually one of my favorite shots in rocketry when you have a camera on board. And what's
Yeah.
crazy to me is they're streaming this down to us live. This is what the rocket is seeing right now. This isn't recorded and we picked it up, you know, an hour after on recovery. This is direct to us from the rocket. It's crazy stuff.
It's a beautiful look.
Skies are clear. We are launching in.
All right, we've got WPI. Let's go.
3, 2,
That was
1.
quick.
Lift off.
Smoke.
Lovely.
Another
Oh,
beautiful
that is
straight
beautiful.
boost.
Whoa, that is the straightest flight I've seen so far.
All right.
Seems to be arcing
Just
above us.
losing it a bit here. Still got the smoke trail. It's arcing in the wrong direction.
Oh, seem to have lost it. Let's hope we see an event.
Waiting for an event here. Still going up.
Oh,
Can't be still
wow.
going up.
That is.
I can see two pieces. I reckon it's got a drogue out.
Oh, okay.
Shout out WPI.
Okay. Seem to have lost it at the moment. It's pretty high up.
All right, that is an all clear for the pits. That is an all clear for the pits.
That was a beautiful set of solid launches.
What a great salvo.
Yeah, that was amazing. Quick turnaround for every single rocket.
Great variety of launches we've been having today.
Yes. Once you come out, you really see just how different a launch can be and how.
It's beautiful that like many different teams like
Let's
all
have a
work
seat.
towards the same objective, but the design and the way they go about it could be so different.
Yeah, that's one of the coolest aspects of the competition, and sometimes I feel it's like a bit of a shame that I have to spend it all doing flight safety reviews. That conference day, it's amazing. But how does the actual logistics of the launch site and the way that the launch occurs compare to your experience in Australia?
Yeah, so back in Australia for us specifically, I guess we've had...
we've got a main here for, looks like ASU. Shout out ASU.
Shout out to ASU.
Main's out. That's a beautiful view. So,
quite the setup for the telemetry link.
Beautiful.
You got a
Huge
camera
antenna as well.
attached on top of their antenna. It's definitely one way to do it.
That's like 2 of our own antennas combined.
Yeah, it's quite a big antenna.
okay, and I think I heard over my my comms network that the rocket that's still out at solids might be scrubbing for this salvo, and they'll come back and have another go. So, take us back to Australia. How does this event compare to the launches that you would normally launch your large rockets at?
Yeah, so back in Australia, well, specifically, I guess in New South Wales, I know that in Victoria, you guys have the Victorian Rocketry Association, and they do sort of some major launches there. But for us specifically, we have our own private launch site that every single time that we need to go out, it's about a 2-day drive for us consistently. And we have to go through the regulatory bodies to approve all that. And it's quite difficult for us specifically because, first of all, we're undergraduate students, and so the government really tries to get us to provide a lot of documentation and prove that we're going to be safe.
Shout out to CASA, Civil Aviation Safety Authority.
For sure. They've been great with us. They've been very helpful, helping us with our sort of process in applying for airspace approval. But yeah, it's a trek. And we obviously have a lot of stuff to carry around. So
let's go back to 2 days drive, right?
Yeah.
Here in Midland. Where are you staying?
So we're staying in Midland as well.
So you're in Midland. So it's 2 hours and maybe 20 minutes. How crazy is that?
It's a bit of a drive, but nothing we're not used to. Back at in NSW, we've done quite a few hot fire tests and testing campaigns, and that all happens about 2 hours out from our university. So we've been quite used to waking up quite early and taking a bit of a long drive.
Yeah, but your launches, when you test launch, that's 2 days of driving.
Yes,
yes,
right.
yes. It's quite a fun road trip that we get to have. But yeah, no, it's
shout out to our teammates that just drove
here we
past
are.
Yep,
in the back.
we got.
Shout out
I always
your
seem to have our
teammates.
recovery team.
Off to recover, so good luck.
Yep.
And here we are in Midland, and you're driving 2 hours to get a 65k waiver.
Yeah.
It's much
Something
easier.
else.
It's much
Something
easier and
else.
nice to have, yeah.
We were talking a little bit earlier about the culture clashes, and I'll go back to that.
Yep.
But that's for sure something that always astounds most Australians when we come out here. How much rocketry there is, which it's awesome to get to be a part of, and just how much access to launch sites and how much work goes in, I guess, to make that happen as well. So shout out Ezra for making that happen. Let's go back to the culture clashes, though. I shared my experience coming to Texas just a little bit earlier. How have you found the differences, the similarities? What's your experience been like?
Yeah, well, I guess a first main thing is we realized just how much we needed a car here. I think that was the biggest one. The first night we got here, we were hoping we could just walk around, find a meal, and realized we had to
Not happening.
not happening at all. America loves their drive-thrus, and we've come very accustomed to that. But at the same time, you know, Texas and being in Midland specifically it's been a great experience. Everyone's really friendly as well. We did quite a few run-throughs actually just outside where we live because we were trying to refine our operations.
So when you say run-through, what's that?
Yep.
What does that mean?
It's like a rehearsal.
Yeah, so it's kind of like practicing everything you do the second you get to a launch site, but doing it not on the launch site. Doing everything you can up until you'd have to press fire without any energetics or anything that's potentially dangerous. So yeah, we were just doing it just outside our house. And during the pretty hot days last week. And we kept having, you know, locals come over to us, and they didn't ask us, this is quite dangerous, where is it going to go? They asked us how big the plume's going to be. And even the police came along at one point, a bit suspicious. Their first question, how big's the plume? When are you guys going to launch? So quite a bit of a culture shock in, I guess, how welcome everyone is to rocketry here and how used to it they are as well.
Yeah, I think Midland's been really excited for rockets for a little while now, and I hope we've delivered it. I certainly think we have.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree in Corners as well.
Yeah, definitely. One of the great things I found, like attending this competition for me personally, was being able to interact with so many people from so many different countries. Obviously, with the hybrid teams, we have University of Calgary from Canada, and then Cornell University, which is our American university, and then obviously us and Monash are from Australia. So, like, very friendly people from all over the world, and especially the team from Colombia that just launched recently. Fun fact was we were actually their neighbors for a couple of days here at IREC. And yeah, we've had a fantastic conversations with them. They have it gave me a lot of insight into how sort of fortunate the majority of us are. They've had a very inspirational story, and so it gave me, it was awesome to see how sort of like different people from
Can we get some Colombian flags in the chat?
To like, yeah, how they've
all gone to celebrate.
Yeah,
I understand.
Yeah,
yeah.
But yeah, they have had a very inspirational story.
Yeah, bringing international teams together like this really opens our eyes to just how important, I guess, rocketry is, and these general engineering competitions as a whole, to give people a chance to come together, meet, and show off their engineering skill.
What if you had to pick out one lesson you've learned in this journey from knowing nothing about rockets? Did you know anything about rockets before you came to uni and joined the team?
Just a little bit. I think all of us had a little bit of a interest, and had a couple YouTube videos in the tank. Watched maybe a few things here and there, but
okay, yeah. And now you've come to Texas,
yeah,
and you've launched a student research and design hybrid. You're one of the first Australian teams to have achieved that, and you've just. When did you start? When did you join the team?
Yep. So for me personally, I joined the team in the middle of 2023. So that was pretty much the semester into my first year.
Ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in 2 years, from zero to wow, and it was a stunning flight. What is your biggest lesson?
I guess my biggest lesson was the engineering mindset that comes, I guess, with rocketry. It's a very experimental field, and one that you have to be very careful, both careful and, I guess, balance your risk with innovation and safety. A big thing at UCID that we preach, especially for rocketry, is to ensure that beyond just engineering the most complicated thing possible, we engineer a cohesive final product, and that really has tailored into, I guess, our general way of, I guess, schooling as well.
Okay, we've got a long-time supporter of the channel, Dr. Andrea Ferlin, with a super chat shouting out Isabel and her amazing team for Toronto Metropolitan University. Go Canada.
Love the support in the chat.
Heaps of
it's
support
great to see.
In the chat. So, biggest lesson, engineering mindset, and creating that complete product as a high priority.
Yeah, 100%.
And yourself?
Well, yeah, so me personally, I've had, I guess, a bit more of a unique sort of way into rocketry. So I grew up in Vietnam. Shout out to anyone in Vietnam in the chat. I hope there's at least one. But yeah, there was not a lot of rocketry at all. So back where I grew up in, I moved to Australia a couple of years ago, and so I don't know. I just kind of stumbled upon this, I guess. Never really thought I'd end up in this position. But yeah, I've met a lot of people sort of on the team, and they were like very inspirational to me. They were like very, very good engineers, and people that I sort of generally aspire to work towards. And so that sort of pushed me more into sort of this, I guess, like go more into rocketry and pursue it more. But yeah, so I've been 2 years. Sahaj here and I joined the team at around the same time. I started off working on sort of some of our simulation work, and then sort of we worked ourselves up within the team hierarchy. But yeah, so
okay, so you're up in the team hierarchy. You've worked your way up. What are your roles in the team now?
Yeah, so I am the flight simulation lead, or I think the more common name is flight dynamics, and Sahaj is the technical director of the team.
Awesome. So flight simulation, does that include the motor, or do you just simulate the external aerodynamics?
Yeah, so this is like, so flight simulation is quite a bit different from, I guess, the traditional flight dynamics team in terms of hybrids for using rocketry team. We simulate both aspects of flight, which is aerodynamics, trajectory, and also propulsion. So shout out to our podium session, but we had a podium session on our hybrid simulation software suite, Candlebark, which we sort of wrote for, been in development for about a year and a half now, which I've been sort of spearheading. And so, yeah, so we simulate the thrust curve, and then we put that into our custom trajectory simulator, and then that gives us our final aptitude.
Now that thrust curve simulation is quite a challenge for hybrids because you have to catch a bunch of different edge cases with the way the propellant behaves.
Yes, for sure.
And it's quite impressive to do that in a year and a half, so mad props, so to speak. What's your biggest lesson in that experience, specific to like hybrid software?
Yeah.
I do your podium session in 3 seconds.
Yeah, so basically my biggest lessons learned in that is try to keep up the motivation. Like for me, because I'm sort of the person like leading this team, I really have to lead by example. There are many moments towards our development cycle where we've hit a roadblock. Like nitrous dynamics is a very complicated thing to model, and obviously we've had a lot of trouble getting in testing time to validate our results. And some of the results were like really bad, so we have to like go around, look at it again, and fix things up. And ultimately, like 95% of the time, it's a bit bleak, to be honest. Like the results come few and far in between, but as a person responsible for your team, you really have to be able to try to like keep up the work and keep churning out. And ultimately, yeah, we've kept up the solid amount of perseverance for a year and a half, and here we are at IREC. So I think it all paid off in the end.
It's a massive achievement to get out here to IREC and to have any launch, let alone one that is so successful. So well done again.
Just shout out to my flight simulation team at home. Yeah.
Are they watching? Are they in the chat? Have they been watching?
Oh yeah.
Or is it a bit early?
We've been getting so many. It's very very it's a very odd time in Australia right now, but we've been getting messages from people as far back as people who've graduated at least four years ago. A lot of the UC rocketry team, current and past, have really been pulled together in this live stream to say congratulations and watch this launch.
It's a culmination of many years of research and development for us. So it's a very big moment for everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. So what we're seeing now is the solids team heading out to the pads. I believe they've got 1 or 2 rockets that had maybe a misfire in the igniter or some other issue that meant that they couldn't launch in the last chat. Could be wrong. We're still seeing rockets on the pad though. So There are a couple of options they might take here. They might just safe those rockets and then pull down a whole new salvo. And the other option is that they might reinstall the igniter and just launch these 2 rockets as is. Now, I haven't been listening closely enough to my radio to know, but we're seeing Joe down there by the flag. Shout out, Joe. That was a nice little acknowledgement. And we are heading across. Looks like Joe's taken a break in the shade, the little shade of the flag post. I would say his job is to handle the flag, which the fact that he's over by the flag suggests we might be going back to green rather than putting a new igniter in and leaving it red. But it's, so we're disconnecting the igniter leads there on pad Bravo 1, team 189. So seems likely we might be getting a whole new salvo out, but hard to say. Yeah, we can see the rest of the solids pad crew, shout out, and they've been working really hard in some pretty unforgiving conditions. They're resetting the rest of the pads, so I think we're going to see. I think we're going to see a whole new salvo coming out. So that's the igniter removed, and the rocket's a little bit safer now. So shout out Bryce for doing that. And now we've got to wait for those teams to come on down and help disarm their avionics. They know the correct technique. So we're still showing red, although I suspect it's now time for Joe. There we go. He's on it. Because the igniter's out of the motor, and we're in a safer condition, he's going to change that flag color for us now.
Yeah, no, those flags have been very helpful for us throughout the past couple days. There's also been a lot of coordination with the other teams.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tango dance between all of the hybrids teams trying to get in some time at the pad.
Yeah, very much so.
Okay, there's a question here. I think that's you're going to have to look up that flag for me. Is it Greek? I don't want to get that wrong. And we're definitely seeing a Turkish flag. Someone's asked if the hybrid rockets are done yet. So we've seen today flying off the hybrid pad. We've seen Monash. Did one go before Monash?
Rice University, Monash, and then us, I believe, is I think the order of the first 2 are swapped.
Yeah, Monash first, then Rice, then UCID. I know Cornell are out there working hard, and RMIT. I talked to RMIT a little bit earlier. They were thinking about going home for the night. Do you know if they've gone, or are they still around?
As of now, I think the go for RMIT is to wait till tomorrow. They're having some technical issues, but I think we also know Calgary's up there.
Okay, we've got Calgary, get some Canadian flags. There they are. I didn't
yeah, for sure. One of the biggest lessons learned for us for this competition is sometimes you need to take a breather. We have a 3-day competition, and the sun sets down quite late, so we do have a little bit of buffer of time.
Yeah, I mean, in Australia, our launch windows and overall are much more tighter. But here, given that we only have one launch, I think we and all the other hybrid teams have taken a much greater, I guess, tolerance to taking our time, making sure our filling is perfect before we launch.
Yeah. I mean, Steve's talked extensively in his opening speech at the ceremony back in Midland about getting more hybrids into the competition, because we want to drive up that innovation aspect. How do you think that's going to challenge the logistics that we're seeing out of the hybrids pad?
Yeah, no, it's a very hard issue to deal with. Right now we have less than 10 teams right now at the hybrid pad, and already we have a lot of I guess struggle when it comes to making sure that one team is capable to fill, another team is capable to test and debug, and it's definitely quite a logistical problem with just 10. It'll definitely get much more complex, but I think as as the competition and the teams get more used to and understanding of hybrid engines, that the logistics will continue to tone down.
Absolutely. Now, I heard there was a challenge while we were unpacking hybrid challenges.
Yep.
With the nitrous bottles that you had, did you face the same issue that Monash had at RMIT with your GSE?
If this is to, I guess, our fittings,
Yeah.
yes. I guess just due to some logistical issue, the type of nitrous bottle we were given was different. Again, another thing that's different between Australia and America. In Australia, the two different types of nitrous, medical grade and general, have the same sort of thread.
And it's a different thread to any of the American threads.
Correct.
Mind you.
And so, we shipped over our regulators here, looked to buy our fittings, and come to the day and realize it doesn't fit. So it was very, very nerve-wracking. But Calgary was very, very nice and had multiple spares and offered them to us.
Shout out Calgary. Can we
shout
see
out
some Canadian flags?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's like just one of the many issues that we've been, I guess, having to tackle the past couple days. But yeah, I think another thing that we've had with nitrous bottles is temperature. There is quite a lot of ice out at the hybrid pad at the moment.
Apologies to our volunteer support team who've been trying to find ice for the Eskies, and every time they come to the cupboard, it's bare.
Yeah, no, we are begging for more and more ice. The worst and I guess the main struggle with, especially coming out here, no matter how much you prep, is being able to launch a hybrid under this temperature, which rigorously affects the, I guess, quality of your fill. But Koi can speak a lot more to that.
Yeah, so I guess the first major challenge for us is the size of the bottles here are a bit smaller than the ones we're used to in Australia. So when we are rehearsing all of our filling and stuff like that, it is sort of with references to the bigger bottle. So yeah, it gives us a little bit less of factor of safety per fill. I think usually we take about half a bottle to completely fill our tank, like the American bottles. But yeah, in Australia, that's about three fills we can accomplish. So yeah, it was a bit nerve-wracking, and obviously we can't really tell how much nitrous is in there, so we sort of really just had to wing it. But I guess the second challenge is obviously the temperature. Our nitrous is sitting out in the sun, so the temperature is related to the pressure in nitrous oxide. So we often experience a high temperature, and so hence a high pressure. And in certain scenarios, that is sort of preferable, but for us, we like to keep it nicely regulated and within our control. So that has been also another sort of hardship for us to sort of fix on the fly.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, looks like I can see an Australian flag. We've got some love for Koi and Sahaj from Sydney. We've got some orange, you said orange hearts.
Yay! Shout out.
Shout out to, I believe that is Ethan Lounger. Yep. Shout out to Ethan. Yeah, so even now we have actually a watch party.
Ethan actually gave us a super chat earlier.
Oh, really?
Shout
wow.
out. We take another one.
Thank you, Ethan Lounger, for the super chat.
Thank you so much.
I'll see you back in Sydney.
You have to. There's a little super chat tax I've heard, so if you want to shake it for the super chat, that's an offer. It depends who's watching, but you might. Has Melbourne University launched yet? No, I don't think they have. I spoke to them earlier this morning. It was dark under the tent. The moon was up. We had the lights shining down onto the tent, and everyone was inside with their torches on.
Yep.
But we were chatting with UniMel, but I think they must be pretty close to go. They were getting a bit stressed because they'd seen some of the 30K flights shred on the way up, and the 30K flights all tend to be on similar motors and have similar flight profiles. So they wanted me to know about stats. Okay, and Dr. Andrea Ferlin has said, thank you for the live stream. We love watching it. We love having you here, Andrea. So thank you for being with us, not only this year, but I think last year. You're a long-time supporter, maybe even longer. And Neil, who's on the UniMelb team, I know Neil very well, has said Melbourne is going to have to launch tomorrow. We might have wrapped for the day on launching. Is that true?
It is getting a bit.
Have we got the
later
time,
in the day.
chat? It's 5:06. So we were going to see the last solids salvo heading out at 5. What's the time in Australia, chat, just while we're there? And what's the time in Turkey, Brazil, Colombia? Let's get the timestamp.
Yeah, 8 in the morning.
For each of these flags. I don't want you guys to tell me. I want those who are waiting up at home for the launch party.
Yep.
Apologies.
Okay, it sounds like we maybe have one more launch. The rocket's down on solids. We have teams out at 2-stage at red flag currently. We've got hybrids at yellow flag. So whoever was asking about Calgary. Okay, never mind. I'm hearing we might be done at hybrids. Roger. Shout out Carl, who's communicated to us about the hybrids. We're just seeing RMIT drive the U-Haul behind us. So goodbye RMIT, another good Australian team.
Yeah.
We still have a rocket out on the solids pad. It's still vertical. So I don't know if we're going to see them or get their GPS up and running and reinstall the igniter. So we've got 8:06 in Australia right now. I assume that's AM. No, PM, never mind. No, it must be AM.
Yeah.
I'm rocket lagged, man. We've got France at 6 a.m. at midnight, 6 past midnight, pardon me. We've got June 13, 1:06 a.m. in Turkey. Wow, close in France and Turkey are super close time zones. Yeah, put pics of your launch parties. Let's see the launch parties on the socials. Tag Ezra. Let's see the Insta. Tag at Ezra.rocket on Instagram. Let's see launch party pics on the socials. We might even be able to pull them into the live stream in a bit.
Oh, that'd be awesome. Instagram's been very active.
So we've got 3:38 a.m. in India.
Yeah, hopefully we get to see some from the University of Sydney as well.
Yeah,
I know there's been a watch party going, so yeah.
Quite a big one as well.
All right. Team 400 Duke, I don't know. I don't think we're going to see any more solids launched today. If we do see it, it will be the one solid that's out there on the pad now. But I don't know if we're going to see that one launch or not, whether they're going to pull it down. And we do have a team out at 2-stage prepping. I've heard that hybrids are done for the day, but it was an unreliable source. So we'll stick with it. They've still got a yellow flag down there, which is confusing me. All right. We've got 3:39 a.m. now in India. It's been a minute since the last person told me. So yeah, I don't know if there are any more hybrids today. I'm hearing no a number of times, but my heart is telling me it's a yellow flag.
Maybe one team's attempting a fill.
Yeah, it could be some pressure testing stuff going on.
Oh, yep. Potentially. That's a really, really great point. So with the solids, you can't ever test the motor, but with the hybrids, there are heaps of different things you might need to test. So were there any pressure tests you had to do while you're down at the pads over the course of the week?
Not really. So luckily, our fill system that we brought over from Australia was fine. We ended up having, I guess, with our quick disconnect, some issues. So we ended up using nitrogen instead of nitrous to assess what happens with the quick disconnect under pressure. But other than that, yeah, luckily not much pressurized testing having to happen this trip.
Yeah, well, okay, so there's a question in the chat for me, and it's Ashish. Shout out to Ash back at home. I wonder if there's a wash party. There must have been a wash party going on for us as well. And he asks, we test-fired Solaris Mark 1, which is the first version of our hybrid engine that you saw fly today if you were on stream for Monash. Shout out Monash. For the first time less than 3 years ago. And did I expect that we would be back here then? Well, I didn't expect to be here directing launch operations, that's for sure. And I didn't think I'd be here with the team either. I thought probably a lot of the work I'd done on that early days of that motor was in benefit of other people to enjoy it. And I guess to an extent it is. I been fortunate to be the flyer of record for the team, and fortunate that they really don't need me. I'm very much a rubber stamp, and impressed with the work that they're doing. But no, Ash, I don't think I expected it to be like this. It was a pretty powerful feeling actually to see it launch.
Yeah, Monash has been sort of a very impressive team coming into the competition. And yeah, we're as a fellow Australian team, we're very proud of the stuff that they've accomplished, not just today with their launch, but over the past couple of years as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. On behalf of Monash, I guess, as an alumni, shout out to any other Monash alum who are in chat. We've got well done USyd team as well from Jocelyn.
I guess coming out here, the difference is that there may be a lot of competitive spirit when we're back in Australia, but when we zoom out and come to IREC, it's lovely to see 3 Australian flags flying at a hybrid pad. It's truly a heartwarming sight.
Yeah, it's where we want to be, right? At the cutting edge of the competition.
Yep.
And so that brings an interesting question. USyd, what are we going to see coming back next year? What are you bringing? What's the plan?
That is a brilliant question.
30K hybrid?
We're still in the talks of what to do. Obviously, I guess a big thing for us is our vision. We want to make sure for the next project that we really amplify both our knowledge and understanding of hybrids, but that we amplify all other projects of the rocket as well. This being our first hybrid, our main goal was to provide a very simple, reusable, and operationally, I guess, efficient rocket to use. For the next project, we're coming in with a lot more heat. Let's put it that way.
Interesting. Well, keep your secrets. We've got a question for me. Do I miss being a student? What a question. I spent a long time as a student. Let me put it that way. And I guess you actually mean, do I miss being a student at IREC? And then I guess you mean, do I prefer being a student to being a volunteer at IREC? There are pros and cons to both. When I was a student lead running the team and trying to get my hands on the rocket, get it over here, which is an ordeal in and of itself, that was a lot of stress and a lot of pressure. And I have a lot of empathy for the students this year as well. They've gone through a hell of a ride with this windstorm and all of the chaos that's followed on, and the big drive out here, a couple of days. It's a lot, and I got to experience that fully in 2022. So I probably don't miss that version of it. But then in 2023, we brought a few more people. I was less critical to the team. I got to have a great time. I went and took pictures with every team. You know, you can do these side quests. You can see all the rockets. You can enjoy the conference. And I probably missed that aspect of it for sure. I'm gonna have to grab that one. So I don't know how much of my little diatribe you just got, but sounds like it's not the mic problem. I'm just talking too quietly. So yeah, I definitely missed that more relaxed version of being a student. There was still a couple of early starts, but you can do it as a student and have a great time. Now, as a volunteer for the last 2 years, I really loved going out to the solids pad and working on solids with the team down there, getting to see a heap of different rockets, getting to look at them. I mean, very kind of microscopic view into specifically different kinds of arming systems, right, for rockets and how people approach that. So I loved that as a volunteer. I didn't love the heat so much of being out in the sun. That was a challenge. And now, in the role I've been doing this year, which is really a communication role, trying to make sure all of the various bits of our Ezra team, who are so awesome, they work hard, they're up at 4:30 a.m. or earlier, they're going to drive out here. So, and then last night, I doubt many got to bed before midnight. So the hardworking Ezra team who are so switched on. My job is just to make sure that everyone's talking to each other. Got merch order from Maria, shout out. I don't know how we're even getting that information. It feels a little like, but no, I think I miss some aspects of being a student. I wish I could do the same competition, the same year, twice at the same time. If I could be a student and do this role at the same time, that would be the best of both worlds, right? I would get to go and see all the cool rockets and ask everyone about what they're doing, and share the engineering work that I've done, and have the opportunity to do that engineering work as well. Like, I don't get to build a lot of rockets in my spare time. Back home, I run a lot of launches. Shout out VRA. I do a lot of L1 and L2 certifications out on the range, but I don't get to build and launch a lot of my own rockets, so I do miss that. Okay, we're doing a shout out to someone who's in Melbourne. It's the niece of who? Can I get that again? Okay, the audio wasn't the problem. Sorry, my volume wasn't the problem. The audio was the problem. So I'll stop shouting. And I'm shouting out someone's niece in Melbourne. Anyone who has a niece in Melbourne, I'll shout them out. Any nieces in Melbourne. Okay, there's a question here from Jackie. Are there set times for who goes when in the launches, or is it just an order and then they see how many teams can go each day? So the answer there is that it depends on the teams themselves and how quickly they can prepare their rocket. So when you come out to the range, your rocket can't really be ready for flight for a number of reasons. But I'm hearing that my audio is still terrible, so we're going to segue to some
We are currently looking at the solids pad here. I'm just filling in for a little bit while Isaac walks to the other room. We potentially have one more launch left in the day out at the 2-stage pad. They've been out all day, and we are giving them their last chance here. Well, last chance for today. There will be no more hybrids launches or no more solids. And we had a pretty good, successful day. Hopefully we can get this last one off here. And Isaac, let's get in the booth there. You'll be there soon. Let's see what we got on the chat here. It's Go Cincinnati, Queen City. Yeah, I love the American flags in the chat. Are there, Jackie Palmer, are there set times for those, for who goes when? No. Teams show up and they go through their final safety review, and they get into the queue out here, and we're gonna check back in with Isaac in the interview booth for a shot. I think it's pretty sunny in the interview room.
Okay, I'm here with Director of Media for Ezra, Logan Herrera.
That's right.
What are your thoughts so far on the competition?
Well, the great thing about being in media is no matter what happens on the range, I'm having a good day. Whether the rockets go straight up or come down in 1,000 pieces, it's compelling content.
Absolutely. A shout out in the chat if you've been compelled at home. Please feel compelled to drop a super chat.
Yeah, so let me know, chat.
Now, the way this interview is going to work is you're now going to ask me a question because both of us work for the organization.
Yes. So what is your favorite part about working for Ezra?
What a great question. What a fantastic question. I mean, it's an awesome opportunity to give back. I got I'm forever grateful for the opportunity to have come out here for a couple of years as a student and experience something pretty life-changing. And it's really advanced my engineering. Now, volunteering for Ezra, I think the camaraderie between the Ezra volunteers and the energy of everyone around to get this done. Now, a lot of things go wrong out here all of the time. You don't see it on the live stream. These guys
we do
are
our
too
best
smooth.
to make it invisible.
They hide it. They polish it all away, but it's constantly putting out fires. Shout out to, I won't say who, for running over the generator earlier, for example, down on solids pads. So there's always something going on, and it's a big challenge, but we have such a great team of people who are just willing to put their heads down and with a smile make it work and make it work well. So that's my favorite part. Now, in all that time I was answering that question, I realized I was supposed to be thinking about a question to ask you.
That's okay. Chat can let us know how polished the launch really is.
Okay, that's a great question, actually, occurring to me in a dream. I was dreaming last night. I went to bed at about 11:30 and I was up at about... I actually woke at 5 on the dot as teams were coming into the gate, and it was like a cold sweat. I'm like, teams are coming in the gate. I looked at my clock. It's 5 a.m. I knew. But while I was dreaming, I saw this man, director of media for Ezra, Logan Herrera, and he was wearing 2 hats, and it's come true. Why are you wearing 2 hats, Logan?
Isaac, it is always my goal to make your dreams come true. They are both. You're seeing 2 generations of live stream hats here. We have, in the beginning, there were no live stream hats. Then, in 2024, we had this live stream hat.
It's blue. It's good.
And now, for 2025, we have this live stream hat.
We've gone grey like the Chevy Silverado that wore rocketry. Shout out wore rocketry. We're changing 2 tires on.
So
I hope they found a tire. I really do.
So thank you, Amin and merch team, for making these hats for us. We really appreciate it, and it helps give some live stream excitement and pride.
So there's a question in the chat. Have any of the Indian teams launched yet? I haven't been keeping track specifically of all Indian teams, but I know that Thrust MIT launched today. I think they're from Manipal. I could be wrong there. There we go. Manipal Institute of Technology. So shout out Thrust MIT. Let's see Indian flags in the chat. I know it's just coming up on 4 a.m. in India because I got all the timestamps earlier. So if you're still awake and watching, shout out. Let's see the flags.
Or wherever you are in the world.
We're hoping soon to get some information about whether we're done launching or not for today. I think it's safe to say that solids are probably wrapped up. If I look out the window here, we can see teams down there at the pad. And there's still a heap of action going on at hybrids. But I'm also being told that they might have to do pressure testing, any kind of troubleshooting today while they've still got daylight. And then maybe they're not ready to launch today.
So would those be things that keep it at red flag?
Potentially yellow flag, definitely, for pressure testing or things like that. So,
thanks, Air Command Rockets.
So Air Command Rockets, that's an Australian name, I think. Shout out. They make water rockets up in, it might be Queensland or New South Wales. I'm sorry if I get that wrong, but shout out Air Command. I think they might hold an altitude record for water rockets, actually.
Well, we do allow monopropellants in this competition.
It sounds like you could do a water rocket at IREC. Monoprops are allowed, allegedly. I don't think Paul would forgive you for introducing that to his hybrid pads. But shout out in the chat if you want water bottle rocket category at Ezra.
Yeah, you just have to be able to lift 2 kilos.
It's a lot of kilos to lift, and you need to get within, 30% to get the points?
No comment.
But
oh, right.
But we could see a water bottle rocket. You need so much water. In fact, Air Command Rockets, let us know in the chat if you've got some back of envelope calcs about how much water you would need to get to 10,000 feet. Can it be done? What's your record? Is it like?
It sounds like they and the firefighters and the road builders might get along out here. They need a lot of water.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. All right, AP, shout out AP. Alistair Price is a Monash University alumni from 2019, I reckon he might have graduated, or 2020. He was the structures lead for a while there at Monash University when I first joined the team. I think he's working now in Queensland with Gilmore. You might remember the Cockatoo took out that rocket launch.
No, tell me more.
Well, they've been building up to their first launch for a while. It's a hybrid orbital rocket, and they unfortunately lost their payload fairing in the pre-flight checkouts. It deployed itself, and there's a picture they've got on the socials of a cockatoo with its sticky beak into one of the wires, pulling it out. So I don't know if that's a beat up or not, but shout out the cockatoos, sulfur crested. So yeah, Alistair is working up there now, and shout out, and it's awesome to see he's still tuning in and learning about the team. So the update AP is that we have seen both Monash and USyd successfully launched their SRAD hybrids today, both with pretty good flights. And RMIT have headed home for the day. UWA launched yesterday with a nice straight flight and then main at Apogee. And finally, we are waiting for Unimelb as well to get there. I think it's 30K COTS flight away, which will be tomorrow now. So we are attempting a 2-stage flight today. So
it is happening.
It is happening. We are live still for a reason. We knew we've got that red flag out there waving us away at 2-stage. As soon as we know which team it is, which we really should, we will get to you with that information. If you know what team it is, drop it in the chat. Speaking of the chat, it sounds like the record for a water bottle rocket is on the order of 5,000 feet. I don't have the exact number in front of me. So 5,313 feet, which is pretty colossal. I imagine you'd struggle with the payload, but you're getting close for an IREC rocket.
That's true. And the Behrman Award depends only on your predicted altitude.
You could come here with a water bottle rocket and take home a trophy. Is that what I'm hearing?
I think so.
All right, chat, can we get some people in the DTEG to figure this out? I want to...
Similarly, the live rocket video challenge and the team video challenge.
Okay, yeah, you'd struggle with altitude, I think, with a live rocket, with a live video stream on board, but I'll allow it. What is the last possible time for flights today? Well, that's very different to the last time that I'm willing to stay awake to serve. So our waiver goes until sunset, basically. So we were launching yesterday until like 8:30, but that takes its toll. We need our volunteers. Our volunteers were out at, some of us, from 4:30 yesterday morning and again this morning. So we're putting an early lid on it today. Okay, wow. So we've got team 901, which is Polytechnique Montreal, out on the 2-stage. So shout out, is that Canadian flags? Let's get them. Let's see them. Let's see those Canadian super chats.
Give me some Canadian flags in the comments. And Canadian currency in the super chats.
Yes, Canadian currency in the super chats as well. Shout out Pierre. It's very easy to have a mustache like this. You've just got to wait a few years. That's all it takes. I would shave it off for a $2 million super chat, no less. No less. No, yeah, I did say proportional. Currently $50 super chat. So can we get a ratio back in the control room of $50?
I need some math on that. Is that a millimeter of one hair?
I would go either end. It's either end of the mustache. No, it's a long hair. Oh, pluck a single mustache hair. That's very easy. Actually, it's not very easy. That's quite a painful thing to do. So we're not going to do it live. All right, we've dwelt for too long on the mustache. Can we get some details about the team from Montreal out on the 2-stage pad? All right, we've got Canadian flags in the chat from Greg Cesaroni. That's very apt. Shout out.
Thanks for watching, Greg.
Shout out CTI. Okay, we're seeing a body bag here for a rocket down on the hybrid. So that looks like Cornell. I think they're just looking after the paint job, if I had to guess. So they've got it laid out. Then maybe they're doing some kind of ejection test or assembly strap. But well, it's so hard to say. It's a curious thing. It is so dusty and dirty out here. But can we get in the chat? What do you think they're up to down at Cornell with the tarp or the blanket? Maybe they're putting it to bed. It's just going to bed for the night. Rockets need their beauty sleep as well. Rocketeers don't. I know you all had a fitful night and came out early, but we can tuck our rockets in. That's okay. Matt's telling me I have to remember to turn the light off when I go to bed. Matt and I are sharing a beautiful accommodation at the Hoppies Hotel launch site edition. Shout out Hoppies. It's a special place to be together. Are we going for a Hoppies tour? Is that what we're doing? Okay. I don't know if I'm up for a Hoppies tour. I don't know if Matt is our room safe for a Hoppies tour. What's this? What's the Okay, Logan's just sorting out a little bit of a closer visual so I can try and analyze what Canal are doing to their rocket. I realize my sunnies are still on. It's a lot more in your face, isn't it, when it's right there? Okay. Oh, so we've got a rocket going in some kind of direction down on solids. They must be taking it down. Yeah. So we're coming down here on solids. So Duke, shout out Duke. I know there were a lot of shout outs to Duke in the chat. I think they might be scrubbing, unfortunately. There's a lot of teamwork going on out there. They've got to be careful here not to break a rail guide as they slide it off. That would be pretty disastrous at this stage. Apparently, I'm hearing from the chat that you can't let solids get too cold. Now, in Australia, we rarely have that problem, but I know certainly like Alaskan launches out on a lake frozen over, you will have cold. So shout out to those people that are launching in conditions where you have to tuck your rocket into bed. That's crazy. It's pretty unimaginable in these conditions with the temperature out there today. I'm hearing that Andrea can't afford $2 million to shave my mustache, which is fair enough. It's a lot all in one go, but that's what it's gonna take. Unfortunately, I'm very attached. Oh, you caught me twirling. I don't know what this angle is. I've got to come this way. Come on, Logan. There we go. And now the lighting is absolutely cooked, but. I'm not director of media. Speaking of cooked lighting, we seem to be looking at the sun. But it would be great if we could go out and see what they're doing at hybrids still. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
Let's solve the mystery.
I want to get to the bottom of it. If it's tucked into bed to sleep, I have a lot of rocket envy all of the time, but I probably would envy that rocket more than any other if it were tucked into bed right now.
That is where I would like to be.
We've got, I don't know who that is just behind the screen there, but shout out to that elbow.
Teal shirt sleeve.
Teal, some kind of vest. I don't know who it is.
Is that Al?
Like a backpack on? Maybe they'll be down at Solids. Logan's trying to get some visual. I get to hold the screen here so I can look at myself. Alrighty, who we got? Introduce yourself.
Well, I was going to just put my stuff in the car a little bit.
I'll hold it. I'll hold it. Oh, we're setting it up.
Well,
that'll keep us mounted.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. What's your name?
Al McCarty. I'm from South Carolina, and I'm basically a nature photographer, and my grandson got involved with the ESRA with Clemson College, and I decided I'd just volunteer since I'm retired. I ain't got nothing to do.
So you're not a rocketeer.
I'm not.
Wow. And you
I think you are now, Al.
Well, I've learned a lot.
You didn't start a rocketeer when you came to
I've been
Ezra.
told by many people that I'm not a rocket scientist. So
You don't let other people define what you are. I think that's very important in life. Can we get a shout out from Clemson? Clemson for bringing new volunteers in.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, he's my youngest grandson actually. So I got a granddaughter, one younger, but.
And do you think she'll be into rockets as well or not?
No, she's with my daughter's child, so she can't do well in school. The rest of my grandkids have done very well in school, but I don't know, she's had other problems. So.
Okay, Al, have you been able to watch a lot of flights today? You've been photographing?
I have. I've been shooting them and trying to catch them, and they're a challenge. They're faster than the birds I shoot.
Were there any standouts? What have you enjoyed the most that's flown today?
Well, I don't know what the fuel is they use to put out all the black smoke. But,
the sugar. I think they're sugar rockets. Those black smoke ones.
That's a sugar rocket.
Some of them. Certainly one of them. I think was.
I seem to. I really like that one for best. I probably.
Okay, well, don't tell Erica because she hates it with all the black smoke. It tends to get all over the launch rail, and they have to clean it up down there on solids. But I'm with you to it. It does look pretty striking.
I think they're more impressive.
Yeah.
Make me think of the old black powder rockets they used.
Yeah. So how much overlap is there between the fastest bird and the slowest rocket?
Well, except for maybe tree swallow, which is extremely hard to catch in flight, but I have done that too. So, but this is a new challenge altogether. I think it's a lot more difficult.
Well, the birds don't leave a smoke trail across the sky.
No, they do not. But they're very fast at times. And some like your peregrine falcon, extremely fast. They're hard to get. I've got some in flight.
That's 200 miles per hour, right?
Yeah.
Chat, can we get that in Mach at sea level?
Mach level? That's a point. I don't know, 006. I don't know.
Well, I think we're going to find out shortly.
Faster than that.
Chat's going to let us know.
Chat, we're getting on the maths. I'm getting a bit too cooked to be able to do that kind of math. So what do we got down there? Is this hybrid still?
I'm guessing that's that number. I just pulled it out of my shirt pocket. I put it in a better term.
Okay, we're at 2 stage. So it was 2 stage on the blanket. I was wrong all along about which university that was.
They canceled that one. I'll take this back off.
We can see there the lovely new launch pads for the 2-stage. Shout out Protospace for helping us out on that one. Shout out to Hoppies for the 2-stage Portaloo as well.
Very important and very well positioned.
So the pad there you can see is quite heavy, but it's very stable, full featured. It's very easy to elevate the rocket, and it's very easy to adjust the azimuth and the launch angle, which is a very important thing for us out here. So, okay, so I'm hearing Mach .261 for the Peregrine Falcon, which is you could. That would be a very slow rocket.
Yeah, it would.
That would be a very slow rocket. You'd be struggling with stability.
They change direction in a split second, and so.
I wonder, chat, can we hear about what load a Peregrine Falcon experiences? What's the G loading on a Peregrine when it pulls out of the dive? Els just said they move very fast, as in they maneuver very fast, and they're going pretty quick.
You know, there's a lot of other fast birds.
Okay, so we're seeing Duke here, unracked from the solids and heading back for the night. So we haven't heard yet if we're going to have rockets in quarantine tonight, or if they're going to head home and come back in the morning and prep the rockets. But there was speculation that we might be able to leave some rockets prepared and ready to fly, already flight readiness reviewed, and come in for an early salvo. So we'll get an update on that one when we can. Now we're still down here at the 2-stage, tucking our rocket into bed. So I guess I've figured out what they were up to with the blanket. They might have been integrating the stages because we saw 2 bits of the rocket coming together. They don't want to hurt the paintwork. Now this is a pretty critical step because the staging of the rockets, I mean, it's in the name, 2-stage, but it's one of the most challenging things to do. You need to make sure the rocket is going incredibly straight through the boost and crucially through that staging section where you go onto the next motor. Now I'm not sure if this team from Montreal have a hot stage or not, but I think we've seen both kinds of staged flights so far in the competition, and so far for every attempted 2-stage flight, we've seen the Sustainer light, which has to be some kind of IREC record. We don't often see
what
that
happens
light.
that might cause the second stage to not light.
Most of the time, when you see the Sustainer or the second stage fail to light, it's due to tilt lockout. So it's quite deliberate. We want to avoid a situation where the Sustainer or the booster has tipped over too far, and the Sustainer ends up on an angle that gives it a trajectory for San Antonio or. Okay, I'm hearing further Peregrine Falcon updates in the chat. Google says, and Google, can we get some funding? We'll take a super chat from Google for $2 million. That'd be great. But allegedly, 25 Gs on the Peregrine Falcon. That's crazy. Comments, El?
Yeah, well, they're quite accurate too. They're not just fast. For a bird, that's incredible.
So they're pulling 25 Gs and they're able to hit their target.
Yeah, very well. There's a birds of prey center down in South Carolina, and they rehabilitate birds that get injured or whatever, and they train a lot of them to catch, food in flight and everything else, and they feed them different items. Some of them are live, some of them aren't, but it really it's a fun thing to watch. All those birds. They release bald eagles that have been injured, and I'm a big fan of them.
Well, as loath as I am to say to donate to anyone other than Ezra, I'm sure you can probably donate to the South Carolina Birds of Prey Center.
Yeah, Birds of Prey. Yeah.
Shout out.
They have a whole collection of owls. A lot of them can't be released because they were there as a chick. And
they get too used to humans.
They get used to humans, and they can't really survive on their own. Or some of them have a broken wing that can't be recuperated. So.
Yeah. Isaac, what do you think would happen to you if you experienced 25 Gs?
I would go splat. I don't think it would. I would definitely pass out. You get hit about 8 Gs as a human, which is crazy. So they must have like some superior blood pumping going on, or capacity to anaerobically operate through that G loading experience. And now, teams listening, you're not allowed to launch a peregrine falcon as a payload, but you could definitely at next year's IREC do some kind of biomimicry payload that looks into how peregrine falcons, if they can survive 25G, which we got to trust Google on this one. Chat, you might have led me down a erroneous
Chat would never
path.
lead you astray.
Sorry?
Chat would never lead you astray.
They would
Isaac.
never. They could never. But biomimicry payloads are actually some of the coolest. My team did a blood transfusion payload. There wasn't real blood. The judges were a little sus on that. 1 year. We also did one that was looking into like human eye experience or analogs under launch loading. So figure out. So first of all, you have to build a rocket that pulls 25 Gs and survives. I'd love to see it. It would need to be thrusty. Can we get 025,000s in the chat? And then
Super chat for 025,000 drag race.
Sorry?
Super chat for 025,000 drag race.
I don't know if we can arrange that because they just don't exist. Greg Cesaroni, shout out in the chat.
Yeah, I don't think even Tom Cruise could survive 25G.
So yeah, and then you could figure out how to make some kind of analog for a brain still able to function under that loading. It's there for the taking. It could be an SDL winner, or at least third place.
I love it. Let's do it.
Okay, I don't know if we've still got any kind of eyes on the 2-stage pad or insight into the status on the range, but I think we must still be heading somewhere.
I'm looking still be working on that 2-stage.
I'm looking out the window trying to see the flag, but we haven't set the angles well here for flag visibility. There we go. We got a long shot. That's solids, in fact. And they're packing up for the day, I think. For sure. That's also solids. Yellow flag. Hang on a minute. How curious. Is that solids? Or am I losing my mind? That must be 2-stage yellow flag still. So I'm going to go and track down an update. Here we go. We're live in the control room. Don't get vertigo. This is where the magic happens. And if you're ever wondering about the headsets, it's Matt sitting there in the chair talking to us all day. If I ever drop a non sequitur, there we go. He's mic'd
What's
up.
up, chat?
I'm hearing double Matt. Shout out to Matt in the chat. He's a stellar roommate.
In our Hoppies hotel, we've got some of the best accommodations, and only accompanied by the finest launch conditions.
Team, can we get the phone numbers off the live stream?
Well, I don't think there are. If you want to call some of
some rando.
So the oil companies.
A shout out, yeah, you could potentially, but
yeah, this is the setup here.
They might not.
Welcome to my crib. The dramatic pan. There we go. And yeah, maybe back to you. 15. Let's see. We can check in with Logan now. How he's doing.
Great.
Oh, we've got a feature from the NSF team here. we're having some fun. It's D and Doss from NSF. Can we get some love in the chat for NSF crew? Dr. Andrea Furlan, how's it going? Good to see you back in the chat. I recognized your name last year. Big supporter. Aiden C. Yeah, we've got one more rocket on the docket. One more rocket on the docket. That's a nice way to put it. We've got let's see, camera 5. Maybe it's a little bit more interesting than what's going on here, but I can switch. Oh, maybe we can get a little close into what this little guy does. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Chad, can we get some love for the buttons? Oh yeah, it's my crusty fingernails right here, baby. We're gonna go to tracking preview, and then, oh no, wait, I gotta go back to myself first. Now we're gonna go to, oh yeah. Oh no, wait, 28. Oh no, wait, that's the same thing. What should I look at? Chad, can we see? Can we get some suggestions for the next 15 minutes? Oh yeah, don't forget to like and subscribe first of all. But if you don't keep supporting us, we'll just have to keep getting sponsors like AIAA, a key industry partnership. But let's see what's going on this rail. I think that's pretty interesting here. It looks like the team from Cornell is now loading their rocket. Not Cornell. Who is it, chat? What was it? The Montreal team we got a nice drone footage. Oh, and it's a little shaky here, but they've got a nice angle coming in. Looks like this rail is about to go vertical once this team gets their rocket loaded. You can see everyone is wearing face shields because safety is our #1 priority. And you're not live, Logan, but now you are. Yes. Let's see. Still have a few questions. Aiden C, what time is the range open to? Now we're back to me talking. So the range is going to be open till sunset. So I think operationally that's 7 o'clock. UTC -6 or 7, something like that. Central Time, Texas. And we want to add some buffer for recovery as well, so that the teams are able to get out there and find their rocket. It looks like the drone operators are sick of my nonsense, so they're getting up in the air to give us some other coverage. But before that, I'm going to show you a slow fade to this wonderful land we've got going on. Oh yeah, there we go. And now we're coming back to the launch site off our drone here. And we've got our drone in the air, getting that last bit of coverage of our rockets today. Maybe 2 hours. Okay, I'm not really sure what you mean by that. I don't know what time it is. I just run till there's no more rockets to launch. And the range opens at 7 a.m. or sunrise roughly tomorrow morning, and I think it's Thursday, right?
Yes, sir.
We're not going to use that. And so we've got 2 more days of launching, so Friday and Saturday. Saturday will be a half day. Mary Brewer, is there anywhere in the recovery area you'd like us to go? 4 is currently over a potential recovery area that we're looking at now. This is the beautiful landscape of Saragossa, Texas, the Delaware Basin, which is a subset of the Permian Basin, known for its industrial productivity in the oil and gas industry. This land has been graciously provided for us by Landbridge. They are a midstream company out here. We had a little interview with them. And so, we got some good footage of this team here from Montreal using our new launch pad. built by Protospace, one of our leading sponsors. This is a super sturdy pad that Steve likes to call the next generation of high-power rocketry launch pads, designed by the one and only Jim Jarvis, our range safety officer, and a team of others. It looks like we have an emerging story in the interview booth. Let's check in with the interview here. Stand by while I click a few buttons. And there we go. Let's check in with.
Okay, the first line item on this bulletin is that my headset comms have completely died. So you can keep talking nice and loudly back there, Matt. That'd be great. We're still expecting to launch one rocket today, which is the team out at the two stage. I think it's Team 901, and they are getting the rocket on the rail as we speak. We also have, at my last count, 4 teams with their rockets in quarantine. So we've got their rockets all the way through the flight safety review process to final flight readiness, and they're leaving their rockets locked away overnight. So they won't get to touch them or handle them or make any changes or adjustments. But it means that first thing in the morning when we get to sunrise and the waiver opens up, we'll be able to send a salvo down of these quarantined rockets to the pads. Now, this is rocketry. Anything can happen, and weather is weather, as we know. So no promises, but I think we can expect to see some fairly early launches tomorrow. So it might be an early
Isaac,
start
do you have a
live stream land? Shout us out in the chat if you know your team has gone into quarantine. We don't love that word in Australia after some unfortunate event, as it were, a few years ago. We're seeing rockets in quarantine, and my comms also work, which is great. I'm about to be joined, I think, by the one, the only, the man that everyone's been asked about.
Joining in, I guess.
All right.
It's Brigham.
Hi guys. How you doing?
Can we get a super chat for Brigham?
Thank you, guys. It's been great. I've been spending some time out in the. Yeah, I'm covered in dust.
Yeah, you and me both, brother. Look at
man,
this.
Look at this.
I actually went
breaking
up to
story, guys.
LCO to find out this information about quarantine, and they all ripped into me. They said, "Yeah, my hair's apparently grey with the dust. Your beard is grey.
My beard is grey. I have black hair, by the way.
It's all dust.
Not grey.
It's nothing
I'm not
to
an old
do
man.
with the stress of this week."
Yeah. Oh, we have a rocket being raised? Oh, dude.
Sweet. So we're seeing.
I can kind of see.
Verticality
This is new
on the two-stage
space.
pad. We've shouted out Protospace, Protocase about 300 times.
Yeah, I think we've done that right. All right. Well, there are sponsors. They've helped us a lot.
So he's cranking there.
SpaceX for Starlink.
We're going to shout out some more sponsors. It sounds like.
Yeah,
so
we're
SpaceX,
shout them all out.
Starlink, they're keeping us connected to the world via their global network of satellites.
Blue Origin for employing me and letting me come out here.
That's very kind.
They also gave. They did give and help sponsor this event.
Okay, but which one was more valuable? Chat, can we hear?
Yeah. Come on, let's hear it.
Let's see it in the chat. Which one is it? Brahm's time or the cold hard cash? What would you prefer, chat?
All right, we're waiting for those comments.
And we're cruising through.
We got a super chat from, say it again, Marcy. I don't got Marcy Bernold. Did team 3 or 4? 314 launch.
WPI?
WPI.
They were on the last salvo. Oh, sorry, 314 like pi. I don't know that team number off the top of my head.
Yeah, can we get a team number check?
Answer the question.
I don't got the paper in front of me anymore.
Tell Stephen B that all photos from volunteers should end up on Flickr, including Rocket Yoda's photos.
We discussed this earlier. Someone's commented that they would super chat for me to shake it. I can't. I is physically incapable, but Bram and I did discuss some Australian moves that I could whip out.
Yes, we'll take those. All right, we want to thank all our sponsors as we get closer to the end of the day. Onshape, Protospace, AIAA, Visit Midland, Blue Origin, Estes Energetics, ANSYS,
SolidWorks, LandBridge. Very special thank you to LandBridge. Space Dynamics Laboratory of Utah State University. Fiberglass. Oh, I've used that many a time. Midland Chamber of Commerce. Aerotech. Tripoli Rocketry Association. Wildman Rocketry. Space News. NASA Spaceflight. Space Force Association. The Midland County Horseshoe Arena Pavilion, the Bush Convention Center, Midland Development Corp., Legacy Artificial Lift Solutions. We sent so many boxes to them. Thank you. Midland International Air and Space. We got Firehawk IREC. I'm going to try to Operator Solutions. Oh, Midland Pizza Factory.
Midland Pizza Factory, shout out. They dropped so much pizza on us.
Yes.
Completely for free.
Yeah. Yeah, they gave us a lot of pizza.
Teams,
we love
if you're
them.
watching,
That's
if you're in
number
Midland,
one.
head to Midland Pizza Factory.
Pure bias right here.
Okay.
Discovered. Oh, look at that! They're out there.
We're doing
something
the
on the
special
pads.
pick.
We
No,
cannot
this
see.
is
We're
this
looking
is
at
the
a
most critical
tiny
part
screen.
in the racking process. You've got to make sure you had a picture with your rocket, just in case.
You know, I was
don't-
told,
you're not able
and
to do it
this
again,
might
you know?
be a New York thing. You're supposed to kiss your rocket before you let it launch, because you might never see it again. So you gotta kiss it for good luck. Shout out to Erg. We love him. Upstate Rocketry Research Group. They're about to hold a big launch, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, we've got the photo. They're pumped. I think that means we're going to be pulling back. What's the flag status? Oh, no, hold on. We've still got to install an igniter here because they won't be taking a photo with the igniter in. So I think we can expect to see those non-essential photo. There he is. He's heading over to the flag. We're going red.
We're going red. All right. Oh, they're changing it out, right? No, it's still yellow.
No, I think he walked to it. There it goes.
Oh, there it goes.
And we'll be going to red.
All right, here we go. Last launch of the day. Dude, this is awesome. So anyway, I was out with the recovery team. And that's why I'm so dusty.
Recovery team were you in?
Dude, what recovery team were you with?
Arizona something or other.
You can't, you've interviewed them 3 times.
Okay, so out here on the 2 stage, we've seen the rocket go vertical. They look to be doing something. I can't see what they're doing anymore.
Montreal.
But it's Team 901, Polytechnique, Montreal.
Wow.
Canadian flags in the chat, please. We've gone red flag.
Ooh, Canada.
There we go. So they're doing
There we go.
30K multi-stage.
30K multi-stage.
They're erecting the ladder, so they're going to go up there and arm the sustainer first. So the arming order here will likely look like they're going to turn on the avionics for the sustainer, then the ignition for the sustainer, which is probably tied into the avionics in most cases for the 2-stage. Hopefully they've got a nice simple arming system. It looks like a lot of remover for flight tags, so some kind of key or switch system. They're going to listen for confirmation from the altimeter that they're good to go. Then when they're done arming the sustainer, and the reason they arm the sustainer first is it feels kind of obvious, but you don't want to be above.
You don't want to be above something that's armed.
No, that's not the spot to be.
Yeah.
So then they're going to come down and arm the booster. Possibly they're doing this.
They're taking a little time, but
then once all of their avionics are armed and the sustainer ignition is armed, they'll install the igniter.
All right. It looks like they're getting pretty close to it. Taking a look at the bottom of the rocket. Maybe taking some pictures.
There we go. So we've got blue shirts and red shirts. Very familiar scene down there. But Polytechnique Montreal with the red shirts, and it looks like we've got arm for the sustainer. No, we're heading back up.
Oh.
He's having second thoughts. Left his sunglasses on in the interview room.
Oh, he's got pulling down the flag. There's some trash up there.
Okay, so that was a bit of blanket. No, everybody needs a pillowcase. But it's time to rise and shine. It's 5 a.m. and the teams are coming on range.
Yeah, there we go. You think they're going to recover this today?
They're going to have a very hard time trying to recover this today. They could get it done. They could get it done. But they can also come back tomorrow.
They can.
And their rocket can have a rough night out in the the field.
It's kind of hard coming back at the next day over. Their avionics, their batteries in the avionics, giving GPS coordinates if they get it, recover it successfully, can die pretty quickly, and they might not have a new location, so it might move around in the night, and then they don't know where it goes.
And those pesky oil field workers might come along and move them as well, just for a laugh.
They might. I talked with some of them when we were setting up. They're interested in when this event is over, coming out here and searching for any leftover ones. I don't think they're looking.
Actually.
They want to take them home.
Okay,
I think. So teams, if you come back next year and you're looking for your rocket,
you got to go to the. This is an
check
Australian
the pawn
term.
shop.
You got to go to the pool room of some local oil field workers.
Yeah.
All right, so they've done a ladder exchange here. Looks like we're still working on some arming in the sustain. Oh no,
that's
the
the booster.
That is the booster. It's just high off the ground. So we're arming now the booster.
All right.
With the
I got
shorter
chat
ladder.
open. Let's see if we got anything going.
So we've got Canadian flags in the chat.
We've got some good Canadian flags. Dr. Andrea Ferlin. Greg Cesaroni.
All right, so a question here from Greg. Do teams ever consider the dust on the launch site causing static that might set off energetics? I mean, I've never seen it discussed in a tech report or had it mentioned to me by a team.
Yeah,
have you thought about it?
I've never really thought about it. Maybe this year when we've had, I don't think we've had a launch where it's
Quite
been this dusty.
Yeah, this is something else.
else.
And tomorrow it's going to be worse.
Yeah,
it's going to be worse.
So that might be something to consider for next year. I think for me as a judge, I'm going to be asking next year: have you thought about the dust devils? What happens when the tornadoes hit your rocket on the pad? And are you concerned about the static? Because it is a good question, and I think, oh, look, we got,
we got
another dust devil out
right
there.
on cue.
Right on cue. Oh.
Okay, so we got looks like an igniter going in. The ladder's down.
Ladder's down.
So we're very close here to pull back on the 2-stage. And we might expect that it could be a while before these guys can launch if there's a lot of people out recovering in the wrong location. So as we speak, hopefully the Mission Control Center is in close communication with the teams out in recovery and figuring out whether they're in the ballistic impact zone for this rocket and both pieces of this rocket.
Yeah. And I was just out there with some of the recovery teams. There's a lot that teams have been waiting to go out since really this morning on our first couple launches. We've had a lot of good, successful launches that have landed actually very close and just in the ballistic area of a lot of other rockets. And so they've had to hold on until we kind of gotten to the end of the day because we've been trying to just get as many launches off as we can. But it's pretty dusty out there, and a lot of teams have been finding their rockets just in close by, but so many of the teams are just driving out on the paths, the lease passes out here that the oil fields workers use, walking a short distance to get it. So it's probably a lot easier than out at Spaceport where teams had to walk quite a bit to go pick up their rockets sometimes. Not to say there aren't teams out there walking.
I actually found a team, shout out, I can't remember their team number, they were from Miami. So if that's you, shout out. Out there clogging up our ballistic impact zones. I took the side-by-side out and we went for a cruise across the desert there.
That's cool.
They were very grateful for the lift, actually. Okay.
All right.
So
We got.
it looks like we've got. It could be Adam. Might be. No, I think it's the man himself.
Is that Chris?
Is that Jim Jarvis? I think we've got
It's
JJ
JJ.
out on the 2 stage in his natural habitat. So that's the range safety officer, and he's got his binoculars up because he's looking for teams on recovery to see if they're in the ballistic impact zone. So this man is our range safety officer, and he's done a body of work along with Joe Pfeiffer, who we saw earlier at the solids pad changing the flag, in figuring out just where these rockets, whether they go well or whether they go poorly, where they're coming down relative to us. And so every time the wind changes, every time the recovery team are out and about, we have to consider where are these rockets going to go. And the wind out here, it doesn't like to be told what to do. It doesn't follow the forecast, and it changes its mind.
Yeah.
Sometimes several times a second as we see those whirlies go through.
Yeah, it's been going pretty every which way, up and down. And it's caused a lot of dust devils and a lot of rockets to go every which way out there during launches. It's pretty amazing. We got a couple questions in the chat. Let me take a look. Are you going to keep the live feed going after the last launch, asks Mary Brewer?
Well, if they do, I'm going to not be here. I'm going to be in bed.
Yeah, I'm gonna go take a shower, Mary. I'm a little dusty. We're both a little dusty.
We're covered in dust.
Yeah, we're gonna go covered in dust. This might look fine, but it's very uncomfortable. Yeah, our producers are wondering what would you like to see, Mary? We have a question for you.
Jackie says they'd love to see a team finding a rocket.
Is that a little plant right there, Dustin? Okay, because we did a little expedition just a little bit ago to see a team finding their rocket.
Okay, and it looks like just out to 2 stage here, we've got them departing the pads. So we can expect that they'll be back in about 4 or 5 minutes, depending on how much dust they want to kick up on the way up.
Yeah.
We'll see what we can do about tracking down a team finding a rocket. It's quite hard. These rockets go a long way. And Pokefish9 says, it doesn't seem like many teams have launched in the last 2 days. I don't have the exact number. I'm not plugged into the system anymore. I'm derelicting my duties. I think if I had to guess, we've launched on the order of 70 rockets so far.
So that's half.
About half.
That's about half. That's pretty
About
good.
half. Tomorrow, as you say, Pokefish9 is going to be very busy. Tomorrow is the day to launch. You don't want to be launching on Saturday. You're not getting any points. You probably won't get your rocket back because you won't be able to recover. Or if you do, you'll be missing the awards ceremony. You want to be launching tomorrow. So hopefully teams are getting into quarantine now. So we'll get away one salvo of maybe 10 or 20 tomorrow, depending, first thing. And then we can, teams now we've had most teams come out to the site, and we were really, really struggling with getting teams out here. We couldn't have them out in the sun, so we've had to limit that. And so there's been this big learning curve, not just for us, but for teams that normally you have at least a couple of people on your team who've been before. They know the drill. They know what's happening when they arrive. But it's not only is it a completely new space, but we've been on the back foot with being prepared for teams to arrive. So it's been a challenging experience for the team. Shout out any team who's in the comp this year. Shout out to you all.
You guys have been great
for handling
so far.
that. You've done amazing.
Yeah.
But what it meant is it was a little slow to start today. Yesterday was much slower because we were inviting you out slower. Today, you were finding your feet. Tomorrow, I think everyone's got the gist of it. They know the drill. They can
and
figure out where to go. Okay.
All right, we're about to go
through.
live. I guess with DOS with the recovery team is what I've heard. Well, maybe not yet, but we'll take another couple questions in the chat before then. After the launch, it sounds like we're going to go out with DOS. So this will be a great to answer your question, Jackie G. We're going to do that. So this is DOS, NASA spaceflight.
Cameras on.
Dude, all the tally lights are on. Where are all the tally lights? I don't know.
Y'all want to go find a team recovering something?
I want to.
No, I did it.
I'm actually
I've done
gonna
it
go
once
home.
today.
I'm dusty. I'm tired, man. Good luck out there.
We'll see. We'll see what we can do. We're all set to do it. We'll see if we can find somebody.
So Das is out to hunt one down for us. In the meantime, I think Polytechnique Montreal are still pulling back. Got a red flag out on 2 stage pads. So,
a little extra mic on me. I would wonder what Leonardo Zapata is asking. I'm sorry, I do not speak Spanish.
de Texas via volar de las mariposas amarillas. I hope I haven't just said something really bad. I have no idea what that means. But shout out Colombia.
I got to talk with them after the launch. They are so proud to be out here. They did such a great job. All right. 2-stage will be cool to see. Yes, it will. Dutch. This will be the last 2-stager of today. So hopefully it goes all well.
Yeah, so we've launched. Today was actually, we're kind of limited in altitude today. So we've still got 2 45K foot 2-stagers to launch in the next 2 days. So that will be something to see indeed. And I think we can see another Jim and another man, the myth, the legend Jim. We got so many of those.
We got a lot of Jims here, man.
And they're switched on, man.
Should we just change their names to Jim to make it even
I'm
more
not changing
confusing?
my name to Jim.
I don't know.
And he's packing down his remote cameras. So shout out Jim. He's taken down the remote cameras out there. So I think if your team has launched off solids, you can probably expect to see a pretty cool picture of your rocket.
So I know that we'll be sending up all the photos that we've gotten on the Estra team to a Dropbox at the end of the competition, and so teams and supporters of your teams will be able to go download those high-resolution pictures and some of the video that we've gathered after it. And
Jim has been tireless today on top of the Cominex opposite me. So massive shout out.
Yeah. Jim's been great. He gets these really amazing shots of the rockets going off the rail. They're some of the best photos you can get from them. All right. Well, not sure what's going on out there. But let's take a look at the chat for a minute. I'm just saying the skies of Texas saw... Can I move this out of the way? Saw the yellow butterflies fly high. So sweet to taste the fruit of all the work. Congrats to U of A. Was this the... Oh, that was the translation.
Okay, that's the translation.
That is
wow,
great.
That is beautiful.
That is beautiful.
That is poetic. Is it that poetic in Colombian as well? That's crazy. Or is Colombian? Is it Spanish? I'm showing my complete lack of cultural awareness, but what a beautiful language.
Yeah. Oh, for context, the Colombian team has yellow butterflies painted on the rocket. Oh, that is right. That's a homage to their Nobel Prize in Literature. Okay, very cool. Very cool. All right, looks like we're got most everyone away from the pads on the second stage. We're going red. And I'm wondering what's the timeline going to be next. I don't know.
I'm going to go and find out.
You're going to go find out? All right. So my man Isaac's going to go find out for us. Chat, give some hearts out for him. Make sure you're going out the right door. There's maybe a door that don't want to fall out of. What else we got going on? So this is the last launch of the day. Polytechnique Montreal is our last launch, 2-stage rocket. Go Canada, go Team Canada. Yes, it is, Brenton. That is DOS from NSF. If you didn't know, NASA spaceflight, they're a pretty big, they're pretty important for us here, but also pretty well known. If you ever watched any of the rocket launches going out for SpaceX, Blue Origin, any of those, they do. They cover all of them, and we look like we got a little feed of the back room. Or this is this DOS in the wild? Yes, it is. There he is. He's working there, doing his things. Zeus Coria. Okay. Have there been any UFO sightings? You know, we've been out here pretty late and early in the morning. I'm sure at the end of this week we're going to have a lot of those because we're going to be very delirious and very tired. And I think if I was an alien, I'd be wondering what's going on in the Texas desert right now. Oh, there's the DOS. There he is in the wild. All right, we're looking back at the 2-stage. But anyway, DASA and the NASA spaceflight team, not just him, has been very, very, very helpful for us. Be able to get a lot of the shots that you're seeing here on the stream, supporting us with really great camera angles and footage near the pads that, you know, we just can't get. And I know for them, it's great to use their equipment out here. You know, there's not a lot of places where there's about 150 rockets going off in a short time frame. So they get, you know, good training, good testing, make sure their rockets for the real stuff, the real good big ones, works really well. So I'm gonna.
All right, everybody, we are about to have our final flight of the day.
How many rockets have gone up so far? Okay, I'm just being told to stop talking.
We're about to have our final flight of the day.
And we're about to have a rocket go up.
901 Montreal, and they are at the 2-stage pads. As soon as we can get the gap cleared and people out of the way, we'll be putting it in the air. They're at the 2-stage pads. Foxtrot 1. Foxtrot 1.
Here we go, Team 901. Waiting for the site to clear. Getting ready for Team 901 Polytechnique Montreal for their 2-stage 30K multi-stage rocket. This is the last flight of today. Go Team Canada. All right. Hopefully my mentee rocket tracking camera guy is got it. Yes, answer Mary Brewer, there is still drone footage. This was drone footage that you're seeing right now.
All right, this is going to be Polytechnique Montreal, Team 901, 2-stage, and Foxtrot 1. They have staging a Cesaroni M1230 to an N3180. So after using focusing on hydrogen and hybrid propulsion systems, the team is now reaching new milestones with the launch of its very first 2-stage rocket. This mission marks the beginning of a new chapter as Orono sets its sights on an even more ambitious launch later this summer, aiming to reach twice the altitude with a higher performance vehicle. And I was spoken correctly, the N is in the first stage and the M is the top stage. So it looks like the people are clear.
If I heard that correctly, the sustainer is an M motor.
We have a green light.
Alrighty, here we go.
We have blue skies.
Blue skies.
Conditions are good. We are ready to launch our 2-stage. So everybody get out of the tents, come get your eyes on the sky, get ready to watch an awesome flight, two-stage rocket. Here we go. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Puff of smoke.
Lift off.
And there we go.
We have no ignition on the sustainer. Likely to off axis.
I can't. Let's go. All right. Looks like we have in the studio Monash. High power. All right. I'm gonna. Where's Isaac? Or y'all can get in here. Come on. Just y'all come on in. Come on in. Come on in. There's a lot of you guys. How many are there?
32.
32.
Oh, no,
Okay.
there's slightly less. There'll be about 20.
All right, we're gonna. I'm gonna move a little bit, and then you're gonna come this way. Yeah, you need. Yeah, the cameras are there, so we all gotta. You know what? Let's hold this.
Rachel, you don't need to duck down.
We're gonna move this out of the way.
Someone else can have a go. You can go. Rupert, you can do it.
Okay. No, you got this.
No, Rupert, it's yours. I've already had one today. What do we say? If you're talking, then it's you doing it.
No, you got it.
All right, we're live in here.
Megan's got
All right,
it.
let's scoot down.
Megan's the same,
No,
you
you
got
All right,
it.
let's. All right, we are live on air. All right, what do you guys want to talk about?
Megan. Yeah, I guess the success of our hybrid rocket today.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Did it go well?
Yes, it did go well. We launched. We're not sure quite on the apogee yet. We didn't recover until just now. So we'll find out soon what our apogee was.
But you got it all back.
We got it all back.
Yeah.
We got mains and drogue out.
All right.
All right, team. Who's first time at the competition? Give us a wave. It's your first time at the competition. Wow. All right, I'm gonna randomly choose a electee who waved. Go Rupert. How's your experience?
It's
your
been
first
the
time
coolest thing
competition?
ever. It's been fantastic. Just seeing so many rockets go up, talking to so many teams at the poster sessions has been one of the coolest things ever. Well worth making the trip over from Australia, for sure.
What's the coolest rocket you've seen fly today? This is a question for Raf. Not allowed to say your own rocket. What's the coolest rocket you've seen fly today?
I reckon the big two-stage.
The one you just saw, or
the one just then was very cool seeing separation, but the one yesterday that flew or had second stage ignition was very awesome.
Absolutely, yeah, all the way up to 45k. That's pretty crazy.
Awesome.
I haven't seen the numbers yet, but I'm excited to see how high they're going. Has anyone here watched NASA spaceflight streams of? Yeah. You know, Das is in the building with us.
What?
He's right here. He's about to head out and find a team on recovery. There he is. I don't know if you can see him.
Did everybody say they did? Who said they didn't? Did anyone say they didn't?
Raise your hand if you said you didn't watch NASA spaceflight. Oh, cowards.
Give him a URL.
Yeah, you were. Yeah, you were. Okay, well, one last message for the folks back home, Amber.
Thanks everyone for supporting us, and well done to the entire team, guys.
Woo! Yeah!
Woo! Yeah, Monash out, I reckon.
Mo what?
Monash! You've made it a thing. Well done.
Watch out, guys. Watch out the quote.
Oh, yeah. You got the bag? See ya, Isaac.
Ciao, team. Thank you, Isaac. Do you want some actual commentary of what's going on? How are we transitioning here to the bus?
All right. Get back. How are we doing? A little tired, a little exhausted. How are we feeling today? We just had a lot of launches today.
It's been a massive day. You heard about my start time. When did you get up, Brigham?
4:30. I had to call on the waiver. Wait, no, 5:30. Sorry, 5:30. That's when my alarm set. I had to call on the waiver to make sure we were in compliance with the FAA before we started launching rockets in the sky. We got out here around 6:30, ready to go, ready to start. So I'm sure I'll be a little earlier tomorrow. So.
But we're going to bed early tonight. So
well, yeah.
Absolutely we are. So we're a little dustier. We're a little wiser. We've launched some more rockets.
Yeah.
Team's out there now, still on recovery. So someone's going to stick around and make sure they all get home safely to bed. They'll be wrapping up at around 8:30 p.m. local. We'll need to have them back in. They can't find their rocket.
You'll be out here, right? You're just next door. You're just next door.
I'm just next door in my trailer. A little scared about haboobs, but so far out here, I've been having fun. I'm having as much fun as a tornado in a trailer park.
It's a lot of fun out here. So you heard it here first. Even if you're down here, hopefully next year, I've heard we might be able to get some teams out here to camp. But
that would be special. Okay, no promises, chat. But
no promises.
Can we get super chats for teams out here to camp?
Yeah, we really want that. That'd be awesome. I know students would very much appreciate not having to drive an hour, 32 hours. Some teams came here all the way from Midland. Got here at 4 o'clock in the morning.
These guys we just saw all the way from Midland.
That's crazy.
2 times. Yeah, they'll probably come back tomorrow because they're a bit weird.
They're very helpful, which is great. We appreciate that. They'll get some extra bonus points, I'm sure, for coming out here this early. But yeah, it's been a great time. I'm super glad we were able to get this last launch in. I'm hopeful we'll get a lot more launches tomorrow and finish up the day pretty strong, and be able to head out.
Yeah, I think we can cruise through them tomorrow. I'm super confident. Now, weather is weather, but let's see the teams out here bright and early, and we'll be here. I'll be here. Chad will be on the gate. Hey, if you're a team tuning in right now, you're coming in tomorrow, say thanks to Chad. He's been working hard. You'll see him on the gate. He's been making sure everyone's safe. He's been coordinating with the EMS and the fire. It's his first time out here volunteering for Ezra, and he's absolutely killed it. So today we flew 47 rockets to help us hit 80 in total, which is
we're a little higher than you said.
Better than my guess, actually.
So we're past the halfway.
Because I was down here commentating instead of actually counting them up up on deck. But yeah, so we're past the halfway mark. Tomorrow, you're going to know what's going on better. You know, you're going to have that experience if you're a team. We're going to know what's going on. We've been doing this for a few days now. We're coming together. You know, Ezra is made up of a lot of different volunteers, and they all have day jobs. And for most of the year, they're not doing this. So it takes a little minute to spool yourself into this kind of crazy chaos mode.
Definitely does. It's that muscle memory that I have to pull back into after the first couple of days. It's kind of hard to come back into it after a year of not doing it. But, you know, we do it year after year, and we'll keep on doing it. Year after year until the end of time, I think.
Well, you know, certainly some more super chats would help.
Yeah, that would really help us. You know, if
we could get more trailers out here,
more trailers, more food.
Yeah.
Better, you know, maybe even paved roads. I hear talk of fiber. Would love some internet down here.
If we could get the live stream out to you consistently without any kind of, in fact, it's been good.
Yeah, it's been really great.
Crazy.
I think
shout outs,
chat, and shout out to the rest of the group back there behind this wall. Starlink, our good friend Tim, who came all the way, works at SpaceX, got our Starlink set up, has been an amazing IT man. I know he's traveling right now, so thank you so much for coming out and helping us get this all set up.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, yeah. And I'll just end it by saying thank you to all the volunteers who came out today to help us support, and our sponsors for making this possible and giving us all the support we need to really help these students, because that's, at the end of the day, what's it about. These students
And,
I mean,
making
you
sure
heard
they
just
can-
now from Monash what it means to them to be able to come out here and do this.
So get some super chats. And to all the student teams coming in tomorrow, remember, stay safe, keep hydrated, drive slowly around these roads. They're a little bumpy. We don't want any more. We don't want to blow any more tires, and we definitely don't want to damage anyone's car. So be careful driving down these roads. But thank you all,
Good
and
night.
good night.